Furybound Audiobook. Furybound, author by Sable Sorensen Audiobook, by PSP. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Furybound, the highly anticipated sequel to the hottest BookTok Romantasy sensation of the year, Direbound 1 Meryn breath Meryn. Take a darkness rides around me, moving in impossible ways. It parts in heartbeats, revealing images that tear me asunder. Blood in a viscous scarlet splatter. Breathe. Violent red streaks across the gray stone floor. Breathe. Across my little sister Sayla's snarling face, her lips and her fangs. Meryn, take a breath. My chest aches painfully and the shadows contract together again, bringing the room into pitch black once more. As they do, strong, comforting arms tighten around my middle. But I can't. Take a breath, Meryn. I gasp, breath stuttering. The growling voice in my head is not my own, I realize, but that of my bonded direwolf Anasa. The towering silver-white wolf butts her nose into my side as air floods my lungs, and I come fully back into my body. The shadows part again. It's a strange new power, but I have some level of control over it. Clearly, it responds to my emotions, to my shock, to my fury. I've spent the past 4 months training to become one of the bonded, all in hopes of getting to the front lines of the war to find Sayla. She was kidnapped out of our home, stolen in the night to feed the siphons in our neighboring country of Astriona, or so I thought. Sayla spasms on the floor before me, blood dripping from her chin. I flinch at the sight of her new fangs. After everything I went through to find her, to save her, my little sister has been turned into one of them. A siphon herself, with the uncontrollable bloodlust to prove it. Helene, a member of the Demos pack, stands to the side of Stark's office. Her stunned eyes are wide and she holds a hand over her bloodied neck, but she's safe. Her bond with her direwolf has already healed the wound Sayla inflicted. Helene is fine, but my sister, my everything. I lunge towards Sayla, desperate to get to her, to help her, to stop her, to somehow change what's happening. But those arms around me hold me tight. Let me go, Stark, I spit. The shadows surge toward us, responding to my aggravation. Before I can free myself, Stark's massive black direwolf Kratos lunges towards Sayla with a violent growl. My stomach drops and I fight hopelessly against Stark's strong hold. No, Kratos is going to kill her. My sweet girl, my beautiful sister. He's going to tear out her throat because she's dangerous now. Tears flood down my face in hot rivulets. Stop him, I plead to both Stark and Anasa. Kratos, stop. He pounces on her and I scream. The room goes dark again. Anasa nuzzles her nose into my side, harder this time. Meryn, he is not killing her. He is restraining her for your protection and for everyone else's. Take another breath. I do as I'm told. The shadows part again. Kratos holds Sayla down, 2 huge paws pressing against her back, pushing her into the floor. Even so, she bucks back, nearly knocking him off her. Nearly knocking a gigantic direwolf at least 3 times her size off with the flex of her spine. My mouth falls open and I can feel the color leave my face. All that strength in the body of an 11-year-old girl. Sayla's never been physically strong. She was the book's smart child. I was the strong one. She took to self-defense training well, but even still, she's always fought with words, not muscles. Her hazel eyes sharpen and she moves her body again and again, bouncing Kratos up and down. Anasa meets my gaze with her golden one, and I can tell what she's thinking without her even communicating it. Kratos alone won't keep her down. Anasa bounds over to her mate, adding her paws to Sayla's back. My blood runs hot with fear, not just for my sister but of her. We spent classes here learning about siphons, studying them, but there's still so much I don't know. Do siphons maintain any ounce of who they were before they changed? How human are they still after the fangs? I want to run to her, to hold her in my arms as I did just moments ago. She was smiling and safe. She was safe. Is she even in there anymore, or is she going to be like this forever? Sayla screams, a blood-curdling shriek that echoes through the room. This is hurting her. My elbow slams into Stark's side and I slip free. But only for a moment. His hand closes around my wrist and yanks me back so hard that my shoulder nearly wrenches from its socket. Newly turned siphons are at their most dangerous, Stark hisses in my ear. He secures me against his chest, his arms like iron restraints. His touch burns through me and I hate it. I hate it and I cling to it too. I've seen this at the front, many times. It's a game the Astrionans like to play. Please listen. I still, momentarily shocked out of my panic by the urgency in his voice. Please, he said. They turn our soldiers into siphons and set them on our forces. When the turning first takes place, new siphons are consumed by bloodlust and will kill anything in sight. She doesn't know you right now and she could kill you, Stark says quietly. She could kill you. Sayla, the little girl who would weep if I tied her plaits too tightly. Who would lock our door and lay her head in my lap on the nights our mother got violent. Who once caught a mouse in our home and instead of killing it or moving it outside, created a little bed for it inside a matchbox and named it Felix. How is this real? But he's right. Shockingly, terrifyingly right. My sweet baby sister is gone. My mind spins as I try to think of what to do next and ignore the churning, vengeful thoughts about why we're in this situation. Of the man, no, the monster who did this to my sister, my betrothed. Wrath slices through me, making my veins burn, and with it the shadows streak toward the ceiling in a merciless wave. Another breath, and the shadows slide down the walls. This is what he would want me, too distracted and weak to even deal with the crisis at hand. He's not allowed to manipulate my actions any longer. Selah needs me to be calm and level-headed. She comes first. Kratos and I cannot continue to hold her like this forever, Anasa says, sensing my train of thought. Okay, I say, mind clearing. We need to restrain her. I straighten up against Stark, and he must be able to tell that I'm not going to bolt toward Selah again because he loosens his grip on me. And then we have to take her somewhere secure, I tell Stark. Somewhere she can't hurt herself or others while we figure out what to do. Blinking to clear my vision, I wipe my cheek with a shaky hand. The solution has come to me and I hate it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think we'll need to move her back to the dungeons. The suggestion tastes wrong and foul on my tongue, putting my sister back in that dark, nightmarish place. But what other choice do we have? Turning, I look at Helene and Grigor. The color has returned to Helene's cheeks, but Grigor still hovers over her worriedly, a hand on her shoulder. You two will keep this a secret. You are to tell absolutely no one what you witnessed here. Finally, hearing the icy tone of my voice, Stark releases me fully, and the loss of his touch is momentarily jarring. His long legs carry him across the room in only a few strides, and I watch numbly as he yanks a chest open and riffles through it for something. He's back at my side quickly but passes me by to reach Selah. Stark drags his hand along Kratos' side before he kneels and seizes my sister's legs, pulling them together to bind them tightly. Silver chains, I realize, strong enough to contain her, and a cloth to use as a gag. He takes hold of her dark hair so that he can fasten the gag between her fangs. The sight enrages me, my fingers twitching with the need to hit him. Anasa bristles too, a low growl rumbling through her. But Kratos leans forward and nudges his nose to hers to help her through the emotion. Even as I'm pissed, I'm grateful too, because it needs to be done and Goddess knows I could never have done it myself. I still can't entirely admit to myself that this is really happening. That I'm about to lock my sister behind bars like she's the enemy. That in fact she's become an enemy. She would kill me. Selah would kill me if those chains weren't around her limbs. Stark nods Grigor over and the two of them lift her together. She writhes in their arms, blood-streaked and struggling, but the chains have her bound tightly. I glance away, my throat tight. I can't watch her like this, so I do the only thing I can do, put one foot in front of the other and lead everyone to the dungeons. I take them to the primary ones, not the hidden place where Selah and the other children were kept. It seems like only hours ago that Venna took me into the belly of the castle to discover my sister in captivity. Only hours ago we were plotting to get her out. I never dreamed I'd be imprisoning her again. We move quietly, quickly, avoiding all notice. My surroundings are a cruel mimicry of my mental state as we spiral down deeper and deeper into darkness and disrepair. The passageways that lead to the dungeons are damp and bleak, cracks running through the stones, meltwater seeping in here and there. The sconces on the walls are less and less frequent. Finally, we arrive at a row of relatively dry, well-lit cells. The first has barbaric spikes and wall-mounted racks, and we quickly hustle past it. Stark and Grigor stop 2 doors down, peering into the space. I hover behind them, my eyes adjusting slowly to the ever-increasing darkness. Stark looks to me for the decision, and I nod almost imperceptibly, approving my sister's imprisonment. Re-imprisonment. Helene, I say hoarsely. She looks up at me, eyes wide. Go find Leader Aldrich and send him to us. Leader Aldrich is the oldest bonded at the castle and the most seasoned leader. He was in charge of our bonding trials. He'll have some idea of how to help us, how to fix this. He must. Belatedly, I realize I could reach Aldrich in my mind if I wanted to. Anasa said we could reach all the bonded now, and he's Stratego's pack anyway. I'm his alpha. I don't trust myself to communicate precisely at this moment, though. Helene bows quickly and pivots, racing away from the dungeons. I watch her go, unsure if it's the order from me or fear of my sister or the dismal surroundings that's lending her such speed. Grigor says something to Stark. He nods, braces, and lets go of Selah. My sister slams her bound fists against Stark's chest, but he just winces and maneuvers her so that she can't find any purchase. Grigor yanks the cell door open with a screech, and Stark steps inside, lowering Selah onto a cot. He leaves her there still bound because removing her chains would risk lives. Stark backs out of the cell, eyes warily trained on Selah as he moves. As soon as he's out, Grigor slams the cell door shut again, grabbing the key to the door from a ring mounted on the wall opposite. The sound of the key thudding the bolt into place echoes in my ears. Selah fights to her feet and staggers over to the bars. Grigor jumps away as Selah throws her small body against them. Metal groans and clangs. She slams herself against the bars again and again, and the sound yanks my heart from my chest. I wish I could hold her as I did when she was in the king's prison. But if I reached through, she'd rip into my arm and drain the blood from my veins. Stop, I beg weakly, taking a half step forward. You'll hurt yourself. Sayla's eyes are wild and frantic, darting to and fro, never meeting mine, not even acknowledging that I've spoken to her. The girl I love isn't there at all. Anasa's warmth is at my back and I let myself lean into her. Her heat settles over me. She keeps me upright when my legs grow weak. By the time Aldrich finally appears, I feel separated from myself. The older man surveys the scene in front of him, his bearded jaw momentarily dropping open in shock before he composes himself. What a sight we must be. Especially me, still wearing a ridiculous fucking gown, a crown atop my head. Aldrich opens his mouth to speak, but I step forward, reaching out a hand to stop him. Anasa helps me shore up the energy that I have left. How do I do this? I ask her quickly. Somehow she had been the one to share the memories with Helene and Grigor before, but I know I need to do this now. Find the river in your mind that connects you to the bonded and search for him among the Strategos pack. Form the connection with Aldrich alone and ensure you focus on him, then push your memories toward him, as if placing them on a boat down current. I do as she says and simultaneously reach my hand out again, laying it on his weathered forearm. His concerned eyes meet mine, and I have to look away to stop myself from breaking down. The skin contact helps solidify our mental connection. Then I focus and push my memories toward him. My head instantly aches and sweat starts to bead across my scalp from the strain, but it works. I grant him knowledge of my royalty, of the curse, of what's been done to us. How Alistair Brightbane stole the throne from my ancestors, how he's used his line to stay in control all these centuries. How a siphoned blood curse locked away the truth. How Stark helped me uncover it all and how Killian fled. Leader Aldrich falls to his knees, his hands shake as he reaches for me wordlessly, taking my hand, pressing it to his forehead. I swallow roughly. Please stand, please. The words pour from me, pleading and pathetic. Aldrich, this is my sister in the cell, we have to help her. Understanding dawns on his face and his mouth twists in a mixture of pity and disgust. I have to look away. Surely there must be something we can do. Even I can hear how desperate I sound. Some way to fix this, to reverse it. I became bonded, I became a queen to rescue her from the Nabbers, or from Killian and his father, it turned out. I'll do anything for her, it can't have all been for nothing. Aldrich doesn't immediately respond. Instead his eyes move to Stark. They linger there, and I'm not too lost in my grief to understand what that look means. I know what they're both thinking, they don't believe we can reverse this. Please, I beg again, tell me what to do. Aldrich swallows. He clasps his hands together, sympathy in his eyes. The main thing that would help Sayla is human blood, as much of it as possible. She has an unquenchable thirst, and if it's not fulfilled soon, it will kill her. Fine, I say, gritting my teeth. Then she'll drink from me. Stark clicks his tongue in irritation. Absolutely not. Sayla can't be trusted in this state not to drain you. And once more, hatred and disorienting gratitude mix within me. Maybe, Aldrich says tentatively, a large animal would suffice. I nod, desperate for anything we can try. Kratos and I will hunt, we will bring an elk for Sayla, Anasa tells me, and I shiver with relief. Let's try that, I respond. The wolves turn and sprint back the way we came, disappearing around the corner. What's next? My mind spirals through strings of logic to weave together a plan. What steps do I need to take to find a way out of this? As a strategos, my mind should be able to weave strategy easily. It's one of the powers of our pack after all, but right now I'm too disoriented to even reach that part of myself. Still, I know that controlling the narrative will be important. I meet Leader Aldrich's gaze. Does anyone know yet that Killian has left? He shakes his head. After you killed King Cyril, the nobles all fled back to their fiefdoms, but the bonded are still here. They await their orders to the front. Only their new ruler can issue those commands, and they were expecting to hear from the young Vaultier in the morning. Morning, oh goddess, it will be morning soon. My body has been operating on adrenaline alone, and the sudden reminder that so much time has passed settles a heavy blanket of exhaustion over me. I rub my eyes, struggling to keep them open. I pause, trying to remember what I was going to say. I'll speak to everyone in the morning then, you should get some rest. I don't realize I'm tilting over until my foot snags on stone in a clumsy, futile attempt to catch myself. I thud into Stark's chest, his calloused, tattooed hands closing around my arms. His touch sears me back toward momentary wakefulness, and I push him off, blinking rapidly. Go to bed, he says gruffly. Absolutely not. I'm too tired to even glare. I'm not leaving Sayla's side. Stark huffs and drags his hand through his hair. He marches past me, Aldrich and Helene trailing in his wake, and grumbles something that sounds an awful lot like stubborn woman. Sayla has quieted down somewhat. She still thuds herself against the bars repeatedly, but she does it weakly now, her temple just barely tapping the iron. Her eyes settle on nothing, see nothing. A few minutes later, a loud scraping sound jars me from my misery. Stark sets a sleeping pallet down on the dungeon floor. He swipes his hand over it to remove some dust, then pats it like he's trying to convince me it'll be comfortable. I thud down onto it without argument, too weary to try to find something to fight him about. But I'm determined to stay awake to watch over Selah, so I lie on my side as Stark settles in beside me back against the stone wall. I can't help it though. My eyes are too heavy, and no matter how much I resist it, they close. The familiar spiraling sensation of falling into a dream hits me. I open my eyes to try to stay awake, but I'm not in the dungeons anymore. I'm somewhere dark, a room of unending grays and shadows with no floors or walls or ceilings. The shadows swirl around my feet like fog. It's too real to be a dream, and my breath catches in panic. Turning, I look in every direction, but there's nothing but the endless expanse. "You're finally here, my child," says a deep, echoing, eerie male voice, the same voice that's been speaking to me all along. The voice that told me to get the crown. Whose voice, and where is it coming from? My gut churns. Something is very wrong. I whip around looking for the source, but still nothing is there. The shadows trail upward like smoke. They drip downward like stalactites. I start to shiver. Where am I? I open my mouth to ask, but no sound comes out. "You're here, but you've let open a door you cannot close, and so he's here too," the voice tells me. "He's angry with me, I can tell, whoever he is." A tremor of fear skitters through me. The shadows start to swirl violently, spinning around me, closing in. The funnel of darkness tightens and tightens until it starts to wrap around my throat and choke me. I scream in my sleep and awake with a breathy gasp. My nails dig into the cot. I'm not sure how long I was out, but Anassa and Kratos must have returned and left again, because there's a dead elk in Selah's cell, in a gruesome sea of blood staining the stones. My sister is asleep in a ball on the floor, her entire face and arms up to her elbows drenched in gore. I swallow down the sobs as I sit up. Stark is still asleep, propped up against the wall, his head leaned against stone. It can't be comfortable there. Moving over, I kneel beside him. His thick, dark lashes twitch as he dreams. I reach out to touch him, just to wake him, I tell myself. But before I can, pain spikes through my head. I wince, my hand flying up to the spot of agony. It's invasive, as if someone is slowly pressing a needle into my temple, deeper and deeper, inch by inch. And once it's lodged deep enough, I hear it, him. "Good morning, bonded," Killian says. I would recognize his voice anywhere. Once it whispered across the tender space of a pillow. It's distorted now, but it's still smooth and beautiful. Somehow, even though he's not bonded, he's accessing our silent river of communication. He's communicating with me telepathically. What the actual fuck? Stark's eyes fly open immediately. The alarm on his face tells me he can hear it too. Killian's voice speaks again in our heads. "There is a usurper in your midst. Too Meryn impossible to reach out to all the bonded at once. It's almost only two people have the power as far as I know. The Sovereign Alpha, Sigrid Therion, and apparently me. But as Killian speaks, certainty forms in my bones. He's reaching every bonded throughout the entirety of Nocturna." My eyes dart down to the engagement bracelet he clamped onto my wrist. The ruby still swirls with dark shadows. It's been like that ever since he drew on my magic in his chambers. And there's that lingering wrongness. Part of my power is cut off from me, ensnared in whatever twisted spell is woven into this bracelet. Whatever he's doing this by using my powers, stealing my magic. The faceless goddess has blessed me with the ability to communicate through the wolf bonds as a reward for my fealty to the bonded and to the kingdom, Killian says smoothly. I can't help it, I laugh. What absolute bullshit. And so totally predictable. He's going to lie to every one of the bonded in the same way he lied to me. My face flushes with angry heat, and I claw at the bracelet on my wrist. But it once again tightens against my skin, making me wince in pain. Just then images pulse through my mind. With a shock jolt, I realize he's sharing memories down the bond, just as Anassa taught me to do. There I am, my silver hair shining, my face covered in blood from the battle at graduation. Anassa looms behind me as I grab the dire blade, the king's wolf pommel sword that compels the dire wolves. My face twisting in a fearsome scowl, I bring the sword down in a merciless strike across the king's throat. My true self felt pumping adrenaline and pride in this moment, but right now those feelings are overshadowed by Killian's, or at least what he wants us to believe he experienced. Cold horror runs through him. Pain, heartbreak, and terror. The vision twists into the next memory. We're in Killian's room. I have him pinned, straddling him as he squirms below me, uncomfortable and terrified. My hazel eyes are wide and wild-looking, and I once again raise the wolf pommel sword. I press it to his neck. Killian projects a memory of stinging pain as the blade cuts into the delicate skin at his throat. His heart pounds in fear as he stares up at the monstrous woman before him, a woman he made a mistake to trust. A woman who was not at all who she seemed, who has finally revealed her true, ugly self. It's like he's taken my own perspective toward him and flipped it on me. In both memories, I am an indisputable villain. I'd hate me too if this was all the context I had. The vision ends and I blink back into the dungeons. Stark catches my eyes, his gaze is murderous, his tattooed hands clenched into tight fists that demand action. Meryn Cooper has driven me from Sturmfrost and seized the throne, Killian goes on. My blood boils. He knows the truth as well as I do. I'm no Cooper, I'm a Sturmfrost queen. And I will reclaim the birthright that his family stole from mine. She is dangerous, unstable, and the enemy of Nocturna. This delusional commoner is not to be trusted. A strangled choke escapes me. I want to believe that no one could possibly listen to him, but I believed him once. And I can't hide from the element of truth of those memories. I did those things and I looked terrifying doing them, but he's a fucking siphon. I am establishing a stronghold in the West and will be rallying forces to retake my throne. I encourage anyone who believes in truth and justice to come join me. Together we will return Nocturna to its rightful glory. With that, the connection ends with a mental twist that violently ends the channel he's opened. Truth and justice. I shout, my words echoing in the nearly empty dungeons. Unfurling my fists, I realize my nails have carved crescents into my palms, practically drawing blood. My mind is intimately connected to the stream of bonded emotions. Their reactions pour in from across Nocturna in a torrent of shock, disbelief, and confusion. Fuck, I lock eyes with Stark again. I need to address them, now. Yes, he says simply, but I look down at myself. I'm still in the stupid fucking gown that Killian put me in. The same one that was in the memory he just showed everyone. It's the uniform of an unstable, delusional woman. I don't want to feed into that lie. You look, Stark says, then stops short, pressing his full lips into a tight line. Emotions swirl behind his eyes, dark and unreadable as he studies me. I lift my head. What? You're presentable enough, he says stiffly. He must have understood the reason for my hesitation. Waiting any longer will leave room for doubt. I swallow roughly and nod. Then I force a deep breath in and out of my lungs. I just have to remind myself that the truth is on my side, not Killian's. And I have some damning memories to show off too. Anassa, I might speak to my direwolf. Can you reach all the wolves who are here at the castle and make sure their riders come to the arena? Let them know that I'll have answers for them. This is something I could probably do, but I'm not sure how to just reach the people who are physically here in Sturmfrost, and if I reached out too far, would Killian hear me? There's a beat of silence, and then Anassa responds, it's done. My gaze lingers on Sayla's sleeping, bloodied form. She looks so small and helpless, even with the truth of her existence splattered around the cell. Leaving her for even a moment is a dagger into my gut. It's wrong. And for the second time, Stark seems to read my mind. Helene and Grigor will watch over her while you're gone. Nothing will happen to her, I promise you. His voice is curt and businesslike, but his words are so gentle. All I can do is give him a tense nod. It hurts to leave Sayla's side, but if I don't go, Killian is going to corrupt the rest of my world too. The arena is quiet, but my heart is pounding. I swear the reverberations are rattling the walls with each pump of my blood. Stark is to my left, standing resolutely as though the hundreds of eyes looking up at us don't bother him in the slightest. Anassa and Kratos flank us, surveying the people gathered below. Bonded are filing in, and I have to blink away the image of the final culling that King Cyril ordered from the very platform where I stand now. The blood running from bite wounds as Robons turned on one another. Angry and red and wrong, my stomach flips. I want to end any unnecessary killing. I think half to myself, half to Anassa. Her acknowledgement is a steadying hum in the back of my head. It's mostly newly graduated Robons here, though some bonded who had come in for the graduation have joined the crowd. Those seasoned soldiers stand in formation, but the young warriors mill about in groups, packs largely standing together. From the corner of my eye, I spot Jonah's red-streaked dark hair from where he stands with some of his weasel-faced friends, clustered together and speaking to one another in low voices. Every one of them has a hand rested on a sword hilt or the handle of a dagger. He looks up and there's a sharp-edged glint to his gaze that makes me uneasy. We've been at odds ever since the morning of the ascent when he attacked Isabel, and he's never turned down a chance to try to hurt me. Anassa's noticed his group too, and her sides start to buzz with a low growl, but none of them makes a move toward us. Around the perimeter of the arena, castle servants stand nervously, fidgeting. Stark ordered every servant in the castle to gather, ensuring maximum witnesses for whatever is about to happen, but some are still wandering in through the arena doors. It's difficult to wait here on the dais. I feel like an imposter. How could I not? I thought I was a commoner only months ago. I still am a commoner in so many ways. My dress is filthy from the dungeons, my hair is a tangle of silver white, my eyes are probably red-rimmed from sleep deprivation and endless crying. Part commoner, part bonded, part queen, but a mess the whole way through. But I'm here, I have to be here, I have to be more than I am. You must, so you will, Anassa tells me, reminding me of what she said on the day I unexpectedly became alpha of the Strategos pack. I must, so I will, I agree. Stark steps forward and hands me a cone-shaped amplifier, and I take it with an only slightly shaking hand. In the half hour since I left the dungeons, Anassa has been coaching me on how to reach all the bonded. I need to send a complex message, including memories, to thousands all across Nocturna. I'm prepared for it to be taxing, but I know I can do it. Because if Killian could reach everyone with my magic, then so can I. Bitterness is a potent fuel, it turns out. After several slow breaths, I shut my eyes and push my consciousness outward. My mind flows along familiar streams first. Anasa, my pack. My people start confusingly. The channels I've used before are open, clear. I can sense more minds beyond them though, as if through a low fog that hangs over water. I squeeze my eyes tighter and push. Then after a brief moment of resistance, I burst forward. I flow into the minds of the other bonded below me, then spill beyond the walls of the arena. If Killian is somewhere here in this connection, I can't sense him. It's almost too easy. There's a vast sea of magic inside me, and each bonded mind is a river flowing from its source. I need only to focus on my magic and follow the natural current to them. Easy to make the connection, that is, but incredibly overwhelming to hold on to it, especially when it all starts to flow back to me, drowning me in connection. It's dizzying, and as when I sent my memories to Aldrich, sweat starts to bead on my forehead. Then come the minds of the bonded at a farther distance, battle-hardened veterans on the front, weary and angry and impatient. I stagger slightly, trying to hold the channels open. But instantly a hand meets my back, steadying me, pushing me upright. Stark. I swallow and widen my stance to avoid any further dalliances with gravity. When I open my eyes and lift the amplifier to speak, Anasa's mind surges forward, meeting my own. Words gather in my consciousness, and Anasa's influence urges them outward like ships sailing down every bonded tributary. This is the kind of leader I want to be, direct, honest. I want to address what you all heard from Killian earlier. You deserve to know the truth, all of you. Yes, I killed King Cyril, I tell them, speaking aloud so the servants can hear while I echo the words in my mind, projecting them to all the bonded. Immediately, the bonded who weren't at the graduation ceremony respond with further shock and confusion, their reactions rippling back through me. I killed him, but I had just cause. He was not the man we thought he was. In fact, he was not a man at all. My actions were not driven by insanity, but by my conscience. I gather up the images I know will prove me honest. Unlike Killian, I don't need to twist and alter them to emphasize my point. The truth is enough. I show them everything. The children behind bars, terrified and neglected. Selah crying and reaching for me from her cell. Killian's confession of his and his father's true nature as siphons, vessels for Alistair Brightbane. The way Killian's fangs glinted behind his sickening smile. The memory of shadowy magic writhing around us, bending toward me then and back to him as he used my magic to escape. The effect is immediate. Gasps and exclamations echo across the arena. The older bonded erupt into motion, breaking formation to gather in small groups or go to their wolves. Warriors and wolves pull away into their own corners of the arena to process and to confer. Their feelings detonate in my mind as I maintain the mental connection. Anger, disbelief, horror, grief. The castle servants, unable to see what I'm showing the rest, look around in confusion at the chaos. I speak quickly because I promised them answers. My name is Meryn Sturmfrost. I'm a descendant of the Sturmfrost Queens, the original rulers of Nocturna. My family was stripped from their rightful place on the throne by a siphon named Alistair Brightbane. More memories. The ancient crown which now sits atop my head. The book from Stark's collection detailing the royal lineage. My mother's journals with their cryptic drawings. Alistair Brightbane has been body-jumping through generations of kings, using blood magic to maintain his rule and erasing the memory of the true royal line. Cyril and his son Killian are both Alistair's descendants and his vessels, complicit in serving him. With that, the arena falls back into silence. Inside my head is nothing but noise though. What the bonded are feeling, it's chaos. Even as they process my memories and my words, more than a few resist. My hold on the communication channels flickers and sputters as some minds rebel against me, against my hold in their minds. Barriers go up as some bonded instinctively reach to shut me out, just as I used to do with Anasa. I gasp and strain against it. I manage to maintain the connection, though in places it's whittled down like just the tiniest thread. Bonded all around the kingdom are fighting me, rejecting the awful truth. Can I blame them? Would I believe a single piece of this if I hadn't seen it all with my own eyes? My gaze skirts over to Anasa, and she sends a pulse of reassurance through our bond. Do not worry. I am supporting your claims with the wolves, she says. I grit my teeth and focus hard on the river of communication inside me. My temples begin to pound again with the effort. Drawing as much strength as I can from Anasa's support, I try a different tactic. Something that will help them to understand that I'm not the madwoman Killian is portraying me as. We can have a better Nocturna, I say out loud while also thinking it to all who are listening. We don't have to deal with so much death in the bonding trials. People can have enough to eat, can be able to feed their families. I want to fix all that. The words come out jumbled, unpracticed. Nobody ever said I was good at giving speeches. I want to be a fair queen, someone you can be proud to serve. I'll listen to what people need, and I'll do my best to do right by you all. Every word sounds more awkward than the last, echoing in the strained silence. Give me a chance and I'll prove myself loyal to Nocturna. Let me try to be the leader our country deserves. Exhausted and out of ideas, I release my connection to the bonded with a dreadful mental pull, like a fraying rope suddenly snapping free. It's draining and jolting. The other bonded recoil from the inelegant use of my powers, and I wince and wait to see what the response will be. Silence. Then quiet murmurs, bonded to bonded, human to human. To be clear, comes Sovereign Alpha Sigrid's stern voice, reaching out to all the bonded in the same way that I did from somewhere leagues away. My family and I are the sworn protectors of the crown, and we recognize Meryn Sturmfrost as the legitimate heir to the throne. As your Sovereign Alpha, I expect to see that same loyalty from all true bonded. It loosens a breath from my chest. She's down at the front, but her words will carry weight for all the bonded there and here. And as the Sovereign Alpha, she and her wolf could theoretically command all the bonded to follow her lead. I believe I could as well in theory. King Cyril certainly could, using the dire blade. But by putting this as an encouragement and not a direct command, Sigrid is giving our people something they haven't had in far too long. Something that I want them to have too, free will. I can only hope it will be enough. For a long, awkward moment, nobody in the arena moves. The sound of my own labored breath seems loud and pathetic as I look around, not sure what to expect next. Leader Aldrich steps forward first, breaking away from a group of older bonded, walking slowly, head held high until the moment he bows it. Standing apart from the crowd, he lowers to a knee. His wolf follows, bowing her head low, shutting her eyes. Then Aldrich says, "I pledge my loyalty to you, Queen Meryn." Tears spring to my eyes at the acknowledgement, and I blink them back. Hearing his words spoken aloud, calling me queen, the moment freezes crystalline in my mind, and I know I'll never forget it. My friends Isabel and Venna step up next, their wolves flanking the twins. I bite my bottom lip hard to keep the tears from returning. They both salute me and then kneel next to Aldrich, their wolves lowering their heads in respect. Thomason and Neva and their wolves join them. It's strange at first to see them like that. They taught me to fight. I got drunk with them. We survived together, and they're bowing to me. Their faith in me expands in my chest, painful and comforting at the same time. The tension in the arena is thick as everyone waits to see what others will do. Anasa's growl starts up again, and I sense her mind focusing, straining against something, having her own mental communication with the wolves, I assume. Then the rest of the Strategos Raubon class strides forward, 1 or 2 pairs at a time. Silver-white wolves kneel, their riders bowing or kneeling beside them. Their mass support sends warmth shooting through me. Even Anasa stands a little straighter as we survey the line of Strategos wolves and riders, all acknowledging a truth I've barely digested myself. I'm the rightful leader of the bonded and of all Nocturna. After that, the rest of the trials instructors step up, and a handful of cryptos, followed by some demos and Phylax riders. But it's not the majority of the bonded I notice. Clutches of older bonded riders still stand apart, speaking with one another in low voices or silently communicating with their wolves. The castle staff all cluster close to the exits to the arena, watching the scene with wary eyes or edging quietly away. I can't fault them for not wanting to get closer to this massive gathering of direwolves and riders, though no matter their loyalties. A number of Raubons hesitate too. Many of them are people I've seen a dozen times, even fought next to in this very arena, but have never actually spoken with or had a real interaction with. Fucking Killian. I spent so much time with that lying asshole and less time than I could have getting to know my fellow Raubons. Now I'll have to work extra hard to get them on my side. Now that you've decided they're even worth having on your side, Anasa chides gently, and I realize I've been thinking toward her. You're right, I respond, sighing. Though in my defense, maybe I would have paid more attention to building up support if I had known a little more about what was coming. Anasa gives a regal sniff and doesn't respond. Please rise, I call, realizing that some of the bonded are still bowing. I know the truth about the Vaultier line is shocking, and this is all very new. To be honest, I'm still figuring out exactly what all this means. I hope that I can count on your help to make sure this transition is peaceful. There's sudden movement to my right, and I spin in time to see Jonah push through a group of my Crypto's supporters, sitting astride his wolf. You should mount, Anasa warns, but I shake my head. I don't want to escalate anything, I insist. There doesn't need to be any fighting here today. Anasa's tail swishes, but she lets it rest. You're nothing but a gutter-born liar, Jonah snarls. I open my mouth to defend myself, but he turns toward the crowd, a bully with an audience. Are you really all going to let this king killer steal the throne of Nocturna? What of our sacred mission as bonded to protect king and country? Jonah and his wolf pace back and forth, knowing all eyes are glued to him, clearly relishing the moment. She claims that our prince is a siphon, that his father King Cyril was one too. If that were true, why would they have poured everything into eliminating the siphon threat to our south? We've been at war with Estriona for centuries with the king's full support. Jonah swivels to face me directly, his expression hard and ugly. No. What makes more sense is that this upstart slut wanted to be queen, to live a life of luxury instead of fighting for her country. But Prince Killian wouldn't have her after she'd lost her mind and killed our king. Like the spiteful whore she is, now she's doing her best to steal what's rightfully Prince Killian's. King Killian's. My breath leaves my body as I see people listening to him, believing him, or choosing to believe him. He's inserted himself into a situation that does not concern him at all, crafted a discourse that is convenient to him, and to what end? Because he's a vindictive narcissist. I look around myself in frustration, grasping at something, anything, I can do to make these people believe the truth. What weight could my words or actions hold now if they all think I'm a liar and a traitor? If they're more convinced by the men who have held power here for centuries, and not willing to listen to a woman from the slums? With a hiss of metal on metal, Jonah deftly draws his sword from his scabbard, raising it high. My blood heats with panic as he opens his mouth and directs my people against me. True Nocturnans to me, death to the usurper. 3 MERYN things happen at once. A million instinctively, I fist my hands in Anassa's fur, hauling myself up onto her back. My friend's close ranks, Isabel and Thomason and the rest of the strategos automatically join together into a defensive formation around the platform. Venna peels off and circles around in a tight arc. Her wolf, Skea, gathers on her haunches to spring up onto the platform beside me. Alpha Stark, Venna yells, gesticulating wildly towards something behind me. Stark and I both pivot. An older Kryptos woman and her wolf have materialized behind us. Her snarling gray wolf lunges forward, and I quickly draw the dire blade, steeling myself for a blow. But instead of engaging me in battle, the wolf and rider barrel in low and hard. The direwolf's head slams against Anassa's front legs, toppling us over. I spring free from Anassa's back as we go down so that I don't find myself crushed beneath my wolf. The platform slams against me with a breath-snatching crunch, and the world spins, my hand letting go of the sword. I shield my face with my arms as I tumble once, twice. And then there's nothing underneath me at all. I fall through air off the platform and slam face first into the dirt. With a groan, I push myself over and onto my back. My head is light, spinning. I reach for those dark shadows that respond to my anger, but they're nothing but a whisper. That fall weakened me. The sky dims and I blink, fighting unconsciousness. Then the sea of black materializes into snarling dark fur and violence incarnate. Kratos and Stark. Kratos lands directly ahead of me, the two of them guarding my front. Anassa is still up on the platform in a defensive crouch, one paw placed possessively on the dire blade's hilt. I've lost the Sturmfrost crown in my fall, I realize dazedly, hand at my temple, there. Anassa's mental snarl cuts off the thought. The Kryptos woman and her wolf materialize in front of Stark and several paces off to the right. She uses her Kryptos power to obscure them from sight as they move. Her control is astounding. I don't understand how she stays so completely hidden in such a bright place. What is happening? Is it just because she's older, or has something happened to make the magic stronger? Reaching for my sword, I drop into a fighting stance. Once again, though, the Kryptos pair do something unexpected. Instead of coming for me, they swing wide. The woman draws a short lance and spears something glinting in the dirt, then they dash away. My crown, I realize, stomach dropping. Fuck, there's a whispering darkness in my veins, but once again it's only a whisper. Stark and I lock eyes and I nod, answering the question in his glance. Get it back. My queen, he says. He and Kratos spring forward so quickly I barely see them move. Anassa leaps down from the platform and I remount, linking with the rest of the strategos to assess the situation. I'm still weakened from the fall and shy away from the strain of trying to reach for those outside my pack again. Jonah had several teams planted around the perimeter, Neva says. See there, there, and there. She gestures with her dagger while also sharing pictures mentally. They're guarding the entrances and exits. The pack's understanding of the field coalesces, ideas and updates flowing in from a dozen different minds. That group's coming straight for us, Isabel Mind shouts, and we all spot the cluster of wolves headed toward Jonah, mostly former Robons who trailed around after him during training. Disturbingly, a few older bonded are in the group too. And from the left, Neva adds, leading a group around that side of the platform. All of us use the wooden structure at our backs as an extra defense. Form up, I call, snapping back into battle mode. Our group is a little larger than Jonah's, but not by much. What the fuck, how is this a nearly even battle? Many of the bonded in the arena are still hanging back, I realize, possibly waiting to see the outcome of this fight before picking sides. My mouth twists. There's a familiar tension in the air, the sick hum of energy that happens just before bloodshed. From where I sit on Anassa's back, I watch as the castle servants clock it too. Their eyes dart between the two separate factions of bonded. They know what's going to happen here. They quickly scurry back into the castle, away from the messiness that's brewing. Jonah's forces let them pass through the exits without an issue. Good. No one else needs to bear witness to this insanity. The strategos, riders, and other loyal bonded close ranks around me. My gaze seeks out Stark and Kratos. They've almost caught the Kryptos woman, but she's still a length ahead of them and making hard for an exit guarded by Jonah's people. Stark's heading straight into the waiting line of the enemy. Don't worry about them, Anasa snaps at me. They've been doing this since you were a pup. Sword up. The first group of attackers hits us, several armed with long spears they must have brought with them, anticipating this would happen. Assholes. We break ranks slightly to avoid the vicious weapons spearing our wolves. Anasa darts in and snaps her teeth down on one of the spears, sending splinters flying as she shakes her snout. The rider wisely lets go but pulls out his sword. I don't think so. I swing the dire blade toward him. Metal hits metal and I grit my teeth as I press forward, forcing him back inch by inch. Then Anasa clamps her jaws viciously and comes away with a chunk of fur between her teeth. There's a hole where his wolf's left ear was. Blood showers us in the ground, the open wound pulsing. Vicious satisfaction lashes through Anasa. The rider's control of his sword wavers as his direwolf's pain slams into him. I slash in under his guard, scoring a long wound along his side. He yells in agony and falls back, but another wolf and rider take his place just as quickly. Isabel appears beside me and we bear down on the enemy pair together. Our swords flash bright as we maneuver in, trying to land a blow. The rider is a Demos I recognize from the trials, younger than me. His hands come up to throw a blast of Demos power our way. Isabel and her wolf Esteo swerve to the side, escaping the brunt of it. It hits me and Anasa full on like a stone wall, harder than should be possible. But weirdly it also seems to rebound as if the power had an equal reflection onto the wielder. It knocks the Demos boy off his wolf, leaving him sprawling on the ground. What was that? I ask my wolf, muscles screaming as I fight to stay on her back. I've never seen power falter in that way, but we don't have time to discuss it. Another Demos rider has circled around fast. He nearly sideswipes Isabel with his dagger. Then he jumps onto Isabel's wolf behind her. I look for an opening. Anasa swings us around until we're right next to Isabel and Esteo and the Demos attacker. I lean forward, but he's too close for me to bring my sword in without injuring Is. He's wrapped an arm around her throat and she can't get purchase with her sword at that distance. She coolly whips a dagger from a thigh sheath, even while gasping for breath, and buries it in his leg. He screams and tips to the side. His weight carries them both to the ground. I leap down next to them and slash wildly at the man. His neck erupts in a fountain of blood and the fight goes out of his wolf. They crumple as the life drains from them both. Anasa growls in pleasure at my action, but I can't feel the same, watching this beautiful creature give up. It's a sheer waste. Esteo leans in with a snarl and rips out the Demos wolf's throat, her silver-white muzzle drenched in red. I pant and circle around to anticipate the next attack, but Neva and Thomason and the rest of the strategos bonded have drawn the bulk of the melee away from us. Thanks, Isabel wheezes, rubbing her bruised throat before remounting. You'd have had him in pieces in another minute or two. I reply with a tight smile, trying to cover how much that freaked me out watching Is in such a vulnerable position. Briefly shielded from the fighting, I get a quick glimpse of the battles happening around the arena. My stomach churns. This is all so wrong. This was our moment for unity and here we are tearing one another apart. My gaze drops to the dire blade in my hand. King Cyril used it to control us, control our wolves. I saw him do it, saw him create violence with a simple gesture. I wonder. Yes, Anasa urges from next to me. Cover me another minute, I order Isabel, not waiting to hear her response. In a queasy blending of past and present, I lift the dire blade above my head just as I saw the dead king do at each of our trials. I didn't want it to come to this. Wasn't I just thinking how much our people deserve free will and the ability to make their own choices? But we can't turn on one another. Taking a deep breath, I use both hands to plunge it into the dirt below. Stop this. Lay DOWN your arms. My mental shout echoes and reverberates along the bond, power rebounding and redoubling until my ears are pounding. The arena seems to still sound receding. I can sense the weight of 100 wolves' minds as the ancient magic begins to take hold. It's working. Thank the goddess. The wolves will stop, their riders will heed the call. We'll get through this together as bonded. And then the bracelet on my wrist heats, starting to burn. The blood-red ruby twists with dark shadows. Suddenly I just know. Whatever magic was used to compel the direwolves through this sword before, whatever magic links us all together, it's all been corrupted, tainted, infiltrated. I can sense it like a sickness lurking on the edges of my mind. My stomach lurches. My powers are not my own, he's cut off part of it. And he's done it with his insidious blood magic. The siphon who once ruled still has his vicious fangs deep into this kingdom. It's not going to be enough. The moment I think it, the heat from the bracelet surges from my wrist, through my fingers and into the sword itself. Streaks of red race down the dire blade. With a high ringing note, the blade shatters into 1,000 glittering silver pieces. No, I look at the fragments in shock. That sword. That ancient, incredible thing that helped link the humans and the direwolves, that allowed for control, it's just gone. Move, Meryn, Anasa urges, and as if time has slowed, images around me come together and coalesce. Demos warriors are closing in. Shards of the dire blade are all around me, dull and useless in the dirt. Esteo rears up to slash razor-sharp claws across the face of a bonded warrior approaching on foot. His face is a bloody pulp as he falls backward. My fingers are still wrapped tightly around the dire blade's hilt, but the weapon is unusable, ending now in a ragged stump of iron just inches from the cross guard. A painful roar rips from my throat. This is all his fault. I jump onto Anasa's back, mind clearing as I sheath the hilt that remains. The memory of the rush of power the crown gave me is sharp. If we're going to have a chance of winning this, I need that crown. Let's go, I say to Anasa, and she doesn't need to ask. She just races towards Stark and Kratos and that Crypto's bitch. The Demos Alpha and his wolf are across the arena, standing at the center of a circle of wolves, holding them all off alone. His movements are so fast they're hard to follow. He parries and thrusts, somehow making 5 bonded attackers and their wolves fight for their lives. Their fight blocks the Crypto's woman from getting to the exit. I spy her shimmering form as she continues to blend into the shadows, holding tight to her prize, my crown, the symbol of my rightful authority. Anger churns inside me and I once again reach for the shadow magic that ran so effortlessly through my veins earlier. But the magic is slippery and elusive, evading my grasp. I give a yell of frustration. We're almost to Stark when Anasa suddenly pulls out of her run, stopping short. What I start and then I see Jonah and a band of his followers cutting off my path. Goddess damn you, Jonah, I mutter and draw 2 of my throwing knives, taking careful aim. The one meant for Jonah's throat hits a wall of his Demo's magic. The dagger tumbles uselessly to the ground as Anasa and I dig in against the magic's brutal push. I try to deflect it, to push the power aside, and nothing happens. I click my tongue in irritation. What is happening here? Stark tried to use his Demo's powers against Killian the other night, and Killian was able to deflect them. He said it was because the Demo's powers were rent from my own. So how is Jonah able to attack me with them? And why is his power so strong? Is it because I'm not wearing my crown and my own magic feels diminished? My anger builds and still I get nothing from the shadows. They would be pretty useful right about now. I toss my second dagger, and it hits home, burying itself with a sickening squelch in the rib cage of the woman to Jonah's left. She falls from her wolf and is trampled by the rider behind her, her screams sharp and agonized. Brutal pride surges into me from Anasa, but I ignore it. This is all such a waste. Jonah slows, glancing back at his fallen comrade, and then advances toward me again, eyes flashing. I can't wait to finally break your scrawny neck, he spits. I laugh, drawing another dagger. Come and try it. I ignore the way my muscles shake, exhaustion is setting in. Jonah is flanked by 3 more bonded and they fan out, closing in on my position. We need to finish this, I think to Anasa grimly, and she howls an answer. Hold fast, Meryn, comes Isabel's voice with a note of desperation. I get a mental flash of her position, still fighting off another group. Even if I'm lucky, it will still be several minutes until she can back me up. The man to Jonah's right rushes in, his wolf snapping at Anasa's flank as he slashes out with his sword. I just barely block him, Anasa's sure-footed spin breaking us away and saving my tired arms from giving out. Then she lunges to the side and I lean in close to keep my seat. The rush of an arrow passes directly behind me, so close its shaft brushes against my hair. Anasa cuts left and circles, giving me a second to recover before we re-engage. I dig deep, trying again to summon my new shadow magic, but this time nothing comes, not even a trickle. A massive clap pulls all our attention towards Stark's fight, except he's not there or I can't see him. A thrum of panic rushes through me. A cloud of dust explodes outward from where he last stood. Grit shatters across the arena, showering down on us, making my eyes water. Ears ringing, I squint to try to see through the cloud. Please be there, please, please, then it clears and I gasp. Stark has somehow used his Demo's power to destroy the entire archway of the door, bringing it down on top of his remaining opponents. They're barely visible under the rubble. I knew he was powerful, but this? Fighting all across the arena has momentarily paused, everyone gawking at the sight. Stark's light brown skin is pale from the strain of wielding so much power, and yet he's already moving again, chasing down the Crypto's woman. She is fully visible now, losing control over her magic in her terror. It takes only 2 breaths and then he's cut her down, her broken body hitting the ground with a wet thud. Stark hurdles off Kratos after her and grabs the wolf crown still in her grip. Meryn, he calls, and I raise my dagger so he can find me. Catch! He sends the crown spinning into the air, the opal at its center glinting toward me as it arcs my way. Anasa and I leap, her haunches stretching and stretching. For a moment, a disorienting sense of déjà vu passes through me, taking me back to the voice trial and our first leap of faith together. How far we've come. I reach out my free hand and pluck the crown from the air, settling it onto my head without thinking. Magic courses through me in a flash, bringing darkness with it. My vision flickers. The world loses all its color, bloodstains turn black. And all around me, shadows wake. The arena dims as if a storm were passing overhead. Every shadow in the vast space starts to stretch and distort, reaching for me. They move toward me in strange ways, crawling inside me, wrapping themselves up and around my arms like vines. Be careful, Anasa urges. This power, you don't know how to control it, you don't know where it starts or where it ends. The depth of my darkness is limitless. I can sense that, or it could be if I had the courage to embrace it. But right now, I know exactly where it ends. There's a precise spot where my magic is choked out and throttled by Killian's influence. Still, what I have access to is more than I ever could have imagined. Holding a shadow-covered hand out, I stare briefly at it in fascination. There's a pulse in my chest, like the magic is urging me to utilize it, to grasp it and free it. Watch out! Someone shrieks. I glance back up just in time to see 3 of Jonah's comrades charging directly for me. Use your power, Meryn, Stark bellows. Anger roils through me, and for the first time since my crown was taken, the shadows respond. I throw my hands up instinctively, protectively. Stop, I think. Stop, I command. Force explodes from my palms, a huge, moving wave of shadow. The wave crests over the 2 riders in front of me and then swerves out in big looping arcs, reaching more of Jonah's allies all around the arena. It reminds me of the Demo's blasts at first, air made solid, but on a larger scale and darkly visible. I relish it, the darkness inside me now rising violently to the surface. Stop them, I command the shadows again. They move at my instruction, but of their own volition of me, but somehow outside of me too. The shadows wrap themselves around the wolves and their riders. Their bodies start to contort and lift into the air. Screams echo around the arena and I snap out of my satisfied stupor. No, this isn't me. I need to stop this. There's a suffocating pressure in my chest as the shadows pull tighter and tighter around them all, around their necks. The shadows slither into their open mouths, stifling screams for mercy. Stop, 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 then a loud echoing snap. The riders and their wolves drop dead onto the arena floor, not just the 3 charging for me but a lot of their allies too. A dozen at least, dead. The shadows retreat and the reality of it washes over me, turning my stomach. I'm going to be sick. My hands start shaking against Anasa's fur at the horror of what I've done. The arena stills. All combat ceases as everyone stares in shock at the mangled remains of the wolves and their riders. I watch the corpses as if waiting for them to get up again. Their twisted limbs make them look small and vulnerable in the vastness of the arena's floor. Darkness still slithers around my arms, cool against my skin, a visceral reminder of what I'm capable of. I killed all these bonded. With a flick of my wrist, they may not have been ready to accept me as their queen, but they were my own people. See what she is. Jonah's voice violates the silence. I flinch. Of everyone I killed, why did he have to survive? Anasa rumbles beneath me. He hurls a finger toward me, his breath's ragged. This is what Killian warned us about, an uncontrollable evil who will destroy us all. Jonah whips his wolf around, heading for an arena exit. His remaining followers flee with him. A few people on my side start to pursue, but the thought of more violence makes me woozy. Over the bonds, I direct an order to let them go. This is not how I wanted to persuade people to join my side, to put their faith in me as their leader, not through violence and fear. The shadows start to recede, slinking back to where they belong. Cold shock is taking over my body, cooling the fury that drew them out. Through our bond, Anasa projects soothing energy. A soft humming settles over my frayed nerves slowly, smoothly. Everyone is watching me, I can't let them see me crumble. Stark and Kratos step up next to me. Kratos nudges Anasa briefly with his nose before standing tall and menacing. Phylax, help move the wolves' bodies, Stark orders. My eyes linger on the corpses of the people I've killed. I recognize the young woman closest to me. She usually wore her strawberry blonde hair in a spiraling braid. Meryn, Anasa urges. Follow Stark's lead, they wait for your command. Right, I swallow hard. I swear that Jonah and his followers will answer for their treason, I say, my voice containing a strength I do not feel. A man lies close to her with shockingly blue eyes that now stare forward unseeing. What else? My mind is blank. They were about to receive their first orders as bonded, Anasa prompts me. I cough, mouth dry as chalk. In the meantime, we still have our duty to the rest of the country. You will receive your orders regarding deployment to the front lines tomorrow, after I have consulted with military leadership. I watch numbly as the bonded bow, then I turn on Anasa's back to leave the arena. They listen to me, sure, and they bowed, but their fear emanates over the pack bonds. A fear of me, of the devastating power that jumped from my veins. Anasa and I slip out of the arena, so many eyes on me. I keep my head high, but the moment I know people can't see me, my vision goes blurry. I let the tears come. I'm not even sure where she's taking us, and I don't care, I just need to be away. Away from all those people whom I've let down and terrified. Away from the ones whose lives I took. You should not be alone, Anasa warns me. Not when there are people who want your crown, and certainly not in your current condition. I startle when I realize she's led me to Stark's office. Slipping off her back, I let myself in. This is as good enough a place to fall apart as any. Only once we're inside, the door shut behind us, do I let myself fully break apart. I collapse to my knees roughly, my palms smacking against the cold floor. The crown slips from my head and clatters against the stone. The full weight of what just happened, what I did, crashes over me. I killed a dozen people without even touching them. with a strange power I don't understand. Am I becoming the very thing Killian accused me of being? Dangerous, unstable, and not to be trusted. I can't stop crying. It goes on, and the longer it lasts, the worse it gets. Every ragged, painful inhale I manage to suck in leaves my lungs in sobs that sound like screams. I'm dimly aware that I'm losing more air than I'm taking in. I'll suffocate from this. Anassa tries to help. Her insistent care nudges at the edge of my mind. She's trying to soothe me again. When her nose presses closer, I'm briefly tempted to cling to her and let her quiet humming lull me. But then the horror strikes me all over again. I'm filthy for even wanting comfort. I don't deserve it. Sayla's transformation, Killian's betrayal. The lives I just took, all these things are my failures. It's pain I could have prevented if I was only better. The spiral sucks me under and into the dark, and I push Anassa away. Hard, she growls, her concern escalating. I try to ignore it. I don't want it. The spiraling builds in me and my fist strikes out, knuckles cracking against the stone floor. Physical pain immediately overtakes my senses, blotting out the panic, relieving me. I punch again, deliberately harder this time. My skin splits. Again, and I leave a bloody smear on the floor. The pain clears pathways in my brain, freeing me from the thoughts pushing in from the outside. It grounds me, bringing me back to myself, my body, this moment, and into a sort of sharpness. It feels awful, but less awful than the agonized twisting of my own mind. I strike the ground again and again and again until all that's left is me and the pain. It consumes me so entirely that I don't even hear the door when it slams open. For Stark, that was a fucking disaster. While the arena is quiet after Meryn departs, people staring after her in shocked silence. I let them gape for a moment too. Then I get tired of looking at their ignorant, confused faces. Did they not understand their instructions? You heard your queen, I snap loudly, my voice carrying across the crowd from where I still sit astride Kratos. Flyex grabbed the perished wolves, Demos helped the servants with the bodies. Any recent graduates of the trials are still shipping out tomorrow, so strategos and cryptos go prepare. If you're not a recent graduate, skimming the crowd, I pick out several older bonded who were here for the ceremonies, making eye contact with them. Get the fuck out of here, bonded instructors to me. People startle on their wolves and break into motion. Through it all come the three instructors who oversaw the trials with me and Aldrich. Elinor Gardiner, Phylax Gamma, Samson White, Cryptos Gamma, and Deegan Prax, Strategos Gamma. Samson reaches me and Kratos first, astride his sleek, dappled gray wolf. Deegan and Elinor are close behind him. Quite a way to wrap up the trials this year. He raises a pale eyebrow at me, nonplussed. How Cryptos of him, I've never liked this sly asshole much. You need to keep your packs in line, I tell the three of them, my voice a low growl. Everything she showed you was real. I believe it, Deegan responds immediately. Alpha Meryn is many things, but a liar is not one of them. Queen Meryn, I correct him tersely. Elinor's lips are a tight line as the older woman surveys the arena. Alpha Stark, I believe you, and Queen Meryn, but... She cuts herself off, sighing, and then looks at me with trepidation. I mean no disrespect, but how do you expect us to keep our packs in line? She's worried. She's only a Gamma, and even you and I could not control Demos, Kratos chimes in. He bares his teeth, and Elinor recoils a bit, but I know he's not directing it toward her. He's livid at the pack members who dared to disobey us. In the past, even if a human and I have not seen eye to eye, Kratos has always been able to bring their wolf to heel. That's part of the power we have as an alpha pair, it's supposed to be at least. What was that, Kratos? I ask him, vengeful rage burning in my veins. When we hunt those fuckers down, and we will, I'm going to let you eat the riders slowly. Kratos shakes his large, lupin head. I do not know, no one should be able to resist their alpha. Perhaps it's because of the corruption in the communication bonds from the siphon, or perhaps it had something to do with the dire blade. That was certainly troubling, watching that powerful weapon shatter like glass. But even before I was made alpha, Kratos never had wolves disobey him, they knew to follow his orders. He was too powerful, always the largest, the most vicious. That some wolves would want to defy him is disturbing. Do your best, I tell Elinor. Make it known that if they do not follow your orders, they will have to answer to me. Kratos howls out a growling bark, and the wolves of the other three instructors skitter backward. From all around the arena, the fearful gazes of the recent graduates dart toward us. Good. They clearly did not have enough terror beat into them over the past 4 months. As the three instructors turn to go oversee their packs, Kratos stills underneath me, his ears pulling back. Meryn is not okay, he says. Anassa took her to your office. Shit, show me. I've asked Kratos to keep a wall present ever since Anassa bonded to her. It never bothered me before, Kratos having a mate. His longing and lust for her would come through, but it felt entirely his own. But then Anassa took Meryn. Before I could appreciate the ferocious glint in her hazel eyes from a distance. I could admire the swell of her hips while also keeping in mind that I fucking loathed her. It helped dull the aching attraction, reminding myself that my life was tied to hers and she was acting like an idiot. That first day was torturous. Kratos had no shield up. We crested the top of the summit, and the moment I saw Meryn standing next to Anassa, her hair turned that shining silver white, something animalistic unleashed inside me. I wanted to throw her over my shoulder and carry her back down the mountain myself. No, I wanted to find a nearby cave and rip her clothes off with my teeth, teaching her how warm skin can keep you in the cold. Kratos had to turn back around so I could throw myself into the snow, freezing out the pulsing, unreasonable desire that had taken over my every thought. It was painful, and it was a pain that could have no end. She had a lover. She hated me. And I hated her too. Her undisciplined, chaotic lack of control drove me insane, even still. Kratos took sympathy on me and tossed up a wall on his mate connection to Anassa. It stayed up. Her strongest emotions still burst through on occasion, but I've mostly kept my mind entirely my own. Still, I carry the knowledge that this feeling is just a slim barrier away. It's helped that I've wanted to kill her half the time. Now heartache floods me, so intense that I almost double over on Kratos, a deep twisting in my stomach and chest, followed by physical pain. Jolts of anguish interspersed with short bursts of relief. And I realize what she's doing. Not on my fucking watch. Go, I command. Kratos doesn't need to be told twice. He sprints out of the arena with little concern for the people still milling about, nearly trampling several bonded. Within moments I'm at my office, and in the blink of an eye, I slide off Kratos's wide back and slam the door open. The crack of the wood against the wall doesn't mask the sound of Meryn crashing her fist onto the stone floor. Her golden crown, the crown we fought so hard to find again, is discarded on the floor, forgotten. Meryn's a puddle of fabric from that stupid gown she's still wearing. Her knuckles are split, and blood drips down her wrist as she raises her hand once again. Frustrated helplessness bursts forth from my chest, just like at that in Backenland's fall when I saw the crisscrossing silver scars on her thighs, the scars she had given herself. Stop that, now, I snap. The compulsion to protect her is so ingrained either from years of training to do it or from that fucking mate bond. She glares up at me from the floor through tear-filled eyes and snarls, "Or what, you're going to make me?" It takes all of me not to snarl right back at her. She's infuriating. I'm used to being in command. I tell someone what to do and they listen to me. And this headstrong, vicious woman might outrank me, but I've never let rank get in the way of doing what's right. Yes, I say, moving into the room. As I near Meryn, the sweet scent of her washes over me so strongly that I almost stumble. My head spins and I realize the walls between us are still down. It takes every ounce of my control not to throw myself down next to her, pin her underneath me, and lick the blood from her wounds. Kratos, I hiss, closing my eyes at another hot rush of desire and protectiveness. You are killing me here. Sorry. There's a hint of amusement in his tone, and I wonder how sorry he really is. But the wall goes back up and I can breathe again. Opening my eyes, I level Meryn with another glare. It is my responsibility to protect you from harm, even if you are its cause. Fuck off, she screams at me, punching her fist down onto the stone floor again. Something in her hand cracks loudly. For fuck's sake. 2 steps forward and I've reached her. She dares to raise her hand again, but I catch her wrist. It's so small in my grip, but there's strength behind it as she tries to pull herself away. Stop, I order again, jerking her to her feet. She fights back against me, her mouth set into a focused, petulant line. Meryn's so fixated on causing herself pain that I don't think I'm even getting through to her. My grip only tightens further. If she's so determined to hurt something, then fine. You want to hit something, hurt someone? I seethe. I yank her closer and she stumbles into me. Then I take her hand, the one that's not bloodied, and slap it onto my chest. Hit me, hurt me, I can take it. Her mouth falls open and the fight goes out of her muscles. It's like she's finally been knocked right out of her own brain and back into her body. She relaxes against me, her surprisingly soft hand still trapped underneath my much larger one. Heat burns right over my heart. Can she feel how hard it's pounding? My grip loosens, but I don't let her go, concerned she's going to collapse again. Meryn breathes shakily, the storm of emotion in her gradually subsiding. I glance down to her bloodied raw hand and watch as it heals. Anassa has used her magic on Meryn. My eyes snap toward the direwolf's knowing yellow golden ones. Don't do that again, I say over the angry lump in my throat. If she tries to hurt herself, she shouldn't get the idea that your healing magic makes it okay. Meryn scoffs and finally pulls her arm out of my grip, a splotchy blush high on her cheekbones. I'm right here if there's something you want to say to me, she says, narrowing her hazel eyes. You don't need to give Anassa instructions like I'm some toddler who needs looking after. Then don't act like one. Are you done feeling sorry for yourself? I growl and her glower deepens. Good, she's doing exactly what she needs to do. She's getting mad again. Her fire is back. You have a country to lead. I'm done, she says, wiping her bloody hand on her dress. I watch her carefully for a moment, making sure she means it. Then Meryn straightens her posture and presses her lips together in a way that looks slightly self-conscious. What do we do now? She's softened a bit. The fight is still in her, but she knows she doesn't need to direct it at me. I loosen a breath and scrub a hand through my hair. What a loaded question. Where do we even start? We'll need to figure out your coronation. She blinks, confused. You can't just claim you're queen, I tell her, slightly exasperated. You need to be crowned. A borderline bitter laugh rips out of Meryn. And who will coronate me? I tore that crown out of a bloody gutter. She points to where it rests on the stone upside down. The king I wrenched power from is no longer alive. I bend to pick up the crown, then set it carefully on the table beside us atop a stack of books. This at least I have an answer to. Sigrid reached out to me last night when she sensed tumult in the bonds. The mother priestess of the Faceless Goddess's order will preside over the ceremony. Meryn huffs. I thought you considered the Faceless Goddess to be commoner nonsense, she says, reminding me of my words in Lynn's Fall when we visited the famous statue of the goddess. She's right, I do. If there was truly some beneficent goddess, why would our world be so shit? No, the only gods up there are the kind that take joy from watching their human playthings kill one another. Can't fault anyone for hoping for something better, though, I shrug. Doesn't matter what I think. It's about making your coronation legitimate for the common people, and the head of the order has overseen every ceremony for every new royal throughout history. The Sovereign Alpha is traveling up from the front for the coronation, and she'll escort the mother priestess here. Meryn's brow furrows. Sorry, the Sovereign Alpha, you mean your mother? A tiny muscle twitches in my jaw. Sure. Kratos snickers in my mind, but I ignore him. We'll need to get nobles in attendance to make the coronation legitimate, I continue. It will be difficult to persuade them to come. We may not get all the fiefdoms on board, and you will need to prepare yourself for that possibility. Thankfully, Sigrid is bringing Nomi with her from the war front, who should be helpful. My chest warms at the thought. It's been months since I've seen Nomi, held her in my arms. Meryn nods stiffly. And should I be worried about the other bonded after what happened in the arena? With Jonah, that festering piece of shit. I should have culled him during the trials when I had the chance. It's frowned upon instructors killing the raw bonds, but if a rider isn't suited to be in a pack, then someone needs to act. I'll never forgive myself for that. When I finally end him, I'll take my time. Kratos can eat his entrails while Greydoves peck out his eyes. We'll leave his dick for the rats. I'm not sure, I answer honestly. What happened in the arena? The dire blade. Meryn sits back down on the ground and cradles her head in her hands. I had that in my possession for all of a day before breaking it. No one is going to believe I'm legitimate now. She lifts her dirty, bloodied face toward me, and the devastation on it hits me in the gut. She quickly explains what happened when it shattered, the way she could feel her power corrupted and throttled. It's the bracelet, she says quietly. Whatever kind of siphon blood magic is in it, it's fucking everything up. Will anyone listen to my commands without the dire blade? I shrug. We know the dire blade existed during the reign of the Sturmfrost Queens, but we don't know how it was used. Regardless, the people will follow your lead because they'll come to accept that you're the rightful regent. Her mouth twists in skepticism, and I don't blame her. Things will be under control when the Sovereign Alpha arrives, I continue. No one can deny the power you hold, and no one would dare move against Sigrid. She's too respected and feared by the bonded. Okay. Meryn glances down at the ruined gown she's still wearing. I need to clean up and find something else to wear. I sigh and reach down a hand to guide her up. I know someone who can help us with that. Kratos and Anassa leave to deal with the rest of the wolves, and I lead Meryn through the twisting bowels of the castle. Eventually, we reach a huge wooden door and I knock. Come in, says an aged, elegant voice. We enter an office that overlooks the snow-covered front gardens through a wall of ornate windows. It's richly decorated but not ostentatious, and at the center of the room is a beautifully carved wooden desk. An older woman with a tight gray bun and a shrewd gaze stands behind it. Your Highness, the woman says to Meryn, bowing deeply. This is the castle matron Alienor Bernard, I tell Meryn, gesturing for her to take one of the plush cobalt blue chairs in front of the desk. No one's sure exactly how old matron Alienor is. She's been in charge for long enough that she must be in her 80s, but she looks like she might be in her early 60s. I've known her peripherally since I was a child. She's never been warm, but she's always kind. Meryn looks up a little perplexed. Castle matron? Matron Alienor tilts her head. Yes, I am the head of staff and facilities here. I scoff, taking the chair next to Meryn's and gesturing for Alienor to sit down too. That's a very basic description of what you do. She's in charge of everything that happens inside this place, from overseeing the castle servants to repairs to keeping the royals and nobles in line. And now I serve at your pleasure, she smoothly tells Meryn. She may have been the right hand of the Vaultiers for decades, but Alienor is sharp enough to know how to keep her job and her head. I quickly fill Alienor in on Meryn's needs, rooms, clothes, attendance. Have you considered your council? Matron Alienor asks Meryn. Meryn shakes her head. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means. Alienor's glance to me is so quick that I hope Meryn missed it. In that silent millisecond, she said everything that I know is true. This woman is to be queen, and she knows nothing about the role. Not even the very basics. It's one thing to have the crown call to you. or to ride the most powerful direwolf in centuries, or to have royal lineage coursing through your veins. It's another thing entirely to rule. We all have our work cut out for us, most especially Meryn. I really fucking hope she's ready to learn this time. The Council Palace are your royal advisors, Matron Alienor says smoothly, no trace of judgment in her tone. Former King Cyril's council comprised myself, the Counselor of Sturmfrost, Sovereign Alpha Sigrid Therion, and then several of his relatives. Meryn's brow furrows. What purpose did the relatives serve? They advised on relations with commoners, relations with the bonded, and oversaw the planning of any major events or ceremonies at the castle. Okay, Meryn says. She quiets, and it's clear to me at least that she's getting advice from Anassa. I'll keep you and the Sovereign Alpha on the council. The Counselor of Sturmfrost, well, I suppose I should keep him too. Get rid of the Vaultier relatives, I'll replace them with interim advisors. Matron Alienor folds her hands in front of herself on the desk. Which method would you prefer, beheading, imprisonment, dismemberment by wolves? Meryn blanches. Goddess, no, I just meant get them out of here. Send them back to whatever fiefdom they came from. I know how Cyril handled things, Matron Alienor, but I am different. A small smile graces the matron's face. Understood. Speaking of which, Meryn continues, this conversation bringing her back to life finally, the servants. Let them know that anybody who wants to leave is welcome to go. They're not required to work for someone they don't support or might be afraid of. Anyone who chooses to quit can have 1 month's pay and a strong reference. There are too many people in Sturmfrost who would be willing to take their jobs. It doesn't make sense to force those who are unwilling. The declaration loosens something in my chest. After that display in the arena, a part of me worried we unleashed another tyrant in the making. But it seems Meryn truly does want to be a different type of regent. If I'm going to stand by someone's side and offer to be their weapon, I need to know I won't be aimed in the wrong direction. My thoughts trail to the way that Meryn let Jonah and the others leave when another ruler, Cyril surely, or even the Sovereign Alpha would have demanded their immediate executions. At her own horror over the death she'd caused, horror so vast that it manifested in injuring herself. A regent who truly grieves when her people are harmed, my heart thuds painfully in my chest as I look at her now. Hazel eyes lit up with a righteous fervor, pink high on her cheekbones. If she has people by her side who can encourage that empathy, if she's not corrupted by the power she's wielding, what could that mean for Nocturna? I'll let them know immediately, Matron Alienor responds, jotting down a note to herself. From the willing servants, we'll select one to be your primary attendant. She and the others will prepare the regent's rooms for you. Meryn's face pales. King Cyril's rooms? Matron Alienor raises a single gray brow. Of course, they're traditional royal chambers. No, Meryn says firmly. I'll stay on the royal side of the castle if that sends a necessary message, but not there, not now, it's too soon. How about the Sovereign Alpha's rooms? I interject, and Alienor nods. Turning to Meryn, I explain, the Sovereign Alpha has designated chambers on that side of the castle to keep her close to the royal family. Why don't you take her there now? Matron Alienor suggests. I'll send someone to prepare a bath and clothes immediately. We all stand, and Matron Alienor's lips purse in thought. She opens her mouth as if to say something and then stops herself, shaking her head. What? I ask. This is no time to stand on ceremony, matron. She gives me a tight nod and turns to Meryn. Your Highness, I hope this is taken as a kindness as it's meant as one. It seems there may be some gaps in your knowledge about royal responsibilities and procedure. Meryn starts to laugh and can't stop. She doubles over, tears streaming down her face as giggles continue to pour out of her. Matron Alienor shoots me an alarmed look, and I grab Meryn's arm, my fingertips tingling where our bodies make contact. Pull it together, I mutter. Your Highness. Meryn stands, wiping the tears from her face. Forgive me, Matron Alienor. That was the politest way anyone's ever told me I'm a know-nothing moron, and I've been told that a lot over the past few months. Alienor's face reddens. I meant no offense, truly, this poor woman. I didn't know she could get flustered like this. But Meryn Sturmfrost brings out the unexpected in everyone, it seems. Meryn waves a hand, cutting her off. No offense taken, it's true, the gaps in my knowledge are so large they could be called canyons. I'll gratefully accept any instruction you might offer me, and if you have any books I should read in the meantime, please hand them over. A small smile now on her face, Matron Alienor walks quickly to the bookshelf that covers one entire wall and pulls a few leather-bound volumes from it. Then she hands the pile of books over to Meryn and sees us out the door, shutting it firmly behind us. No doubt very happy to have survived that meeting with her head intact. Back in the hall, I lead Meryn silently to the Sovereign Alpha's rooms, then bow and turn to depart. She blurts out a strangled stop. I freeze but don't turn around. Thank you, she says, for everything. My hands flex at the words. I draw my shoulders back slightly, lift my head and look at her. The tears from her laughter have left new streaks in the dirt on her cheeks, but her shoulders are held high. She's clutching the books tightly to her chest, pushing the swells of her breast out of the top of her dress. She's ruined and regal in the same breath. Heat lashes through me, urgent and unyielding. I can picture it again, the type of ruler she could be. Unafraid to do the necessary for people at any level, confident and fair, demanding justice when required but never cruelly. She could be all that and more. The thought comes quickly, entirely unwelcome. She belongs on a throne. She deserves to be worshipped. And just as swiftly comes the knowledge that I need to keep my distance, even while watching her closely, protecting her. Because I know what happened in that arena today. She saw her own power, was rightfully afraid of it, and was going to set it aside. Until I encouraged her to seize the darkness. The blood is just as much on my hands as hers. I was serious about what I said. I tell her, my voice a growl that I hope masks my aching need. Next time it's too much, you find me. We'll find another outlet for your pain. Then I turn back on my heel and walk swiftly down the hall, trying very hard not to imagine just what kind of outlets we might find. 5 Meryn Sovereign Alpha's chambers are practical, with minimal the ornamentation and wide doors that take up one of the walls and lead directly out to the grounds. The less ornamentation, the less likely a vase or a chandelier will be shattered by a wolf's tail, and the wide doors give Anassa easy access. There are a few luxuries, though. The first is a bedroom off the living area with a massive bed nearly big enough for Anassa to stretch out in. The second, a beautiful hearth with the 4 pack symbols carved above it, surrounded by well-cushioned armchairs. The third, a gigantic bathing room with a sunken bath that I spent an eternity in before changing into clean clothes. Finally, a huge wooden desk with a pack of running wolves carved along its edge in exquisite detail. I run my fingertip over the divots in the wood as I sit down to study the books matron Aliénor gave me. Before I can make too much sense of what I'm looking at, a tapping sound from outside makes me lift my head and rub my eyes. It's Anassa, I can tell without looking. Sliding the heavy bolt to the left, I shove the doors open with a grunt. They swing wide out toward the grassy space beyond and reveal my direwolf. Anassa wastes no time entering. Her tail swishes, brushing up against me as she pads inside with a few clicks of her nails on the stone. My chest tightens with anxiety even as my shoulders drop in relief at the sight of her. So much has happened in so little time, and we haven't really had a chance to admit that to each other. Yet seeing her, I can breathe deeply. That's how it's been ever since the truth came out. A cool breeze coasts through the open doors, stirring her fur and my hair, both silver white but reflecting tones of copper from the firelight. It's time. We need to get this all out. I realize that a lot of what happened over the past 4 months was my fault, I tell her, taking the first step. I speak the words out loud, not just over our mental bond. It makes them more permanent, they can't be brushed away like a thought. I have to taste the weight of every single one on my tongue. Anassa's golden eyes widen. Her head lowers so she can look more directly at me. It's difficult sometimes speaking to her like this. Her expressions are so subtle, lost behind fur and canine features. If she isn't willing to let me in on her emotions through the bond, the subtle indications in her eyes or her ears could mean anything from surprise to anger. I swallow down my nerves and keep going. It took me too long to accept our bond and even longer to figure out how to communicate with you properly. And maybe I still do. I shake my head and pivot. I've made mistakes, not being honest with myself and others. So I'm going to stop that. From now on, complete honesty between you and me, Anassa. Her eyes narrow. Fuck, just keep going. And with that I have to tell you, I swallow. This is hard, but honesty. I am really fucking hurt that you treated me the way you did. I know you couldn't tell me anything because of the blood curse, but I often felt like you were working against me, and I don't understand why you acted like that. There's a long moment of silence. Hearth pops, sending a tiny coal scattering across the stones. I watch it slowly fade to soot until I sense Anassa's movement. She steps closer and then settles onto the floor at my feet. She lowers herself right to my level, and I swear there's something solemn in her eyes. Maybe she's not as difficult to read as I thought. I have been alone for a very long time, Meryn, Anassa tells me. The words sink into my soul. Alone. I remember what the other recruits said when we reached the peak of the ascent. Anassa had been atop that mountain for years upon years, and when I first saw her, she was separate from the rest of the direwolves. She had a mate, but that mate was away from her, gone at the front with his rider. My mother was the direwolf bonded to Queen Chiara Sturmfrost, Anassa tells me. My lips part. Anassa's mother bonded to the last true queen of Nocturna. Something tugs in my chest, something familiar and heavy and cold. Grief, that deep cut that fades but never truly heals. My heart opens up to Anassa like a neglected flower getting its first glimpse of sunlight. Direwolves have remarkably long lives, as you have learned. We can live up to 1,000 years while searching for the right rider. We only choose once, and we tie our lives to our chosen, so we must pick correctly. And she blinks slowly. I waited centuries for you, for me. Centuries on her own, waiting for someone she wasn't even sure would ever come. I used to think Anassa was impatient, but she endured years and years of longing just so we could find each other. Were any other direwolves waiting? I ask. Any wolves your age or older? No. My throat tightens. How lonely that must have been. A cold wave of shame washes over me. I could have known any of this about her if I'd just asked sooner. If I'd been more interested in the history of the direwolves, if I had made a better effort to get to know the being I'd tied my life to. It's hard to leave room for curiosity or questioning when every moment is a battle for survival, but that's not an excuse. From now on, I need to do better, not just with Anasa, with everything. Stark and Kratos had informed me that you were coming, so I was prepared to bond with you. But after waiting all this time, I found myself attached to a resentful writer. Another failure. Stark said something similar. He spent his entire life waiting for the Sturmfrost Royal to bond, and he got me, mess that I am. The hurt that caused me. Meryn. Anasa lays her muzzle on the ground and closes her eyes, exhaling a hot breath in a huff. My instincts took over. I would have done anything to stop the agony of your resentment and rejection. I needed to keep my distance or I would have ripped out your throat. My eyes start to burn and I reach out, scratching the fur behind her ears. Thanks for not killing me, I say softly, even though I probably deserved it. We are alike, Anasa tells me, and I want to argue with her. I don't know how she could compare her centuries of wisdom to my pathetic flailing. But then she says, we are both hot-headed and strong-willed, qualities that each of us needs to work on. I let my grin take over. Not always a great combination. It is a powerful combination. But for it to work, yes, we both need to communicate better, she replies. She brings her head closer to me, leaning into my ear, scratches. I am sorry if my actions caused you pain. I'm sorry too, I'm lucky to have you, I always have been. Anasa nudges closer still and I bend forward to rest my face against her forehead, breathing in the familiar scent of her fur, my direwolf. I pull away gently and then say, somewhat reluctantly, about Stark and Kratos. I don't want to have this part of the conversation, but I need to know. What I felt in the dungeons when you took down all your shields, my love for Kratos, she says. The mate bond is strong. I will continue to shield you from that. We direwolves know that the mate bond can cause confusion for our writers, especially if the writers themselves are not romantically involved. I swallow. And Stark, does Kratos shield his love toward you as well so that Stark is not affected? My assumption when I was first hit with Anasa's mate bond was that Stark was grappling with that sensation the entire time I was bonded to her. It would be a relief to know that he's not. I'm still not sure what to think about him. He's obviously not an enemy as I so mistakenly believed, but I barely know him, aside from the deep intimacy I have with his scowls and his bossy commands. I don't want Stark to be secretly pining after me. I don't even like him. He's kind of a fucking asshole. On the other hand, it would help certain moments between us make sense if he were. Like the naked hunger I've seen in his eyes when he's licked my tattoos, or the searing heat I felt between us this afternoon in his office when he held my hand to his chest. Heat that now pools liquid in my belly at the mere thought of his touch. Anasa huffs, her pungent wolf breath hitting my face. I would not dare to pry about Stark and Kratos' relationship. The bond between a direwolf and their rider is private, even for mated pairs. If you want to know the answer to that, you may ask Stark yourself. Yeah, that would go over well, I'm sure. Hey Stark, just out of curiosity, do you have a deep, unending, overwhelming attraction toward me at all times? Are you so hot for me that you can barely function? Might explain why he primarily speaks in grunts though. How does it work on a technical level? I ask, ignoring the heat in my own face. Are Stark and I able to communicate mentally? Anasa gives a lupin nod. Yes, you can reach Stark and he can reach you. You may connect mentally to each other however you wish. That might be handy, I suppose, if I need immediate advice on the best way to disembowel someone. And what about talking to each other's wolves since you're mated? Can you reach Stark? Can I reach Kratos? Anasa's lips pull back from her fangs. She's displeased. Technically, yes, but I would not. As I said, the rider and wolf bond is sacred. To speak directly to another wolf's bonded rider, that's a violation. Alpha wolves may reach out to their pack's riders, but only if absolutely necessary. My brows furrow. You reached out to Helene and Grigor, though, when we needed to show them I was the rightful ruler. That was a grave situation. You had not yet attempted to share memories across pack lines and were unsure of how to do it yourself, and they needed to be informed immediately. I will not reach out to other riders like that again, and I've already apologized to their direwolves. However, yes, you and I can both theoretically reach any rider or wolf since we are the royal pair. I'm almost scared to ask, but and Stark's feelings, his thoughts and emotions, will those reach me the way that yours can? Anasa shakes her head. Not in the same way. It is not an easy flow like our connection, and you cannot hear his thoughts outside of intentional communication, nor can he hear yours. More intense emotions may reach you on occasion. The nature of the bond makes all our connections porous. I settle back in against her fur as I ponder that. At least that answers my question about whether he could read my thoughts during several recent moments. He must be able to guess what I'm thinking. Frankly, that's almost as disturbing. Am I that easy of a read? Or, does he know me better than I realized? My eyes start to droop closed. What a long day it's been. The first full day as queen and an utter disaster from beginning to end. Anasa, I say quietly. Since your mother was the direwolf of the last queen, do you have any inherited wisdom for me? What do I need to know about being queen? Anassa snorts air through her nose. I was just a pup when Queen Chiara died. I know nothing about ruling. We shall have to figure it out together. I sigh and scratch my fingers through her thick fur. You and me, huh? Anassa's ears twitch around and she perks up. Her eyes land on the door. Your friends are approaching. Oh, finally, I say lightly and head to the door. I called for them hours ago. I hear Anassa stand and shake herself and then pad back outside. I open the door just as someone knocks and am nearly knocked off my feet by the sheer force of Isabel throwing herself at me. I've been hit enough times today, I say with a laugh, gently disentangling myself from her. Pulling back, I survey my best friend, making sure she's safe after the shit show earlier. Her long black hair is in a tight ponytail, exposing the elegant line of her neck, not a scratch on it. She narrows her deep brown eyes, clearly doing the same thing I am. Are you okay? We ask at the same time. Wow, you're like twins, Thomason says with a playful smirk as he enters the room. He throws an arm around Isabel's shoulders that she quickly shrugs off, tossing him an irritated look. Venna steps up, rolling her eyes. Ha ha! She's Isabel's actual twin, an identical mirror image, except Venna's sleek hair is cut in a short bob and streaked through with dark blue, marking her as a member of Cryptos, unlike the rest of us Strategos pack members. Here, Neva says, stepping through the threshold and thrusting a bottle of Imberwine in my direction. Figured we could all use this after today. She glances around my room and lets out a low whistle. They just keep upgrading you, huh, Cooper? I grab the bottle from her and lead my friends into the main sitting area of the room. While they loudly admire my new chambers, I uncork the bottle and pour us all glasses. Then we sit down on the rug by the fire. The moment I'm settled, Isabel grips my shoulders, looks me in the eye, and says, I'm going to execute Killian for what he did. My eyes widen. I'm serious, blood everywhere. They won't find his body. You don't want to send a message with it, Thomason jokes. Okay, they'll only find his head, Isabel says, a disturbing expression on her face. Maybe I shouldn't be so warmed by an offer of brutal murder, but I am. You'll have to get in line, I tell her with half a smile. She rolls her eyes. Fine, but at least leave me something to stab. Noted, keep pieces of his body for target practice. Neva crosses her arms, her face troubled. How did he even get out of here anyway? I fill them all in on what happened between us in his chambers, making sure to face Venna, who's hard of hearing, so that she doesn't miss a word. Then I remind them of the memory I shared to all the bonded of him disappearing in a swirl of shadow. Venna tilts her head, her hair just brushing her shoulder. It sounds almost like rifting. You know how we Cryptos manipulate light and shadow to mask our locations and hide ourselves. She's right, just like in the arena when the older Cryptos woman was disappearing and reappearing. That's what it's called, rifting. But that's just a cover, right? You can't disappear and reappear in a different location. No, Venna says, her tone contemplative. Killian said, his name tastes foul on my tongue. Shaking it off, I continue. He said that the pack's powers were rent from my own. I wonder if this ability is like some heightened, extreme version of what Cryptos can do. Venna nods. That would make sense. Only one way to find out, Thomason says. Give it a go. Isabel smacks him in the chest. You idiot, how can she use a power she doesn't even understand? I agree with Neva says. She bites her lip in concern and then continues. After what happened in the arena, I raise a hand, cutting her off as I grow faint from the reminder. All that power wielded so casually. All those deaths on my hands. I've barely let myself think about it since Stark found me in his office this morning. Images of their bodies rise before my eyes, and I scrub my hands over my face, willing away the panic that quickly follows. I know, I say, my pulse pounding. My power, my strength is dangerous, fatal even, and I don't have control of it yet. I shouldn't attempt anything too far outside of what we know the packs can do. I'd possibly risk my own life and others. Neva shoots me a tight, conciliatory smile. You'll get there. Speaking of, Thomason jumps in. Did anyone else notice the pack powers acting a little funny today? Isabel and Neva look reflective. Venna nods. It was easier to rift than usual. I wasn't sure if it was just adrenaline or something, or all the time I've spent practicing. One of the Demo's riders sent a blast of power toward me and it almost looked like it rebounded on him somehow, I add. He was knocked off his wolf. I don't know, maybe it's the power of the crown, amplifying and changing bonded magic or something. There's an awkward pause, and I don't think I'm the only one remembering just how many people were killed at once by my own increased powers. I clear my throat. Look, I need to talk to you all about something. Thomason gives me a playful salute. Yes, oh queen, goddess, shut up, I grumble, but it makes me smile. They're still treating me like me, and it only reaffirms my decision to raise this with them. Does that erase my nervousness? Not entirely. Listen, most of the former Robons will ship out to the front tomorrow. Out with it. But I'd like the four of you to stay with me at the castle if you're willing. They're all silent, eyes wide. The word vomit lurches up my throat. You don't have to, this isn't an order, but I really need friends I can trust around me right now. Desperately, actually. And I trust you four with everything Yes, Isabel says. We wouldn't leave you to deal with all this royal bullshit alone. What an Isabel way to put it. Obviously yes, Thomasin adds. Neva nods. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Venna doesn't have an immediate answer, but even still my shoulders relax. Oh good. I apparently have a group of advisors called the Council Palace that I'm supposed to fill. King Cyril staffed it with his relatives, so I thought perhaps you all could help me, at least as interim support for now, until we find proper advisors. Sounds highly important, Isabel says. Do tell, what kind of advising will you require? She lifts her glass of amber wine, taking a large sip. Well, apparently one of the council's duties is arranging castle events and ceremonies. Isabel chokes on her drink. Excuse me, party planning. You're keeping us back from the front to plan parties? Having a queen for a friend really fucking rocks. Thomasin and Neva laugh and my gaze drifts to Venna, who has been glaringly silent this entire time. She's watching each of our faces as we talk, her expression unreadable. Then, I ask, knocking my shoulder into hers. What are you thinking? She turns toward me and smiles faintly. It doesn't quite reach her eyes. It'll be great, Meryn. I've been meaning to ask you though, how's Selah? Her concern slams into me. My jaw tightens. I don't know how to answer her, but of course she ask. She helped Stark rescue Selah from the dungeons. The truth is overwhelming. And worse, it's dangerous. I trust my friends, but Selah's current state is sensitive information. If the knowledge that my sister is a siphon got out, even accidentally, it could put her life in danger. People would call for her head, not to mention the damage it would do to my reputation as a queen standing in opposition to the siphons, to Killian. I hesitate, feeling shaky. Selah is resting, and it will probably be a while until she's ready to be around people. The trauma of her captivity affected her, and she needs time to recover. I hope that didn't sound too calculated. Venna winces. I'm sorry, let us know if there's anything we can do to help. Whatever you need, Neva chimes in. And all I can do is nod. The mood is dampened after that, and I'm not even surprised when Thomasin, usually the one to keep a party going, says, It's getting late, we should probably let our regent here get her beauty sleep. We all hug goodbye, but as everyone is making their way out the door, I grab Venna's elbow and hold her back. When she's turned to fully face me, I ask, Can we talk alone for a minute? She nods, shutting the door after Isabel. This is a little awkward. Isabel and I are closer friends, in part because we're in the same pack. Venna's always spent time with us strategos, but she has her cryptos packmates, her own friends and mentors, not to mention lovers. I know she gained quite the reputation there during the trials. It's possible she's attached to someone heading to the front. Venna and Isabel get lumped together so often by virtue of being twins, and that's not fair to either of them. Isabel is an open book, but Venna's not. She's never been, and the truth is I don't know what she wants. Taking a deep breath, I say, Venna, if you want to go with everyone else to the front, I'll understand. I'm aware that it's kind of hard to say no to me now. So are you sure you want to stay? Venna fiddles with the hem of her shirt, not looking me in the eye. I do. Honestly, the idea of being away from Isabel is awful, even though I'm sure it's inevitable. But the four of you are all in strategos, all natural leaders. Am I actually going to be helpful for you as a cryptos, or are you just keeping me back because I'm Isabel's twin? Relief courses through my body. I asked you to stay because I want you. Of course you'll be helpful. You're the cleverest of all of us by far. I'll make sure you have things to do that are not just event planning. She laughs. Thank you. Staring down a battalion of siphons sounds preferable to being dragged along by Isabel as she figures out seating arrangements or whatever. Actually, I say, thinking out loud, you can help me right away. I hold up my wrist and the deadly bracelet glinting on it. I need to figure out how to get this off. There's some sort of magic to it and I can't remove it. Venna nods. I'm on it. Also, I'm happy to spend some time with Selah when she's better. Can I help you keep her busy? Maybe, I don't know, teach her sign language or something? My throat tightens. I don't know how soon I can take her up on that offer. That sounds nice. I'll let you know when she's ready. We hug and say goodnight, and I vow to use this extra time with my friends to get to know them better, now that we're not all facing near certain death daily as we were in the trials. Left with my own thoughts, it's impossible to avoid the heavy weight of grief that crowds back in. My chambers are thick with it, as if I'm breathing it in like air. My mind is with Selah all the way until I'm climbing into bed and beginning to submit to the heavy drag of sleep. Moment I close my eyes, unconsciousness takes me like a rolling blackout. It isn't natural. Ice streaks over my brain. I open my eyes, panic skittering through me. My breath catches as I realize I'm not in the Sovereign Alpha's rooms anymore. I'm in the same shadowy dreamscape that keeps taking me. The world is indistinct but immediate, indefinable but pressing in on me with a grip I recognize. I look around, wary. Any moment, the deep, disembodied voice I've heard before will say something. I'll hear his terrifying voice echo through the dark. But another voice comes in its stead, one all too familiar. Hello, kitten. My blood goes cold. Nausea slinks up my throat. Killian emerges from the shadows, his face as coldly beautiful as ever. His golden hair is pushed back from his face, showing off his high cheekbones and his now unnaturally bright blue eyes, a color they took on when his ancestor, Alistair Brightbane, passed into Killian's body through some siphon body transference magic. His full lips tilt up into a loving smile, revealing the tips of his new fangs. He spreads his arms for an embrace. Once I'd have gone to him, fallen into his arms, begged him to hold me. I've finally learned my fucking lesson. I've missed you, he purrs. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. 6 Meryn is a dream, I whisper to myself, staring in growing horror at this man who betrayed me so thoroughly. Who stole my throne, destroyed my sister. Not to mention everything he did to me. My shoulders start to shake in anger. Just a dream. People wake up from dreams. Killian's lips curve into a dangerously familiar smile, his fangs on display. If this is a dream, why am I having it too? My muscles strain so tightly that my joints hurt. Killian takes a step and disappears into the shadows. He reappears several feet from where he vanished, eyes tracking me as he strides smoothly through the swirling black mist. I suck in a sharp breath, staggering back, disgust flooding my veins. Wake up, I scream the words in my head. If sheer force were enough, I would be free. Killian pauses. Finally his eyes leave me. They dart around the shadow-filled space we inhabit. He cocks his head, going unnaturally still, and then he turns to look at me. We're alone. I don't know what that means. Does he mean the voice I've heard in this place? He's silent now, but Killian sighs in relief, some of the predatory tension leaving his body. Wherever we are, Alistair isn't here. Oh, Killian is alone in his mind. He steps through the shadows and reappears closer to me. His gaze is soft and imploring. He looks so much like the man I thought I knew. The man who would take care of me after my fights, who looked after my mother. The man who won my heart, who kept it and then shattered it beyond repair. I hate him. Rationally, I know that I hate him. But being this close to his intoxicating presence, to his beautiful face, to those lips that have traced every curve of my body, my head is spinning. Hear me out, Mer, please, he begs, reaching a hand toward me. I swat it away. Fuck off, I seethe. I fell for this shit once before. Not again, especially not now. He raises his hands in defeat. I won't touch you. I just need you to know what happened today with the pack communication. That wasn't me. It was Alistair. He's so strong, so powerful in his blood magic, and he has a millennia of knowledge about the Sturmfrost line's powers. He knew your ancestors. His control over your magic is incomprehensible. I raise my wrist, face burning, and shake the engagement bracelet at him. So that's what this is, right? He's taking my powers through it, corrupting the bonded magic. Killian inches closer. Yes, it's not entirely working the way he expected, but still. You will never be able to defeat him. My stomach twists. I might be sick. But now that we're alone, I can tell you that I'm on your side. If only you'd come back to me, give me a chance. It's a fucked up retread of a conversation we've already had. How many times does he expect I'll fall for this? How many times does he believe I'll forgive him? Killian mistakes my disgust for contemplation and edges closer again. I had no choice in this. I was raised for this role. My heart pounds in my ears. I can't forgive him, but this an unwanted role. If he's being earnest, I can sympathize with it. Together we can destroy him, kitten. The nickname snaps me back into myself. No, I have no sympathy. I shove him away from me hard and he stumbles back. Stop calling me that, you vile piece of shit. Killian blinks at me in confusion. The shadows around me begin to writhe, slithering over my legs, my arms. It's just as it was in the arena. The darkness hears the silent screams I normally keep buried deep in my chest, and it draws them out, gives them power. However you brought us to this place, stop, I order. Each syllable sends shadows writhing and lashing, but Killian stands untouched. The corner of his lips lift, and there he is again. The Killian who came to my bed, my fingers tracing his cheekbone, his lips lifting just like that. And I kiss that little tug of amusement. It's carving a hollow space in my chest that I don't think I'll ever fill. Mere days ago, he was my whole world. It hurts, it hurts. I want to slam my hand through his rib cage, pull out his beating heart, and feed it to Anassa. I'm not responsible for this shadow realm, he says eventually. An unintended side effect of your beautiful engagement bracelet, I think. I assumed you were drawing me into this space intentionally. Revulsion raises the hair on my arms. His smile deepens, stretching into something cruel. Perhaps your subconscious is telling you that you miss me too. It's like a freezing hand is stroking up my spine, wrapping around my throat from behind. I open my mouth to scream at him, but I can't. I don't know what words I could use. I can't admit to what's happened. He was my whole future. It all seems so real. I swallowed every lie greedily, desperately. The things he did to me. The things I begged him to do to me. My hands start to shake. It's a warning that I need to stop. I can't let these thoughts free. I can't think about how deep his betrayal really goes, running like channels of rot through my bones. If I let it spread, I might never recover. Stop, I command, and once again the shadows respond. They rise up like a tower of darkness, then lunge furiously for Killian. For a moment I'm triumphant. I didn't want this in the arena, but here, good, fine. A worthy opponent. If I strangle him with shadow, so be it. Then Killian lifts his hand, takes hold of the torrent of darkness, and wrenches it aside. He does it so easily, barely looking at it. His eyes are too busy swallowing me up and drowning me in a sea of cutting blue. Chills race up my spine, it's horrifying. The darkness is my power, my anger incarnate, it seems, and he manipulates it with little effort. He always has manipulated me expertly though, hasn't he? Killian's smirk widens and he steps closer. I understand that you're upset with me right now, Meryn, but it will pass, I'm sure. You'll come back to me. You think you could be a queen without me ruling by your side? You'll never be able to lead a whole country. Killian's arm whips forward terrifyingly fast. He seizes my chin with the same easy ruthlessness he used to grip my magic. I try to wrench away from him and his long fingers tight, squeezing painfully. His face is so close to me now, his lips barely a breath away as he says, "You are mine. I'll fight for us forever, and I will never let you go." Once again I shove him violently away and then I turn, sprinting into the darkness. The shadows coalesce around me, tightening. I'm spinning. My head knocks backward against something violently and I see black. When I open my eyes again, the dream world is gone. I'm back in my room, back in my bed, tangled hopelessly in my sheets. I fight against them, twisting, my heart beating so fast that I can't quite catch my breath. And then I look up and nearly scream. Someone is standing over me, bathed in shadows. "Meryn," Stark says roughly, his expression is tight. Concerned, I think, lips drawn into a thin line, my face is wet and I taste salt. I'm crying. Goddess, why am I always crying these days? As my heart starts to calm, I realize I'm drenched in a cold sweat. "What are you doing here?" I ask, not sure how I should feel. My stomach is a writhing mess from that encounter with Killian, and yet something about Stark's stern presence in my room calms me. Instantly. After everything we've been through together in the past couple of days, my body seems to recognize something my head struggles to understand. Stark makes me feel safe. "Anassa felt fear through your bond, but she couldn't get through to you. She told Kratos," he says stiffly. I wonder if that was all. If maybe my emotions were strong enough to leak through all the way to him too. Swallowing, I glide my hand over my hair. He's breathing hard too, and you came. I eye him and lift a brow. "Running," he shifts his weight to his other side. His hands are in tight fists. "Are you all right?" "It was just a bad dream," I reply instantly, not wanting to talk about it or relive it. All the same, my blood warms. Can he tell I'm lying? Can he sense it through the bond? He's standing so close that his musky amber scent fills my senses, washing the foul sting of Killian's memory out of my mind. I have the strangest urge, perhaps my own, perhaps from our wolves' bond, to lean up toward him, to wrap my arms around him and to accept his strength, his protection. He's here and Killian is not. Stark straightens. His fists don't uncurl though, he clearly doesn't believe me. "I see," he finally says. He looks away, glancing around the darkened bedroom, and I see it through his eyes. This has been my space for all of 12 hours at most, but already the surfaces are covered in discarded clothes, maps, journals. I didn't bring much with me from the Raban quarters, but what I do have appears to have exploded into a mess everywhere. I'll clean it up in the morning, or I won't. Whatever. Stark's nostrils flare in obvious disapproval, and my momentary fondness for him evaporates. He would be a neat freak. He clears his throat and says, "I apologize for disturbing your sleep. You should try to get more rest." I realize suddenly that my arm is warm. There's a sensation of lingering sensitivity. I think Stark touched me to wake me. "Right," I say distractedly. "Well, good night." There's no responding emotion on his face. He just turns on his heel and leaves quickly, like he can't wait to flee my chaotic pit. The room feels bizarrely empty without him in it. After he's gone, I stay there, sitting up in my bed and staring. I stare until my sweat cools and turns sticky. I stare until Stark's presence fades and Killian's returns, creeping closer along the edge of my bed and pooling in the shadows at the corners of my room. I rub my arm and lie back down, but I refuse to let myself fall asleep again. I never want to find myself trapped in that strange space with Killian again, vulnerable to his taunts and unable to escape. Never. The rest of the night passes fitfully. Every time the drowsiness starts to drag me down, I startle myself awake. Eventually, I decide that my bed is problematic, too tempting, and I get out of it entirely. Then I dress myself in my leathers and pace. Sit down at the desk, study some maps. Stare out the window, waiting for the sunrise. I'm still staring out the window when Anassa approaches the large glass doors, so I let her in. I've already filled her in this morning on what happened with Killian, the bizarre dream that was. Now she takes one look at me and butts her nose pointedly into my side. Ouch! I swat her away. "No assaulting me before breakfast. I sense your emotions. Do not let fear subsume your anger. Remember your rage, your desire to destroy him. Complacency is how evil wins." I nod, knowing she's right. Still, the lack of sleep and the lingering vision of Killian have both wormed their way under my skin. He said something that I can't stop thinking about, that I can't be a queen without him and that I'll never be able to lead a country. And logically I know he was trying to make me self-conscious and weak, and that I shouldn't let him get to me. I look up into her golden eyes, the words pouring out of me now. But isn't he right, at least a bit? I haven't trained for this. I don't know how to oversee an entire nation. My only real qualification is that an ancestor of mine from 500 years ago was the queen. I've always resented the upper classes for having everything handed to them by virtue of their bloodline, and here I am, doing the exact same thing. Anasa nuzzles her head closer to me gently this time. I reach out, finding comfort in her fur. Yes, she tells me bluntly. It is hypocritical, I laugh. However, you cannot deny the magic that now thrums through your veins, she continues. Who should lead the country instead? Killian, who is entirely unfit. One of the nobles who have been complicit in the royal family's misdeeds. You can earn your crown by learning how to deserve it. Shut him out and focus on becoming a good leader. Okay, I tell her, I can do that. And can you please not tell Kratos about this? I am not ready for others to know about this mental connection that Killian and I appear to have. It's too fresh. Fine, Anasa says. I will not share this information for now. But she cuts herself off and perks up, ears turning as if she can hear something that I cannot. What is it? Sayla is awake. 7 Meryn will Sayla be now? The feral creature that ripped out Helene's throat, or the girl I know? The girl I've always known. When I arrive at the dungeons, Leader Aldrich is already waiting. His wolf Daphne was the one who alerted Anasa. After the scene in the arena yesterday, Aldrich grabbed some of the historical texts he had about siphons and came back down to the dungeons to observe Sayla. It seems he never left. She's awake, I say when I reach him. He knows it isn't a question and doesn't respond. I approach her cell carefully. I'm not afraid she'll hurt me, though maybe I should be. Certainly the sight of her, inhuman and strange, will. Sayla's curled up on the small cot inside, her knees pulled tight to her chest, arms wrapped around them like she's trying to make herself small enough to disappear. My breath catches tightly in my throat. She won't be comforted if I gasp at her appearance. But she looks so tiny and frail, but there's still blood and gore staining her clothes and skin, matted in her dark hair. And her eyes are big and filled with tears, but the points of her fangs peek out and hide again when she sees me. She's sweet and she's sharp. My world tilts a bit and I fight to stay standing on both feet. The future I imagined that I fought so hard for, it's gone. Snatched away from us, returned warped and distorted. Like ink that had water dropped onto it, spreading out in a way until it's nearly unrecognizable. But her sobs sound the exact same, and that snaps me out of my stupor. Right now, that's all that matters to me. She's different, but it's still my sister in that cell. Meryn, she cries, her voice splintering. Let me in, I say in a rush, pressing my body to the bars. When I look at Aldrich, who has the keys, his jaw is set. I don't know that it's a good idea to. Let me in now, I snap. His lips press into a thin line beneath his beard and he shakes his head. Still, he slides the key into the lock. Sae, I choke out. I'm sorry, I wanted to come sooner, but my sister throws up her bloody hands before I can reach her. Stop, stop. She's begging through her tears. He's right, you shouldn't be near me, I'm evil. She's trembling violently. Her fangs disappear. I shake my head and try to go to her, but she falls backward and scrambles to the back of the cot. You need to kill me, Meryn, she says, and tears spring to my eyes. Please. She's serious, and her words dig deeper into my gut than I ever thought possible, breaking some hidden piece of me that was somehow still whole. I'm dangerous. I bit that woman. She's breathing all wrong. She's pale and twitching so hard that her skull smacks the stone wall. Did I kill her? Did I kill her? I move more slowly toward her now, so afraid of startling her or making her worse. Something unfamiliar and painful courses through me, as if invisible hands are slowly pulling me apart in 1,000 directions and I can't do anything to stop them. It's fear, I realize, true fear, the likes of which I've never felt until this moment, with my sister dangling on the edge. A threat to her from the outside? Fine, I will figure it out. But this, she's so fragile and she's serious. She wants to die, I can see it in the tilt of her mouth. More than that, she expects me to help her. It's a fight to keep breathing, but I can't let her see that. And if I make one wrong move, those invisible hands will rip us both to shreds. Helene is fine, Sayla. My words are urgent but gentle. Maybe if I speak carefully to her, I can coax her into some calm, walk us both away from this treacherous breaking point. She was healed by her wolf, no one is hurt. Sayla doesn't seem to hear me when I tell her she hasn't harmed anyone. Perhaps the guilt is too powerful. I sit down slowly next to her and she doesn't dart away. Kill me, she's pleading with her eyes, and my heart shatters again at the words. I need to go, I shouldn't be. Please, I whisper, my voice is lost beneath her wails. I would rather die than be this, Sayla sobs, our enemy, your enemy. And the horrible thing is, I understand it. It's all we know, that the siphons are evil. They killed our father. But if Killian and Cyril and all the kings before them could live undetected as siphons for centuries, there must be a way for her to live safely among us. I won't let death come for her. We will find a way to reverse this, and until then I'll do what I've always done, protect her. I seize her thin arm, her eyes widen. Absolutely not, Sayla, I scold, my voice hard and stern. She needs to know with full confidence that I'm not going to let anything happen to her. For the first time, she quiets as we fall back into our roles. Me, the older sister who takes care of her. Sayla, the younger child who knows me as her only trustworthy authority figure. We will find a way to fix this. Together, I tell her, I gesture back to Aldrich. This is Leader Aldrich. He's the smartest person in the castle and he's helping me find out everything there is to know about siphons. You can trust him too. Selah glances over my shoulder at him and then ducks her head, nodding shyly. Then she huffs a weak breath, another tear streaks through the blood on her cheek, and she crumbles. Selah falls into my arms. Relief floods me. I pull her close and wrap her up. I tug her halfway into my lap, rocking, kissing her hair. She cries in my arms. This time it isn't manic and terrified, it's softer. It's the sound of a girl asking for comfort. I give it to her, stroking her hair, whispering to her that I love her. I'd love her no matter what. My pocket is heavy and I remember our mother's opal necklace. It caught my eye on my way out of my chambers and it felt right to bring it down here. Fishing it out, I unhook the necklace and clasp it around Selah's small neck. My weariness seems to press in on me a little more once I give the necklace over. Interesting, perhaps it was surging my power as the crown does. The opals look so similar. I file that away for thought. The jewel glints against Selah's chest, its rainbow colors dimmed in the darkness of the dungeons. Still, it's warm against my hand as I press my palm against it. This was Mother S, I tell her quietly. It was passed down through the women in our family all the way from Queen Chiara. She said it was for protection. She'd be happy to know that it was protecting you now. Selah nods, her fingers going to the jewel. Thank you, it's like keeping a part of her with me. I grab her other hand. Sae, how did this happen? I don't remember. She sniffs and clutches me tightly. I was in the dungeons and then Stark and Venna rescued me. Something must have happened, but she shakes her head. When I try to think about it, it's just blackness. I look back to Aldrich. I've heard of some level of mental manipulation, but can siphons erase memories? Aldrich strokes his beard, looking thoughtful. The older they are, the more powerful they become. We don't know what the oldest siphons are capable of because we rarely encounter them. So yes, it's possible. Anything is. Well, that's comforting. I try very hard not to grimace so Selah won't see how worried his words make me. Quietly I ask, is she going to be able to live on animal blood? Yes, theoretically. Aldrich turns around and grabs one of his dusty books off the floor. I found a record here of a siphon prisoner that our forces kept under observation several hundred years ago. They fed him exclusively animal blood, and he stayed alive for years, although he never quite recovered his siphon strength and he appeared to age unlike most siphons. Interesting. But a weaker, aging version of Selah is fine as long as she's alive. I take a deep breath that smells like blood and damp stone. I'd like to move her out of the cells. She shouldn't be here after months of imprisonment. Aldrich tenses. I would advise caution. We should not risk proximity with other humans. I hear the unspoken words in case she loses control. And there's something else you should know. I raise an eyebrow at him. Aldrich looks uncomfortable. I have read there's something called a sire bond, he says, wincing. We don't teach about it because it doesn't affect how we battle them. New siphons have a bond with the one who turned them. A short, affronted gasp escapes me. Like a bond, similar to our bonds with our wolves or with one another? Aldrich's wince deepens the lines on his face. Yes, it sounds similar. There is a level of mental connection that allows the two bonded siphons to communicate. It seems there may be some compulsion ability present as well. Like how a bonded foot soldier cannot disobey their alpha, a siphon must follow the orders of its sire when compelled. I want to weep, but I hold it together. It wasn't enough that Killian could get into my head, he has to be in hers too. We don't know for sure that he turned her, but it seems likely. Turning to Selah, I ask, do you sense him, Killian, or anyone else? Do you feel a connection to someone? She squints her eyes as if seeking something out. No, nothing. My fingers lace with hers again. Are you sure this is really important, Sae? Selah's fingers tremble against mine. I swear, Meryn, I don't feel anything. Would she know what to even look for? Is she being compelled right now and forced to lie about it? For my own sanity, I need to believe that no, he has no control over her. He can't reach her and never will. You see, Aldrich interjects. It's not just other humans at risk in the presence of a siphon. The way he's speaking about her is so clinical that I'm starting to see red. The shadows in the dungeons begin to stir. You are at a unique risk, Your Highness. If he's able to get into her mind to compel her while she's in your presence. Enough, I snap, shadows whipping themselves against the floor at the tone in my voice. Even now, without my crown on, they're responding to me, but in a way totally out of my control. Aldrich startles at the display and guilt twists. I understand why he's saying all this, of course, but it's so much more personal than he seems to understand. It's Selah we're talking about, not some siphon experiment. Selah whom I need to protect. Selah whom I need to heal. It's my fault she's like this in the first place. Softening my tone and quelling the shadows, I continue. Thank you for your counsel, Leader Aldrich, and for finding out all this information. Contrary to your belief, I think it would be best if Selah stays as close to me as possible, where she can be under constant supervision and where we can be alerted immediately if it feels like Killian is planning something. Aldrich nods tightly, then bows. I understand, Your Highness. If that's the case, then she needs to be somewhere that will limit her interactions with others and where we can keep an eye on her. Anassa speaks into my mind. Bring Selah to our chambers. There is an additional bedroom attached and I will watch over her. You can hold back Helene and Grigor from the front as they know about her condition and reassign them as watch. Kratos will speak to Stark about it. With this plan, Anassa can alert me right away if Sayla's control slips again. And beyond that, she can keep her fed when her hunger returns. There's something else there too, something warm and gentle. Anassa wants to watch over Sayla. We are family, the three of us. I tell Leader Aldrich the plan and then say, please keep researching. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for us so far. I need a cure. We need to find it. He flashes me a sad smile and then bows, departing the dungeons. Sayla, I say softly. She doesn't look up at me. Would you want to stay in my chambers? Sayla's gaze is vacant, empty. The circles under her eyes darken when she weakly lifts her shoulders in a shrug. She's tearing my heart out, but I don't let it show. I don't want Sayla to know how afraid I am. I'll be strong for both of us. I always have been. My mind returns to Sayla over and over again throughout the course of the day. She's with me through every task and incessant hum. Venna takes me to see the palace blacksmith while Sayla settles into my quarters. He looks at my engagement bracelet and tries to get it off, but it once again tightens painfully on my wrist, cutting off my circulation. The blacksmith shakes his head, telling us he knows no magic like it. And the dire blade? This is no human-forged metal I've ever seen. Ominous and totally fucking unhelpful. At least the blacksmith provides me with a new sword to use in its place. Nothing as flashy as the dire blade, of course, or as laden with meaning, but it's the perfect size for my frame and has better balance than my practice sword from the trials. Venna promises to dig into some crypto's connections and keep looking for answers. And I think research, Sayla would love that. But of course my sister can't help. After Stark marches me out to the courtyard to say goodbye to the newly bonded forces deploying to the war front, I give them some completely milquetoast, barely rousing speech about bravery and war and duty. And I think Sayla could have helped me figure out what to say. She was always better with words than me. Will she ever use those skills again? Will she get to finish the education she so deserves? Eventually, I end up back at my new chambers. Grigor and his large black direwolf are stationed outside the rooms, a minor comfort. He and Helene will split the days, with Anassa, Kratos, and Stark filling in when they can. The attendants in my chambers will be instructed to keep away from her door. The official excuse is that Sayla is ill from her months in captivity. I murmur a greeting to Grigor and then head through my living area and into Sayla's room. It's been stocked with books already. Did Stark do that? The hearth is blazing, and she's wrapped up in blankets on her bed, her back to the door. She doesn't stir when I sit down on the bed. Either she's asleep or just pretending to be. My heart tears at the thought. I reach out a tentative hand and stroke her long brown hair, so similar to how mine used to look. Everything has changed since my hair looked that way. And still, this is what matters the most. I'm going to fix you, SAE, I whisper. Which one of us am I trying to convince? 8 Stark. Someone told me I'd one day lose sleep to keep a siphon safe from if harm. I'd have laughed in their face. And then probably snapped their neck for good measure because they were too stupid to live. Yet here I am, seated on the uncomfortable stone tile of the hallway, doing exactly that. It's only been a quarter of an hour or so since I relieved Grigor of his guard duty, taking his place outside Meryn's chambers to ensure that nobody unwelcome goes in, and that Sayla doesn't come out for a midnight snack. Kratos is curled up next to me, his pose lazy but his green eyes sharp and ready for action. He and I have been mentally reviewing the day's events, talking through what must be done in the morning, specifically, the things we'll be expected to help out with before the coronation. With the newly bonded finally departed for the front, it will be quiet around here tomorrow. It was strange, watching them leave and not going with them. I've been away from the front and from the rest of the Demos pack for far too long. Thankfully my beta is seasoned and stays in constant communication. But somehow, even though I spent the past 4 months waiting impatiently for Meryn to get it the fuck together and reclaim her crown, I always assumed I'd head back to active duty. Hanging my head, I take a deep breath and crack my neck. An itchiness builds inside me. I don't do well with sitting around or with feeling like I'm not in charge, and the past few months have been too much of both. It's enough to make a man lose control. A soft, feminine cough comes from somewhere inside the room behind me, and I clench my jaw. If she's not careful, I just might lose control on her. Last night when she had that dream, Kratos opened himself back up to me, that asshole. I felt her agony as if it were happening to me too, and I've never moved through the halls so fast, desperate to just make it end. And then there she was, in a fucking silk nightgown hitched up to her hips, her nipples hard through the thin fabric, and that horrible mate bond on full blast. I slid a hand down her arm to wake her up and so nearly lost it, marveling in the sensation of her soft skin. She let out a mewling moan at my touch, and it took every inch of my control to not keep going, to see what other sounds I could strum out of her with my hands. Thankfully, she opened her eyes and lied to my face. Whatever was happening, it was far more than some bad dream, and I could tell. The lie was a splash of ice water on a freezing day. By the time Kratos brought the shield back down, I got a good hard look at the utter pigpen she created out of her room in a matter of hours. Who lives like that? My disgust shook me out of any last lingering insensible attraction. I don't know what I'm going to do about Meryn Sturmfrost, but since ripping her clothes off and bending her over the breakfast table isn't a viable option, I might throw her irritating ass out a window the next time she tries my patience. My head snaps up at the click of boots approaching from down the hall. The hour is late enough that anyone not on duty should be in bed. Kratos jumps to his paws, ready for anything. Then the person turns the corner and comes into view. I groan internally as her face comes into focus. The Sovereign Alpha. Sigrid, my mother. Their traveling party must have just arrived. She's as immaculately turned out as always, her graying brown hair pulled back tightly into a knot at the top of her neck that's both elegant and practical. She wears her formal uniform, and her ornate leathers are polished and gleaming from the pads at her shoulders down to the tips of her boots. Sigrid's skin is nearly the same shade of brown as mine, a light chestnut color, and only the slightest touch of worry lines creases her forehead despite her many years in command, as if she can order even her own skin to stay in fine form. Her eyes light in recognition as she approaches. Alpha, she says coolly, setting her bags down in the hall. Her towering, sleek black direwolf Genikos approaches Kratos and the two of them sniff each other in greeting. I nod back. Sovereign Alpha. Careful now, all this tenderness is going to make you soft, quips Kratos, and I try not to scowl. Get out of my head and shut the fuck up, I retort irritably, and I hear the wolf version of a snickering laugh. Sigrid lifts a hand to gesture at the door behind me. Is there a reason you're camped out in front of my rooms at this hour? Something you needed to tell me in person? Of course, she's only just arrived and doesn't know about the change in sleeping arrangements. Queen Meryn sleeps in this suite now, I say shortly, then grudgingly add some explanation. She was uncomfortable taking over King Cyril's quarters given all that passed between her and his family. I'm sure you understand. Sigrid replies, her neutral tone as good as a loud condemnation. The queen should be in chambers fit for a queen. It sends a message for her to assume her rightful place. But no matter, if Meryn doesn't want those rooms, I'll take them. Sigrid grabs her bags and spins on her heel, heading toward the king's old suite with Genikos at her heel before I have a chance to reply. Watching her walk away, there's a tightness in my chest. She might be right. It may have been a better move for Meryn to take over the king's rooms, comfort or no. Either way, I immediately wish we'd thought of another place for Sigrid to go, rather than installing the Sovereign Alpha in such a powerful position. She's powerful enough as it is. Before she rounds the corner, Sigrid turns back and looks at me expectantly. Alpha, you may as well come along. I'll hear your report on the events of the past week, since you're here anyway. She's higher ranked than I am. She's always been higher ranked than I am. It still sets my teeth on edge the way she expects immediate obedience from everyone around her, but especially from me. Is there anything more heartwarming than a mother's love? Kratos' amusement tips my annoyance over into resigned acceptance. He settles back down in front of the door. No, I should stay on guard with you here. I think I can handle a rogue baby bloodsucker on my own. Go. Sighing, I stand and take off down the hall after Sigrid. Thanks for the backup, Kratos. Sigrid paces around the king's lush chambers as I give her the rundown on events since Cyril's death. She's pulling portraits off the walls and piling them in a heap on the floor, rearranging the furniture to her liking. It's typical Sigrid acting like she owns the place, and a familiar old resentment toward her starts to build in my chest. The world is not hers to control. Servants can deal with that in the morning, she notes about the pile of dead king paintings as I wrap up my report. She's clearly assuming I'll make the necessary arrangements. My teeth start to grind. What is your personal perspective on our new queen since you've spent time training her? Sigrid settles into a deep red armchair by the fireplace, finally coming to rest. She set one of her traveling bags on the chair directly across from her and makes no motion to move it so I can sit down too. Somehow I manage not to growl in frustration. Classic Sigrid move, making me hunt for a way to put us on the same footing. I drag one of the spindly wooden chairs from the dining area over to sit across from her. She's tactical at all times. Often I get the sense that she sees other people, me especially, as nothing more than pieces to move around a strategy board. She would have made an excellent strategos if her astounding ruthlessness didn't so clearly mark her as demos. Queen Meryn, I consider what to share. I need to be honest, but I don't want to give her too much either. Sigrid is hard to trust. She's rough vicious, she has a sharp tongue and only a bare minimum of self-control. And despite that, she has the potential to be a just and fair ruler if I can keep her away from you. Sigrid narrows her eyes, tipping her head back. I know the type. If I'm vicious and rough, it's only because that's what she made me, but I ignore the cheap jab. She reaches her arms above her head, knuckles cracking as she leans into the stretch. I suppose she's young. Still, she pauses, thinking through something. It looks like she's communicating with Genikos, although he's seated in front of the fire, his eyes closed. Perhaps it'd be better to dispose of her and train the younger sister instead? We could do that if we wanted. The younger they are, the more you can mold them. Plus, the younger one's been less in the public eye. We'd be more likely to create a persona from scratch, something that would go over well with the populace. Dispose of her. Violence tears through me at the suggestion, and I stand so quickly that my chair clatters to the floor. Before I can take so much as a step in her direction, though, the door to her chambers bursts open, wood splintering across the floor. Kratos is crouched in an attack position, his fangs bared and dripping saliva. He lets out a fierce growling bark at Sigrid, who steps back, startled. I don't think I've ever seen her this surprised before. Good. Genikos leaps to his paws, growls back, and lunges toward Kratos. The two start to wrestle, black fur flying as they nip at each other. They knock into a tea table, snapping it into pieces. Genikos is taller than Kratos, but my direwolf is thicker, more muscular. Kratos pins Genikos, eyes wild, and clamps his jaw around the other wolf's neck. Then he looks to Sigrid and lets out another low warning growl. What is the meaning of this? Sigrid shouts shrilly. Kratos, what are you doing? Her disheveled, shocked appearance is delightful. You casually suggested killing his mate's rider. He does not approve. If possible, her brows shoot even higher and her jaw drops open just for a moment. Then she shuts her mouth, shakes her shoulders, and stands up straight again. My apologies, Kratos, she says directly to my wolf. I wasn't aware, and I will change strategies. Your mate will not be harmed. Kratos gently gets off Genikos, who quickly butts him in the head and snarls, then retreats to the far side of the room. Still I scoff, change strategies. Because that's all she sees Meryn as, a strategy. Heat creeps up my neck. I know only too well what happens to those Sigrid sees as a tool instead of as a person. After all, I'm her most carefully crafty instrument. I might be worried about my own influence on Meryn, but the Sovereign Alpha would be so much worse. Sigrid slides smoothly back down into her chair, and I right mine, sitting as well. So Kratos is mated to Meryn's direwolf. How interesting that you've neglected to tell me that piece of information. Kratos lies down at my side, his eyes still fixed on Sigrid as if waiting for another threat. Clearly this is more important to him right now than guarding Sayla, and I don't blame him. Grigor, I think, reaching out to my packmate. Kratos had to leave his post. Please get back on guard in front of the Queen's chambers immediately. Then I run a hand down Kratos' back, trying to calm him. Forgive me for thinking that the woman bonded to Kratos' mate deserved to learn of it before anyone else. Since when have you taken an interest in my life anyway? Sigrid's face twists in a scowl, and for a second it's like looking in a mirror, which just makes me more on edge. You know this is bigger than just you, she snipes. He's the Queen, Stark. Were you aware that historically the wolves of Sturmfrost queens have always had mates, and that the riders are typically involved with each other? A chill runs through me. No, I was not aware of that, since you keep so much information to yourself, Sovereign Alpha. She doesn't blink at my harsh tone. This is an excellent development. You should woo her. I agree, Kratos says. My stomach bottoms out. The last thing I need is to spend more time in close proximity with Meryn. Like fuck I will, I growl. Are you out of your mind? Sigrid lifts a shoulder casually, as if making a suggestion for a paint color and not a romantic partner. Why not? Your wolves are mated. You have an infamous reputation for your escapades at the front, so I'm well aware that you are not otherwise engaged. She's powerful and relatively attractive. You could do worse. Meryn's long, toned legs exposed to me in the moonlight. The full shape of her breasts under that nightgown. Her pert mouth that spews tart words but looks like it would taste so sweet. Unfortunately, there's nothing fucking relative about Meryn's looks. You know, you would probably get to see her naked, Kratos helpfully chimes in. One more word out of you and I'll have you kennelled, I toss back. As attractive as the Queen is, it's a line I'm never going to cross. What happened in the arena with her killing those bonded, I caused that. I saw the moment she debated whether to use her powers, and the chaos inside me spoke up, egging her on, encouraging her. When she took those lives, a dark thrill lit my veins, so much raw, unvarnished power. She should have every man groveling at her feet. Our country needs her to be a steady leader, and I'd only corrupt her. The depraved parts of me long for it. Sigrid just folds her hands onto her lap and frowns at me like I'm being the unreasonable one. It makes good sense, and it would bring our family that much closer to control. And there's that reminder again, everything is about control with Sigrid. I might be a bad influence on Meryn, but I need to keep Sigrid away from her at all costs. I'm a living record of the damage the Sovereign Alpha can wreak on a person in the name of seeking and retaining power. If she lays so much as a finger on the Queen, I stand abruptly and walk away, pacing throughout the room. If my body stops moving for even one moment, I'm going to punch the self-satisfied look off this woman's face, and I really don't think I should hit the person who birthed me. First of all, I grit out as I pace, I am not interested in wooing her. She's made it very clear that she dislikes me, and I can assure you it's mutual. She drives me mad, and spending more time than strictly necessary in her presence sounds like torture. You don't have to like someone to be with them, Sigrid retorts, unbelievable. Second, I continue loudly, even if I was interested, you are talking about a woman who had her heart savagely torn out mere days ago. She's an absolute wreck. Sigrid sniffs. Hearts heal. She will eventually have to marry. Do you want to suffer through your wolves' mate bond while she marries someone else? The queen's future marriage is a state matter. Whether or not you're interested, our family will help her make those decisions. I say nothing, too livid to speak. Just continue to think about it, that's all I ask, Alpha Stark. She manages to make the title sound like an insult. Her voice is sharp as a knife, but she can't quite pierce me, not after all these years of building up my armor. I can't do this fucking dance with her anymore tonight. Looking at Kratos, I say, time for us to get back on guard duty. He stands, baring his teeth once more at Sigrid in a snarl. Then he whips his tail at her as he turns, slapping her in the leg, and saunters out the half-splintered door. By the way, I say, pausing in the doorframe and looking casually over my shoulder at the Sovereign Alpha. Meryn's sister has been turned into a siphon. The queen is keeping Selah in her chambers, and if you so much as cast either of them an untoward look, I'll remove those scheming eyes from your head. I slam what remains of her door behind me as I leave. 9 Meryn on edge. The Sovereign Alpha arrived last night with her traveling on party, and I'm due to welcome them to the castle with a dinner this evening. Which means I've spent the last hour getting ready with my new primary attendant, Brianna, who can barely look me in the eyes. Apparently, the castle matron and I have differing opinions on what a willing servant looks like. Maybe she can't recognize true consent after so many years servicing the Vaultiers. After Brianna nearly drops the gilded brush for the 4th time, I turn to face her directly and she jumps. You and the other castle staff have nothing to be afraid of, whatever you might have heard, I tell her. Until the past few months, I spent my entire life in the Eastern Quarter. My goal is to make life better for the common people. Brianna dips her head. I'd heard that, Your Highness. Grimacing, I say, Highness, I'm not a highness, please just call me Meryn. Her shoulders loosen, she blinks, easing up a little. Okay, Meryn, I smile in relief. That's less awkward, isn't it? Brianna nods and blushes a bit. Finally, she's loosening up. We chat while she works on my hair. She tells me she's from the Central Quarter. We discover that Brianna went to the same school as Selah about a decade earlier, which makes me happy and also leaves me with a sharp sting of grief. Selah will never return to that school and very likely not to any other. The crushing weight hits me again, the life I'd imagined for us both disappearing into thin air. Nothing but daydreams in the end. Selah's not even talking to me. It's been only a day locked in that room, not a dungeon cell but a prison all the same. Still, the ache of it is everywhere. And I hate that I look at her and wonder if Killian is in her head too. Aldrich and I spent all morning researching siphon reversals and found nothing to show for it. Still, I can't give up hope. By the time my hair is done, 2 elegant braids wrapping together around the base of my skull, as close as we can get to an updo with my length, Brianna has relaxed. She doesn't flinch any longer, and she places the crown of wolves on my head with something approaching reverence. Power floods my veins, and I try not to flinch at the unfamiliar surge. I'll get used to it soon, I tell myself. To all of it, the magic and everything else. A knock at the door alerts us that my friends have arrived. I told them they had to attend the dinner too as interim members of my council palace. Their first responsibility, shielding me from whatever weird power battle I'm about to engage in with the Sovereign Alpha. Isabel's eyes light up at the silver blue tunic and dark suede trousers I'm wearing, an outfit Brianna picked out for me. Ooh, pretty. Elegant but not soft, a perfect choice. Thomason grins toward Brianna, exposing his line of perfectly straight teeth. Great job, new girl. Her entire face turns red. I try to imagine Thomason through her perspective, the rich auburn hair, the tall and toned stature, the confident look in his eye. He seduces people without even trying. Isabel scoffs a little too hard. Must you flirt with every woman you see? Rude, Thomason retorts immediately. I'm not allowed to pay people compliments. Isabel crosses her arms over her chest and levels him with a snippy gaze. If only I believed your intentions were so pure. Neva groans, sidling over to me. She's in a vivid yellow satin dress. Can these two just fuck already? The bickering is getting tiresome. Isabel loves lengthy, angry foreplay, Venna jokes. Her twin turns toward her, sputtering in outrage, but Venna continues. It's time to go or we'll be late. Fine, Isabel says tersely, sweeping past Venna and linking her arm with mine. She tugs me out the door and I wave goodbye to Brianna. What should we expect from this highly important royal gathering anyway? We move down the equi halls of the castle and I wonder that myself. The first time I met Sigrid Therion, the day she told me I was chosen as Strategos Alpha, I was a sweaty, nervous mess. She made me feel so small. Like I was a clumsy child who stumbled into something I didn't understand. It was true, sort of, but still she knew. Even before I did, she knew who I really was and it seemed like she found me lacking. I pull my shoulders back, channeling the energy I would bring to my pit fights. Our roles have changed. I will not let her see me as weak or uncertain. I'm not sure, I answer honestly. Matron Alienor said this was just a welcome meal for the Sovereign Alpha and her party. But you know I didn't exactly grow up attending fancy dinners. If I'm breaking some sort of bonded or court protocol at any point, could you let me know? Venna pats me on the back as we walk. We're on it. When my friends and I enter the formal dining room, 5 people are already seated. Everyone stands in deference when they see me. There are only riders in here tonight, and Asa has taken the wolves of the traveling party out for a welcoming hunt. Nothing says glad to see you like violently tearing apart prey together. The Sovereign Alpha is the last to stand, of course, and she does so with a loud scrape of her chair that echoes through the room. She wears a perfectly tailored deep green formal jacket with matching trousers. Her graying brown hair with its blood-red streak is pulled into a tight bun, and her expression is stern, although it probably always is. Like mother, like son. Her appearance declares to everyone, I'm powerful and in command here. With a start, I realize that Sovereign Alpha Sigrid has seated herself at the head of the table. Maybe we riders are in for some violence tonight as well. I swallow my immediate spark of resentment and say, welcome everyone. Sigrid's eyes dart to the crown I wear. At the sight of it so long hidden, her nostrils flare and her eyes go slightly glassy. I have the sense this is a remarkable show of emotion from her. Then Sigrid purses her lips and inclines her head. Queen Sturmfrost, she says. We came as soon as possible. She turns, holding her palm toward those accompanying her. Your Cryptos Alpha Hannelore Woodward. On Sigrid's left side is a flinty-eyed older woman with a blue streak in her hair. She's shorter than Sigrid but matches her in severity. Your Phylax Alpha Tormund Belrose. He stands to Hannelore's other side, a hulking man with round features, prominent eyebrows, and a tawny streak. And of course you know Edgeth. My Strategos Beta Edgeth is to Sigrid's right. She has deep brown skin and closely shorn dark hair with a hint of a silver streak. Warmth fills me at the sight of the woman. Edgeth was tough on me as my instructor, but never unreasonably so. In fact, given how resistant I was to becoming bonded and accepting Anasa, she had remarkable patience. Our pack Gammas are in charge at the front while Edgeth is here, but we'll both stay in contact with them. I'm really glad you could come, I tell her. She nods, her dark eyes glinting with amusement. Of course, I had to witness the incredible transformation of my misfit commoner Robond into our long-lost queen. Standing next to Edgeth is a woman I don't recognize, and her presence briefly paralyses me. She's probably the most stunningly beautiful person I've ever seen. The woman has porcelain skin and curly, thick, vibrantly red hair. It's a color I've never seen in nature, and it seems to almost shimmer in the candlelight of the room. Her nose is pert, framed by glittering emerald green eyes, and her lips are full. Even though she looks like she might be shorter than me, her proportions are wild. Everything about her is long, her legs, her lashes, her slender neck. I've never seen the word elegant embodied so wholly in a person before. My eyes catch on the tawny streak in her hair. Phylax then, I wonder why she's here. Is she a beta? Whoever she is, she's mesmerizing. As if reading my thoughts, Sigrid continues, this is Nomi, the daughter of Lord Eisenfall. Oh, you're a noble. My brow furrows in confusion. I didn't realize nobles let their children become bonded. Half noble, Nomi corrects with a polite smile. My mother was bonded. That explains the height then, she's not as tall as the average bonded woman. Nomi will act as your diplomatic envoy, Sigrid continues, and will make contact with the fiefdoms to encourage the nobles to attend. The threat in her voice is obvious. Nomi won't be visiting to deliver polite invitations. Her encouragement won't leave room for refusal. I gesture to my friends. Edgeth is familiar with these 4, but I've retained Isabel and Venna Brooks, Thomason Thorne and Neva Rivenson. They will serve as interim members of my council palast until I have fully settled into my role here and we've selected suitable permanent members. Sigrid makes a hemming noise that's hard to parse. Disapproval, I'd guess. And I've heard your other interim council member is a commoner. Is that going to be a problem? Yes, Igor, he was my neighbor in the Eastern Quarter and is like family. I trust him more than anyone else I know. Sigrid stares at me for a long beat, and I know she's heard the undertones to that statement. I trust him more than you, so don't fucking question his appointment. Understood, Your Highness. It's good to have a council whose advice you'll follow. It's said in a pleasant tone, but there's a dig there too. Because we all know you're bad at following advice. The 5 of us move to empty chairs and I take the seat of power directly across from Sigrid. As all sit down, the door to the dining room slams open. I startle and raise my gaze. Stark enters, his familiar, powerful stride wrapped up in formal clothing, and all the air in the room seems to evaporate. He's in a dark jacket because of course he is. The soft fabric makes his dark eyes look harder, sharper. The long column of his golden brown neck is uncovered, exposing his many kill marks. And 2 thoughts instantly pop into my head, dangerous, delicious. My breath hitches, audibly. In a room full of important people. What the fuck is wrong with me? I stifle my reaction, covering it up, focusing intently on my facial muscles so they won't betray whatever is happening in my out-of-control brain to the rest of the room. Nomi has no such constraints. She turns, sees him, gasps, and leaps to her feet. Val Stark, she shouts. She throws herself at him into his arms and I instinctively recoil. Who is she? A friend? A paramour? The thought makes me weirdly uncomfortable. Sudden flashes of memory hit me, Stark's tongue on my neck, his teeth on my arm, the heat of his body next to me in the bed in Lynn's fall. Unfortunately, it's entirely too easy to imagine him in the position of someone's lover, and Goddess knows the bonded are casual about sex. I swallow, trying not to blush. Stark's arms come up and close around Nomi and it looks almost protective. Then his eyes meet mine over her shoulder. I lean an elbow on the table and mouth Val Stark. He scowls at me in response, pulling away from her gently. He tucks one of those long, gorgeous, shimmering locks of hair behind her ear. It's intimate enough that I look away, feeling like an intruder. Yeah, they're probably lovers, people this beautiful belong together. I can control my facial muscles, but I've failed at controlling my blood. My cheeks are hot. Hi Mimi, Stark tells her, his voice a low and rasping rumble. There's genuine affection there, the sort I think I've only ever sensed from him when he's with Kratos. I've missed you. So, that's quaint. They have pet names for each other. I really don't understand why this is bothering me so much. It's Stark. We're nothing to each other beyond protector and queen. Does it have something to do with the mate bond? Perhaps Anassa and Kratos' connection will always mean it's uncomfortable to see Stark with another woman, to think of him as intimate with someone. Anassa must have heard me think her name because her presence lights up in my mind. No, she says with amusement. I told you I am fully shielding you from my love toward Kratos. This petty jealousy is all of your own making. It's hard not to scowl. Who is she? And Anassa the bitch just replies, someone important to him. Choke on an elk bone. Stark folds his huge body. I swear the jacket seems almost burst when he pulls his seat out into the chair beside Nomi's. Immediately, Nomi leans closer to him, her graceful arms draped over the armrest. He leans in, too. The servants bring out the first course. Their heads remain bent together in quiet conversation I can't quite hear. I ignore the strange lump in my throat and focus on chatting with Neva and Isabel instead. Jealousy, Anassa said. As irrational as it is, I think she might be right. But it's so stupid. I only just escaped a disastrous relationship. I don't have room to think of other men. The last damn thing I need is to develop something for a person whose wolf just happens to be mated to mine. Someone who I don't even like. Besides, I don't think I'd ever trust that my feelings were truly my own and not just my mind accommodating the entanglement of our wolves. Bonds getting knotted up and manipulating me the same way, just not again. I've almost tricked myself into believing this, and then Nomi touches Stark's arm. She says something quietly and he smiles. Oh fuck, he smiles. It's a real smile. A face-splitting, sun coming out, unreserved smile that makes him look younger. I've never seen him smile like that. I didn't know he could smile like that. Sigrid clears her throat pointedly and the smile slips from Stark's face as he looks toward his mother. We have much to discuss, so forgive me for jumping directly to serious matters, Sigrid says. I have been discussing the Killian Vaultier situation with my alphas. I bristle. I am one of the alphas, and I'm the queen. So why was I not involved in the conversation? Does she not trust my judgment when it comes to him? Sigrid continues, it has been decided that Phylax Alpha Tormund will be tasked with leading a specialized hunting party to track down the former prince and eradicate him. They will head out as soon as possible. I have so many questions. We've already received intelligence suggesting that Killian is establishing a base in a western fiefdom. We have yet to, if you're going after him, I'm coming with, I interject, the words coming out of my mouth before I can think too hard about them. He's mine. Mine to hunt, mine to kill, I won't let anyone take that from me. Sigrid takes a casual sip of her Imberwine. Absolutely not. With all due respect, I say, Killian is unlike any threat you've faced before. He has access to my magic. You've experienced for yourself that he can access our pact communications. Alistair Brightbane, an ancient and unknowably powerful siphon, is inhabiting his body. And as you know, this is personal for me. I need to do this myself. Moreover, you need me. I'm the only one whose powers might match his own. With all due respect, Sigrid throws back at me, Your Highness, we are dealing with a single siphon, not an army. I have been fighting siphons since before you were born, and you have been a queen for less than a week. You have not even been bonded for half a year. You are underestimating him, and it's a mistake, I shoot back. You are wrong, as you know very little about war, she seethes. And at this moment in time, you have one job and one job alone, attending your own coronation and officially being named Queen of Nocturna. If you fail at something as simple as that, you do not deserve the title. Her words hit me like a slap and leave me stinging. The entire table is silent as we glare at each other. Your Highness, Alpha Tormund says with significantly less condescension, finally breaking the standstill. I'll get the job done. His smile is warm as he lifts his massive, tattooed arms and flexes above the table. I've killed more siphons than nearly any bonded warrior in history. Stark lets out a small scoff, and I get the sense this is an accolade he and Tormund argue over. Tormund seems kind, but he's backing Sigrid. Dismissing my concerns, dismissing me. The shadows around the room start to stir, and I watch Sigrid notice it in her periphery. Her lips thin. The only thing I've ever been good at is taking action. Being left behind is wretched. Is this how it's going to be from now on? Am I to become a figurehead, sequestered away in the palace, taking direction from my sovereign alpha? There is a time and a place for you to be involved, Sigrid says, her voice gentler, trying to coax me into a calmer place. I know what she's doing. She wants to avoid an uncontrollable explosion of my power. But it cannot happen until after you're crowned. Taking a deep breath, I tap into some of those stratego's instincts. Use my ability to think instead of my ability to react. I don't want to give in so easily. He's mine. I won't rest easy until I know how red his blood can run. But I'm their queen. I don't have to accept this without concessions. Very well. I keep my spine straight and my head high. I defer to your expertise, Sovereign Alpha. However, I know Killian and his abilities the best out of everyone, so I will brief Alpha Tormund before he departs. And I would like him brought here so I can execute him myself. Sigrid accepts with a slight nod of approval. Compromise, what a beautiful thing. Moving on, Sigrid says firmly. Preparations will begin immediately for your impending coronation. I propose it takes place in 3 weeks' time. I try not to drop my fork in surprise. That seems awfully fast, although I'm sure the sooner we lay claim the better. 3 weeks, can we do that? Sigrid straightens as if offended that I would question her ability to do anything. Obviously. Okay then, let's get coronating. My joking tone falls flat with this crowd. I clear my throat and then gesture to Isabel, who lives for this shit. I'd like Isabel to be involved with the planning. Her grin spreads ear to ear and I instantly wonder if I'll regret this choice. Yes, please, put me to work, Sovereign Alpha, Sigrid shrugs. Fine. Her eyes slide over to Venna. You too. Venna's mouth turns down and she narrows her eyes. I'll pass. Venna is busy with other tasks, I add, like finding out how to get this stupid fucking shackle off my wrist so my magic is no longer manipulated. The mother priestess from the sect of the Faceless Goddess has traveled with us here to Sturmfrost, Sigrid continues. You will need to meet with her once or twice before the ceremony to prepare. She's staying with the Order in the commoner side of the city, but she'll come to the castle for your meetings. I nod. Anything else we need to prepare for? The nobles. The coronation cannot happen without the majority of them in attendance. After all, if no one attends the ceremony, is it even legitimate? As mentioned, Nomi will travel to the 7 fiefdoms over the next 3 weeks and secure noble attendance. Since she is one of them herself, the nobles should accept her overtures. Nomi smiles at this, blushing prettily. Everything she does is pretty. Stark's barely taken his eyes off her since he sat down, so he's surely aware. And that ugly seed of jealousy is back again, coupled with a spiteful voice that says, good, get the fuck out of my city. Am I jealous of his relationship with her or just her looks and her grace and her effortlessness? I might be wearing the crown, but she looks more the part. Stark will accompany Nomi on this diplomatic mission, Sigrid continues. My stomach drops to the floor. Well, that answers that question at least. I'm most definitely jealous of their relationship. The idea of the two of them out on the road together, sleeping under the stars. Stark's head snaps up toward his mother, his glower burning enough to singe. I was not made aware of this. Sigrid shrugs. It's been decided, she says coolly. You're a necessary component of this strategy. The two of them stare each other down so viciously that I start to grow uncomfortable. Surely this is worse than Sigrid's and my glaring match. I know the Sovereign Alpha is also his superior, but is this seriously what his relationship is like with his mother? The frost between them bites as hard as the worst of winter. Eventually, Sigrid shifts her attention away from him and back to me, as if deciding that his opinions about this don't matter. Stark's reputation makes him particularly persuasive in these matters. Certain nobles may hesitate to pledge allegiance to a new queen, but none would dare refuse the Demos Alpha's invitation. I glance over to him, only to discover that Nomi's put her hand on his arm and is stroking it lightly, as if trying to calm him down. It seems to be working. He's settled back in his seat, brutally stabbing at the meat on his plate but no longer murdering his mother with his eyes. If he can be spared here, I say then. He can, Sigrid interrupts, her tone brooking no room for argument. As I said, it's been decided. I spend the rest of the dinner living with the unsettling feeling that despite being queen, I am very much not in charge of anything. After the meal ends, I find Anassa in my chambers, curled up in front of Selah's door. Has she fed again? I ask her quietly. No need yet, Anassa replies. I open the door silently and duck my head inside. The room is dark. Selah is fast asleep, curled on her side in a tiny ball as she used to do when she was a smaller child. Asleep she looks almost herself, a normal girl of 11 without the weight of unimaginable trauma on her shoulders. I kneel beside her bed and slowly brush a strand of hair from her face, careful not to wake her. When she opens her eyes, the weight will fall on her again. I know that. But for now, her face is relaxed and her expression peaceful. Hopefully that peaceful expression means she's not trapped in some shadow realm with Killian while she sleeps, or otherwise being manipulated by her siphon sire. I sigh and settle my chin on the edge of the mattress. I watch her slowly breathe. When Sayla's fingers twitch in her sleep, I fight not to cry. A soft knock on the external door has me sitting up. "Anassa," she responds without words. She left for the woods again and can't tell me who's at my door. I look back to Sayla for another long moment, soaking in the quiet, then I stand, leaving Sayla's room and locking her in. The knock comes again moments before I answer it. And when I pull it open, Val Stark is standing there. He's still wearing his formal wear, except it looks like some of his wildness is starting to tear free from it. His jacket is unbuttoned, as are the top buttons of his shirt, revealing more runic ink. His cuffs are undone. His once neatly arranged hair looks like he's dragged his fingers through it a few times now. Or maybe Nomi did, says that wretched, jealous voice. Before I can question why my heart is beating so loud or if he can hear it, Stark lifts his hand to show me the tattoo pen he's carrying. "You need your marks for the bondage you killed in the arena," he says plainly. His words hit me like a splash of cold water in the face. Fuck. It's not that I've forgotten what I did. How I entirely lost control in front of everyone. How I effortlessly killed so many of the bonded who had just graduated the trials. But between Sayla, the Sovereign Alpha's arrival, and my nightmares, it's been easy to ignore my own vicious, ruinous mistakes. I took those lives, and it's my job to remember them. I step aside. Stark doesn't look at me as he enters my chambers. I listen to the gentle tap of the ink bottle as he sets it down on the low table next to the chaise. My chambers are still dark, quiet, and the two of us are excruciatingly alone. 10 MERY I need to move my body so I don't fall apart thinking about the I desperately bonded I've killed. Or the tattoo I'm about to receive and the way my skin might feel when Stark licks it. My face flushes. The last time he tattooed me, when we were at the war camp in Grunfall, something almost happened between us, even though I was with Killian, even though I was sure I hated Stark. And that was when we were in a tent, with other soldiers on the other side of the thin canvas. Busying myself, I grab a matchbook and light candles and oil lamps around the living area until there's enough light for us both to see clearly. "Where's Anassa?" Stark asks, still not looking at me. "In the woods." He nods toward Sayla's room. "And she's asleep." Stark gestures toward the room before him, now obvious in its disarray. His upper lip curls in disgust. "What is this?" It's not just my bedroom that looks like an avalanche of things has collapsed on it. The living area is covered in clutter. All the outfits Brianna had me try on are scattered over the furniture. Used tumblers of water sit on at least 4 surfaces. There's a half-eat plate of fruit on the dining table from this morning that is emitting a slightly rotten sweet smell. A pile of books on the floor must have toppled over at one point and is now just a mess of books, I guess we'd call it. "What do you mean?" I ask innocently. He steps closer to me, a dangerous, quiet rage alighting in his gaze. "I noticed this in your bedroom the other night too. Are the servants refusing to attend to you? That is not acceptable. I'll speak to Matron Alienor immediately," and I hold out a hand. "Stop. I appreciate all the angry energy you're willing to toss around on my behalf, but I do have a primary attendant now." He looks back at the room in confusion. "She needs to be replaced then." "I told her to leave the stuff," I tell him. "It's a disaster and I caused it, so it's weird having her clean it up. I'll do it myself, eventually." Stark huffs a vicious blast of air. "That is her job, Meryn. She's paid to clean it up. Are you truly comfortable living like this?" I shrug. "I'm not used to having this many things. It's kind of nice." "I'm sorry, but that's disgusting." He scowls deeply at me, and I realize he's used to getting what he wants with this look. It's the warning rumble of thunder before the sky splits violently apart. "Clean up your fucking mess, princess." "What happened to my queen?" I ask, bristling at his commanding tone. "Act like a filthy little princess and get treated like one, your highness." My eyes widen and heat, needy and insistent, pulses through me. I cough and look away, hoping he didn't see the absolutely ridiculous effect his bossy words had on me. "I'll keep that in mind," I say mildly, a more than casual curiosity starting to build. Just how would Alpha Stark treat a filthy little princess? Nomi could probably tell me. "Goddess, this is not what I should be focusing on. There's a reason he's here." "Anyway, the tattoos? There isn't much precedent for this type of marking," he tells me and gestures to the ink. Thank fuck he's letting me forget any of that happened. "Bonded rarely kill their own outside of training, so you can choose where you want them placed." The words spin me back into the gravity of the situation. Bonded shouldn't kill their own outside of training. It's not what we do. Only someone horrible would kill one of their own, never mind a dozen. "It can be anywhere," he says, interrupting my spiraling guilt like he saw it happening in my head and spoke to shut me up. I swallow, thinking. "My ribs, then, near my heart." So that if someone were to kill me the way I killed Henry, they'd have to push their blade through the designs. It will be a permanent reminder of the pain I caused and how badly I need to control my power. Stark doesn't move, and I realize he's waiting for me. Jerkily, I reach up to untie the silk knots at my hips, then I pull my tunic from my shoulders. The undershirt beneath doesn't provide much warmth, and the cool air nips at my bare skin. Stark takes off his jacket and rolls up his shirt sleeves, exposing his muscular forearms. The veins beneath his tattoos flex as he moves, and suddenly it's entirely too much like we're undressing for each other. I look away. Stepping to the chaise, I shove some of the clothes off it and onto the floor, ignoring the disapproving way his eyes track the movement. Then I sit and curl my fingers under the thin fabric of my undershirt. I pull it up to just under my breasts, exposing the area where I want the needle. When I look up, Stark's still standing there, not moving, staring at me. "Stark," I say. I sound calm, but the air in the room is suddenly thinner. He turns and picks up the ink. "Your clothes may chafe," he tells me in a level voice. "When we're done, keep it bandaged until it heals." When his dark eyes land on me, tingles race along my arms and my exposed side. He kneels beside me, gaze unyielding. "Lie down, it will be easier that way." "Bet you say that to all the girls," I crack, and then my traitorous mind goes instantly to Nomi and imagines the two of them tangled up in all sorts of positions. He doesn't respond, and I realize his eyes are locked on my exposed expanse of skin. After that, I can't find words. Or maybe I could, and I just don't want to. His tattoos flex around his fingers as he methodically readies the pen. One of his calloused hands slides forward on my stomach, and I stop breathing entirely. The warmth of his palm presses into me, holding me steady. I haven't been touched like this, skin on skin, since Killian. I thought I would find the sensation repulsive after everything. Instead, it soothes me, heals something deep inside. I meet his eyes, and it feels like a lightning strike through my body. Quickly, I avert my gaze, desperate to stop the blush spreading across my cheeks. Stark frees me from this torture by pressing the needle into my skin. The bite is a welcome relief from the turmoil in my head, the reminder of why I'm getting these tattoos in the first place. Normally, I'd lean into it, let the physical pain ground me in my body, free me from the chaos thriving inside my head. But then I remember his words from the other day. Hit me, hurt me. And I know that using one type of pain to cope with another probably isn't the answer. So I take a deep breath and try to let myself experience all of it. The sting of the tattoo, the crushing guilt, this bizarre unwelcome draw to Stark and the jealousy it provokes, and my still broken heart and my twisting confusion. The storm of feeling rages through me and I embrace it. It aches inside me, pressing on my heart, my lungs. His presence is crushing in its intensity. I breathe through it. Eventually my heart rate lowers. "When are you leaving?" I ask quietly. I try for casual, but he's so close to me. It comes out shaky. Stark pauses and wipes at his work with a clean cloth, then the needle starts again. "The Sovereign Alpha wants us to leave tomorrow morning." His jaw tenses underneath his dark scruff, and for a moment I think he's going to say something more. But he doesn't. It's maddening. This whole thing is maddening. I don't want him to go, I realize. And it's not just about all this disorienting whatever. His presence makes me feel safer. Lately, it's as if I'm standing on a frozen pond, just waiting for the ice to give out. Stark is a hand offering to pull me back to shore. "Stop moving," he says in a slightly raspy voice. I try, but my chest hurts almost as much as my ribs. While he focuses on what he's doing, I focus on him. The flick of his eyelashes as his gaze darts over his work. The strong line of his stubble-covered jaw and the hidden scar I see for just a second when he turns his head. The slight crinkle at the corners of his eyes as he squints to lay down the finer lines. His hands are gentle despite their size and strength, despite what they've done, and I can't shake the idea that there are depths to him I haven't seen, that maybe no one's seen. Well, no one except perhaps Nomi. The tap of the ink bottle returning to the table jars me from my thoughts. He's finished. For a long moment I consider asking him to continue, just to keep his hands near my skin. I'm losing my mind. I blink rapidly and twist slightly to see what he's done. It's a beautiful series of interlocking runes, incorporating a bit of each of the 4 pack symbols. Without counting, I know there will be 12 lines, one for each of the lives I took. It's unfair that he made something horrific look so lovely on my body. Stark's hand is suddenly on the bend of my waist, and my stomach swoops. His fingers press lightly into my skin, pricks of searing heat. He holds me still and leans forward, so much for my lowered heart rate. Then he dips his head and opens his mouth. His breath heats my skin, oversensitive from the needle, and his tongue is on me, over my ribs, below my heart, so close to my now aching breasts. He drags it in long paths over the markings, and I hold my breath to stop my audible reaction. Just when I think he's going to stop, he traces the entire thing again. His tongue presses into me harder this time, like he's devouring me, like he's ravenous for the taste. When he finally sits up, I'm half delirious. His eyes open and meet mine. I can't move for a long moment, or breathe, or blink. The entire room falls away. There is no Killian, there is no coronation, there is no rebellion, there's just Stark. My hand moves of its own accord to the edge of his jaw. I trace the rasp of stubble, then smooth scar tissue hidden there. My lips part. He's breathing heavily now too. I'm not in control as my fingertips trace up the side of his face to his cheekbone, his temple. They sink into his thick, dark hair. My body lights up with sensation. His hair is soft and his breath is on the inside of my wrist as my fingers tease the locks apart. I tighten my grip in his hair. He leans almost imperceptibly closer to me. Every inch remaining between us is a living, electric thing. I can feel the slightest twitch of his muscles, see the smallest changes in his face. His eyes lock onto mine, and there's a strange burning in their depths, like a fire that's been raging for eons. His breath stills, and my eyes go to his mouth. Arousal sears through me. It feels like we're each daring the other to close the distance. Do I have the courage to do it? 11 Meryn. I can coax my brain into deciding one way or another. Stark turns before away from me and stands. The electricity fizzles out. My hand slips from his hair as he goes. It hurts. More than it should, honestly. If that had gone any further, it would have been a mistake. I don't have a heart left to give, and Stark does not seem like the type to settle for pieces of a person. He's controlled and demanding. He'd want it all. Plus, it seems very likely that he has someone already. I sit up, wincing. His body is rigid, his back to me as I pull my shirt down over my fresh tattoos. It's silent between us again. He reaches up and smooths his hand over his hair right where I touched him as if to erase the evidence. I chew my lip. Did I imagine that light in his eyes? Am I seeing things now, mine muddled by the mate bond between Anassa and Kratos? Be safe, I say to the wall. On your travels with Nomi. The last part comes out more biting than I intended. Now is not the right time to question him about their relationship, but curiosity is eating me alive. Stark turns halfway back toward me, his face an unreadable mask. If I could avoid leaving, I would. He lets out a frustrated grunt. What? I push. His eyes rise to mine, and there's pain in his dark gaze. My duty is protecting you, Meryn. It feels shitty to leave you here. But getting the nobles to agree to come and legitimize your claim, that's a way of protecting you too. I blink, a little surprised that our relationship would cause him anything but exasperation and annoyance. My mouth goes dry as we stare at each other for a too long, weirdly heated moment. I can hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. He breaks it by saying, be careful around the Sovereign Alpha, okay? She's always in service of her own ends. Seriously, what is their deal? It seems like he loathes his mother, but we don't have time to talk childhood trauma tonight, nor do I think he'd welcome it openly, so I just nod. He turns, and over his shoulder he says, have a good night. I thud back onto the chaise. The sound of the door shutting echoes in my ears. There's something wrong with you, my brain hisses. I reach out to Anassa to distract myself with that closeness that we're just starting to cultivate. Where are you? Our minds connect for mere moments before I yank myself away in embarrassment. Of course, she and Kratos would be saying their goodbyes, with him also heading out in the morning. But dear goddess, I do not need to see that. I reinforce the emotional wall between us that we used to keep out the mate bond. Maybe their private time was leaking through. Maybe that's why I can't shake the phantom sensation of Stark's hot tongue tracing my ribs. If only I believed that with any conviction. In the morning, I fill Phylax Alpha Tormund in on everything I know about Killian and Alistair's powers before he departs for his hunt. Then Sigrid summons me. To the royal chambers where she's made herself comfortable. As if she were the queen. I try not to chafe at that. After all, I stole her rooms first, and I don't want anything to do with these ones. But as I reach up and knock on the door, I once again have the sense that I'm not really in charge here. She opens the door quickly. Come inside. Sigrid leaves the doorway. I step through and shut the door behind me, watching her stride across the room. She really does move like she owns the air around her. Then for the first time I take in what are supposed to be my rooms. The royal chambers are atrocious. Sure, some people might use other words to describe them. Elegant, opulent, glittering, regal, but in my eyes they're an unnecessary extravagance. Precious metals are everywhere. The furniture is all spindly and delicate looking. Whoever crafted the chairs set up along the round table to my right clearly sacrificed comfort for style. The bed I spot in the other room is massive and canopied, big enough for 10 people. The worst part is the walls. Animal heads are mounted. Trophies. Mostly stags and elk, but there's a fox too. All of them have been taxidermized with jewels for eyes. What a waste, I grit out, my head buzzing with the injustice of it. While the commoners of Nocturna struggled to keep themselves fed, the king placed precious gems in the bodies of dead animals and hung them as art. Sigrid glances over at the taxidermy. I agree, she says, not to mention how horrifically ugly they are. What do you want to do about it? I startle at her words. She's actually asking me what I want to do instead of telling me her plan. Sell it all, I tell her. Start with anything unnecessary in these chambers, and then we'll go room by room through the whole castle. Surely some nobles and merchants can afford the dead king's cast-offs. We'll put the proceeds back into the communities that need it, starting here in Sturmfrost. Sigrid nods. I'll inform Matron Aliener. She takes a seat at the table, which is laden with food, then gestures to her side. Sit, and I'm back to taking orders. Still, I do as she says. Sigrid leans a forearm on the table. The look she gives me is severe but not unkind. We have 3 weeks until the castle is swarming with nobles. 3 weeks to mold you. We must start immediately. Aliener will continue to instruct you in court etiquette while I train you on your new powers. How is your access to the bonded communication channels? My head spins at what she just said. Not great. I'm able to reach everyone, as you saw when I informed them of my identity, but it took an enormous amount of energy. And I'm still not sure how to reach individuals outside of my pack. Sigrid picks up a grape and chews it, thinking. Eventually, she says, it takes training to understand how to manipulate the new flow of conversation and connection. The pack's connection is a river. As their alpha, you can speak down the river and your voice will reach your entire pack. I think you understand this already. I nod. As queen or as sovereign alpha, you and I have access to a veritable sea of connection. You can reach everyone. You can reach the rivers of the separate packs. You can reach the tributaries that represent each bonded individual. In theory, I grumble. Oh, it's complicated, of course. Distance is an obstacle, though the magic you possess can overcome any distance with enough focus, as you're already aware. Additionally, while you can reach any bonded, they cannot reach you unless you initiate contact first. You alone can open the channel, and you alone can close it. Exception being the mate bond, I muse. Sigrid gives me a long, unreadable look. Yes, she says eventually, her tone uncharacteristically encouraging. Perhaps Anassa has informed you of that already. If your wolf has a mate bond, which it appears yours does, you can reach the mate's rider and they may reach you as well. You should make ample use of that uncommon connection. There's a spark in her eyes that unsettles me. Before I can parse it, Sigrid swallows another grape and leans back in her chair. Individual will may be an obstacle as well. If someone doesn't wish to speak with you, they are capable of erecting mental walls just as you might with your direwolf, though you may be able to overpower such boundaries. I wouldn't, I say quietly. Sigrid doesn't respond to that. The only thing that will help you learn how to navigate the waters of communication is practice. Devotion to it. It is no fault of your own that you cannot manage the bonds as you are. You are weak. What a nice reminder that this woman is Stark's mother. But you think I can change that? I hope. Any muscle can be strengthened. We'll work on this in our sessions together. You also need to practice your powers, as you now can harness the magic of any pack. I blink in surprise. I can, are you sure? Sigrid presses her lips together as if frustrated by how little I know. Of course. From what we know of the Sturmfrost Queens, you are the conduit of all bonded pack powers. Have you noticed that everyone's powers have strengthened now that you've reclaimed your place? It was apparent during the battle in the arena, the way that Crypto's woman went totally invisible, the unusual strength from the Demo's boy, the way Stark pulled down an entire archway, but I didn't realize why it was happening until just now. I let out a shaky breath. Okay, so what does being the conduit mean? She lifts a shoulder. You have the same abilities as each of the packs, but heightened beyond what anyone else is capable of. You already know how to use the basic Stratego's powers of foresight and strategy, but now you can extend the foresight and see further into the future. It's a skill unique to you as the queen. Surprised, I laugh. I can see the future? Sort of, Sigrid says. When you're on the battlefield and the pack is working together, the foresight is always accurate, many minds looking into near events. Alone, you can extend longer stretches of time. But the future is not set in stone. You may not get a vision for a clear path, and even then the future you see might change. It's a helpful tool but also an imprecise power, so you should not rely on it often. That would have been handy a few months ago. Sigrid continues, now you'll learn how to tap into all the other pack powers and see how far you can take them. There's rifting, the Crypto's art of concealment. Shielding, the Phylax's defensive maneuver. Impelling, the strength that the Demos wield. My throat is suddenly dry. I take a sip of ice water. That's a lot to learn. I've barely mastered my Stratego's powers and that took me 4 months. And how exactly will I be learning this all? Crypto's Alpha Hannelore will teach you rifting and will bring a retired Phylax in from the bonded city to help you with shields. As for impelling, Stark departed with Nomi at dawn, so I'll teach you myself. I nearly spit out the ice cube I was sucking on. Did he? My brain is spinning uselessly and I don't know why. I knew he was leaving. It doesn't matter that he didn't say goodbye. It's not something I've ever expected from him before. Why is this hitting me so hard? Sigrid is either ignoring my slack-jawed reaction or doesn't make anything of it because she breezes past it and says, no matter. Surely you know I was Demo's Alpha before Stark. We'll start first thing tomorrow. Great. Can't wait. Except there's one power we haven't discussed, and it's the one I most need to get under control. And the shadows. A knowing smile creeps across Sigrid's face. She raises a hand and crooks one finger, and shadows slide up the walls, dark and creeping. My breath leaves my entire body. How are you doing that? She puts her hand down and the shadows slink back to the ground, fading. It's called shade bending, and it's a skill unique to the Sovereign Alpha and the Queen. My powers are not even a tenth of your own, though. I hold up my wrist, the black and ruby glinting in the engagement bracelet. Unfortunately, we are not the only ones with this skill, as I think you know. Alistair Brightbane has some control over my shade bending through this bracelet. Sigrid temples her fingers. Yes, I'm aware. I can sense a throttle on the power on my ability to impel as well, in fact. His presence is corrupting and warping the magic for all bonded. Alarm spikes in my chest. Then we need to do something. Immediately, I haven't found someone who can get the bracelet off yet, but I'll cut off my hand if that's what it takes. Her brows rise. You would, wouldn't you? You'd injure yourself for the sake of others. Her voice is contemplative, surprised. How noble, however, there's no need to take such a drastic step. Tormund will succeed in capturing Killian and will bring him back here. We'll force him to remove the bracelet. My shoulders relax slightly. So you'll teach me how to shade bend? Right now I can only access it in times of high emotion, and even then I have no control over it. I think of what I want and it reacts, but to an extreme. Sigrid sighs, picking up another grape. It's all about discipline, your highness. To bend the shadows successfully, you need to clear your mind. Emotion can heighten their strength, no doubt, but you should not be possessed by your feelings. She spits out the word with virulent distaste, as if she bit into her fruit and found it rot. We'll drill those histrionics out of you in no time at all. I can tell she's trying to be helpful, so I don't reach across the table and throttle her as much as I may want to. Anassa growls in my mind. You are not histrionic. You are passionate and feel things greatly. There is a difference. There is one final matter I wish to discuss with you, Sigrid says before I can make a break for the door. I straighten and nod for her to continue. Now that you have discovered your true identity and laid claim to the crown, it no longer makes sense for you to be Strategos Alpha. My direwolf Genikos believes you and Anassa should step down and let the wolves pick someone new. Surprise hits me first and then pain. Alpha, I'm an alpha. They're my pack. Even if what she's saying makes sense, I don't want to let go. It's a role I was just starting to embrace. Even though I haven't been alpha for long, it's familiar, something I was starting to feel confident in, unlike my position as queen. I don't want this to be another thing I have to lose. You will never lose your pack, Anassa says gently. You will always be Strategos, even if you now are more. Do you support this? I want her so badly to say no, to fight. She's silent for a moment and it says everything. How many times can a heart break before there's nothing left to put back together? Finally she goes on, if we continue to serve as the Strategos Alpha pair, our loyalty will be to them. That would do a disservice to our kingdom. We serve everyone now. All the wolves, all the people, no matter their pack or their rank. She's right, I know she's right. Strategos deserves an alpha that belongs to them, who has no priority higher than their well-being and strength. And my people, all my people, deserve a leader with no divided interests. You know why she's suggesting this, though, I say. It's so transparent. Sigrid would like a new Strategos Alpha who will be completely compliant. I do, but I was going to suggest this to you myself. I understand, I tell Sigrid, and she looks pleased, outright pleased, confirming my suspicion. I'll step down and let the wolves choose. It will be Sophos, the direwolf bonded to Edgith, Anassa says. I have influence over the decision. Sophos and Edgith will be loyal to us above anyone else. If Anassa believes that's true, I trust her. Take a break and meet up with Hannelore in the Crypto's training area after lunch to continue your work, Sigrid says. I'll let her know she's needed. It sounds dangerously like an order, but I let it go. I just want to get out of here. I return to my rooms to check on Sayla. What I find doesn't surprise me. She's clearly gotten out of bed, cleaned up and dressed herself, and then climbed back under the blankets again. Hey, Sae, I say, sighing. I bend to pick up her discarded shoes and set them straight next to her bed. Doing okay? She doesn't answer. Please talk to me, I beg. If I could get one smile out of her, nothing. I know this has been hard for you, but it breaks my heart to see you like this. Do you need to go outside and get some fresh air? Sayla scoffs. She doesn't look at me, but I don't need to see her face to know she's angry. Wouldn't I be a danger to myself and others? Leave me alone, Meryn. I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, there's a piercing pull in my brain. A gasp flies from my lips. Sayla turns quickly, the sound startling her. My knees give out and I sit down quickly on her bed, this feeling it's him again. Bonded, Killian or Alistair if he's to be believed, says over the rivers. You have had several days to consider your loyalties. The fiefdom of Ravenfrost has welcomed me with open arms and they welcome you too. Those traitorous fucks. My hands tighten on Sayla's bed covers and my eyes alight on the engagement bracelet clamped on my wrist. It's tighter than ever and the ruby once again swirls with dark shadows. Meryn, Sayla asks uneasily. My shoulders start to tremble in anger. I need to stop this. I have to cut him off somehow. He's not allowed to address my people like they're his own. Do you think I can erect a wall against him? I ask Anassa with urgency. Try it quickly. Closing my eyes, I seek out the ocean of communication in my mind. His foul energy is in there too, like a dark cloud hanging over all the streams that branch out to the packs. I take a deep breath and then I push. The wall I erect is stronger than anything Anassa and I ever threw against each other. It's iron and it stretches and stretches and stretches, reaching out, protecting all the bonded from his influence. She throws her power against it too. Instantly I'm sweating and my head starts to pound. It's as if something was roughly squeezing my brain, juicing it like a fruit. But I ignore the ache. I'd endure any pain to keep him out, and it's working. His twisted influence is leaching away. Meryn, Sayla's fingers are on my wrist, pulling at me, but I keep my eyes clamped tight. More, Anassa says. It's almost enough. A scream tears from my chest as I continue to mentally push the wall up against him. Finally, something slips into place. He's totally removed from the pack communication channels. I can sense it. Will it stay? Do you think it will keep him out for good? There's a pause before Anasa answers. We may have to keep reinforcing it, but it seems as if it is working for now. My eyes flutter open and Sayla is gaping at me in concern. I'd be almost pleased that something got through to her if I wasn't about to double over from my searing headache. Terror ricochets in my chest. I grab her shoulders and she sputters. What? Do you hear him? I demand. She wriggles away from my grasp, moving across the bed and closer to the wall. What are you talking about? Are you okay? Killian, I press. Can you hear him? Are you hearing him right now? Her eyes are wide, fearful. She shakes her head. No, I told you no one is reaching me or anything. She looks so earnest. Can I believe her? Can I trust my own sister? I have to. Because if I don't give her my trust, who will? Opening my arms, I beckon her into a hug. She comes, her small body pressing against my own, and I wrap her up tightly. You scared me, she mumbles. I lean my head against her hair and breathe in deeply. She scares me too. Will anyone in Nocturna have faith in me if they discover I'm harboring a siphon? 12 stark hard on my direwolf is the only place I find peace. Kratos sprints riding almost as fast as a blizzard, and I'm able to clear my mind. All that exists are the giant black wolf underneath me and the movement of our bodies together, the wind rushing against our skin and fur. It's a reprieve from everything. The responsibility of my station. The spike of worry I felt earlier this afternoon when Killian reached out to the packs. And thoughts of her. Like how she tasted when I licked her tattoo last night, as sweet as spun sugar. It took all of my decades of well-honed self-control to not hold her down and keep going until we were both sated. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the image so I don't grow half-hard again. Clearly it's been too fucking long since I was with a woman. Remember where you were, I tell myself, kneeling down on a pile of her dirty, discarded laundry. There, that helps. Meryn Sturmfrost is a bad idea, regardless of how she tastes. Especially now that Sigrid is aware of our wolves' mate bond and wants to use it against Meryn. The beautiful woman at my side stares at me from atop her lithe brown direwolf eyes. Nomi's pale skin is as white as the snowy landscape around us, but her hair is a fiery slash against the quickly passing scenery. Thankfully, we're riding too hard and fast to talk out loud. Since Nomi is a phylax, our wolves can't speak to each other mind to mind. I'm glad for the silence. Nomi has always been fucking nosy. By the time we stop for the night to make camp, Nomi is clearly bursting with held in conversation. I make her wait, scouting with Kratos up the road just to be certain we won't have any unwelcome company. Nomi pitches our simple tents and gets the fire going. Back at the site, she hands me a stick of cured meat and sets a rabbit Fi's killed over the fire. My ass barely hits the ground before Nomi turns around, emerald eyes blazing with mischief, and sets right in. So Kratos has a mate, she says delicately, but her glance at me is sharp and amused. He does, I say shortly, ending the conversation. How's that all been for you? Nomi is intent on pushing this, it seems, typical, with the writer, complicated. Nomi's full lips tilt upward in a playful smile and she nudges my boot with hers. Complicated, huh? You and I certainly know something about that. I knock my foot back against hers hard and she almost topples over, laughing. Fine, she says. I'll stop asking about it, for now. Ominous, I sigh, guilt setting in. It's been so long since we've seen each other and I'm conscious that I'm being a sullen asshole. She doesn't deserve that. Look, there's not much to tell, I say, relenting. There's nothing going on between me and the queen if that's what you're dancing around. My tongue on her soft skin. Her hazel eyes meeting mine, wide and glazed over with an expression I wanted to read into too much. Her hands weaving into my hair, tugging me toward her messy fucking rooms. There's nothing going on and there never will be. My mind darts back to the power she showcased, the shadows whipping around her like a violent, glorious whirlwind. The terror she inflicted in others and the fascination it unfurled in me. Even now the memory makes my blood run hot. My vicious instincts meeting her total lack of control, it's a spark meeting the match that could burn down the kingdom. Nomi's brows are raised, her expression disbelieving. She turns and pokes at the fire again. She knows me too well. We grew up together in my great-aunt's household. Sigrid dumped me with her aunt Gertrude the moment her body was healed enough from birth to head back to the front. The phylax soldier who sired me was dead before I was born. Gertie collected wards, and Nomi was one of several who came in and out of the house over the years, but she was the only one who stayed for good. Her father didn't want her, and her mother was a wartime casualty by the time she was 6. She was lost and fragile and so beautiful even then. The kind of child that can attract the wrong sort of attention. From the first moment I saw her, I assigned myself as her protector, although of course I failed her in the end. Nomi sits down next to me, the firelight flickering against her pale skin and creating deep shadows. Worry lines crease her face. When's the last time you saw them? I ask, and I see a reflected flash of annoyance. I can read her just as easily as she can read me. She's always hated that. Her gaze goes pensive as she plucks the rabbit from the fire, slicing off some meat for each of us and then sitting back down. Probably. She worries at her bottom lip, a bad habit she's mostly broken over the years. Bonded graduation ceremony it must be, I've basically been at the front ever since. Her expression shudders then, and I wish I could execute every last member of the House of Eisenfall. Meryn's campaign of noble support be damned. I'll be right there the whole time, I say, reaching for her hand and squeezing it. Nobody's going to do anything to you. Nomi looks up and meets my eyes, a rare moment of vulnerability for her. Then a log in the fire pops and we both turn to look into the flames. The shudder comes back down over her gaze. I'm not that little girl anymore, Valstark. I can protect myself. I know you can, but you're not facing it alone, just remember that. Give me 5 minutes with any of them if they try something, Kratos growls in my mind. I beg you. I laugh darkly and relay his message to Nomi, who gives a weak chuckle. They'd probably taste rotten, Kratos, she says to him. I finish my meal then lie back, propping myself up on my elbow, looking at the sky. It's a cloudy night and I can't see a single star. Go get your aggression out on a deer or something, I say to Kratos, speaking aloud for Nomi's benefit. Bring back a snack for F.I.'s while you're at it. I'll make it extra bloody, comes his sardonic reply. I hear Nomi shift and then feel her warmth as she settles down next to me. She takes my hand and squeezes it, but there's no heat there, only friendship. Thank you, she says, sounding more like herself. We sit in comfortable silence for another few minutes until she sighs and stands, stretching hands on her lower back. I'm going to sleep, she says. Clean up S on you, I cooked. Please, F.I.'s did all the work, I say, poking fun more out of habit than anything else. I stand to gather up our things, and the familiar, welcome movements of cleaning calm me down until I almost no longer want to murder every member of Nomi's family. When I finally set out my bedroll, my mind continues to drift to assert hazel-eyed queen, and what might have happened last night if both of us had decided to think a little bit less. It's deeply fucking annoying that my mind keeps returning to her, over and over, like a hawk returning to its master's hand. There's only one clear explanation. Stop that, I snap at Kratos, who's still out in the forest. Stop what? He replies. Hunting, I thought the point was to get some aggression out. I let out a hiss of irritation. You know what I'm talking about. Put your fucking shields back up on your mate Bond. I know you hate being away from Anassa, but we've been over this 1,000 damn times. I don't want to feel it. Shields are as strong as ever, mighty Alpha. I can imagine his Lupin grin. Thinking about her, shutting out his amusement, I try to refocus on falling asleep. Clearing my mind, breathing in the cold air. Anything other than this frustrating tightness in my chest and the frustrating woman who is apparently the cause. The town of Eisenfall looks like one from a storybook. Houses in brightly painted colors, manicured rows of pine trees, broad paved avenues. It's handsome and idyllic. Hardly the place of nightmares I imagined when Nomi would talk about it. But I know as well as anyone that beauty can help evil hide in plain sight. Nomi catches me looking around and smiles wanly. Father likes things to look nice, she says by way of explanation. She is saved from hearing my rude retort by our arrival at the castle gates, where we're greeted by 2 harried-looking servants. We sent word ahead by Greta for them to expect us, and the servants have the wolves' lodging prepared. Raw steaks are being sent down straight away, Alpha Stark, says one of the servants, bowing. Neither of them looks at Nomi for direction or approval. My mood darkens. Eisenfall Castle is grossly ostentatious. Tapestries line every inch of the walls in garish colors. Thick carpets overlap beneath our feet, leaving no cold stone gaps. Even the wall sconces are ornate. Our guest rooms, however, are bare bones. I raise my eyebrows at Nomi after we're deposited at them. Do they not keep a dedicated room for you as a daughter of the Lord? She scoffs. Please. We're lucky they didn't place us in the servants' quarters. You know, the Eisenfall clan doesn't think of me as family. She turns sharply and heads to her own room to wash up. Finally, after a long, dull wait, a servant informs us we are summoned to attend a minstrel's performance in the Great Hall. Nomi explains that these musical performances are common at her father's court. He doesn't have much to take up his time, since he delegates all the duties of overseeing the fief to various cousins who want to curry favor, she explains. So entertainment like this and elaborate hunting parties are his 2 favorite pursuits. But his taste in music, let's just say, it isn't what I would choose. It doesn't surprise me that her sniveling wretch of a father has shit taste. The decor in his home could tell you that. The hall is packed when we arrive, the air hazy with smoke and the moisture of too many people's bodies in too small a space. The minstrels are set up on a small stage in the far corner of the room, plucking at stringed instruments of various sizes. Who are all these people? I ask Nomi, looking around at the motley collection of courtiers, most in some stage of drunkenness already. Cousins, second cousins, third cousins, cousins, Nomi catalogues, looking around. Cousins, wives, cousins, ex-wives, sons and daughters of cousins. I get it. I cut her off. Anyone who's vaguely related at all shows up for these things, Nomi says. They know that father values his music and they want to at least seem to like the things he likes. Aha! I weave around clusters of cousins, trying not to wince at the slightly off-tune harmonies drifting across the room. Sweetness of life personified my lady love, so wondrous fair the marriage knot we two did tie my wife, who had the roving eye. Nomi squeezes her eyes shut as if that will somehow drown out the warbling voice. Not this one again. He loves this misogynistic bullshit. I struggle to make out the words, and my mouth twists in distaste as the song continues. My brother's mouth upon her thigh, her fingers tangled in his hair. My untrue wife just moaned inside my wife, who had the roving eye. Brother, this marks our last goodbye. My wife with you, I will not share. Lock her away in tower high. My wife, who had the roving eye. 7 tears that woman cried. I laughed to see her deep despair, but ne'er did she apologize. My wife, who had the roving eye. I managed to shut out the words, focusing instead on studying the people in the crowd, committing their faces to memory so that I can later gauge how many of them come to the coronation. Blessed relief finally comes when the lurid song ends and the gathered audience bursts into applause. I stand up, ignoring the confused looks that morph into fearful glances as people recognize me and whispers start in my path. Whether or not they're done playing, I'm done listening. I growl, not bothering to keep my voice down. We need to deliver our message and get back on the road. Nomi rolls her eyes but stands to follow me. We pick our way through the crowd toward where her father sits. He's a reedy, thin man in his mid-50s with peppered gray hair. His face is blotchy and red from years of overindulging. Seated next to him is his current lady, wife number 8 if I remember correctly. The first 7 didn't give him any sons, so he had them killed. The lady is about Nomi's age, plump and blonde. She somehow looks simultaneously bored and on edge. I let Nomi push in front of me and take the lead. Ah, Nomi, we heard you were paying a visit, Lord Eisenfall says distractedly when he finally acknowledges us. He doesn't offer us a seat or subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Any food? Did you travel far? No, my lord. Nomi's voice is impressively calm. It was barely more than a day's ride on wolfback. I trust your wolves have been well cared for. His concern for the direwolves seems to eclipse that for his own daughter. How's your mother, by the way? Still dead, says Nomi. My fists get so tight that knuckles crack and I swallow back words I might regret later. Disrespectful fuck. Lord Eisenfall is steadfastly ignoring me, looking at his daughter and swishing his Imberwain around in his glass. Yes, of course. Well, to what do we owe this visit? We need your confirmation that you'll attend Queen Meryn Sturmfrost's coronation, Nomi says, voice still level. Well, I'm not so sure about that, Lord Eisenfall says slowly, then purses his lips. After all, the Eisenfalls have been loyal to the Voltiers for as long as anyone remembers. I stride forward. Cyril Voltier was beheaded for his crimes and Killian Voltier has fled. Queen Meryn Sturmfrost is the heir of the true, original royal line of Nocturna. Our country needs a leader, and we have one. She wears the true, ancient crown and wields awe-inspiring power. The young Lady Eisenfall stares at me, mouth open. Lord Eisenfall just shakes his head, taking his time cutting a bite of food and chewing before responding. I've received word from Ravenfrost that they're sheltering King Killian from the usurper, and they're looking for others to join their cause. It's a compelling argument. His words echo Killian's proclamation made yesterday over the bonds. I hope more bonded aren't defecting to that spineless fuck with the dire blade still broken, though the wolves seem to be in disarray, rudderless. My teeth grind together. You'd run to a siphon pretender instead of supporting the true Queen of Nocturna? Lord Eisenfall takes another bite of food, then pulls a piece of gristle from his mouth. Disgusting. Yes, I've heard the girl's accusation about the rulers being secretly siphons all this time, he says, pulling apart a piece of bread and dunking it into gravy until it's sopping wet. A bit dramatic, but then women are so often prone to flights of fancy. What can your upstart queen offer me that Voltier cannot? My hand flies to the hilt of my sword, but movement behind the lord makes me pause. A drunken, red-cheeked, weasel-faced young man comes stumbling over from his seat a dozen chairs down, his glassy stare directed at Nomi. Cousin, he slurs, what are you going to do now that the king is dead? Nomi just looks at him, face stony. Will you spread your legs for this new queen too? I hear you like that, but does she? Have you already tasted her? The man's mouth opens to say more, but whatever vile words he intended next are silenced forever with an angry swipe of my hand. Sometimes it takes effort to impel, but the power comes to me now without a thought, slamming into him like a brick wall. He's pushed up and back, and the luxe tapestry behind him isn't enough to cushion the blow as his head thwacks into the wall and splits open like overripe fruit. Lord Eisenfall and his court look on, stunned, as my power releases him. His body crumples onto the serving table below, displacing several full goblets of wine that spill and tumble onto the floor. A wide slash of red and an accompanying splatter marked the spot where his head met tapestry. I gesture at the stain. Hope that's not a family heirloom. Lord Eisenfall swallows audibly. I look over to Nomi and she gives me the smallest hint of a nod. I keep my voice flat and level, knowing I have every ear in this hall. What I'll offer you is your life and your freedom, and if you don't fall in line, you will have the full force of the bonded bearing down on your fiefdom. Are we clear? The silence is profound until finally the Lord merely nods. We're clear, I'll be there, Alpha Stark. Turning, I lead Nomi away through the shocked, silent crowd, and then a buzzing electric connection unfurls in my head, a dam that's been opened wide. It's never happened before and still I know what it is instantly. Fuck, Stark, Meryn's voice calls in my mind. What's happening? Are you okay? I felt something. Nomi and I push out of the doors of the Great Hall. Go pack up, I tell her. I'll be down there in just a moment. She gives me a bewildered look, but she shrugs and heads toward our guest rooms. In the now empty passageway, I focus my mind back on the surging connection that Meryn has torn open between the two of us. Our connection has lived inside me from the moment she and Anassa bonded, but with Kratos's barriers up, it's been easy enough to ignore. I've never sought it out or attempted to use it. It's been like the sun, a fact of my life that I don't have to pay attention to because it simply is. Now my vision has been directed into it, and I can no longer avoid it because I'm being blinded by its warmth. With Meryn's voice comes a slow leak of her feelings, too, something she should be able to safeguard me from if only she was better at this. Meryn and Anassa are still working on the finer skills of mental communication after blocking each other out for so much of the trials. She's on edge, concerned about me. Don't worry about it, I say quickly, it's nothing. Her frustration pours through the connection. That was a blatantly suspicious response. You were angry about something, angry enough that it reached me. Tell me. That's not good. I'll need to do a better job of keeping her out or at least of leashing my temper. Is Eisenfall refusing to come to the coronation? She asks, uneasy. They'll be coming, I say. I was pissed because Nomi's family are behaving predictably toward her. Meryn might be all strong bluster on the outside, but I've seen the woman beneath it now. The unending concern for others now extended to an entire kingdom. The way she bottles up every bad thing that happens to her, locks it away until it begins to eat her alive. And the way she would let it time and time again, if it meant sparing the people she cares about. It would be admirable if it wasn't deeply unhealthy. Even the hardest things can break with enough pressure. I'm in no hurry to push her toward that edge. Okay, she says slowly, and I can tell she's trying to parse what that means. I was just worried for a second that you were doing something reckless like killing people out there. Well shit, so much for sparing her. I'm not sure what to say, so I just shake my head and go in the same direction as Nomi. As I get into my room, Meryn pipes in again, accurately reading into my silence. Stark, you're not killing people, right? Like the people we're trying very desperately to convince that my claim to the throne is legitimate? I told you not to worry, I say, throwing my few unpacked things into my bag. Stark. Meryn, I pause, annoyed. She might not want any blood on her hands, but intimidating the nobles to attend by any means necessary is why I'm here. You can't agree to use a weapon and then get mad when it cuts. She's being fucking obtuse. Do you want the nobles to attend or not? I didn't kill anyone important, just an insignificant cousin. The Eisenfall nobles will be at the coronation and we're leaving for Natchfall now. So what's the plan then? She's growing agitated. A whirlwind murder tour, dead nobles in every fiefdom, but at least we'll scare them all into showing face. For someone with a vicious streak, she's really naive sometimes. Yeah, possibly. Is that a problem? That's not what I want, Stark. They should come because they believe my claim, not because my brutal enforcer has them worried for their lives. I've heard people call me worse things. I've believed worse, in fact. The word shouldn't smart. But they do, worming their way under my skin, peeling away at the tenuous alliance the two of us have started to build. All these nobles have heard about you as a horror story, I seethe. No one is coming unless it's for self-preservation. You don't want to rule through fear? Great. Prove that to them when they get there for your coronation. In the meantime, leave me alone to do my fucking job of getting them there in the first place. There's a knock on my doorframe. Nomi's in the hallway, her bag over her shoulder. Ready? Let's get out of this shithole, I respond. I slam my mental connection with Meryn shut, rebuilding the dam, looking away from the light, and hoping that it keeps her out for good. 13 Meryn at the palace gates, staring at a patch of shadow on the ground, and I stand willing it to move. Stretch, do something, high-five me. Anassa stirs from where she's curled up on my left side. Is it possible that you are getting worse at this? It appears that you have made backward progress. Sighing, I lean against her, my legs aching. I squint at the road ahead, which leads downhill to the northern quarter and the city I so recently called home. We're due to greet the mother priestess as she arrives at the castle, but apparently the faceless goddess doesn't keep time, because she's extremely late. The crown on my head is starting to make my temples throb. Although everything makes my temples throb these days. I've been continually reinforcing the communication wall against Killian and have almost grown used to the near constant headache. No sage advice on wielding this power then. It's been 2 weeks of constant practice, and the pack powers have come surprisingly easy, perhaps because of Anasa's own sheer strength. It takes little effort to call a shield or throw an impelling blast. I've moved past regular rifting and can now pull a mask around a large surface area. We're still expanding our ability to use foresight, and I can now see snatches of a day ahead sometimes too, but as Sigrid cautioned, the glimpses aren't always clear. But shade bending? That's another thing entirely. The shadows still won't come at my beck and call. I can't wield them in any cohesive way, and Sigrid gets more frustrated about it by the day. When I want to direct something, I growl at it or bare my teeth, and that usually suffices. Experimentally, I let out a low growl at the patch of shadow. You never know. The castle attendant waiting for the mother priestess practically jumps in the air at the sound, and I shoot her a conciliatory smile. Sorry, I say. It's a bonded thing. Do not tell the poor child lies. You should never attempt that again, Anasa says with a huff. You sounded weaker than a pup. I'm saved from having to respond as the priestess's carriage finally rolls up to the inner gates of the castle. It's flanked by female guards in flowing robes riding handsome dappled horses. Apparently, she's arriving in ceremony. The mother priestess arrived in Sturmfrost with Sigrid, but she's been staying at the sect of the faceless goddess in the city. Now, with my coronation just a week away, she'll move into a guest suite in the castle. Matron Alienor had some religious icons brought in from the city to hang on the walls to welcome her. All of them creepy if you ask me. But in fairness, it's probably hard to represent a faceless entity in a non-creepy way. Preparing for her arrival makes me antsy. It's important that I show respect so that we can count the goddess worshippers among my supporters. My family was never particularly observant though, and I'm worried about offending her somehow. Anasa stays seated as the delegation pulls up out of politeness. Horses often startle when confronted by massive wolves who could eat them as a snack. You need not be nervous, Anasa insists. These are followers of the old ways, so they should be your most devout supporters, intent on seeing the old line of queens returned. I settle my shoulders and step forward, conscious of the heavy crown bearing down on my forehead. It feels too formal for the daytime, but Matron Alienor insisted it was appropriate for greeting someone of this stature. Mother Priestess, I say with hopefully the right level of respect. Queen, she says shortly as she steps down from the carriage. At first she gives the impression of fragility. She's short and wizened, with crepey, age-spotted hands and long white hair braided elaborately around her head. She moves slowly as if afraid to fall. But then she straightens, and I see the fervent light in her green eyes. It sharpens as it drags up my face and locks onto the crown balanced on my head. No, this woman is anything but fragile. She moves toward me with surprising speed, and her gnarled hand reaches for the crown. I stumble backward, nearly tripping over Anasa, who leaps to her paws and lets out a low warning growl in the priestess's direction. The mother priestess stills, anger flashing across her face so quickly that I could almost believe I imagined it. Then she raises her hands and says, "My apology, Your Highness. I was astonished to see a tear." "Tear?" I ask, confused. She points to my crown and says, "May I?" I look to Anasa for guidance. Something about this just feels wrong. If she tries to run with it, I shall snap her in two. It is safe to let her take a look if you wish. Reaching up, I untangle the heavy golden crown from my hair and pass it gently over to the priestess. She rips it out of my hands greedily, a hint of avarice in her gaze. One finger traces the opal at the center of the crown. "This is a goddess tear," she says reverently. "It was rumored that a tear was in the crown of old, but I thought it had been lost to the siphons." My brow furrows. Does she mean an Astriona? Or did she somehow know that Killian's family was all siphons before I revealed that information? Her eyes land on me again, and I can't get in any questions. "Tell me, Meryn Sturmfrost, are you a true believer?" She strokes the crown lovingly. I flinch internally. At best, I've questioned the existence of the faceless goddess, denied it at worst. And this prying seems weighty, intentional, like her judgment of me and my rule will depend on my answer. But surely I shouldn't lie to the head of the religion? I have found comfort in praying to the faceless goddess during times of need. I answer truthfully, hoping it's enough. She sees through me at once. But you were not raised attending temple services. You have not formed a deep personal relationship with the goddess or any of her stewards. You do not let her grace guide your life in all matters. My stomach twists. My first interaction with the woman who is supposed to oversee my coronation, and I'm failing a test I didn't prepare for. No, I say, mouth dry, but I hope my lack of a past relationship with the sect of the faceless goddess will not impede my future one. I have an open mind. The mother priestess's hands tighten on the crown, and I get the sudden urge to yank it away from her. Instead, I hold out a palm. She considers it for a moment and then slowly gives it back. I resettle it on my head. The mother priestess brushes past me, walking swiftly toward the castle with her guards trailing after her. The castle attendant gives me a startled look and then trots after her shouting, "Let me show you to your chambers, Mother Priestess." I let out a tense breath. "What the fuck was that?" "A zealot," Anassa replies. "One of the most dangerous types of humans to exist. We must keep an eye on her." I nod. Turning back to the castle, I ruefully think of the good first impression I was hoping to make. Are any of the leaders in Nocturna remotely normal? The next day, Venna and I have an appointment with a contact she's found in the bonded city. He's a collector, someone who might be able to tell us about the bracelet around my wrist. Sigrid continues to insist that the engagement bracelet is a non-issue. Once Tormund captures Killian, we can get it removed and the strangeness that's been corrupting the pack magic will go away. And he'll no longer be able to reach any of the bonded through our pack communication, though so far the mental barrier Anassa and I erected has held strong. The way she tells it makes it sound so neat and tidy. Still, I need to do something. I'm barely sleeping, so worried I'll end up back in that shadow realm trapped with Killian. Every time my eye catches on the darkened ruby, it reminds me of the ruinous mistakes I made with him. A painful shard of grief, encased in an exquisite lie. If we can figure out what the bracelet is, or better yet how to get it off immediately, we can ensure that something like this will never be used again. Venna and I meet in the back courtyard that faces toward the bonded city. Isabel, Thomason, and Neva join us. When I realized where we were going, I insisted that everyone come along. It's been too long since my friends have had a break or seen their families. It's a quick ride to the bonded city. Isabel and Thomason lead the way on their direwolves, bickering in a way that is obviously flirting like normal. But Esteo and Felicos are standing closely, their tails occasionally swishing together. And then, Thomason grabs Isabel's hand, lacing her fingers with his. Well, that's not normal. I look at Venna and Neva in shock and sign so that I can hide the question from Isabel and Thomason's ears. Are they? I don't have the sign language vocabulary for what I want to say. How have I not asked Venna for a crash course in sex terms? Together now? For at least a week, Venna signs back, eyebrows raised. And they're being disgusting, Neva shouts at their backs. Isabel's head whips over her shoulder, a pissy look on her face. Are you talking about us? You know you're being kind of a bitch for someone who kept begging us to just fuck already. Neva throws her hands in the air. Yeah, I thought the two of you would get it out of your systems and then move on. But no, it's Izzy this and Tomtom that and sex everywhere. I am so tired of seeing your tits, Isabel. I burst into laughter. Izzy, Tomtom? Thomason grins slyly, although his face is about as red as his hair. He holds out an arm, beckoning her. Aw, Nev, sorry if we've been making you uncomfortable. Neva and Agmeta spring toward them and Neva gives him a playful shove. Thomason almost topples off Felicos. I'm happy for you too, I swear, but it would be nice if your love fest was just a little less in my face at all times. Venna and I ride behind them and my head reels. At least a week and I had no idea. Isabel's supposed to be my best friend. I asked these four to remain behind for me and now I barely see them except when they're doing things for me. Hey, I call out to my friends from Anassa's back as we near the bonded city. Venna and I need to run this errand, but then what if I came with you to see your families? It would be nice getting to see where they all come from. We can have a day that's not about me for once. Isabel squeals and even reserved Venna gives a broad smile at the suggestion. Father would love that, Venna says. I look over to Neva and Thomason and I'm met with conflicted expressions. It might be best to skip my house for now, Neva says slowly. Her expression is shuttered and Agmata slows his pace. My siblings might be busy and I know my aunt's home, but she doesn't complete the thought and I turn to Thomason. Well, he shakes his head but doesn't say anything. What am I missing here? I ask, confused. Maybe they just want time alone and I'd be intruding. Neva coughs, then speaks again. My family, they're struggling a little with the changes. They haven't fully declared for you. I'm working on them and I think they'll come around, but I don't think they're quite ready to welcome you into their home. My chest tights. The family of my own friend, Thomason nods, refusing to look me in the eye. It's worse with my family. My mother and grandmother are staying in the bonded city for now, but they aren't supportive. They think you might be a fraud. They're talking about heading to Ravenfrost. His tone is light, but a note of defensiveness is there too. But Killian's a siphon, I exclaim. I showed everyone that. How could they consider supporting a siphon? He finally meets my gaze, his mouth a thin line. They don't believe you, Meryn, he says plainly, and it hits me in the gut. It's your word, your memories against his, and they think yours are well false. Even when I've tried to tell them otherwise, they refuse to listen to common sense. Head spinning, I reach out to Anassa. Did you know it was this bad? I thought Sigrid would be able to convince everyone. But she doesn't respond. Her mind has turned into an aggressive tempest. She lunges toward Thomason and Felicos, ears back, and starts to circle them. Felicos' lips pull back from his fangs, a low growl starting. Anassa, no, I say helplessly, but her instincts have taken over. Our friends are not the enemy. She ignores me either by choice or by instinct, and pounces on Felicos. Meryn, stop her. Isabel shrieks. My hands are fisted in Anasa's fur, yanking and yanking as I'm tossed around on her back, but her fury has no ending. Her fangs close on the scruff of Felicos's neck, shaking. Meryn, Thomason screams, his eyes flickering with fear. Anassa, I command you, stop. The wolves break apart and Anasa takes 2 tense steps backward, still growling. They can't help how their families feel, I say sternly. This is not Thomason or Neva's fault, and attacking them for something they cannot control will only further divide us. Pack is pack, Anasa replies, her anger leaking through the bond. Loyalty must be absolute from everyone, or what good is it? We aren't the zealots, remember? That's the weirdo priestess and her flock. I know the wolves have their own dynamics, but we cannot attack our own for having questions. That will only drive them away. Anasa lets it go, but she sulks the rest of the way to the bonded city. Conversation is muted after that, and I'm guiltily relieved when Venna and I part ways with the rest of them for our errand. I thought that keeping my friends here would be a source of comfort. Maybe queens don't have that luxury. My boots have started to pinch my toes, and I kick them off when I enter my room. They land in a pile of discarded shoes that I know I should put away but can't quite bother with. I'm collapsing into an armchair when Sayla comes out to greet me. I straighten, suddenly alert again. I'm glad to see her up. We've been leaving Sayla's door unlocked recently. Anasa's kept her fed on animal blood, and Sayla's shown no sign of mindlessly attacking anyone, so we're reasonably confident she's not a danger to us. Helene and Grigor are still doing guard rotation, of course. We tell Sayla it's to keep others out, not to keep her in. I can't tell if she believes us. Back already. How did it go? Sayla hasn't shown interest in much since Killian did what he did. But she's been darkly fascinated by the engagement bracelet. Perhaps its removal will be one small victory over the shithead who ruined her life. I hope it's not more, that it's not some part of her sire bond leaking through. Is Killian in her mind, directing her to pay attention to the bracelet? I can't start thinking that way, or I'll never be able to relax in her presence. I beckon her over to the seat beside mine, and she gathers up the stack of clothing on the cushion and moves it to my bedroom before sitting. You can just throw that on the floor, I say. Sayla rolls her eyes. Well, he confirmed that it looks like siphon-made magic, which we basically already knew. I sigh and stare at the bracelet, holding my arm out in front of me so we can both look at the ruby's ominous sparkle. He had no idea how to get it off, and he said I shouldn't do anything drastic like cutting off my hand either, because the magic could backfire anyway and kill me. Sayla screws up her mouth, thinking this over. Her feet come up to tuck beneath her body. I hold back a smile. It's good to see her engaged in something, even something so grotesque. And what about the sword? Sayla has been equally fascinated by my tales of the dire blade, asking Aldrich to bring her any legends he can find about it. She's convinced that it'll be important to my rule. We all hoped we could find someone to reforge the blade from the shards that remained. However, just like with my bracelet, all the local smiths have turned us away, mystified. Now the shards just sit in a dusty sack shoved under my bed. This collector guy, Georgian, said it doesn't look like human forged metal. I chew on my lip, staring toward the window and the view of the pine trees beyond. Seems like we don't know much about anything anymore, to be honest. A lot of knowledge was lost because of the blood curse. Sayla fusses with a loose thread on the arm of the chair, flattening it down only for it to bounce back up when she moves her finger. Her face, hopeful when she thought I was bringing her new information, now holds a detached expression that's starting to be all too familiar. I frown, wishing I could do more to bring her back out of her shell. She's been so focused when she has some kind of problem to think about, like finding out more about the dire blade. My eyes fall to Mother's necklace around her neck. The gem seems to have a soft glow even when the light isn't hitting it. Just like the opal in my crown, could it be the same kind of opal? A goddess tear, the mother priestess called it. I haven't been able to get any more information from her about what that means. In fact, we've barely even met to review the rituals for the coronation. I get the distinct sense that the priestess is avoiding me since I don't meet her standards of a true believer. I study Sayla's face. Perhaps another area where research would help? It can't hurt. I'd do just about anything to draw Sayla out of her grief and depression. Sayla, I need your help with something. 14 Stark, the petulant looks on Lord and Lady Vulcanfrost's faces. You'd think I was dragging them to Sturmfrost for a funeral, not a massive party. As we reach the edges of the city, Kratos bounds faster to ride up next to Ephies and Nomi. We've been traveling more slowly than the direwolves are comfortable with for the past couple of days, all because the nobles have to ride slow horses. Can't wait to get rid of these sour fucks, I tell her, inclining my head behind us to the large Vulcanfrost party. She glances behind us, then raises her eyebrows at me, lips pursed. What? I growl. They've been silent all day. Nomi stifles a laugh. It's probably hard to think of anything to say when the big bad Demos Alpha and his direwolf are glaring at you all the time. I scoff. This is just the way my face looks, you know that. If you say so, grouchy, she says. Look, we're basically at their dusty and underused Sturmfrost residence. I'll see them all the way there. Why don't you head back to the castle? She doesn't have to tell me twice. Kratos and I take off quickly in that direction. Within a few minutes the castle is on the horizon. I dismount and stalk into it as Kratos peels off to find Anassa. The first order of business is reporting to Sigrid. As her door swings open, I note that her redecorating project has sped along. Gone are the ridiculous hunting trophies from the walls, along with the spindly, showy furniture favored by the Vaultiers. In its place, Sigrid appears to have fully moved into the regent's chambers. A tapestry from her house that features our family seal is on one wall, and thick curtains in the Therion colors, scarlet and white, are at each window. They hold no sentimental meaning to me. I can count on two hands the number of times I've been in her house in the bonded city. I hear the Valkenfrost delegation is as sizable as we'd hoped, Sigrid says in lieu of a welcome. Yes, I tell her. Hand delivered to you, all body parts still intact as ordered. Human body parts at least. Last night at the camp I overheard Lord Erland Valkenfrost discussing coronation traditions with some of his male courtiers. Apparently the new monarch typically strips down naked in front of the entire congregation to humble themselves before the faceless goddess. While naked, the mother priestess anoints them with sacred oils. Cyril Vaultier wasn't a bad-looking man, I can say that, Erland boasted. But just wait until our firm young queen is displayed before us, rubbed down in oil for our pleasure. How humiliating and delicious it will be. I didn't have to act, Kratos took care of it. Before I could stop him, Kratos dragged Lord Valkenfrost's spare mount into the firelight. Then, as Erland's face paled in shock, Kratos ate the horse. It was brutal and cruel, but even I can't stop wolf instincts. My direwolf does not appreciate the idea of our new queen being humiliated, I said lightly as Erland retched into the fire. I recommend you keep that in mind before recounting any other traditions you'd like to see reenacted. Now, I look across the room to the Sovereign Alpha. She's seated at the dining table amid a pile of parchment and a half-eaten breakfast of bread and fruit. Despite the early hour, she's perfectly coiffed and in her military uniform already. I wonder if she sleeps in it. Sigrid would never let someone see her dressed casually. She allows for no vulnerabilities, not even for her son. How are the coronation preparations coming along? I ask, curious if Kratos will try to eat any more noble steeds before this has ended. Sigrid sighs. Mostly fine, although the queen has rejected several of the usual traditions. She has agreed to be anointed in oil, my blood starting to heat, but she's refusing to undress for it and the mother priestess is greatly offended. Still, we'll get through the day. Sigrid doesn't look up, still focused on the papers in front of her. She signs off on the order she was writing out, then pulls up another paper and begins scanning it while she talks. Anyone give you trouble in the other fiefdoms? No more than we expected, I reply, sitting across from her and pouring myself some lukewarm coffee. Eisenfall's still a boorish asshole, but he's coming. Blumenfall's playing it close to the chest like usual. The rest of them will all be there. It'll be a full room as you wanted. The rest of them, she muses. Not Rabenfrost, though. Did you hear their lord's eldest daughter is personally waiting on Killian? He really has them eating out of his hand. Alpha Tormund is waiting for the right moment to strike, but he'll be taken care of soon enough. Her voice is detached, assessing. She delicately sips her tea, then places the cup back on its saucer. If she's disturbed by the idea of Lord Rabenfrost's 12-year-old daughter waiting on the new siphon host of Alistair Brightbane, who's had a penchant for young girls over the years, she doesn't show signs of it. It takes some focus for me to keep my anger off my face, so her next comment catches me off guard. Stark, before you go, there's something else. I've decided you will marry the queen. For a second the room is so silent we can hear the slow drip of water as last night's icicles on her windowsill slowly melt in the sun. Excuse me, my voice comes out low and deadly. She makes eye contact with me, challenging. You heard me, you are to marry the queen. I barely have to call my strength, it comes so freely. With a swipe of my hand I unleash an impelling blast, directed toward her but not at her so that it tips over her table. Her breakfast plate smashes across the floor, shards scattering in all directions. Anyone else would cower in fear at the violence I have living inside me, so close to the surface at any time. Sigrid merely looks bored. I thought I made my position on this perfectly fucking clear the last time you brought this up, I snarl. Not interested. Liar, slithers a dark voice in my mind, you lie. With a flick of Sigrid's fingers, shadows descend on the room, writing the table. It's a clear message. However strong I might be, the Sovereign Alpha is stronger, with a type of magic I won't know until we've performed her funeral rites. Yes, she says mildly. I was disappointed in your reaction. Now that I've had more time to work with the queen myself, I've formed my own opinion. She's impossibly powerful and entirely unpolished. She will not rule well without a firm hand guiding her. If you are her husband, we can proxy rule the throne. Disgust and horror rise in me so strongly that I'm nearly shaking. She doesn't want to forcefully shape Meryn into her own image. She wants to take over the queen's throne entirely. You misjudge her, I say through clenched teeth. She will rule impeccably if I can keep Sigrid's firm hand off her, if I can keep my distance enough that Meryn's own violence stays at bay. Sigrid narrows her eyes. Perhaps, but as the stewards of Nocturna we cannot take that chance. We can convince her by showing her historical records, pointing out that the ancient Sturmfrost queens always married the mated rider. She may protest initially, but she will come around. And me, I growl. Sigrid might have forgotten this in her hurry to seize Meryn's throne, but she spent nearly 30 years forging me into a waking nightmare. A villain has no place next to a queen. You need to stop being obstinate, she says crisply. This isn't about your feelings on the matter. We've been presented with an opportunity we can't pass up. We'll organize a fast wedding and you should get Meryn with child as quickly as possible. Her skin under my tongue, her soft noises of pleasure. Fuck. Reeling in my self-control, I remind myself that Meryn is in no place to be married to anyone, least of all to someone she hates. Someone who enjoys calling forth the darkness in her, who would nudge her toward the worst version of herself. Sigrid pauses and looks out the window, considering her next words. A child born with the powers of both the Therion and the Sturmfrost lines? The expression on her face turns my stomach, like she's starving and has just been presented with an opulent feast. I know then everything she's planning. Once a child is born, her grandchild, a baby she can have entire control over and mold to her image, she'll do exactly what she threatened in the first place. She'll get rid of the queen. I'm going to kill her. I have to kill her. It's the only way I can keep Meryn and Nocturna safe. My hand inches down toward the dagger strapped to my thigh. If Kratos wasn't currently engaged with Anassa, I know he'd be here immediately, ripping out her throat himself. The Sovereign Alpha turns back toward me and says lightly, it will help legitimize her claim, you know. With my son by her side, the bonded will have to accept her. Her hunger for power has made her delusional. With me by her side, the bonded might accept Meryn, but the common people and the nobles would flee in droves to Killian. They're wary enough of her as it is. They don't need the butcher of Nocturna's army seated on the king consort's throne, adding fear to their caution. Still, her words make me pause, cooling the heat that has slid over my vision. If I kill Sigrid now, the coronation will fall apart. The Sovereign Alpha has more power and influence over the bonded than anyone else in the entire country. If things are to have even a chance of going smoothly, she needs to remain in charge of our forces and an ally for Meryn. For now, at least. Let's discuss this once the coronation is over, I say, voice flat. Yes, she says, smiling with satisfaction at my apparent acquiescence. Let's do just that. I'll start figuring out a date for a ceremony. I bow and take my leave quickly, my rage a barely leashed thing. I make it halfway down the hall before I lose it and slam my fist into the wall, shattering plaster. The bang reverberates throughout the empty, echoing hall. A door flies open and there she is. Shit. Meryn looks startled and she holds a dagger at the ready. When she spots me, she sheathes it, rolling her hazel eyes. Her hands come to her hips in irritation. Bullying walls now, how? What did it do? Look at you the wrong way. I take 2 steps toward her, drinking in her appearance in alarm. There are dark, bruised circles beneath her eyes and her skin is wan. She's lost weight in the past 3 weeks. Her face is hollow and ghostly. What has been happening while I've been gone? I could have kept in contact with her, could have reopened that dangerous river between us. Instead, I relied on reports from Grigor and Helene and the Sovereign Alpha, content to hear that I wasn't missing anything important. Content to keep her at arm's length for the sake of my own sanity. Clearly that was an error in my judgment. My hand itches to stroke her cheek, trace the circles with the pad of my thumb. I shove away the notion. Touching her face is a slippery slope toward Sigrid's getting exactly what she wants, toward dragging Meryn down into the darkness with me. The words just slip out. You look like shit, she barks a laugh. First the wall and now me? Well, it's been great seeing you too, Alpha Stark, welcome back. Meryn turns back into her room, quickly moving to shut the door. I stick my foot in the doorframe, stopping it, desperate to keep her in my line of sight, desperate to measure every part of her until I can untangle what's gone wrong. You don't want to hear how the journey went, I say. Aren't you curious if your brutal enforcer killed any more poor, unsuspecting nobles? She flushes and looks away, guilt flickering across her face. Guess she hasn't forgotten those words either. Fine, do you want to come in? Meryn turns and leads me into the living area, but I don't make it much farther than the door before I stop dead in my tracks. It's been 3 weeks and she's apparently still not letting her attendants tidy her room. The furniture is not even visible at this point. If you didn't know better, you'd think that the chaise and the chairs were made in a scattered patchwork fabric. The dining table has disappeared entirely under maps. Does anyone at least lift up your piles of chaos and clean underneath them? I grind out. Or should we expect that rodents are making their homes here? How long until we need to call for the palace exterminator? Meryn lets out an affronted sound. I get it. I'm a hideous toad and my room is a squalid pit. Did you want to talk or not? My eyes cut to her. She looks like she's going through a rough patch, but even now there's a familiar, challenging fire in her posture. You're not a hideous toad. I notice you're not denying you think I live in a pit, so how would you describe me then, an ugly sow? We're starting to walk a dangerous line here. Fishing for compliments, your highness? I deflect. Well, when an attractive man says I look like shit, I tend to take him at his word. My pulse pounds at her words, but her bravado does nothing to disguise the fact that I hurt her. Fuck. I apologize for my bluntness, you don't look like shit, you just look like you haven't been sleeping. Meryn nearly winces and presses her lips together. What is she hiding? It's been a very taxing couple of weeks, but I'm fine, so the nobles? They've all come aside from Ravenfrost. I just arrived with the Vulcanfrost contingent. You'll be pleased to hear that I behaved myself the rest of the trip. No more cousins were sacrificed. Thank you. Meryn's face goes a little pink as she asks her next question. Do you need the tattoo? For that cousin, I could help with that. The color brings some life back to her face and an uncomfortable warmth builds in my gut. Fuck, she's pretty when she's embarrassed. Something primal starts to break through my tight control. How low can that blush extend? Does it reach all the way down to the tattoo just beneath her breasts? I give in to my hunger, wanting to see how red I can make her. Eager to lick me, princess? Meryn's eyes shoot to mine now, wide and unblinking. I don't even think she realizes she's doing it, but her pink tongue darts out across her lips. I stare at the shimmering wetness, my blood heating as I imagine her lips and her tongue on me, licking where she's caused me pain, moving lower to my Meryn. Comes a young voice. Sayla's door creaks open and the 11-year-old girl walks into the living area. Oh hi, Alpha Stark. I take a ragged breath and bow, using the moment to clear my head. What the fuck was I doing? Princess Sayla, I say to the dirty rug, take another breath, and then straighten. It's nice to see you looking so well. Unlike Meryn, the girl looks significantly healthier than the last time I saw her. Her skin tone is back to a typical flush. She seems to have figured out how to manipulate her fangs because she's keeping them hidden. There are no obvious signs she's anything other than a normal child. Meryn clears her throat. Yes, Anasa has been keeping Sayla fed regularly. We haven't found a cure yet, but Aldrich continues his research. Sayla looks a little embarrassed at this and slinks over to the chaise. She shoves some of Meryn's clothes to the side and settles herself into it, pulling her knees into her chest. Meryn watches her sister carefully, sadness lingering. Sayla's been doing some research of her own, she says with forced cheer. Sayla just nods. Tell Alpha Stark about it, SAE. Sighing, the girl looks up to me. Have you ever heard of a goddess tear? I shake my head. Rings no bells, what is it? Meryn crosses the room and sits down next to her sister. We're not sure, but the mother priestess called the opal in my crown a goddess tear and seemed very excited to see it. She said she thought it had been lost to the siphons. Sayla pulls a necklace out of her tunic, one that I recognize immediately. The royal heirloom that has been passed down through generations of their family. The gem is sizable, nestled in a delicate gold setting, and seems to give off a faint light from deep in its depths. If the opal in Meryn's crown is a goddess tear, maybe this is one too, Sayla says quietly. I've been trying to understand where the term came from. Maybe it would help us learn some more about our family's history. Can't you ask the mother priestess? I ask, brow furrowing. Meryn's mouth twists in distaste. She hasn't been forthcoming with more information, no. Let's just say that the mother priestess and I have not exactly seen eye to eye over the past week. I'm shocked to hear that you're not getting along with someone, I say smoothly. Meryn picks up a discarded shoe and tosses it in my direction, and I dodge, smirking. I'll look into it too, I tell them both, then bow again. And Meryn, that thing we were talking about, Nomi took care of it already. Her blush is back now, traveling down her neck. Ah, of course she did. But now that I know you're interested in performing such services, you're welcome to do the next one, anywhere you want. I turn on my heel before I can witness her reaction, but she sputters and starts to cough. As I shut the door to her chambers behind me, I can hear Sayla say, "Are you okay?" I tell myself that I said it only to get a rise out of her. I almost believe it too. 15 Meryn has finally arrived, the day my coronation, and my sister is an absolute mess. Sayla is curled up against Anasa's side in her bedroom, weeping softly. We still don't let the servants around her, so Helene helped her get dressed into an elegant ice blue gown. Her face is blotchy and she looks delicate and doll-like as she cries into Anasa's fur. My heart twinges, she's still so young. Sigrid and I decided that Sayla had to attend the coronation despite the risks. There would be too many questions otherwise. I don't think her appearance has changed much since becoming a siphon, but she's learned how to retract her fangs. I walk over and sit gently next to her. Sayla looks up. Her sobbing immediately quiets somewhat, but she can't stop her tears. Meryn, SAE, I say and smooth my hand over her hair. What is it? I don't want to go, there'll be too many people there, I'll hurt someone again, she chokes out, reaching for me. I take her hand and shake my head. You'll be all right, Sayla. Anasa hunted for her earlier today, so she's recently fed. It took a while to wash off all the gore matted in her hair. The animal blood should keep her hunger under control for a couple of days. The deer wasn't enough, she cries, even though we both know that's not true. I don't want to hurt anyone. We've taken precautions, I promise. Anasa or I will remain close to you throughout the ceremony and reception, and if anything feels wrong you only have to signal and you'll be escorted out immediately. Sayla's fingers curl in Anasa's fur. Anasa's support always calms her. Helene, Grigor, and Sigrid are also going to be on high alert. Gently I add, but you have to attend. You're a princess of the kingdom and very few people know anything else. If you're not at the ceremony it will cause confusion. In our weekly council palace meetings, Igor told me that the commoners were asking questions about the princess. I wasn't particularly beloved in the Eastern Quarter, but Sayla was, the precocious, smart child who was bound to rise above her circumstances. Now they see her as a hero, someone who endured a horrible kidnapping, helped free other children, and became a princess. It's clear she's going to become the cherished symbol of our nation and burnish my own reputation too. As long as we can keep the truth of her condition a secret. As long as we can find a way to heal her. Sayla's head drops against Anasa's side. My direwolf bends her neck and nudges Sayla with her nose. Sayla's lips twitch toward a smile. Her tears are drying up. You can do this, I tell her. I promise you, you can do this. She takes a shaky breath. She's clearly still nervous, but she squeezes my hand and says, we're mother's daughters. I've had longer to sit with mother's death than Sayla has. It's been hard for her on top of everything. But we're arranging a time to visit her grave together once the coronation is over. My chest flares with pain. What would mother think seeing this day? It should have been her here, claiming her throne, choosing to rule. For a second I can almost see what that life would have been like. A loving mother, strong and sane. A sister protected from all the pain and hurt of these past few months. A childhood where I hadn't gone to bed hungry at least once a week. The list of things that Killian and his family stole from us would be 1,000 pages long. Swallowing down the lump in my throat, I kiss her head. Mother's daughters. There's a knock at the door in the living area. Then I hear Isabel's cheerful voice. Oh great and powerful queen, we're here to wait upon you dutifully. Are you ready? I ask Sayla. She nods, caution in her gaze. Over the past couple of weeks she's seen my friends occasionally, just enough for them to not get overly worried. She sees Venna more regularly for sign language lessons, something that has jolted Sayla out of her misery for a solid 10 minutes at a time. Even then we keep their sessions brief. They still don't know what's happened to her. Grasping her hand, I lead Sayla out of her room. I exhale the moment I lay eyes on Isabel, Venna, and Neva. The twins wear the same dress but in different colors. The top of the bodice is ruched, flowing into off the shoulder sleeves, and the body of the gown is a sleek sparkling fabric that appears to flow down their bodies like water. Isabel's is a burnished orange, and her hair is artfully arranged over one shoulder. Venna's dress is a light purple, and her shorter hair is set in soft waves. Neva's in a deep silver dress that matches the silver streak in her dark curls. It has thin straps and a high slit up one side, and embroidered rhinestones cascade from the bodice of the dress all the way down the slit. Matching rhinestones are laced throughout her hair, making her shimmer from head to toe. If I'm play acting as a queen, they look every bit the important members of my court. Thank the goddess you're here, I say. Venna gives Sayla a small hug, and my sister starts to warm up. Where's the gown? Neva asks eagerly. Even Neva and Venna have gotten into the excitement of the day as it's approached. Isabel's energy is infectious. Brianna and my other attendants came earlier to do my hair and makeup. I save getting into the coronation gown for my friends. Over here, I say, and lead them to where it's wrapped up for protection. Go ahead. Venna reaches for it first, and Isabel watches in excitement as her sister cautiously removes the creation from its wrappings. Isabel's hand immediately closes around my arm when she sees it. I rest my hand on hers and let my eyes wander over the garment. It's a queen's dress without a doubt. A masterpiece of tailoring and stitchwork. It's deep blue, embroidered in a filigree of thousands of tiny gold crystals that catch the light like stars when Venna lifts it. The neckline dips knife-like and low, almost daring. The full-length sleeves make the dress modest though, and they will thankfully conceal my stupid fucking engagement bracelet. 2 full-length slits stretch the length of my thighs, but these are practical additions that will allow me to ride Anasa without constraint should I need to do so. Oh, Neva breathes as she traces her fingertips over the long cape and its train. This element of my ensemble is white, but it's threaded all the way through with golden embroidery of wolves running, leaping, almost dancing. You're a queen, Sayla says in awe, as if seeing this dress finally made it real for her. Let's make sure everyone else knows that, huh? I say playfully. Shall we? Isabel says, gesturing to the gown, and I nod. It's a delicate art to get me into the dress without disturbing my carefully arranged hair, but with my friend's help we manage it. When I lift my head to assess myself in the mirror once more, strength settles in my Sturmfrost blood. I may not recognize myself, but when I look at my reflection, I see a queen. I see Queen Chiara in her own coronation gown as if she were standing at my side, hand on my shoulder. I hold fast to that image of myself as I approach the throne room, my sister and my direwolf both trailing behind. Even as I enter and take in the elaborate decorations, I do not let my vision waver. This is the same throne room I saw Queen Chiara in when I first put on the crown, and now it's bedecked for a luxurious show. The room is flooded with flowers from the greenhouses. Thousands of blood-red blooms have been artfully arranged to look as though they're growing up the walls, curling over the golden throne, and even dripping from the high ceiling. It gives the impression of a beautiful threat, exquisite with a hint of potential violence. I asked for something that didn't visually scream, "I'm a bit deranged and might kill you all at any moment." Alas, Matron Aliénor said that the Voltiers always had scarlet blooms at their coronations, and that the nobles would expect nothing less. The air is heady with the flower's natural perfume. It's so rich that I can almost taste it, floral and cloying on my tongue. My head twinges with pain, a reminder of the shield against Killian that I've continued to reinforce. Anassa and I threw more power against it today. The last thing we need is Killian reaching out to all the bonded mid-ceremony. I can only hope it will be enough. Swiveling, I look back at Sayla to make sure she's still doing okay. Her eyes are wide, but she gives me a nod and a wobbly smile. "Fix my skirts if they get tangled, okay?" I whisper. I think falling on my face would ruin the effect. Sayla rewards me with a faint giggle. The room is bisected by a carpeted aisle. On either side are rows and rows of chairs. The common people are seated in the back, wearing the nicest garments they own. Igor makes eye contact with me from where he sits with his wife Prina and nods. Next to him are the women from the laundry, my mother's old friends. They're dressed more formally than I've ever seen them, so much so that I barely recognize them. I smile at me, whose hair is painstakingly arranged and adorned with white flowers. Heat burns behind my eyes and that feeling of unfairness returns. If only my mother had been here. The next section is filled with high-ranking bonded, all brightly dressed in their most expensive finery. Some of them I recognize, like the Crypto's Alpha Hannelore who is next to Edgeth. Many of them I don't. My face flushes when I set eyes on Stark, a row ahead of them and next to the Sovereign Alpha. He wears a dark suit again, this time accented in a deep Demos red, the color of blood. His broad shoulders and the wicked tattoos on his neck and his hands set off the crisp lines of his suit in a way that's almost perverse. As if sensing me, always sensing me, he lifts his head. When our eyes meet, his face softens for the briefest of moments. His gaze moves over me like a feather drifting against my skin. My flush stretches in a warm heat down to my chest. I force myself to look away from him, my pulse racing with something other than nerves. The dais at the far end holds the throne King Cyril occupied only a little over a month ago. A trumpet heralds, announcing my presence as I advance down the aisle, my train trailing me. Sayla walks to my right, slightly behind me. Anassa keeps pace on my other side. Row by row, the gathered assembly rises and remains standing even after I pass. Hundreds of faces turn to watch my progress down the long central aisle. My journey to the throne. I'm not sure which is more intimidating. The nobles whose faces show barely masked hostility, their brows tense and lips downturned, or the people watching with genuine expressions of awe. I push past it all and focus on the Mother Priestess, a person I'd barely thought about before this week but who has now been an unending thorn in my side. The Mother Priestess stands on the dais in ornate gold robes, her white hair once again wrapped in elaborate braids around her head. Her gnarled hands clutch a filigreed bottle of sacred oil. The priestess's rheumy green eyes may make her look feeble, but I see the sharpness to them, even if no one else does. To her side on a pedestal is the golden Sturmfrost crown with its leaping wolves. She's made no secret, to me at least, that she finds me unsuitable for the throne. Every choice I've made about this coronation, from refusing to disrobe in front of a crowd to insisting that we did not need to rush in a slaughtered sea serpent to feed the nobles, has been met with a frown of disapproval. The condemning wrinkles around her mouth and I are best friends at this point. Still, she's here. When I reach the dais, I turn around to face the assembled congregation. Sayla takes her seat in the front row, and Anassa goes behind me to sit by the throne. Meryn Sturmfrost, heir to the Sturmfrost throne, you seek to be queen of the sacred nation of Nocturna. The Mother Priestess bellows out, her voice far stronger than her body would imply. I do, I say, following the script we've drilled over and over again. Humble yourself before the people you wish to serve. Humble yourself before the faceless goddess herself, she cries out. The nobles straighten in their seats, necks craning. More than a few of the men have a lecherous look in their eye. Sorry, you fucking creeps, I'm not getting naked for your pleasure. Instead, I kneel a tough task in this heavy gilded gown. Disappointed murmurs reach me from the crowd. Then I place my head on the floor. I humble myself before the people and the goddess herself. I beg that she assesses me and provides due approbation. The words nearly make me shiver. I'll never forget the way Cyril Voltaire said that phrase when we first met. As if he fancied himself a god. I stay in this prostrate position for a full minute. Theoretically, if the goddess was up there and watching over this, now would be the point she'd strike me down. That's how I know this ceremony is bullshit. What kind of goddess would have let the Voltiers pass? You may rise, Meryn Sturmfrost, the Mother Priestess eventually announces. I lift my chest but stay kneeling and angle my body toward her. The mother priestess uncaps her sacred oil. The pungent, bitter scent of it wafts over me and I try not to gag, and that's when I notice it. On her thumb is a large signet ring, and in the center of it a teardrop-shaped opal. Just like the one in my crown, just like the one around Selah's neck. My blood starts to buzz. Is this another tear? The mother priestess dips her thumb into the dark liquid, drawing my eyes back to her face. With your power shall you rule for all. With my power I shall rule for all, I echo. She smears the oil across my forehead once twice in an X. With persuasion will you speak for all? With persuasion I shall speak for all. Her thumb dips back into the oil and she smears one line vertically across my mouth. I keep my lips clenched tight so the acrid flavor doesn't touch my tongue. Will you keep your people first as you create and you destroy? I hold out my hands to her, palms up. I will keep my people first as I create and I destroy. She smears one thick line on each palm. Will your heart aim to protect instead of harm? She asks. My heart will aim to protect instead of harm. She draws another X, one swipe, two swipes across my breastbone. Then she moves over to the pedestal that holds the crown. Her back is to the crowd. No one else can see the covetous glint in her eye or the way her fingers tighten over the center of the crown, over the opal. For a moment I worry she's not going to give it to me. Anasa growls low in her throat, faintly enough that I hope I'm the only person who hears it. Does the mother priestess believe these jewels are truly connected to the faceless goddess somehow? Or maybe she just loves a matching set of jewelry. Finally, the mother priestess turns and gently places the crown on my head. Her voice rings out steady, and the fanatical gleam in her gaze never wavers. With the almighty blessing of the faceless goddess, I proclaim you Queen Meryn Sturmfrost, the rightful sovereign of Nocturna and protector of the bond. With a violent, echoing slam, the doors to the throne room burst open. 16 Meryn bonded jump to their feet so quickly, weapons drawn, that it takes Almethi a moment to realize what's happening. It's the direwolves. They stream into the throne room en masse. There must be at least 50 of them, claws clicking loudly on the shining marble. Their presence looms over everyone as they fill up the room, heads high, eyes gleaming, muscles rippling with their graceful movements. The nobles draw back in fear. Gasps and whispers ripple through the crowd as they whirl around, craning to watch the procession as it overwhelms the borders of the room. Some of my wolfish viciousness returns, watching the power shift. I have a flicker of satisfaction at their discomfort. Good, I think. Let them be the vulnerable ones for once. Even nobles who attended the trials were seated far away from the direwolves, watching the events at a remove. This is the closest most of them have come to the wolves, and certainly to this many. I'm proud to see that the common people temper their reactions. Some of the wolves are the companions to the bonded at the ceremony, but I know others have not taken riders yet. Bounding playfully among them are 4 direwolf pups, one in each pack color. Selah gasps in joy. Cute, she squeals. What is this? I quickly ask Anasa. It takes a moment for her to respond, but she sends me her emotions. She's awed, humbled, deeply touched. They have come to show their respect and loyalty to us as the royal pair. Tears spring to my eyes and I weave my fingers through her coarse fur. When the last wolf has entered, barely contained within the boundaries of the hall, Anasa moves to stand before the throne. She lifts her massive silver-white head, her muscles ripple, and she tilts her muzzle back in a haunting howl. The sound is the ghosts of all our losses, the echo of the Sturmfrost queens, and it moves through the throne room like a wave. It wakes the voice of the other wolves. They reply in kind, howling in unity. Their song echoes over the vaulted ceiling and rattles me to my core. The nobles watch, speechless, as the wolves fall silent and begin to move as one. The direwolves bow deeply, first to Anasa, then to me. Then, as swiftly and surprisingly as they entered, the wolves file out of the throne room. The mother priestess clears her throat, redirecting the crowd's attention to me. Long live the queen, she calls out. The assembly rises, nobles and bonded and common people calling out in a unison far messier than the wolves. Long live the queen, the words ring hollow. Coronation day is endless, blending into night in a long blur. When I first swept into the central ballroom, trailed by Anasa and Selah and Sigrid and the rest of my entourage, the light of the thousands of flickering candles and sparkling chandeliers struck me with its beauty. Now, hours later, the dancing lights are like 1,000 tiny pinpricks in my eyes, accentuating the headache that's continued to throb dully at my temples. Anasa left with the rest of the direwolves hours ago, instinct calling her to hunt. She told me she wanted to make a new coronation tradition for the wolves, since all the traditions from the Sturmfrost era had been forgotten. Occasionally I get a flash of awareness from her as they bound through the snow, skirting around Mount Wolfsbane to the deeper forests and bigger game beyond. Lucky bitch. Unfortunately, the recent coronation traditions from the Vaultiers haven't been forgotten. The tables in the central ballroom circle around a cleared area, where 7 dancers from the city are engaged in a special performance. That's what Matron Alienor called it when she insisted we needed to have it, that the nobles would expect it. The special performance is some sort of erotic striptease. The dancers are all stunningly beautiful and talented. I'm in awe of their physicality. But is this appropriate for a coronation meal? Isabel says, coming behind me where I sit at the head table. The table has been covered in dish after dish of food. We've been eating for hours, one exquisite, absurd, rich thing after another. We watch together as one of the dancers bends over, wraps her legs around her head and exposes her thankfully covered crotch to a table of practically panting nobles. You took the words right out of my mouth, I mutter as one of the other dancers goes onto her toes. The woman next to her grabs the first dancer's dress and spins her. The first dancer pirouettes around the room, her dress unraveling as she goes until she's in only pasties and glittering bottoms. She ends her move in the splits and several of the noblemen whistle. She's really flexible, Selah says innocently through a mouth full of venison. She can eat regular food, another thing we learned from Aldrich's research, although only blood will provide her sustenance. Food is just meant for pleasure. And for someone rarely exposed to these kinds of meals, Selah is delighted by all her options. Do me a favor, I tell Isabel. Find out how much Matron Aliénor is paying these women and triple it. Done, she says. I was coming to let you know that the greeting procession is about to begin. I sigh as a long line of nobles forms at the stairs to our dais. On it, thanks. Sigurd's work has been a victory. The nobles are lining up to greet me, pay respects to their new queen. Everything is going as planned. If only their queen wanted to talk to a single fucking one of these sniveling dipshits. I rise and step forward reluctantly, taking my place on the throne that's positioned just by our royal table. Selah comes to stand at my side. She's doing great so far, but I'll need to send her to bed after this. Your Highness, an older man intones, his voice a bit nasal. He moves slowly, and I swear I can hear his knees creak as he bends down to pledge his house's allegiance. Lord Blumenfall, I respond, thankful that Sigurd made me study the names, titles, and portraits of each lord or lady. And Lady Eyre, the younger woman to Lord Blumenfall's right, also kneeling, stands and offers me a gilded box. Our congratulations, Your Highness. We brought this as just a small token of our gratitude to have the rightful queen return to us. I meet her eyes, looking for sarcasm, but her gaze is steady. Perhaps these nobles genuinely are open to a commoner, bonded queen? As the Lord's only child, Lady Eyre Blumenfall is set to inherit his estate and responsibilities when he's gone. She's solid-looking and flinty-eyed, maybe in her 50s at most. She notices me giving her the once-over and quirks an eyebrow, eyes glinting. We look forward to getting to know you better, my queen. As she steps away, I cast my mind around for the name of the next lord who approaches, a tall and thin man with a wispy mustache, but it's escaping me. He doesn't offer it either, and I can see his gaze grow calculating when he realizes I'm not sure who he is. Congratulations on this momentous day, he says, voice dripping with insincerity. Thank you for being here, I murmur, distracted by my effort to match his face to one of the portraits I studied. He sneers at Selah behind me and then marches off without a farewell. Selah and I exchange glances, but there's no time to talk before the receiving line carries on. The next couple is somehow better and worse. A young husband and wife whom I luckily remember as royal cousins of the Voltaire line, twice removed or something. Despite the fact that I just recently decapitated one of their family members and snatched the throne from another, they're bending over backward to fawn over me. The husband bows so deeply his head touches the ground, and the wife weeps as she grabs my hand and presses it to her forehead. It's transparently phony, the sycophantic worship, but I suppose I can't blame them. They're trying to persuade me not to lock them up for being distant relatives to the previous rulers. I turn and grab my water goblet, taking a few quick gulps. The Councillor of Sturmfrost, Gerhold Herzog, approaches next. The oily man is a necessary but unwelcome part of my council palace, and I spend our weekly meetings trying desperately not to engage in conversation with him. Neighbors in the Eastern Quarter used to crack jokes about how he'd bestow royal contracts on folks who did him favors, especially beautiful young women. I believe the rumors even more now that I've had the unfortunate luck of getting to know him. You changed the coronation ceremony, he says bluntly by way of greeting. I did, I say, trying not to scowl. Elements of it did not suit me, he sneers. I beg to differ, Meryn. I bristle at the casual use of my first name from him, it's an intended slight. Those elements would have suited you quite well. My face burns, this fucking pig. My first order of business now that I'm officially crowned will be finding a suitable replacement for him, an appropriate steward of Sturmfrost who can be trusted to run our city well. He must see the barely controlled rage behind my civil veneer, because he smirks and bows his head, taking his leave. Nomi and her father, Lord Eisenfall, are next. Nomi's gown is a showy, sleek, fiery red, almost matching the color of her hair. To call it a gown might be an exaggeration. It's a garment made of crisscrossing straps that cover up just bits of her body, with very little left to the imagination. It reminds me uncomfortably of the balls held during the bonding trials. I blink in surprise at it. She struck me as demure when we first met. Her attire looks drab in comparison to the wealth draped across Lord Eisenfall. His suit is a gaudy velvet, his sword hilt is studded in rubies and precious stones glint from rings on every finger. Nomi stands slightly behind him, her head bent. Lord Eisenfall, you're Nomi's father? The Lord scoffs. I sired Nomi to be sure, but we don't claim bastards as our children or heirs, not an Eisenfall at least. His gaze skims over me and my sister disapprovingly. But yes, Nomi belongs to Eisenfall. My already pounding head grows hot at his words, and I look between Nomi and this man, a father who makes it sound like she's a thing he owns rather than a daughter. Lord Eisenfall plays with the jeweled hilt of his sword as he speaks, his tone lazy. We do consider it a point of pride, of course, having a bonded to display as one of our own. What the fuck? I glance back at Nomi, who looks away as if she's embarrassed. I need to make a good impression on this asshole along with all the other disgusting leeches in this room. But my mouth doesn't listen to my brain. As your new queen, I find it's a point of pride to have so many dithering nobles to display as my own. I extend my hand in what I hope is a queenly way, keeping my face as blank as possible as Lord Eisenfall studies me, clearly unsure how to take my words. He leans in and kisses it, and I immediately want to go wash. After they finally go, the mother priestess steps up. I didn't see her shrunken form behind Lord Eisenfall's towering one, and she takes me by surprise. I assumed she might have left after the ceremonial portions of the coronation were complete. That zealous intensity has returned to her eyes as she glides up the stairs to the dais, moving toward me until she's uncomfortably close. Mother priestess, I say uneasily. Thank you for presiding over the ceremony. Instead of responding to me, she turns toward Selah and reaches out a hand. My sister takes a frightened step backward. It immediately sets alarm bells off in my head. You have too, the mother priestess hisses, moving closer. She's focused on the opal necklace Selah wears around her neck. The other goddess tear. She lunges forward as if to yank it off my sister's neck. Mother priestess, I snap, and the woman straightens, a peevish look on her face. Forget yourself. No, you forget yourself, your highness. She holds up her hand, displaying the opal ring. You have said it yourself, you are not a true believer. You are not worthy of carrying one tear in your family, let alone two. They are sacred symbols of the goddess. They belong with me. Anger floods me and shadows begin to stir in the corner of my eye. Fuck, not now, I cannot lose control. Taking a deep breath, I say, I have an open mind about the goddess, as I told you. If you find me so unworthy, perhaps you should have declined to oversee the ceremony, and I believe my family's heirlooms belong in my family's possession. I nod toward Sigrid, who approaches swiftly. Sigrid, the mother priestess, is exhausted and needs to retire for the evening. Can you personally see to it that she reaches her chambers? Sigrid bows to me, then grabs the mother priestess's arm, leading her away. Well, that was weird, Selah mumbles. No kidding, I say. Speaking of exhausted, are you ready to head back to your room? Selah nods gratefully, and I wave down Helene. After the two of them depart, I slip down the stairs past the other waiting nobles, ignoring the questioning eyes that land on me. I need air. This cavernous room is suddenly stifling. There's a side door behind a table overladen with chocolates and pastries, and I make for it as fast as my heavy gown and stupid dress shoes allow. It opens onto one of the balconies that overlooks the castle grounds. Letting the door close behind me, I make my way over to the banister. The cold stone is delicious against my overheated skin. A scent of snow is in the air. It's only a minute or two before my solitude is interrupted. The door opens with a burst of warm, damp air from inside. Maybe it's his tread against the solid stone of the balcony floor. Or maybe it's a subtle change in the back of my mind, Anasa's awareness shifting, blending with my own, giving me an almost wolfish intuition. But somehow I don't have to turn and look to know it's Stark. I swallow hard but keep my gaze straight ahead, watching the trees of the courtyard shiver in the frigid wind. Stark is quiet as he moves to stand beside me at the balustrade. I don't look at him, but I can feel his movement, sense the heat coming off him, his arm resting inches from mine as he leans on the banister and looks out. Neither of us says anything for a moment, and the silence settles over me like a comforting blanket. It's odd to be in his presence and also so at peace. Eventually I sense his gaze on me, and I turn to meet his dark eyes, pools of night in the dim light. My breath hitches, that tension between us from yesterday returning in full force. What would it be like to take him up on that offer, to tattoo him somewhere intimate and learn the feel of his skin with my tongue? Hiding from your scary subjects. His teasing, low voice interrupts the moment. But his gaze holds mine, and I somehow know there's concern behind the question. Only until they all go to bed, I laugh weakly. He just stares at me as if he's drinking in every detail of my appearance. Can you blame me? A bunch of ass-kissers who normally treat the bonded like garbage, suddenly falling all over themselves to tell me how happy they are for me, how glad they are to serve the rightful queen. Honestly, I'd rather drive nails into my eyeballs. That gets a snort from him, though his gaze never drops. Ass-kissers or not, you need them to show their support even if it's a total farce. I know, I sigh. Their wealth, the soldiers from their fiefdoms, their influence over their subjects, it's all. I know, I bite sharply, my irritation spilling over as I turn to face him fully, leaning in. I might act like an idiot most of the time, but I'm not a total imbecile. The clouds overhead are thinning, and the moonlight outlines his hair, the angles of his cheekbones, making him look like a hero from one of Selah's storybooks, or a villain. He looks different tonight, I think, although I can't pinpoint why exactly. Something in the set of his face. You look beautiful, he says quietly. Maybe I'm making it up, but I could swear there's a longing in his voice. Is it just our wolves' mate bond influencing him? Or something else? A yearning that has started to build in me too. One that confuses me so much I rush to shut it down. Glad to hear I didn't show up to my coronation looking like shit. He grimaces but steps closer until his breath heats me. Until I can smell his amber musk so deeply that it twists inside me and ignites my veins. Sorry, but when I saw you yesterday you looked like you hadn't slept in a month. His hand comes up to my face, and for a moment I think he's going to cut my cheek, tilt my face toward his. Instead, his fingertips lightly brush the spot under each eye, where I know under my makeup I'm boasting circles as dark as a bruise. I want to be insulted, but he's right. I have barely been sleeping. I'm too afraid that I'll somehow end up back in that shadowy realm trapped with Killian, unable to escape him. Maybe it's time to ask for help, to tell someone other than Anassa the truth. I know I can trust him. But as I open my mouth to explain, the door behind us swings open again, knocking against the stone of the wall and bouncing back. We both swivel to look at the new arrival, Sigrid. She gives us an assessing gaze, then smiles. I step away from Stark, not wanting her to read into whatever this is. It's time for the traditional toasts, Sigrid says. I don't think they'll get started until our monarch returns to her table, however. She somehow imbues the word monarch with respect and irritation and weariness all at once. I almost admire the way she manages to make the words sound like an insult without technically saying anything negative about me. So much for my heart-to-heart with Stark. I feel a sinking disappointment in my chest, but I know Sigrid's right. Far be it from me to keep the nobles from their next glass of Emberwine, I quip, moving toward the door before looking back at Stark. You coming? Sigrid bustles me back onto the dais. A server darts forward to hand me a glass of sparkling Emberwine as soon as I've reached my spot at the head of the table. The glass is made of shining crystal, intricately engraved with twisting vines, and at its center the Sturmfrost crest. I study it, wondering how old it is, if one of my ancestors might have held this very same glass at a coronation of her own. Sigrid begins the traditional coronation toasts. I catch a few words of her clearly rehearsed speech. The true royal line and tradition embracing necessary change as we move our country forward, and other carefully worded phrases. With the full support of the bonded warriors and myself, the sovereign alpha behind her. If only I believed I had the full support of the bonded warriors. Hopefully after tonight my friends' families and the others like them will start to come around. I look out at the sea of faces, each table standing with their glasses held aloft, waiting for Sigrid to finish her remarks. Turning back toward Sigrid, I see Stark slip into place by her side, and my exhaustion recedes just for a moment. To Queen Meryn, the words repeat and echo throughout the ballroom. I lift my own glass, smiling and nodding like I heard a word of what was said. Sitting back down, I place the cup carefully to the side. I don't need anything to dull my nerves tonight. Conversation resumes around the room, and the hundreds of conniving eyes thankfully shift away from me. I sigh again, and then a hand slips over my eyes. Who's your favorite packmate? Comes Isabel's voice. I manage a half-hearted chuckle as she lets me go, grabs herself a chair and scooches in next to me. Sigrid looks on disapprovingly from her end of the table, but I can't bring myself to care. Thomasin is with Iz, and he takes the chair next to her. Great party, Queenie, I laugh. Thanks, Tomtom, you two having fun? Isabel pulls a face. Not really. As your events planner, I'm duty-bound to say this has gone perfectly and everything is just right. Thomasin chuckles. But as your friends, this party is creepy. Oh, you didn't like the display of the 10 roasted peacocks? The tiny cakes that look suspiciously like breasts weren't to your taste? Or is it the nobles using their drunkenness as an excuse to do that? I gesture to the ballroom floor where several older inebriated nobles have cornered young commoners and bonded, forcing them to dance. Technically they're keeping their hands to themselves, but it's revolting to watch all the same. Isabel sighs. See. How did they even manage to get into that state? You'd think my position as planner would get me a few more perks. I can't even get the servers to bring me a glass of Emberwine. What gives? Before I can reply, she spots the crystal goblet at my plate. Great, here's where it's all been hiding. Time to get properly drunk and see if that makes this occasion any more tolerable. I roll my eyes and lean over her toward Thomasin. The woman you're courting is a terrible influence. You know that, right? Isabel looks affronted. Courting him? I have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, I've never even seen him before. Who is he? She takes a deep sip of the Emberwine. That's not what you were saying last night, Thomasin purrs, his mouth close to her ear. You seem to know my name very well when you were screaming. Isabel chokes on her drink. I hold up a hand. Stop, I beg you, it's like I'm hearing my parents talk about sex. Isabel's laugh gets stuck in her throat. Another choke. Her dark eyes go wide and she looks to Thomasin first, panic setting in. Then she grabs my hand, wheezing. All the blood drains from my body. She struggles to her feet and Thomasin and I both bolt out of our chairs so quickly they tumble over. He puts a hand on her back. The goblet slips from Isabel's fingers and rolls across the floor, bouncing once on the stairs before shattering into a million pieces on its next impact. She looks to me, eyes filled with terror as she takes one step backward. Her knees give out and she crumples to the dais. Her mouth is open, screaming without sound. Cold panic tears through me, ice filling my veins. Isabel, I shout, falling to the floor beside her, frantically searching for something I can do to help. Thomasin does the same, cradling her head in his lap. She begins to convulse violently. Foam froths up at her mouth, red from the emberwine, or, I realize with horror, from blood. Call the wolves, I reach out with my mind, trying to focus, hating to look away from Isabel for a second, even internally. But if Esteo is here, she can heal Isabel. Anasa, through the bond, I sense as she turns and sprints in our direction, but she's leagues away. It's going to be too late, I realize dimly. Whatever was in the drink meant for me has taken over Isabel's body. The party continues on all around us, clinking glasses and polite laughter. No one else sees it, how the world is ending before our eyes. 17 Meryn Direwolf now. A voice roars. The sound rings in my ears like a get bell her before I realize it's me. I'm the one screaming for help. We need a medic, get someone, anyone. Stark appears by our sides in moments, wrapping strong arms around Isabel's legs, trying to stabilize her. Grigor, get the palace medic. Stark echoes, the look on his face grim. Anyone with medical knowledge, come up here now. I lean back as Stark and Thomasin try to steady Isabel's thrashing form. All I can do is watch in horror as Venna appears next to us, tears streaming down her cheeks as she takes in the sight of her sister. When I glance back down from Venna's face, I know immediately that it's too late. Isabel has stopped moving. Her lips are blue, still flecked with that red foam, and her dark eyes are glassy, sightless. No, I whisper, reaching for her hand. It's cold, limp. I quickly pull my fingers back, stomach heaving. The most vibrant person I've ever met, snuffed out in a senseless blink. I meet Thomasin's gaze above Isabel's still form. He's ashen, shocked into a stupor. Venna falls to her knees next to her sister's lifeless body, and Stark and I both move out of the way. She wraps her arms around Isabel's form, cradling her gently. The primal wail that comes from her mouth is piercing. It doesn't sound human. Stark helps me to my feet. Penetratingly cold waves flood my body. My mind is frighteningly calm, like an icy frozen lake. That emberwine was meant for me. Isabel died drinking emberwine specially meant for me. I shiver as another wash of cold settles deep in my bones. It's only then I notice how the shadows in the room have begun to writhe, pulsing in time with my heartbeat, twitching as my fingers flex. That pulse I felt in the arena echoes inside me like a dark heartbeat, urging me to give up, let it in. As I instinctively tighten my hands into fists, threads of shadow curl up from all directions. They wrap themselves around my fingers, weave their way up my arms like an extension of the tattoos at my neck. The power is heady, all-encompassing. I flick open my right hand experimentally, and 1,000 tendrils of shadow shoot out, climbing the walls and writhing around the chandeliers, finding every last flame and extinguishing each one by one, leaving more and more of the ballroom in darkness. Meryn, Sigrid snaps from where she's joined us on the dais. Her disapproval doesn't register. My eyes cut to Stark and he inclines his head. A nod, maybe encouraging. The darkness has taken over. Some small part of me registers that I'm not acting like myself, like the queen I want to be, but I don't care. I don't care if I'm out of control anymore. I don't care if I'm letting my emotions consume me, if I'm leaving myself open to something sinister. The power gathering in my chest is wild and frightening and drives out any thought, any feeling apart from the sheer rush of freeing it. The darkness inside me is a deep, unending cavern. Sigrid's not strong enough to stop me anyhow. I release the ball of shadow from my other hand. With violent satisfaction, I watch as every single door in the room slams tightly shut. The nobles flinch at the sound, and I drink in their fearful murmurs. My voice is deeper than usual, calm and deadly. Who is responsible for this? The hall falls silent, the only sound Venna's strangled sobs. Who is responsible for Isabel's murder? I stride to the front of the royal dais, arms outstretched in a plea to the power that's all around me, gathering the dark to me like armor. I stare around the room, my vision sharpened, senses heightened as more and more magic streaks into my veins, through my very blood. Nobody steps forward. My mind races, replaying the moments before the toast. A server brought the goblet to me. The moment is sharp in my mind, the memory of the intricate cup, the face of the woman. It was someone I didn't recognize, someone with fair hair, not one of my regular staff. Deliberately I stepped down from the dais and onto the ballroom floor, shadows streaming behind me like a living cape. My anger is bright and hot behind my eyes, white heat clashing with the icy, shadowy tendrils that curl around my wrists, my neck, tangle in my hair. Nobles and bonded and servants alike shrink back as I approach them. I take my time, methodical. Nobody is leaving this room, not until I say so. I spot her finally in a cluster of servants I do recognize. She stands behind them trying to blend in. Get her. Like the other times I've used shade bending, I don't tell it what to do. I just give a shove of emotion and the shadows react, do what they will. A dark rope of power winds around her ankles, yanking her forward across the polished floor. Shocked nobles scramble out of the way, gawking as the woman sprawls before me. People push to move farther from us, the circle widening around me. I see Stark out of the corner of my eye note as he stays close, positions himself behind me. Good, he's not going to interfere. Who are you? The woman sobs, writhing against the shadowy restraints. They slither up from her ankles, fastening her arms to her sides, wringing her neck, leaving her helpless. No one, I'm no one, your highness. Her voice is thin and reedy. This was just a job, I didn't know what I was doing, I swear to the goddess. Her body thrashes uselessly on the floor, a grotesque echo of Isabel's final dying throes. Explain yourself, I growl. Anassa's anger grows stronger and stronger in my mind as she races toward the castle, needing to be here by my side. Her presence in my mind renews my strength. The woman's whimpers are loud in the silent ballroom. A few nobles start to edge toward the doors. Stop them. Shadows shoot across each of the doors, visibly barring the exits. Sobs start from a few more directions, but I ignore the sound, turning back to my quarry. She cries and snivels, begging me to let her loose. I didn't know what was going to happen. He told me I could trust him, that I was doing the right thing for Nocturna. He just said this was the queen's goblet, that it was important I give it to you and only you. Show me. Without my instruction, the shadows drag the woman upright and loosen one of her arms. Who is this man? Her arm shakes as she lifts it, pointing tremulously at a man I know well from our council meetings. The Counselor of Sturmfrost, that slimy piece of shit whose oversight of my city has been nothing but a curse. On instinct, I throw my hands toward him. The shadows take it as a command, streaming in his direction faster than thought itself. Gathering pools of darkness twist into thorny ropes, tangling around Counselor Gerhold's legs. The shadows hoist him into the air, pulling him up until he's dangling from his feet above his family's table. His wife lets out a blood-curdling scream, stretching up, trying to reach him. Their 2 sons, men around my age, cower in fear with their eyes glued to their father. I ignore them. Did you honestly believe you could kill the rightful queen and make it out of here unscathed? You did this. You robbed the world of a true bright light, and you will pay for her death. The counselor is red in the face, his clothes flapping awkwardly, but nevertheless he snarls at me. His look is as supercilious as the portraits of him hanging all over the city. Who gives a shit about some bonded dying? I was only doing what others were too cowardly to attempt. You're not my queen. His wife moans, covers her eyes. Long live King Killian, the counselor shouts defiantly, and several nobles near him try to school their expressions. My jaw clenches, vengeance and fury clashing into something deadly inside my chest. My vision darkens. The shadows respond, engulfing the entire counselor's table, including his family. His table winks out of existence for a moment. Counselor Gerhold's strangled scream echoes and then is cut off. The sudden lack of sound snaps me back into myself. Whatever furious wave I was riding abates, and I suck in a panicked breath. No, I was trying to avoid this show of violent power. I was trying to prove today that I wasn't someone to fear. The shadows recede, but their task is already done. 4 bodies lie broken on the floor. I didn't just kill the counselor, I killed his wife and sons too. My hands start to shake, and I fight to stop it. I can't let anyone see how rattled I am by my own actions. I would do anything to protect the people that matter to me, and the shadows understand that darkest part of me, pull it out even when I shouldn't show it. My head and heart are aching and empty as I stride back up the royal dais, turning until I'm sure every single noble in the audience is looking my way. Now you've seen what your queen is capable of. My throat scrapes like broken glass, the voice that emerges from my mouth strange and terrible. Who have I become? Sigurd was right, I never should have allowed the shade bending to take over. I should have remained in control. Still, I lift my chin. I have to look strong and commanding in front of all these people. Somehow, I need to convince them I'm not insane. The former counselor of Sturmfrost's treason could not go unpunished. He attempted to murder your sovereign. He killed one of my closest advisors. He killed I can't speak anymore around the tightness in my throat. Thankfully, Anassa's presence perks up in my mind, a warm slide of fur against my brain, and more her approval. I may have felt out of control, but my vicious wolf would do it all over again. I'm not sure that I'm comforted by that. Treason against the kingdom will not be dealt with lightly, I say. And it seems I need to be clear. In my eyes, nobles bonded and the common people are all of equal standing. Everyone's life is of value. And yet you took lives so easily, my conscience jeers. I press my lips together to hold back the thought. I'll have time for self-loathing and regret later. Right now I need to get these people in line. Muffled sobs are now heard from nearly every table. I can almost smell the fear off the nobles in the room. The common people in attendance, too, are cowering. The bonded, however, are looking at me in respect. I do not intend to rule Nocturna with an iron fist, I announce. But if I discover any more plots against me, or against the kingdom, they will be dealt with swiftly and with the appropriate level of justice. I will protect you and your families with the same fervor. I scan the room, meeting the eyes of a few of the nobles I met earlier. Each gives me a nod of acknowledgement as I stare them down. The tension around me is thick and hideous. I stand there a minute longer until every head in the room is bowed in submission. Stark, my queen, he says, stepping toward me, see that the bodies are removed. Distantly I register his agreement. Turning to Sigrid I say, make sure that nobody leaves the castle grounds until I say so. We must ensure that this entire conspiracy has been eliminated. She nods, gesturing to a few other bonded, tersely sharing orders with them. They move to the doors and the shadow barriers I'd somehow created melt back into the floor. The bonded open the exits and nobles and commoners stream out, rushing to put as much distance between them and me as possible. I ignore them, turning to look where my eyes have been unwilling to go. Down at the motionless body of my friend. Her head is still cradled in Thomason's lap. Neva squats next to him, rubbing his back, whispering in his ear. I can tell she's trying to get through to him, to snap him out of the wordless daze he's been in from the moment Isabel's body stilled. My first friend in all this, now lifeless on the floor, because of me. Venna stands up from her sister's side, silently looking at me, appealing. As if there's something I can do, something I can offer. But what can I say? This was all my fault, because of my decision to claim this throne, because of the enemies I've made. Venna's face changes as I stare helplessly back at her, tears streaming senselessly down her cheeks, expression shifting between grief and wrath. Finally I close the distance between us, taking her into my arms. She clasps her arms around me tightly and something breaks open in my chest. I cry. It might be minutes or hours later that I sense Anasa's presence approaching, her claws scratching against the floor. Venna's wolf, Skea, pads behind her. Anna and I break apart, both going to our wolves, clinging to their coats for some semblance of comfort. But no direwolf magic can heal this pain. 18 Meryn days later, I watch from my bedchamber as Nocturna's nobles depart to Sturmfrost Castle. The scene is fuzzy and dreamlike through the rippled panes of glass in the window. Cold fog has descended from the mountains this morning. It coats everything I see, dampening the landscape and dulling the colors. It's like my grief made tangible. A blanket of sorrow, heavy and thick and cold, reaching icy fingers into my flesh and bones. I wonder if I'll ever be warm again. And there's so much to do. I need to check in with Sigrid and Tormund on the progress with Killian, the bracelet on my wrist a constant aching reminder of his menace. I need to get a status update on the war front. I need to check on my sister, who has remained in her bedroom since the coronation, terrified that she'll be the next target. But I can't move from the window, the inside of my head a dull buzz. It's an endless parade of horses and carriages. Wagon loads of trunks full of ball gowns and pearls and perfumes. All the traces of a royal coronation, slowly emptying out of the castle and leaving nothing but sorrow behind. What's happened to Isabel's clothes? All her beautiful party dresses. Her riding leathers, the new jacket her parents had made for her for the trials still barely broken in. The thought rises in my throat, making it hard to breathe. I press my face to the frigid window pane, screwing my red-rimmed eyes shut. The freezing glass smarts against my tight, tear-stained skin. I half-heartedly suggested to Matron Aliénor and Sigrid that I be present as the nobles departed to leave a last impression, but they both agreed the impression I left them with was suitable for now. An impression of violence nobody had to say out loud. Of swift, ruthless retribution. I don't regret killing the counselor, he deserved what happened to him. But his family, I killed them without a thought, just pure emotion made lethal by my shadows. Is this the kind of ruler I am to become? Is this what it takes to wrest this kingdom from the grasp of Killian and Alistair Brightbane? The parade of departing noble guests continues, but I turn my face away. I'm staring sightlessly at my sister's room when a knock sounds on the door. Stark, here to escort me to Isabel's funeral. He's insisted that he accompany me as guard whenever I leave my chambers, at least in the immediate aftermath of the poisoning. He and Anasa are always there, always present. It's like I'm a fragile child who needs watching over, and it's starting to make me itchy. Somewhere in the back of my mind is a woman who wants to snap at them that she's fine, that she's strong. Toss a rude joke their way and escape their cautious babysitting. But I'm too hollow to reach her. Now I open the door to his bulky frame draped in mourning black, not that he often wears any other color. The color suits him, this harbinger of death. He looks too handsome for a funeral, his face clean shaven. I breathe him and want to rage against the annoying comfort the smell brings me. I don't deserve comfort. We leave Selah behind and go outside to meet our direwolves. Anasa is as edgy as I am today, I pat her fur and she huffs at me. You have lost a good wolf and a good rider, she says in my mind. But your distress is going to leak out into the entire bond if you are not careful. Isabel's memory will live within you forever. Now it is time for you to lead. Okay, I say quietly, digging into that hollow place, searching for the brash, strong woman I once was. With effort, I slip back into the mask of the person who doesn't let difficult things break her. How many hits can I take before that illusion is shattered for good? Straightening my shoulders, I mount Anassa, then nod at Stark. We move as one on our direwolves to the site of the funeral, a clearing at the edge of the bonded city. By the time we arrive, I'm able to shake hands with Isabel and Venna's parents without trembling. You honor us with your presence, Queen Meryn, their mother murmurs. I reach for her hands again, awkwardly pressing them in a show of support. Your daughter was very dear to me, I manage, the words a paltry ghost of what our relationship meant. Venna stands next to them, face pale and eyes bloodshot. She looks at me only briefly, then nods and looks away. I understand. In her place, I'm not sure I could speak without breaking down. Stark and I reach the platform to the left of the family where space has been reserved for the new queen. I look around. The landscape is barren but still beautiful. The rocky ground austere, small scrubby pines fading into forest and then mountains, peaks as far as the eye can see. The fog is breaking up and the mid-morning light slants through the pine branches, illuminating Isabel's funeral pyre. I've seen too many bonded die, but this is the first bonded funeral I've attended. Such indulgences weren't allowed to us as Robons, not under the Voltaire kings at least. Now though, people have turned out in droves to honor Isabel. Her extended family, young friends from the bonded city who haven't attempted the trials yet. Thomasin and Neva, of course. Edgeth, now the alpha of Strategos, here to pay homage to our lost packmate. And others too, Isabel's maidservant from the castle, and 2 children of a noble family who stayed behind to honor Isabel before returning to their fiefdom, evidently having befriended her at some royal function years ago. Others I don't recognize but who are nonetheless familiar because we wear the same expression of grief. I try not to notice how they all avoid looking at me. Stark is a reassuring presence at my back, ready to defend me as always. Whether or not I'm worthy of such protection. The pyre is built high in accordance with bonded tradition. Isabel has been dressed in ceremonial armor. Her direwolf Esteo, who perished when Isabel took her last breath, is laid out beside her. Together in death after all too short a time together in life. I blink rapidly, willing tears away. It is time for you to lead. After a brief piece of music played by a woman I don't recognize, Isabel and Venna's father says a few words of welcome and then steps back so that Venna can deliver the eulogy. She moves stiffly, as if having to remind her legs how to walk, her body how to move without her sister present. Her hands tremble as she pulls a parchment out of her jacket, then swallows. Their mother stifles a sob, and I bite my inner lip until it nearly draws blood. Press my eyes closed, then focus them on Venna, who started speaking. Before yesterday, there was never a single day that I was apart from my sister. She stops, gathering herself. One of the noble girls behind me starts weeping softly. We always knew, though, that being bonded meant that we'd likely one day be parted. It's not unusual for bonded to die young, whether in the trials or at the front. We used to argue about it when we were little, which one of us would go first and how. Venna smiles lightly, looking over at her mother and father. I always predicted Isabel would go out in a blaze of glory, doing something courageous and foolhardy. I think if she were able to talk to us now, she'd say she was thrilled to have gone out partying. I glance over at her parents. Her father manages a watery chuckle. Her mother just shakes her head, eyes glazed. Venna's tone turns somber. When we're faced with it every day, when we know so many who have passed on defending our country, death starts to seem commonplace. But my sister's life is not an abstraction, not a statistic. Every day I'll look in the mirror and wonder how this face would have aged on Isabel. Every day I'll wake up with half my heart gone forever. Venna stares ahead, and I see the moment she locks eyes with Thomasin. The two of them stand motionless, just looking at each other. Time slows down as their grief reaches out in ripples, sending small painful threads through everything and everyone, like millions of cracks in a pane of shattered glass. Finally, Venna looks down, gripping the parchment in front of her blankly as if she's forgotten what she was doing. My heart clenches. I hunch my shoulders at the ache of it. If I'd taken that drink instead, Isabel would still be alive. If I'd never stepped into their lives, Isabel and Venna would still be together. Thomasin and Isabel would still have a future together. The hurt is a vice constricting my chest and I struggle to draw breath. Get it together, girl, Anassa chides. Fair or not, you must become a place for others to rest their heartbreak. You cannot lose yourself to it too. I let out a harsh breath, the warmth of it misting in the cool air around me. Suck in another one, over and over. Breathe until Anassa's advice takes root. Venna recovers and looks around at all the faces gathered. I know that Isabel would hate for us to wallow. She'd have some kind of plan for how to help everyone around her recover and keep marching on, making jokes the whole time. It would be obnoxious and she'd probably overdo it, but in the end we'd all be better for it. Her voice wavers, then gains strength again. So that's what we have to do for Isabel, keep going, and know that she'd be proud. Venna steps down from the platform, and her father moves forward, taking a torch up from where it's been waiting and lighting the pyre. The flames move fast, climbing high until Isabel's face is obstructed. Anassa moves behind me, then the wolves circle around us, the wolves of every bonded present. They form a ring and one by one begin to howl, starting with Venna's wolf, Skea. The sound is wild and haunting. Venna's face is a stoic mask as she stares at the fire. We wait as the flames burn on, howls fading to silence until all we can hear is the crackle of the logs. Finally, the peak of the inferno passes. Isabel and Estea are reduced to ash. Groups of mourners begin to stir. I stand unmoving as the mourners collect themselves, paying quiet regards to the Brooks family as they leave. Stark puts a hand on my shoulder. It's time to depart, my queen. It's always my queen when he's trying to protect me, I've noticed. I shudder and a resounding emptiness fills me. It's so final leaving her here. I know it's irrational, but I don't want the funeral to end. By clinging to the ceremony, it's as if we're still keeping some part of her with us. Swallowing hard, I step down from the platform, moving toward the path back to the city. Anassa follows somberly behind, sensing that I need to walk this time. The tears that I can no longer hold back cloud my vision. I don't see Thomasin coming until he's standing right in front of me. Stopping short, I blink at him. Thomasin, you did this to her, he interrupts, voice breaking. His face is gaunt, it's clear he hasn't slept, it's a look I know intimately. His words are a welcome dagger in my chest. Finally, someone has said out loud what I know to be true. In many ways, it's a relief. I know, I whisper. I know, I wish, but he cuts me off again, leaning toward me, swaying slightly. That cup was meant for you. That poison was meant for you. Isabel didn't have enemies. She'd still be here if it weren't for you and your bid for power. There's hatred in his gaze. I stare at him, shivering. We should be united in our heartache, but he's aiming his at me. He takes another step closer until we're only inches apart. From behind me, Anassa bares her teeth in warning. Thomasin's wolf, Felicos, sidles up next to him, a low growl forming in his throat. There's a dark flash as Kratos appears, circling to put himself between Felicos and Anassa. I glance over to see Stark's hand on his sword, his face hard. Everything is balanced on a knife's edge. You had to be queen, Thomasin continues, voice scratchy and almost unrecognizable. You couldn't settle for Alpha, and you've killed her. Now you've killed her. Felicos lets out a pained howl, echoing Thomasin's agony, and then moves in fast, lunging, eyes wild, toward me. I jump back quickly into Anassa's fur as Felicos' jaw snaps shut on empty air, but he's not done. He lunges again, slobbering fangs coming from my throat. My family was right about you, Thomasin shouts. I was blinded, but they saw you for who you are. Anassa growls, but Kratos is on Felicos in a flash, huge paw slamming him to the ground. Felicos thrashes against him, his brown eyes still focused on my face. Death is in his gaze. He wants to kill me. Thomasin goes silent. Not egging on Felicos, at least not audibly, but not stopping him either. Stark, I plead, then without thinking I reach out in my mind. Don't harm either of them. Stark is on Thomasin instantly, a thick arm around Thomasin's throat. Call off your wolf, Stark snaps, steel in his voice. Thomasin doesn't say a word, just stares at me. The despair and pain on his face tangle in my gut until I might retch. Behind them, Felicos scrabbles against Kratos, twisting wildly to free himself. Kratos swipes his claws across an ear and Felicos yelps, a high, painful note. Thomasin, stand down. Alpha Edgeth has appeared beside us. I've never seen her so imposing. Her face is cold and hard and her eyes flash as she focuses on the pair. I feel myself straighten at her commanding tone. Through my mental link with all the bonded, I can feel the reverberations of her order. Her iron will, forcing itself down on Thomasin and Felicos, until Thomasin slumps in Stark's arms. Felicos stops moving underneath Kratos, submitting to Edgeth's dominance. Stark releases Thomasin and he stumbles forward, gasping for breath. There's a whole world of pain in his eyes as they meet mine. Queen Meryn, you're dismissed, Thomasin, I manage. I'm relieving you of your duties on the Council Palace and of active service generally. I hear myself as if I'm listening to someone else, someone capable of managing this moment. There's a low pounding in my head. I'm saying goodbye to two friends today. My fingers ease, slipping down from Anassa's coat. I take a deep breath. Go home, Thomasin, you need time to heal. A small crowd has gathered around us and I glare at them. Onlookers purse their lips then move off, ready to spread this story widely, I expect. My shoulders slump. I stay where I am next to Anassa as Edgeth escorts Thomasin away. Stark and Kratos stand with us, watching their backs as they retreat. I turn at a pull on my sleeve. Venna's beside me, mouth pressed into a thin line. He's hurting, she signs, clearly not wanting Thomasin to overhear us. It's not just Thomasin, Felicos is in pain too. Estea wasn't his mate, but they were close friends who grew closer from their riders. What happened today wasn't a thought-out plan of retribution against me. It was two beings reacting with wolfish instincts to the person they blamed for their distress. I know. I suck in air. How many allies can I afford to lose? But I can't expect Venna to carry on, not without time to heal as well. Venna, I'll understand if you want to take a break from your duties in the palace as well. I value your help so much, but I think you should be with your family right now. Venna's brows draw together. No, Meryn, I can't sit around and do nothing. I'll suffocate. I take her hand, squeezing tight. Are you certain? The worst thing right now would be for me to sit still. Her expression is resolute. I lean in and wrap my arms around her shoulders tearfully. Okay, as long as you're sure. Venna holds me close, then steps back. Take a night or two with your family, though, I urge her. You can resume your post at the castle in the morning. She nods and moves off to stand with her parents, who are saying their final farewells to other mourners. For a split second, watching her is like seeing Isabel's ghost, pale and somber. I shake my head to clear the vision and wrap my arms around Anassa. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Hiding my sobs in her fur. I'm the last to arrive for our council palace meeting, but I don't interrupt any idle chatter as I enter. Sigrid and Neva were both at the funeral, of course, but even though Igor and castle matron Aliénor didn't know Isabel, they understand what a blow this has been for all of us. The direwolves sit quietly along the back wall, watchful. Anassa moves to join them, exchanging a few brief sniffs of hello before she settles back on her haunches. Gazing around at solemn faces, it's impossible to miss the empty chairs. 2 for Venna and Isabel, one of which will remain empty, 1 for Thomasin, who may never return, and 1 for the Counselor of Sturmfrost, a role that will need to be filled now that Gerhold is dead. Sorrow rises in me as I stare at all the empty seats. Queen Meryn, Sigrid says, almost gently, at least for her. I startle and then sit. A pile of paperwork is in front of my chair, and I pull it toward me, flipping through the first few pieces of parchment without processing anything on the pages. There is much for us to discuss today, of course, says Sigrid, seamlessly falling back into her role as de facto leader of our group. First among these concerns, however, is appointing a new counselor. Her words are followed by a silence so complete it's almost loud. I don't need my powers to know what images are running through everyone's heads. I draw a shallow breath and then stand again. Yes, I wanted to say something to all of you about that. My brain is muddled and slow from the emotion of the day, but it won't help to wait. This is important if I'm going to be any better than the Vaultiers, that I own my mistakes and faults and try to improve. Sigrid half stands as if to interrupt me, but I hold out a hand. She sits back down, expression resigned. What I did was wrong. I look at the people gathered around the table once more. Matron Aliénor is focused on her clasped hands, but Igor, Sigrid, Neva, they're all staring at me squarely now, waiting for more. My mouth is suddenly dry. The counselor's family should not have been harmed. I lifted my hands in anger. I didn't think, and instead I let emotion take control of my power. And that's not the kind of queen I want to be. I do not want to rule with fear, and I'm sorry. I run out of words and sit down, feeling inadequate. Another moment of silence passes, and then Igor speaks. You're right, Meryn, it was terrible what you did. In that moment I was ashamed of who you were becoming. His gaze on me is unflinching, and beside him, Aliénor nods once decisively. The disappointment radiating off my dear friend, my family, really is almost more than I can bear. My stomach clenches. He's right, of course. It was an evil act, killing that whole family. What did I think I could say to make up for what I did? Are any words enough to hold up against mindless slaughter, any reason that could possibly justify it? Well, Sigrid's voice is brisk. This may not be a consolation, but you should know that the bonded disagree with Igor's assessment. Word has spread at the battlefront and throughout the bonded city. People are impressed by what you've done and the swift vengeance you took on behalf of one of our own. Neva nods lightly. My family has thrown in for you now. Sigrid's right, it's not a consolation. It's a reminder that those with pack instincts will value ruthlessness and loyalty, even at the risk of alienating the rest of the population. Igor's lips thin in disapproval, and he looks away from me. Is this the fate of a bonded queen? To be just another face of violence and destruction? How do I balance it all? Still, Sigrid continues, I agree that you should have kept your power on a tight leash. But what's done is done. Let's turn to the task at hand instead of losing more time. The counselor vacancy? It should be Igor, I say quietly. His eyes snap back up, brows furrowed. Igor shakes his head firmly. No, Meryn, I don't have the experience or knowledge to do the job justice. I agree, Sigrid chimes in. The position should be held by a noble family. Of course she believes that. Which one do you recommend then, Sigrid? I ask bitterly. She doesn't respond. We do not know which noble families will remain loyal to us. I'm only saying what everyone else here is thinking. In the meantime, someone needs to immediately take over leadership of the city. We will spend time vetting proper candidates and choose the counselor's replacement with appropriate consideration. Until then, I'd like Igor to take the position temporarily. I know I can trust him, and that's all that matters at this moment. The silence in the room is stiff, stretching on indefinitely. Eventually, Igor sighs, placing his meaty hands on the table. Fine, alley cat, he says, using the nickname he gave me as a child. I'll do it for now, but we start looking for a new permanent counselor right away. Sigrid shrugs. It's settled then. Let's turn to the war effort. She leafs through the pile of parchment on the table. I'll depart tomorrow to rejoin our forces at Linsfall. I hope my relief at the thought of Sigrid returning to the front isn't too obvious. Igor and Sigrid get into a detailed conversation about troop deployment and training schedules, Igor making sure he understands the finer points of the army conscription, a responsibility the Counselor of Sturmfrost has always been at least nominally responsible for. As good a place as any for Igor to start taking a more active role. I scrub my hands across my face, my exhaustion and frustration merging into a murky fog that makes everything seem blurry and slightly distant. We're on our last topic of the day, some appointments that the matron wants to make in the castle's guard. It's apparently a separate force from the army or the bonded, something I probably should have known. And then hell breaks loose. Sigrid feels it first, standing up with such violence that her chair skitters backward and tips over with a crash. Jinikos, her wolf, races to her side, growling and bristling. I reach for Anassa mentally, and that's when I sense it too, a break huge and terrifying. As if a giant axe were reaching into that mental sea where I connect to the rest of the bonded and slashing down, hacking off an entire river as painful as hacking off a limb. What is it? I ask Anassa urgently, panicky. Not understanding it, my head pounding and my vision hazy at the enormity of what's happened. Anassa also leaps to her feet, hackles raised and fur standing on end. Neva pushes back from the table too, a sickened expression on her face. The unbonded at the table look around warily, unable to sense what we've all felt, what I'm only just starting to understand. It's the Phylax pack, Sigrid chokes out, the first to put it to words. They've all, she swallows, looks at me. Her face is ashen. The whole pack has defected to Killian. 19 Stark sun is too fucking bright on the snow this afternoon, glinting and sharp the rays that make my eyes burn. The fog of the morning, appropriate for the funeral, finally drifted off, but it left something damp and restless inside me, something I need to work out of my body with movement and wind. I lift my hand over my brow and squint at the wolf terraces. Nomi is finally leading Fis down toward us. Took them long enough. Nomi's been quiet and dazed ever since seeing off the Eisenfall party. She's not the only one, Kratos says, nudging my side with his large black muzzle. I shove him away. Can you blame me? Be prepared to run hard, I want my muscles screaming. Meryn's state over the past couple of days has been excruciating, especially after what happened with Thomason this morning. Maybe her trauma is bleeding through the bond. Or more disturbingly, maybe I give a shit if she feels bad. I'm culpable after all for the way she lost control at her coronation. Once again I felt her on the cusp of her power, and once again I led her astray to disastrous effect. I need to keep my distance from her. She needs that. Ready? Nomi says impatiently as she approaches, her hand on her hip, as if I were the one holding us up this whole time. Before I can respond, there's a sharp, dizzying twist in my brain. I grip my teeth and lean against Kratos. The sensation is so strange and distracting and wrong, it takes a split second before I see it. Nomi's collapsed. Her hair is a shock of red against the snow like spilled blood. She's curled up on the ground with both hands over her ears, eyes screwed up tight. She's hurt. Panic pulses in my veins and I race to her side, reaching down. Before my hand connects, Nomi lashes up to push me away. She straightens and stands. My throat tightens and I take a step back, disconcerted. There's something strange about her movements as she turns to Fis, seeming to communicate mentally with him. What the fuck is happening right now? Nomi, I have to go, she says sharply. Her usual open expression is tight, hard, and unrecognizable. She quickly mounts Fis and they turn toward me and Kratos. We're blocking the fastest way down from this part of the wolf terraces. To leave, they'll have to go through us. Alarm rings through me. Where are you going, Nomi? She might wear my childhood friend's face, but I don't recognize the woman atop Fis. Phylax is joining King Killian. Her voice is flat and colorless. She and Fis move to the right, aiming to skirt by us. In one sharp movement, I cut them off. Grabbing Nomi by the wrist, I pull her off Fis and onto the ground. We hit icy rock, and I use our momentum to roll us. Kratos steps forward, shielding us with his body and growling a threat at Fis. Like fuck you are, I snarl at Nomi, using my knee to pin her to the ground. She thrashes to the side and aims a punch at my head, but she doesn't have a chance against the Demos Alpha. I grab the other hand and wrench her wrists down so that she's incapacitated. You can fight this, Nomi, I say. In the background, Fis nips at Kratos, who lets out a ground rumbling growl of warning. You can fight this, resist. I've failed her before. The knowledge of it lives buried in my mare, flooding my veins with grief when I'm least expecting it. I won't fail her today. Nomi pulls uselessly against my grasp, eyes wild, and doesn't respond. Fuck. Kratos and Fis have moved away from us now, circling each other and snarling. Kratos lets out a warning bark, a sound I know well. It's the bark he makes before he strikes to maim. Kratos, Fis doesn't know what he's doing, don't harm him. In the moment of distraction, Nomi pulls a hand out of my grip with force I didn't know she possessed, slapping me viciously across the face. I grab the offending hand again, pulling her toward me until our faces are nearly touching. "Remember Mimi," I snap, praying that the harsh tone of my voice gets through. "Alistair Brightbane is inside of Killian now. You cannot go to him." A flicker of distress moves across Nomi's face. Some piece of her can hear me. I grind my teeth in frustration. It's rare, almost unthought of, for a pack member to resist their alpha's command. Still, recent events have shown that it's possible, either due to the corruption in our magic or the dire blades shattering. That shit-stained Jonah and his lackeys managed to close me out. What could break through to her? What could make her listen? It might take someone whose authority outranks Tormund S. I realize. Someone like our queen. Come quickly, I say along that bond I've sought so hard to avoid. And bring Anath. There's silence for a moment too. Then no questions asked. Okay. Sighing in relief, I refocus on holding Nomi down. Her hands are turning white from my vise-like grip. I'm hurting her. But to let her go, that would hurt her more. The minutes stretch painfully, but finally Meryn and Anassa burst out of the castle. Meryn's astride her wolf, skipping the stairs to reach us in 3 huge leaps. She quickly slides down from Anassa's side. Anassa races off to help Kratos contain Ephies. Force her to resist the command, I demand, and then soften my tone at the shock in her eyes. Please help her. A storm of emotions crosses Meryn's face, but she nods. She kneels next to us, grabbing Nomi's cheeks in both hands. Nomi continues to struggle against my hold. I am your queen, Meryn says sternly, steel in her voice. I command you to resist your alpha. You are to remain here in Sturmfrost by my side. While Meryn speaks, Anassa streaks forward and tackles Ephies. He attempts to toss her off. Anassa gets her jaws around Ephies' throat, but holds, not biting yet, just making the threat apparent. The fight goes out of Ephies at the same time Nomi relaxes in my grip. I wait an extra minute to be sure it's not a feint and then release her wrists and stand, holding out a hand to help her up. Her look of devastation as she rises is like a punch to the gut. Not much can scare me. But the idea of Nomi leaving, of being forced to Killian's side, after everything her father put her through, I'd never forgive myself. Nomi's eyes water with distress and she averts her gaze as if ashamed. She yanks her hand away from mine and stumbles back, breathing hard. I am so sorry, Meryn says, moving to Nomi's side. I hate the idea of forcing a command on anyone. I would never in any other circumstances. I only did that because I thought I had to. Nomi holds up a hand, cutting Meryn off. Her face is more composed, but her hand still shakes with a slight tremor. It's fine, she says softly. Thank you. Nomi looks pale and almost breakable. Her years at the front have helped rebuild her confidence and fortitude. But suddenly she looks dangerously close to the person she was when she emerged from the trials. We'll have to take our wolves out for that run another time, Valstark, she says, speaking to the snow more than to me. I think I need to lie down for a while. Ephies comes up behind her, nosing at her hair, and Nomi turns and sinks her face into his shaggy fur, winding her arms around his neck. Familial protectiveness still burns in my chest as I watch the two of them head into the castle. What must it be like to be cut off from your pack, your alpha? Barely any Phylax from the front resisted the order, Kratos growls, his burning indignation matching mine. The wolves of our gammas report that whole units of Phylax have just left. I turn to Meryn, who is also watching Nomi depart, an unreadable expression on her face. I appreciate your help, I tell her gruffly. Nomi, she's like family to me. Meryn's hazel eyes meet mine. Just family? There's a deeper question there. I know how it must look to her. But better she thinks that Nomi and I are involved. Better to shut any doors that might be perilous if left open. I love her, I tell Meryn truthfully, feeling my heart clench. She makes a small noise of acknowledgement in the back of her throat. What happened? She sighs. Anassa is padded back over now and Meryn leans against her for support. I don't know, I don't understand. Alpha Tormund was so confident he was going to capture Killian. How did Killian and Alistair manage to sway him? To tear an entire pack from us? My fingers itch to reach out to her to smooth the worry from her brow. What an irritating urge. Instead, I grab her wrist, touching the sliver of skin that peeks out from under her jacket. She startles at the contact. The warmth of her skin sears my fingertips, coursing through me until a heat builds low in my gut. I use it to fuel my rage. We eventually capture Tormund, and we will, I growl, getting worked up. I'm going to decapitate him and put his head on a spike outside the bonded city. It'll serve as a warning to all the other bonded. You don't go against pack rule. We answer to one authority alone, Queen Meryn Sturmfrost. Her mouth drops open in surprise, and then she lets out a light laugh, her cheeks coloring. Wow, I hate to say it, but that kind of turned me on. Does Nomi enjoy it when you talk dirty like that? Her words shoot straight to my cock, and I drop her wrist, swallowing hard. It fucking stings that she thinks Nomi and I are together, but it needs to stay that way. Stark, Meryn says, and the sound of my name on her lips imprints itself on my mind. It takes me a moment before I hear what she's saying. Your mother has called a war council of all the alphas. The remaining alphas. Sighing, I follow her back into the castle. We convene in the room that Meryn uses for her council palace meetings, large enough to accommodate at least a dozen riders and their wolves as necessary. Anassa and Kratos take up guard positions around the perimeter. As Sigrid, Edgith, and Hannelore file in, Meryn stares at maps of Nocturna. There are tactical maps of the front, maps showing terrain, and maps that detail past campaigns, all spread out in a complex tableau across the huge oak table. I sit to her left, watching as her expression grows more and more overwhelmed, further stoking my flaming anger at Phylax and fucking Alpha Tormund. Edgith takes the lead as the Strategos Alpha. Well, as of course we know, Phylax forms the backbone of our defense. They were positioned at all the most critical vulnerabilities, places where we know the siphons are most likely to try to push our forces back. Edgith's mouth is a pressed line, her eyebrows drawn together in thought as she paces over to stand behind Meryn, gesturing at the map directly in front of her on the table. However, we still have the majority of our Demos forces in these areas as well, and plenty of foot soldiers. In a skirmish with Istriona, they should still be able to hold their own. Lately, though, a large concentration of the Phylax pack has been maintaining defenses around the village of Weisenstadt, east of Grunfall. Meryn's eyebrows rise. Isn't that where we grow the majority of Nocturna's wheat? Sigrid jumps in. Yes, it's a critical farming area for multiple crops. If the siphons overtake the town and destroy the harvest, the grain supply for the entire country will be decimated. The color drains from Meryn's face, mirroring the sinking sickness in my gut. And now we have no one protecting it. That's correct, Sigrid responds, eyes fixed on Meryn. Which is why you will head down to our camp by Weisenstadt as soon as possible to join the effort there. You better not be fucking serious. My voice is controlled, but Kratos's low growl betrays my outrage. The Sovereign Alpha's mouth purses disdainfully as she turns, glaring my way. Of course I'm serious, she retorts. Meryn can erect Phylax shields, and her capacity is far greater than that of a typical bonded. We need to renew our strength at Weisenstadt as soon as possible, but it might take weeks for us to get enough foot soldiers there. Meryn and Anassa can travel far faster than a quadrant of troops on foot. I get to my feet, turning to face Meryn and resisting the urge to reach across the short distance between us and grasp her shoulder. My queen, you don't have to do this, I say, ignoring the Sovereign Alpha's angry look. Safety is paramount right now, especially in the wake of the assassination attempt. I practically can see the wheels turning in Meryn's head. I need to hear the full plan, she says, turning to Sigrid and Edgith. I want to growl in frustration. Surely you're not just going to send me down to Weisenstadt and hope for the best. We all know that leaving me down at the front lines forever is not a real strategy. Istriona is a threat, but so is Killian, and someone needs to rule. Sigrid smiles. There's that Strategos mind at work. You're correct, Edgith. The Strategos Alpha pulls a map forward on the table. After you build up the defenses at Weisenstadt and buy us some time, Strategos and Demos will run a diversion near Grunfall. She circles an area on the map with her finger. We'll pull the Istrionan forces away from Weisenstadt. Hopefully by the time they move, we'll have gotten reinforcements into place by you and you can depart for Sturmfrost. Demos forces? I asked tersely. You need my command. The Sovereign Alpha looks between Meryn and me, so quickly anyone else would have missed it. No, you should stay with the queen, you know your orders, don't you? Then she smiles at me sweetly. Sigrid has never done anything sweetly to me in her life, that calculating bitch. She's hoping that Meryn will come back from this operation with another engagement bracelet on her wrist. Fine, I grit out, annoyed. I'd throttle anyone who tried to move me from Meryn's side right now anyway. I'll coordinate with my beta and my gammas. I'll head down toward Grunfall tomorrow, Edgith says. Does the operation work for you, your highness? Meryn nods slowly. Yes, it makes sense. We can't lose our entire food supply. We're in dire enough straits as it is. But I'll want to get back here as quickly as possible to regroup and figure out what to do about the Ravenfrost situation. So that's decided, Sigrid says. You'd have to know her as well as I do to pick up on the smugness lacing her tone. Hannelore and I will head out toward Weisenstadt at first light. Queen Meryn, you should stay at the castle another day, 2 maximum, to make arrangements for your absence, and then join us as soon as possible. Stark will accompany you, she looks my way. Bring Nomi as well, I think. She will be useful in aiding Meryn's shields. The talk turns to equipment and provisions, and I watch as Meryn focuses intently on the conversation, not having much to add but clearly eager to absorb what she can. As the meeting ends, I linger to talk to Sigrid alone. Meryn gives me a look as she leaves with Anassa, full of meaning that I can't quite decipher. Sigrid barely waits for the door to click closed before expressing her displeasure. Will you proceed to question my decision-making further, Alpha Stark? Or perhaps you too wish to defect and abdicate your duty? A muscle ticks in my cheek as I stare her down. What are you playing at, Sigrid? You're endangering our queen. I thought you were desperate to make her family before you disposed of her. Sigrid looks at me dismissively. Don't be childish, Stark. Surely you cannot believe that I, of all people, would put her in a situation she cannot handle. Handling her powers in training is one thing. I can't keep the heat from entering my words now, my anger spiked with concern. You saw her at the coronation. She has no control and moreover she fears what she might do. My head pounds. Truthfully, I fear what I might encourage her to do. She has no control over shade bending, Sigrid says haughtily, which she is not being asked to perform. I can assure you she's more than adept at shielding. In fact, she has remarkable control and range over the power. I growl in irritation. And what of the fact that Weisenstadt is an active war zone? If she's hurt, if we lose her, Kratos howls, his pained furor mirroring my own, and Sigrid startles. Then she unleashes a glare at me. I assure you I know far more than you do about what would be at risk if we lost Meryn Sturmfrost. I advance on her swiftly, backing Sigrid against a wall. She doesn't even blink. Is that so? I snarl. Because we conveniently didn't discuss it tonight, but I haven't forgotten that you made the call to send Tormund after Killian. After Meryn explicitly told you it was a dangerous idea. And what happened there? She merely lifts her chin. I thrust a finger into her chest. You are responsible for an entire pack defecting. You are responsible for Weisenstadt being unguarded. The innocent people who are going to be killed because of your hubris, because you wouldn't deign to take a younger woman's advice. That's blood on your hands, Sigrid. The Sovereign Alpha swats me away and still says nothing. So yes, I hiss, I'm going to question your decision-making, because I'm not going to marry that woman, but I'm sure as hell going to protect her from the likes of you. Finally, something sparks in Sigrid's gaze. It's disorienting. It almost looks like pride. But all she says is, you're dismissed, Alpha Stark. 20 Meryn, I fight sleep just like every night, but exhaustion wins. After tonight, everything that's happened the past few days, the coronation, Isabel, the Phylax betrayal, my body has reached a breaking point. I've barely closed my eyes before I open them to that blurred and shadowy place, the space where Killian's magic and mine seem intertwined. Turning around in dread, I already know he'll be there. He's lounging on what looks to be a throne made entirely of shadow. Intricate curls and knots of shadow magic move slowly, lazily, creating a stomach-churning impression of the throne being alive somehow. Killian's eyes are bright, and when he smiles at me he reveals a hint of fang. Even now, with everything that's happened, the sight is so wrong. My skin crawls. I squeeze my eyes shut tight, trying to will myself out of this place and back into my bed. I cannot fucking deal with him right now. Or ever. Oh now Meryn, don't be that way. His voice so familiar makes me hot and cold all over. Come talk to me, I'm sorry about Isabel, I know she was important to you. I grit my teeth, refusing still to look at him. Was that you? I snap. Did you supply the poison? Killian sighs. Haven't I made myself clear, kitten? The old nickname pricks me like a knife and my eyes jump to his, narrowing. I don't want to kill you, Meryn, I love you, come now. We could avoid all this trouble if you just let me love you the way you deserve. One corner of his mouth pulls up in a smirk as his gaze rakes over me. I shudder, hating the flashes of memory that unwillingly skate across my mind. Him washing my back, his lips on my ear, my neck. His hands touching me, unmaking me. And Phylax? Shadows gather and swirl around my feet like a thick, inky mist as I move closer to where he sits. I stop just a few feet away, staring him down, refusing to be cowed by this lying snake. Of course Phylax came to me, they've always been the loyal ones, Killian says smoothly, rising to stand. They know better than to abandon their rightful king. Alpha Tormund saw the truth, Phylax are the guardians, the protectors, and right now they think their duty is to protect the people from you. I don't believe you, I sputter. The bonded were thrilled by what I did at the coronation. It makes no sense that an entire pack would turn around and willingly abandon me. Killian must have done something. Alistair Brightbane is the most powerful siphon in history as far as we know. If anyone could pull off deceiving a bonded alpha, it would be him and Killian. No, Killian's eyes bore into me as he draws closer, voice almost a whisper. The nobles have seen it for themselves now. They know you have no control over your powers. They went running back to their fiefdoms in fear, You know what they're calling you? The mad bitch of Sturmfrost. Tears prick at my eyes, shame welling deep inside me. I don't believe him, and still there is truth in what he's saying. He takes another step toward me. You are gambling with our entire kingdom on the line. What's going to happen to everyone now with the front lines so weakened? The darkness is dense, crushing. I suck in a breath, feeling like I'm drowning. Killian moves closer still, one elegant hand coming up to cup my cheek, thumb stroking softly against my skin. It's not too late for us. His voice is seductive, his touch so familiar. For a moment I lean into his hand, my body betraying me. Let me forgive you, kitten. Let me take you back. We can rule together if you just submit to me. Together we'll figure out a way to get rid of Alistair. I can be the king this country has always deserved. He pauses and searches my face before continuing. Are you really going to surrender our nation to Astriona, all for your ego and arrogance? Bring us to civil war just to choose a crown over the man who loves you? At the word man, my sense of self-preservation finally surfaces and I recoil, half jumping backward and out of his reach. My face burns, still feeling his caress. You're no man, I growl. I'd rather die than rule beside a monstrous blood-sucking parasite possessed by a body-snatching creep. I am the rightful queen by blood. I am the one the crown called to. Killian's face contorts with rage, his mask coming off. The shadows grow violent, whipping around us like a tornado. He lunges forward, grabbing my wrist, his hand painfully tight around that damn engagement bracelet, pressing it deep into my skin. You are mine, Meryn. I won't forget that, even if you're pretending to. How's your sister doing, by the way? At those words, my fury flares and something breaks. A light shines in my mind, and I sense the edges of this realm and beyond them somehow. Like the whole thing is a thick film that can be peeled up and away if I can just focus. I turn away from Killian, screwing my eyes shut and putting all my energy into rejecting the shadow realm. I will myself to wake. Somewhere on the other side of the shadowy wall is Anassa. I can almost hear her voice in my head. Shadows pull at me, trying to wrap around me tight, keep me in, but I wrest them away. Killian's voice twists and morphs as if he's speaking to me through water. Just there on the other side of this sickly darkness, there's something. I wake with a jolt. My nightclothes are stuck to me with a layer of sweat, and I gasp, kicking the stifling blankets away. My wrist aches. I stare down at the bracelet, move it up my arm slightly, and look at the angry ring of red that looks almost burned into my skin. I want it off. Goddess, I want to get rid of it so badly. We were placing all our hopes on Tormund's capture of Killian, and now, when will I ever get rid of it? Will I be bound to him forever through this? Forever letting him corrupt the pack magic and siphon off my own? The room is dark except for one sputtering oil lamp, but the darkness is totally different from that of the dream world. It's cool and empty instead of that sickly dense pressure. For a second it's still pressing in on me, and I scrub my hands against my eyes, trying to block out the feeling, the sound of Killian's threats. I allow myself a single aching scream of rage, desperation, grief. Then something scrapes loudly across the floor and I nearly jump out of bed. This time comes a low, controlled voice from the dark corner near the door. Tell me the truth about what's happening to you. I blink as Stark emerges from the darkness, his massive frame unfolding from the armchair in the corner of my room. Has he been watching me sleep? He stares at me steadily, and I know there's no way he's going to leave my rooms unless I give him some answers. My hands are still trembling from the Dreamworld encounter as I stare up at Stark, a nightmare in his own right. He's only a foot or two from me, one strong arm braced against the bedpost of this goddess-cursed bed, expression unyielding. His dark eyes burn with some emotion I can't name. He's terrifying as always, and beautiful as always. Right now I'm too exhausted and wrung out to get into one of our little bickering matches. Unburdening myself sounds like a relief. Fine, I was considering telling you anyway. Ducking around him, I turn up the lantern by my bedside, an ornate, multifaceted thing. On the sitting table in my room is a pitcher of water and 2 delicate glasses. I pour myself a glass and gulp it down in a single swallow before filling my cup once more. The water soothes my throat, cools me down enough to gather my thoughts. I've been unable to sleep for weeks now, I suppose. When I sleep, sometimes it's normal, dreamless, or silly bits and snatches of dream. But sometimes I find myself in this place. It's like a whole realm made of shadow magic, the same one that I have. Stark regards me silently, and that Killian has too because of this damn bracelet. I gulp, take another sip of water. It's real, it's not just an ordinary dream. I don't know how to explain it. It's like my magic has been manipulated to create a place where we can talk and interact, even though he's leagues away. He said he didn't make it, but I don't believe him. There was a voice once. Stark's eyes narrow at this. A voice? I set the glass down. A deep, male voice. Alistair? Stark asks. I shake my head. No, Killian said that Alistair can't access this space. I heard the voice before Killian started showing up. I don't know what to make of it. I'm worried even still about the possibility of my mental health slipping, of delusions setting in, of my power taking me to the brink, and the possibility of crossing into a place I can't return from. My mother heard voices, and maybe it was because of suppressed magic and her unclaimed birthright, but maybe it was something more. Perhaps that part really was a dream, I eventually say. I return to the foot of the bed and perch there, both comforted by and wary of Stark's angry presence. This is only the second time that it's happened, I continue, looking up at him. I can't sleep. I've just been living in fear that if I close my eyes I'll end up back there. He was awful. I'm twisting my engagement bracelet around my wrist violently. The ruby that was once so beautiful to me now looks like an angry blood stain clotted with darkness against my skin. I make myself stop. He was awful, I repeat softly. The things he said, he's never going to let me go. He can get into my head, literally get into my dreams. He has my powers. Stark is looking at me intensely, his mouth drawn tight. And I can't get this fucking bracelet off. My final word comes out as a wail, and I realize I'm spinning the bracelet again, over and over like it'll make a difference. The words from Venna's contact echo in my mind even now. It might kill me if I tried to remove it. Stark reaches out, stilling my hand with his. He's shaking, and I look up in surprise to search his face. His features are taut with rage, and it comes off him in waves, like his magic and his physical power are gathering to strike. He takes a breath and releases my hand, sitting down next to me on the bed. You don't need me to tell you that you're strong. I don't, I agree and manage a weak smile. Maybe Killian's right, maybe I'm arrogant, but I know I'm strong. I'm stronger than that coddled asshole who was raised to believe that everything he sets eyes on is his for the taking, and I'm going to fucking show him that. Stark nods, and I turn to look at him directly again, our faces so close together in the dark room. And I know you don't need me to tell you that I would kill him in this world and then chase him straight into death and kill him in any others. His voice is coiled violence. No, I don't, I agree, staring into his eyes, letting that violence sink into my skin, relishing it. Because we both know that I'll never rest easy until his blood is on my hands. His eyes search mine. He nods again, and I'm close enough to see the muscles in his neck shift with the movement, tattoos seeming to dance in the lantern light. So tell me what you need, Meryn. I loosen a tight breath, my mind reeling. His presence puts me on edge, makes it hard to think straight, but there's one question I have to ask. Why do you care, Stark? My curiosity has been building. Half the time I can tell he hates being around me. The other half, well, I'm not sure what to make of it. He looks down, his dark hair falling in his face. I try not to think about its silky texture between my fingers. Seriously, I continue. You've fulfilled your duty. I've claimed my crown. I don't need someone by my side who feels obligated to be here. I know you didn't choose this for yourself, so just know as far as I'm concerned, you owe me nothing. Stark folds his big hands, the tattoos and scars on them intertwining. I'm not going anywhere. He still won't look at me. Is it Anassa and Kratos? I push. I know the mate bond can be so confusing. Block it out though, it's what I do. Finally, he whips his head up. The look in his eyes is burning, it's an inferno, and if I get too close to it, it will consume me whole. I take a nervous breath and he hears it, his gaze dropping to my lips, lingering there. It's not the mate bond, Meryn, he finally says, dragging his gaze back to mine. His voice is a low rumble that makes my pulse pound. And it's not out of some noble, misplaced sense of duty either. Then why? The words come out so quiet. All my life I've been surrounded by people who want power for the sake of it, who want to prove their dominance and force subservience. I didn't know there was another way, and then I met you. I think I've stopped breathing entirely. I see you, Meryn Sturmfrost. I see who you are and who you could become. It's about the hope you give me for a better future for our country and my selfish desire to bring it to fruition. I choose to serve at your side because I want that. So tell me what you need, because it's very late at night and I'm running short on patience. I swallow. My pulse is racing, my skin hot. I need. Another shudder racks me, and suddenly I'm so tired, more tired than I've ever been. I need to sleep. I want to be helpful when we go to Weisenstadt, and I don't know how I'm going to manage it if I can't get any fucking sleep. I squeeze my eyes shut again in frustration. And Isabel, I can't stop thinking about her. I'm the one who asked her to stay behind, not go onto the front with the rest of our packmates. I'm the reason she was here. She drank that Emberwine and it was meant for me. My stomach churns, grief and exhaustion tying my guts in knots, and my heart starts to race again, out of control. Hey, Stark says urgently, hand coming up to grip my forearm tightly. My eyes flutter open and I glance up at him again. Wherever you're going right now, don't, he says softly. Take a deep breath and then get back in bed. I'm not sure what else to do, so I follow his instructions. First breath is almost painful, but by the second or third my heart is calming, exhaustion pulling me back under. I stand, smooth the bedsheets tangle from my movement while I slept. The bed has cooled and the sheets aren't as constricting when I slip back in. I extinguish the lantern again, then watch as Stark rises too, removing his boots and moving to the other side of my bed. What are you doing? I'm so tired that my mind can't make sense of things. You said you need to sleep, so sleep. He gracefully settles himself atop the covers, his broad shoulders making the huge bed look small. I'll keep watch. I could sense that something was wrong earlier, through the wolves' mate bond maybe. Now that I know if I sense it again that you're getting pulled into that dream world, I'll wake you up. I stare at the dark of the ceiling. Okay. This is strange, but it's also somehow calming. The heat from his body is so close to mine that I could reach out and touch him, but I don't. I turn over to my side, facing away from him but feeling him at my back, watching my back. The moment I close my eyes, though, my heart starts racing once more. My breath gets shallow and Killian's face swims up in the darkness, melting into Isabel, her face as she drank from my goblet contorting as she chokes. My eyes fly open, but it's still there, burned into my vision, and I can't help it. I start to cry. Stark wraps one of his strong arms around me, pressing gently into my stomach through the covers. I twist my neck to look at him, startled. Is this okay? His deep voice is uncharacteristically uncertain. It's okay. My body warms from the inside out, starting at the place where he touches me. I face away from him, and his arm settles more firmly around me, his body ever so gently pressing against my back. His warmth and the solid weight of him are comforting. It soothes my breathing, helping me remember to take a full breath, then another. I close my eyes again tentatively, focusing on the sensation of his strength around me, and no more visions come. I'm senseless of the moment that I slip from wakefulness into sleep, deep and dreamless. The first I've had in weeks. Stark sleeps with me the next night too, and again I have a perfect, dreamless night. When I ask him about it, he says he can sense the shadows descending. He touches me when he feels it, and it pulls us both out of it. With sleep, I'm finally starting to return to myself. Still traumatized, still heartbroken, but finally confident that I can muscle my stubborn ass through it, my specialty. And then it's time for us to depart for Weisenstadt. In the end, Venna decides to join us. I tried to persuade her to stay back to be near her family, but she refused. She needs the sense of purpose to keep herself going. Neva stays in Sturmfrost, though. She's going to act as my liaison in the castle, and also keep an eye on Thomasin for all of us. His words and his actions still fester like a wound, but he's my friend. I need to know he's all right. I decide to bring the shards of the dire blade with me for goddess knows what reason. It's not like they'll be much use in battle the way they are. It just felt wrong to leave them behind, and perhaps we'll meet someone outside Sturmfrost with a better sense of how they could be reforged. Now the pieces are wrapped in cloth and gathered in a bag lashed tight to Anassa's back. Just one more broken thing she's carrying with her. We ride hard in the direction of the front, Stark, Nomi, Venna, me, and Selah. My sister shifts in front of me now on Anassa's sturdy back. The hiccups she had from sobbing have finally stopped, I notice. The young pup will be fine, Anassa says firmly, hearing my thoughts. She belongs with us, her family. Selah and I had a blowout fight. I tried to persuade her to stay at the castle, where Aldrich and Helene and Grigor could take care of her, keep her safe. The war front is no place for a child, especially one in her condition. She cried for 2 days straight, begging me to take her with us. Eventually I relented with Anassa's encouragement. Encouragement might be the wrong word. She made it clear she would bite me if I didn't follow her command. If you say so, I respond, smarting with irritation. How can you argue with an unyielding direwolf and a mouthful of fangs? Thankfully my head is no longer pounding from reinforcing that wall against Killian. I can't sense him at all anymore. He's disappeared from the communication bonds alongside Phylax. The sun drifts low, the sky turning purple and pink. The air is fresh. The trees flanking the road are dense and drizzled with sugary snow. We move through the forest as if we're part of it, claws sinking into mud, tails whipping, fur rippling. We're nearing Linsfall now, according to Stark, where we'll stop for the night, but we're not near enough. Selah grows increasingly restless, fidgeting and scratching at her arms. At one point she leans down to smell Anassa's fur as if to ground herself. Her blood hunger is rising. We should stop briefly before reaching the city so that I may hunt for her, Anassa tells me. It makes sense for Selah to drink before we're in a crowded area. I want to make things smoother for her. I pat Anassa's side in confirmation, and she slows her pace immediately. I signal to the others over the bonds that we'll make a quick stop. Selah needs a bathroom break, I tell them, to explain the privacy we need, and guide Anassa into the depths of the woods. Once we're far enough from the road, I slip from Anassa's back in a small clearing. She waits patiently for me to help Selah and unfasten a couple of the bags she's carrying. I want her light so she can catch something quickly. Anassa slips away between the trees, and Selah moves jerkily to lean against a tall fir. She's clearly stiff, her body racked by her need for blood. We stand in the quiet for a long while. Golden light still shimmers through the boughs. Somewhere a grave lets out rhythmic hoots. I expected the silent treatment to continue, but Selah's voice joins the sounds of the forest, crackly like her throat is too dry. This is going to be my life from now on, she murmurs. Forever hiding what I am. I shake my head. I swear to you, Sae, Aldrich and I are doing everything we can. We'll find a cure for you. Her cheeks redden. If there's a cure, Meryn, if, Sae, just stop please, you shouldn't promise things like that. What if you can't find a cure, Mer? What if I'm a siphon forever? Have you thought about that at all? Because it's always on my mind. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I don't want her to give up hope. She turns her eyes on me and they shine with tears. What are you going to do with me when you fail? Will you put me away somewhere? Banish me? Leave me behind like you tried to do today? I turn away, hurt, afraid. I want to tell her that nothing is more important to me than she is, but a twig snaps behind Selah. I whirl back around to look for Anassa returning with prey. But there's a man there, tall and uniformed, face twisted with hate, and he has a knife to my sister's throat. Gotcha, usurper, he snarls at me. 21 Stark and the other direwolves have barely had a chance to rest when a Kratos' throbbing pulse of fear comes over my bond with Meryn, followed immediately by her voice in my mind, and in Venna's and Nomi's, judging by the way they both still. Come quickly. Deserter soldier, he has Selah. Don't attack, I'll try to talk him down, but please be at the ready. A growl rips out of my throat. How dare he? she hasn't made progress by the time we get there, I'm going to yank out this guy's intestines through his mouth. The three of us mount up in record time. Our direwolves move swiftly and quietly through the forest to reach Meryn and Selah at the clearing. The setting sunlight through the forest leaves makes everything dappled in shadow. We slide off our wolves to move closer but stay out of sight. Meryn and Selah are on the opposite side of the clearing from us. The soldier is unkempt and dressed in a Nocturnan uniform, his eyes wild as he presses a glittering knife to Selah's throat. Her skin is drained of all color, lips pressed into a thin, quivering line. "Are you one of my soldiers?" Meryn's voice echoes across the clearing. The man's face twists in contempt. "Your soldiers? Absolutely not." The rage in me builds, so close to the surface now. The woods around the man rustle. Then figures emerge from the long shadows cast by the struggling sun. Their faces move in and out of the pale bluish light as they approach. More soldiers, maybe 30, all wearing the same uniform. "Fuck, you two stay here," I tell Nomi and Venna, voice low. "I'm going to disarm him. Be ready to attack and make sure Skea and Ephies are prepared." Venna signs back. My words must have been too soft for her. "Please repeat." I attempt repeating the message in sign language. I've been studying it on my own since I first learned one of Meryn's closest allies was hard of hearing. She nods, so I must have made enough sense. "Is Anassa almost here?" I ask Kratos. "Yes, almost," he replies. "We'll attack at your signal." Nodding to him, I begin to move quietly around the circle of the clearing. "We're King Killian's soldiers," the attacker shouts. His voice is bold and echoes through the devouring woods. The piece of shit is proud. "No matter how this ends, the ground will be soaked with blood." The soldier continues his loud, belligerent declarations as I draw closer. "Who the fuck do you think you are? The Vaultiers have reigned over Nocturna for centuries. You can't end our allegiance with some sudden order." Selah is standing very still. I'm surprised she's not trembling. She must have that Sturmfrost steel in her, too. "We left the front and we're traveling to Ravenfrost to support our king. Finding you was a fortunate coincidence." He smirks. "Killian must have more military support than we'd anticipated. These fucking idiots. They're allowing themselves to be tricked and lied to." "I'm almost on him," I tell Meryn. "Keep him distracted." She straightens a bit at the sound of my voice in her mind. Her silver hair looks nearly blue in the low light of the clearing. "Don't kill them, please. They're my citizens, too." "Are you kidding me, princess?" "Please," she begs. I see her eyes search the forest, looking for me, pleading. I shake my head but keep moving. "I'll make no promises." I'm nearing the soldier now and Meryn's in full view. "Give me a few minutes to change your mind." Meryn looks back to the soldier, her voice steady. "I understand why you don't trust me and why you don't want to fight for me yet, but I am the rightful queen. If you let my sister go, if you take time to have a conversation with me, I believe I can sway you to my cause. No one needs to get hurt here today." He just laughs spitefully. "We won't bow to any mad bitch." There are murmurs of agreement whispering from the woods around us. "Ah, so that's what this is then." Their opposition isn't just about loyalty to Killian, and they're not just rejecting Meryn's claim. They're rejecting the very notion of a woman ruling, exposing the festering misogyny in this kingdom. Meryn's gaze hardens and the shade in the clearing suddenly expands in a way that has nothing to do with the lowering sun. This fucker might not know what that means, but I do. Finally, our queen is properly pissed. Her anger lights a fire in my gut. "Give in to it," I say without thinking. "Use shade bending and end them." She blinks, her lips thinning. I can't, I might hurt you all too, and I don't want Selah to see me like that." Another man speaks from the soldier's side. I can't make him out, but his voice is crackly. "It doesn't matter how powerful you think you are, you psycho bitch, you're outnumbered. That's it." No one talks to her that way. But before I can move, the woods themselves fully dim as if someone has dragged the sun from the sky. The look in Meryn's eyes has become deadly. She's no longer seeking peace. There's a vicious, hungry edge to her now that makes my blood heat. She's so fucking gorgeous when she's mad. "I think you meant your royal psycho bitch highness." The sharpness in her voice could slice the thickest of skins. "We done here?" I ask her. "Finish them," she responds. "I'll protect Selah." I don't need to be told twice. I step out of the woods, unbridled rage roiling through me. Before anyone can blink, my blade is at the soldier's throat, mirroring his threat against Selah. "Bad choice, boys," I growl out, tasting the promise of bloodshed in the air. My broad body dwarfs the weak man in front of me. "She might be inclined to show you mercy as your queen, but I'm no royal." Some idiot has the balls to ask, "Oh yeah, who are you then?" Locking eyes with Meryn, my insides ignite. "I'm the creature from your nightmares they wield like a weapon. Your lives mean nothing to me." I slice the man's throat open in one smooth motion. Blood erupts, pouring over the back of Selah's head and her hair. She shrieks and runs to Meryn, stumbling. Meryn's arms are around her instantly, and she throws up a defensive shield around them both using Phylax magic. I nod to Nomi across the clearing. She races forward, stepping in front of Meryn and Selah and encasing them inside a second defensive shield. At least when Selah's around, Meryn will accept proper protection. Fur streaks between the trees as the direwolves arrive in a storm of teeth and claws. Anasa tosses a soldier into the air, and he lands atop another with a scream. She bounds over to stand by Selah and Meryn, protecting them alongside Nomi. Venna and Skea emerge from the trees with frightening speed. Even though the soldiers outnumber us, they're suddenly looking a lot less confident. They finally fucking realize they should not have threatened a queen. The wolves leap into action. The screaming starts and doesn't stop. I throw up a hand as 3 soldiers try to charge me and release an impelling blast without restraint. The power comes stronger and more easily than ever, as it has ever since Meryn reclaimed her crown. There's an audible snap as the brutal force of my power cracks their ribs, throwing them backward. Several more soldiers encircle me, though they all look hesitant to be the first to engage. Drawing my twin blades from my back, I come at 2 of them at once, slicing their throats with a single slash. The men behind me try to run, but Kratos catches one in his mouth, chomping down. The other he pins beneath a massive paw, extending his claws into the man's chest as he shrieks. I move in to swiftly silence him with my blade. Nomi stays close to Meryn, maintaining her shield while keeping soldiers at bay with her sword. Ephes provides another layer of defense. He tears a leg off one of the soldiers with a vicious wrench of his jaw. Whirling around, I look for any soldiers we may have missed. Their numbers are dwindling fast. While Skea leaps around, snapping up prey, Venna's been slipping through the shadows, picking off fighters before they know what's hit them. Now she darts in again, dispatching a soldier who tries to flee with an efficient knife to the gut. Anasa circles around Selah and Meryn, snapping at anyone who gets too close. It's a relief to be unleashed after months really of being on passably good behavior. This is me at my best, at my worst, myself. Blood arcs across my face in a dark splatter as I spin to gut another attacker. Meryn pulses a warning toward me, but I've already sensed the next one on my left. I slot my blade into place between the man's chest and his chin. For the briefest of moments my eyes find Meryn even as 2 more come for me. I need to see that she's right where I want her to be, safe, behind me, protected. The battle lasts only a handful of minutes. The final soldier falls to Kratos, whose jaws close around his entire skull. The man's screams cut off abruptly as Kratos bites down. Then everything is silent. The birds are gone. Slowly the woods start to whisper and creak as if they're letting out a breath. Nomi relaxes her shield, as does Meryn. The shadows she summoned part and the sun comes back out. She loosens her protective hold on Selah. She's behind her sister so she can't see what happens, but I do. Selah's eyes dilate enormously, swallowing up her irises. Her gaze, undeniably hungry, is locked on the blood-soaked ground on the bodies. Meryn's not fast enough to tighten her grip. Selah rips from her and moves within human speed. No, Meryn shouts, as if she could stop it. The little girl falls on the nearest corpse. She latches on and tears at it with her hands. I have an iron stomach for gore at this point, but even I'm a little queasy as the sounds start. Gasping, sucking, gulping sounds. Selah looks like a starving animal savaging prey. Meryn and I make eye contact with the others at the same time. Venna and Nomi are staring in shock, their expressions a mixture of revulsion and disbelief. Venna's hand rises to cover her mouth. Betrayal flashes across Nomi's face. Fuck. 22 Meryn and Nomi have the grace not to scream. Within moments I can Venna tell they've both done a quick calculation. I'm not shocked or scared, and neither is Stark, and have schooled their faces back into neutral expressions. I'm overwhelmed by all of it. My fear for my sister, the vicious spilling of blood, the terrible truth finally revealed to my friends. My body and mind are both wrung out, and I'm aching from the rejection. Soldiers who should have been my soldiers, whom I felt a duty to take care of, rejecting me full stop. How many like them are out there? How many more have deserted? How many people refuse to recognize my rule because I'm a woman? And how can I ever win their loyalty if they're withholding it over the most central, unchangeable part of me? We should do something about the bodies, I say in a daze, as if my sister was not feasting on one directly in front of us all. It's not right to just leave them here. Anasa chimes in, we wolves can dig a shallow grave and bury them. That should suffice. I agree with this, although a part of me smarts. Despite how despicably these men behaved, they were people with families or friends, just as my father was. That they won't come home, that no one will ever know what happened to them, will hurt someone somewhere. All 4 of the wolves start to dig and bury. Meanwhile, Selah finishes up her snack and seems like she's in a disoriented stupor from the meal. This is the first time she's tasted human blood since the day she turned. I wonder if it's doing something different to her. She pulls off the body and crawls back toward me. She looks like a nightmare, her hands and chin and clothes soaked in scarlet gore, her gaze unfocused, hair matted and slick with blood. Venna's face twists in a way too complicated to read. I hurry toward my sister and help her stand, mostly carrying her back to the edge of the clearing. Then I sit her down against a tree where she promptly falls asleep. After I'm sure she's safe, I take a couple of quick strides over to Nomi and Venna. Would have been useful information to know we had a siphon traveling with us before we departed the castle, Nomi drawls, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. Her beautiful face is slightly pinched in irritation and she stares off into the distance where Stark oversees the wolves' work. Venna's gaze cuts me to the quick. Her eyes are hard flinty. How long? Nausea roils in my stomach. Ven, how long, Meryn? Since you freed her, I say, resigned. Killian turned her at some point between when we found her in the dungeons and when you and Stark got there. She doesn't remember it happening. He altered her memory. Venna's face falls. That poor girl. I'm so sorry, I tell her, my throat tight around the words. I didn't want to hide this from you, but I just didn't know what else to do. I'm not sure what you want me to say, Meryn, she says. I'm so fucking mad at you right now. Siphons are our enemies. They're dangerous. You've had one living under our noses this entire time. You let me spend time alone with her, tutoring her without telling me the danger I was in. I grab her arm, but Venna shakes me off. Ven, I trust you, I swear, I plead. But the fewer people who knew, the better. She's my sister, my only living family. You know that I would do anything for her. She turns her head, watching Sayla as she sleeps against the tree, hopefully seeing the same thing I do. A small, innocent, hurting child. Someone to protect, not fear. We've been feeding her animal blood, I continue. She's been under close watch at all times, yes, even when you've been teaching her sign language. Didn't you wonder why Helene and Grigor were always keeping guard? Aside from the fangs, she hasn't been a threat to anyone. And I'm trying to figure out how to reverse it. I'm going to save her. Venna's lips flatten into a tight line, her dark eyes growing glassy. I get it, she says eventually. There's nothing more important than a sister. The words twist my insides into a tight, painful knot. I reach out again, but she holds up a hand, stilling me. I need some time to think about this, Your Highness, she says, her voice aloof. My heart sinks. Please, Ven. The wind blows her short strands of glossy black hair around her face, still turned away. I understand from one sister to another, but friend to friend, I just need space, Meryn. Nomi finally chimes in. Why do Venna and I go ahead to Linsfall? We'll spend the night with the nobles there as planned and tell them that you and Stark had to keep moving. My gaze darts between the two of them. Venna still won't look at me. That probably makes sense, I say slowly. Goodness knows we can't exactly take Sayla into town right now. Stark and I will set up camp somewhere nearby, and you can meet back up with us in the morning. Assuming they don't both decide to turn right back around to Sturmfrost. I can't say that I'd blame them for it, either. Ephies and Skea pad over, their muzzles bloody and their paws coated in dirt from their horrific task. Stark follows, pulling Nomi to the side and talking in a low tone. Their bodies are pressed so close together and I glance away, feeling like I'm intruding on something. When they part, Venna and Nomi mount. Nomi nods to me, then the two of them turn tail and head toward the encroaching darkness. Stark approaches me with Kratos and Anassa. Looks like we'll be camping tonight, I tell him. He grunts. I have some packs for that. Dumped them off Kratos in the woods when we realized what was happening to you too. Let's go grab them and find a clearing that doesn't reek of death. Stark helps me lift Sayla's listless form onto Anassa's back, and then we both mount our wolves. Within an hour, we found a suitable campsite slightly closer to Linsfall and have set up a campfire to keep us warm in the cool night air. I pull the shadows down around us, an amplified form of the crypto's rifting power. It masks our location entirely. The ease and strength of the pack powers will never cease to mystify me, but then I know Anassa is helping me channel them. Of the two of us, at least one is wise and skilled in the ways of the bonded. My direwolf has lain down on the opposite side of the fire. Sayla is curled up in Anassa's side, continuing to sleep. I pull a scratchy woolen blanket out of one of Stark's packs and lay it over her. I'm not sure how long she'll be out, but between Anassa's warmth, the fire, and the blanket, she should be comfortable through the night. Finally, I stop busying myself and plop down on a big fallen log we have set in front of the fire. Then I put my head in my hands, grounding myself in the warmth of my own palms. If I think too hard about the look that Venna first gave me when she realized what was happening, I just might fall apart. Stark throws another log onto the fire and I look up in surprise at the sound. He looks every bit his reputation right now. His shirt and jacket are caked in blood and gore. There's a ruby slash of it across his cheek and I know it's not his own. I've seen Stark fight before, was awed by his battle strength at the front. But today Venna and Nomi helped, but Stark killed at least 20 of those men himself, without thinking twice about it. Never flinching, never faltering. His expert impelling was chilling to watch, even for me. It's astounding that any bonded could have that much power without making some sort of corrupt bargain. He senses me watching and turns to meet my gaze, then looks down at himself. Probably should change out of this, huh? That's one set of clothes ruined. This much blood doesn't come out when it's set. Spoken from experience. A person with an ounce of self-preservation would be quaking with fear right now. Instead, I swallow hard, a heat that has nothing to do with the campfire building in my core. Yeah, I guess you should. First comes off the jacket, which he tosses into the flames. Then he reaches over his head and grabs the back of his shirt, yanking it off in one swift move. And then Stark Therion is shirtless in front of the fire and my needy brain wants to howl at the sight. I thought I knew what I liked in a man's body. But then, I've never seen a man like this before. His torso is as broad as the rest of him, narrowing slightly at the waist. There's a slight dusting of hair on his chest, and underneath it, muscles. So many muscle. Does the human body even have this many muscles? Apparently so, and Stark has perfected every single one. Nomi is a lucky woman. His pecs are bulky and firm, leading down to what can only be described as abs for days. He looks like he has a 40-pack, pronounced enough that it could probably cut glass. Beneath them is a V-line, so perfectly defined that my stupid fucking mouth literally starts to water. I'm desperate to touch it to find out where it leads. It's lewd. The sight of his shirtless torso is lewd, there's no other way to explain it. And then of course there are the kill tattoos, runic in style, applied by different hands. They litter his body in a dark, dangerous dance that only serves to emphasize how utterly deadly he is. Almost every inch of him is inked. I'm so busy ogling him that I almost miss it until I don't. The tattoos can't quite hide them, scars everywhere all over his front. He's covered in deep, crisscrossing lines, they catch the firelight like spiderwebs, and I know with a sick churning in my gut I know. These are from before he was bonded. The wolves heal wounds too quickly, even deep cuts leave only a light scar. But he bonded when he was only 18, I draw in a sharp breath and he looks down at me quickly, meeting my eyes. A shadow passes over his gaze and he turns away, heading to his rucksack. Stark, I say, we need to talk about it. That many scars. He grabs a new shirt out and roughly pulls it on. Leave it, Meryn. No, my voice comes out shrill. Stark, he advances on me swiftly, fire in his eyes. I said leave it. He's towering over me now, menacing. I forget sometimes just how much taller he is than me. I have to crane my neck to keep his gaze. Or what? I say through clenched teeth, unimpressed by his attempt at intimidation. You're going to lose control on me? I'd love to see it. I guarantee you, princess, you wouldn't. His words hold dark promise that do nothing to cool the inferno raging inside me. Drawing a ragged breath, he tries to turn away from me. Fuck that. He's made me face hard things head on. He doesn't get to shrug off the same. I grab a fistful of his black shirt, then yank it up his torso, exposing the scars once again to the firelight. They're even more brutal this close. The dark ink does a good job of masking things from a distance, but now I can see that the skin all over his torso is gruesomely puckered. These weren't an accident. Every one of these cuts looks intentional. Anger starts to build, shadows dancing at the edge of my vision. Does it scare you? His voice comes out as a viscous caress, and I shiver. This reminder of violence carved into my body. Underneath his brusque tone, I can hear something else. I don't know if it's some wolfish instincts or the ties we have binding us, but I hear the real question he's asking. Does it disgust you? My eyes sting. How could he think that? How could he ever see himself that way? I place a palm flat on his torso, the heat of him and the bumps from the scars underneath my skin. He hisses. But I don't move my hand and he doesn't flinch. Who did this to you? I demand. Stark lets out a low laugh, pushing me off him. He turns swiftly, trying to walk away again. But I snare his wrist, yanking him back around. He thinks he's some tough, violent avenger. Well, guess what, buddy? There are two of us. I draw closer to him until he's forced to stare down at me to see how serious I am, to read it in the pain in my eyes. Then I breathe deeply, his amber musk filing my senses and lending me strength. When I speak, it's with all the depth of the darkness that thrives in my veins. Give me a name and I'll erase it from the earth. Stark's nostrils flare with suppressed emotion. I notice every twitch in his jaw, memorize every eyelash as he blinks at my rage. I already did, princess, he says, voice low. You can stand down. Who? I demand again. He lets out an aggravated sigh and shakes my hand off his wrist. I feel the loss of the contact acutely. My weapons trainer as a child. He found me lacking. Horror roils inside me, cold and unrelenting. Did Sigrid know? Why didn't she stop it? She hired him for a reason. She wasn't around anyway. The Sovereign Alpha was at the front, and I was given over to teachers who could make me, in her words, strong enough to survive the end of the world. The words hit me like a punch. She did this to him. His mother. The shadows are building now, starting to creep like leeches up my arms and legs. He angles his jaw at me, and I can see it clearly, the scar I've always wondered about. In fact, she did this one herself when I was 12. Haven't you learned this about the Sovereign Alpha yet? She cares only about her own goals. She needed me to be stronger than I was and did not care what it took to get me there. I'm going to end her. A wind kicks up as the shadows start to spiral around the two of us, darkness spreading through the campsite in a maelstrom. It's inside of me too, coating my veins until all I feel is a pulsing need to tear something apart. Stark leans his face closer to mine, something hard and frightening in his gaze. Not everyone gets a loving family, Meryn. Some parents see their child only as a means to an end. This is how you make a monster. Then he blinks, taking note of the dark vortex I've whipped around us without even commanding it. As usual, it's out of my control. I don't know how I started it, and I don't know how it will end. Oh goddess, I can't make it stop. Meryn, he says, stern and commanding. The assertiveness in his voice makes my blood thrum and the shadows respond in kind. Stop that. I can't, but maybe he can. I have the strangest sense that if I just reach for him, he can funnel this feeling away. If he's such a monster, well, maybe only a monster can lead me out of the dark. I reach and reach, but nothing. It's not working, I say in a gasp, tears starting to fall down my face. I'm furious, Stark, my rage is eating me alive. Anassa chooses this moment to finally nudge her consciousness against mine. Meryn, breathe, get the shadows under control. Sigrid is not here to direct your anger at. Even if she was, you need her for now. When the time is right, we will seek retribution. Her words calm me, and the shadows slip back down to the ground, sink into the earth. Stark reaches up, roughly swipes a tear from my face with his calloused thumb. I want to take the pat of it into my mouth, relish the heat of his palm against my face. Don't waste your tears on me, princess, he murmurs. I'm glad she did this to me. I startle at the harsh words spoken so plainly. You are? How could anyone be glad for something so horrific, so unnatural? Yes, he growls. I don't waste time on sentiment now, I act, and it makes people fear me. I still don't understand. Why would you want that? It's the opposite of what I've been seeking to provoke in people with arguable success. He presses his mouth to the shell of my ear. The warmth of his breath causes a buzzing so electric I'm sure I've never felt alive like this before. Their fear is a balm. I'll be everyone's villain to scare them away from you. He pulls back, catching my eyes with his dark, burning gaze, and there's an avalanche from my head to my toes. His face is so near mine. I can see all his stubble in the firelight, all the colors of his irises. They're not a solid brown, I realize for the first time. They're ringed in black and flecked with gold toward the center so subtly that it's easy to miss. My stomach swoops. It would be easy to close the distance between us. 2 inches at most. Does he kiss like he fights with lethal force and incredible skill? Or would he be gentle with me, take his time and explore? Sayla coughs. We both startle from the sound and he steps away. The loss of his heat is instantaneous and keen, like something precious has been ripped from my greedy hands. What might have happened if I'd pushed Stark over the edge? Finally found out what it means for him to truly lose control? I'm not sure I'd ever recover from it. And what about Nomi, whom Stark claims to love? Maybe I imagine the spark between us. Maybe he has no interest in me like that. Even if he did, I would never act until I knew for sure there's nothing going on there. If they're together, I couldn't cross that line. I'd never do that to another person. We should get some sleep, Stark says quietly. We have a long journey tomorrow. We ready the sleeping pallets in silence. Get into them next to each other in silence. Close our eyes, pretending to sleep in silence. At least I'm pretending. Because all night long I burn and I burn and I burn. Morning takes forever to arrive. The fire has turned to coals and the sky is barely lightening when I hear approaching footsteps. Anassa's ears swivel. She lifts her head to inhale. But I don't need her nose to tell me the heavy footfalls are direwolves. I stand at the sound. Taking a deep breath, I let the rift mask ease away, revealing the rest of the camp to a tired-looking Venna and an annoyingly beautiful Nomi. The woman looks like she didn't miss a wink. I try not to watch as she and Stark embrace. Venna moves toward me, saying nothing. When her arms go around me, painful emotions riot in my chest. It's guilt for not telling her the truth, but it's also sweet relief tinted with grief. We don't have Iz any longer, but we have each other. Thank the goddess we have each other. When we pull apart, her hands linger on my arms. Are we okay? I ask, letting hope and fear show on my face. Her expression is solemn. I know that you're the queen now, Meryn, and I'm not always going to be privy to your decision-making. But your choices here hurt me. Can you promise you'll let me in on anything you can, especially if it might concern my safety? I swear, I say instantly. I'll do better. Venna nods once. Then we'll be okay, she says with certainty I probably don't deserve. I think she understands that it was fear that drove me, but I still resent myself for it. I was once so furious at Anassa for withholding the truth. To turn around and do the same thing to a close friend, it makes me hate myself a little bit even if I had a good reason. When Venna steps away, Nomi takes her place. We're good, she asks gently. Yeah, I say. I mean, are we? There's still so much I don't understand about Nomi, particularly Stark's relationship with her. What are they to each other? Does she love him too? And can I stop fucking obsessing about it every time my mind has a quiet moment? Nomi shrugs an elegant shoulder and brushes her long red hair over it. Don't let her bite me and we'll be fine. That seems about as positive a reaction as I can possibly hope for to a hey, by the way, my sister's a siphon reveal, so I shoot her a tight smile and start to break down camp. Eventually, I wake Sayla up from where she still sleeps against Anassa's side. She looks down at her blood-stained clothes and then up at Venna and Nomi and starts to cry. It's okay, I tell her as I lead her into the woods to change. It takes some coaxing to get her to come back out to the campsite. Sayla is mortified and ashamed of what she is. But when we emerge from the trees, Venna holds an arm out and Sayla goes to her. They cling to each other silently for a long moment. Then it's time to get back on the road. We ride hard, but Sayla seems stronger. Or at least more alert and less withdrawn than she's been since her transformation. She still keeps close to Anasa's side when we take breaks for her to stretch her legs, but a little flicker of secret hope catches in my chest. Shadows lengthen across the cold ground as we ride toward Weisenstadt. Dawn turns to noon, turns to evening. The landscape begins to change. Forest gives way to open terrain, large segments of it divided into farms. The first sign that we're nearing the front is the smoke. We see it from leagues away. I don't remember the choking haze the last time I came to the active war zone with Stark. It's not a good sign. I tap into the sea of communication in my mind as lightly as possible. The force of anxiety running through everyone stationed here almost knocks me off Anasa. It strengthens as we draw closer and closer. We crest a hill and take in the full extent of the disarray. In the distance, the plumes of smoke rise from beyond the defensive line, marking successful Astrionan incursions into our precious farmland, territory that was previously secure. It's an omen that swallows up the sky, a wave of horror in the air that's only going to creep closer and closer. Slowly but surely the siphons are overtaking us. A shiver runs down my spine and I turn my head. Stark is already looking at me. I know he's thinking it too. The situation is worse than we anticipated. Whatever awaits us inside that camp, we're riding into a crisis that might already be beyond salvaging. What are we in for? I ask Anasa over our bond. She has no answer. She just moves forward, descending toward the chaos of the front lines. 23 Meryn down at the death, sprawled out and waiting for us. One thing is looking clear. I can't take Selah down there without a plan. I'm sure it's psychological, but I swear I can smell the blood from here. No, that is the smell of blood, Anasa confirms. Great. Helpful as always, Anasa. She snorts and shakes her head. I signal for our group to halt. Vena's Wolfskaya twitches uncomfortably at the sight before us. Anasa gives a low rumble that is somehow both menacing and comforting. My sister needs to be somewhere safe, both to protect her from witnessing the horrors awaiting us at the front line, and to keep her away from anything that might trigger her bloodlust. I take a deep breath and try to reach for calmness. Selah, I say simply. Stark understands me. There are some semi-permanent tents on the outer perimeter of the base where soldiers and bonded can rotate for rest periods. Many of them should be empty right now, considering, he adds grimly. Kratos shifts beneath him and Stark's body tenses to adjust for the displacement of his weight. She'll have privacy and security in one of the tents in the bonded section. It will be comfortable. I can accompany her. Stand guard, Vena offers immediately. We can have the wolves procure animals if Selah needs to feed. The zing of gratitude moves quickly up my spine. When it reaches my chest, it catches in my heart and seeps strength into my blood. It means a lot that Vena's taking Selah's condition in stride. Thank you, I tell them, slipping from Anasa's back to help Selah down. She lets me guide her, but when her feet are planted on the ground, she doesn't let me go. Her hands wrinkle the fabric of my shirt. I recognize the way she stands, folded in on herself. That little dip of her head has always been a giveaway that she's nervous or afraid. I shouldn't have come here, she whispers. This was a mistake, I'm sorry, Mer. She's giving voice to my insecurity too. I let myself be convinced that the safest place for my sister was with me. But seeing this, understanding what it means to be in an active war zone where my own side is rapidly losing ground. Have I made a grave error? I can't afford to show doubt. She needs my reassurance, not my insecurities. Kneeling before her, I reach up to gently hold her wrists. Regardless of how we got here, we're here, and you're a princess of Nocturna with responsibilities to its people. Selah's eyes widen slightly. You need to be brave for them. Vena will protect you. I'll come stay there tonight once I'm done at Central Command. She steps forward and hugs me. It takes everything I have not to burst into tears. I wrap her in my arms and hold her tight. The embrace is far shorter than I'd have preferred, and then she's stepping away from me. Vena helps her onto Skaya's back, and then the two of them ride off in the direction of the tents. Selah glances back at me, though, with an expression that makes my heart ache. I stand there for a moment, staring after her. I stare until Stark's fingertips brush the top of my shoulder. The fingers on that arm twitch like they want to return the touch. But when I look at him, I can't tell if he's comforting me or telling me we need to move on. So I say nothing and continue toward the command center at the heart of the encampment. As we descend, the stink of too many bodies and too much death becomes undeniable. The camp is a strange mix of tumultuous triage and eerie emptiness. Phylax's forces have been stationed here on and off for decades. Now they're gone and the reinforcements are still days away. The empty tents make the place look like a ghost town, which isn't exactly reassuring. We make our way through the medical triage area, feet squishing through deep mud. I don't know much about medical care, but even I can see that the workers here are short-handed. The few medics rush back and forth without stopping to rest. And to our left, a wagon that holds several bodies just lies there. I'm sure someone is going to come back for them, make certain they get home to their families so they can properly grieve. Still, the sight of them waiting is unsettling. I look again as we pass closer to the dead and my breath catches. I recognize one of them. Rodert, he was Strategos from my training cohort. He sat at breakfast with us. I remember him staring at Isabel as if she were made of diamonds. I remember him sparring with Neva. She said he had an uncannily good grasp of parrying. Guess it wasn't uncanny enough. It hits me. Actually, it rolls over me like a snow squall. I'm drowning and burning at the same time, because they're not just anonymous casualties. Being here, seeing it, feeling it, knowing it. It's impossible to put distance between myself and the lives being lost. How many familiar faces will I never see again? Isabel's name rings in my ears. Meryn. I lift my head and see we've reached the central command tent. Stark holds open the door flap, waiting for me to enter first. I exhale deeply and duck inside. The interior is dark, save for a few streams of light from slits in the tent's canvas, a handful of lanterns, and a single brazier billowing smoke up into a ventilation channel. Several people are gathered around a table. Goblets are scattered about the surface, as well as maps and figurines meant to represent the current strategic situation. A dagger juts out of the table's wood, like it was plunged there in the middle of an argument and forgotten about. As always, Sigrid cuts an imposing figure. She's bent over the maps, her expression dark as she receives reports from soldiers. Her arms are spread, scarred, and tattooed. Her head is bowed. She's listening to them like each word they say might be their last, depending on her mood. Stark and Nomi duck into the tent after me, and the three of us wait for a break in the briefing. A stir moves through the tent as people realize I've arrived, and Sigrid lifts her head. When she sees me, her posture doesn't change. She remains with her hands braced, her wide shoulders on display, her biceps tightening. And then, rather than addressing me, she looks past me and says, "Nomi, it's so good to have you with us." Turning to the rest of the pack leaders gathered, she explains, Nomi resisted the Phylax defection and refused to follow her pack when they declared for Killian. Nomi's eyes turn to storm clouds. Her body is taut like a bowstring. Crypto's Gamma gives Nomi a frankly assessing look. Something in the way he stares at her makes me bristle. I don't have a chance to think about it anymore before Sigrid dismisses her officers with a stern command. I turn toward her as the rest of the men and women file out. A few of them glance at me or Nomi before looking away quickly. Not one of them looks at Stark. Then it's just the four of us in the commander's tent. And suddenly I remember all the things that Stark told me about Sigrid. The woman she is. My blood heats with anger, shadows starting to stir, and I have a ridiculous urge to step between her and Stark. Protect him, guard his throat. Punch hers maybe, her throat is so fucking punchable right now. The situation here has never been this dire, Sigrid says plainly, pulling me out of my violent musings. Right, dire straits at the war front. Maybe don't punch your chief commander yet. Sigrid clasps her hands behind her back and rounds the table to stand before us. The Siphons have made several deep incursions into the farmlands, as you could probably see from your approach. Our original perimeter maintained by the Phylax pack is just gone. She draws a deep breath, showing a rare moment of unease. It shakes me to see her so unsettled. Your Highness, as you know, our plan had been to use your strength as a last resort to shore up our second line of defense. But things have changed. She visibly gathers herself, smoothing her face back to her usual impassiveness as she delivers the worst of the news. As of now, the town of Weisenstadt and the largest of our farming areas remain intact. But we got intelligence last night that Astriona has sent reinforcements, a very powerful Siphon general with a whole host of new forces. This isn't just a defensive mission anymore. The Siphons have noticed our weakness here, and we anticipate a major attack. She doesn't voice the obvious conclusion, but I can tell we all think it. It's going to be a bloodbath. Ironically, the news that we're outmatched gives me a funny sort of calm. It's like the buzz I'd get before a difficult fight in the underground rings, I realize. Facing up against someone bigger and badder than me. Knowing that this might be it, the time that I'm finally outmatched. Now, just like then, my resolve hardens into something steely, edged with anticipation. I live for dangerous odds. Stepping up to the table, I study the battle diagrams. What are your plans so far? Will it still work to leverage my shielding power until we can get reinforcements in place? No, Sigrid says flatly. There's just too much area to cover, and with the forces we're facing now, it's likely the Siphons will strike in multiple places. But we'll be spread too thin if we try to anticipate every potential target. Plus, the farmers are refusing to abandon their land and seek refuge elsewhere. Even if we had the extra troops to help them get out, they won't go. She scrubs a hand over her face. There's something else. Queen Meryn, the corruption in the bonded magic seems to be getting worse. My stomach drops. We were keeping an eye on this ever since it was first noticed. But Sigrid was so confident it would clear up once Tormund caught Killian. Once this wretched bracelet was off my wrist. So much for that. I've heard more mention of Demo's riders getting blowback when they impel, like what happened to that boy in the arena, although Stark hasn't experienced it. Nomi mentioned casually on the ride down here that her shields had become too strong on occasion, blocking bonded out. Not that we have that many Phylax left to worry about. Does the added strength in the magic help at all? I ask. Since I put the crown on, everyone's magic has surged. Sigrid purses her mouth. No. The troops have had no time to learn the scope of the changes or adjust our battle maneuvers to compensate for the differences. We're all quiet considering that. My instincts are trying to tell me something. What would I have done in the fighting ring when the odds were so clearly against me? I almost always managed to win. No matter how formidable the opponent, it was because I could surprise them. They looked at me and they thought they knew me. Thought I was a weak little girl who would fold easily, barely put up a fight. What surprises do we have up our sleeve now? I should use foresight, I murmur, growing more confident of the words as I say them. We don't need to accept defeat before it happens. Nothing is inevitable. Maybe I'll get a glimpse of a path to success. Sigrid nods slowly. It's worth a try, Your Highness. Do you have the strength to attempt it now? We anticipate their attack coming tomorrow or the next day at the latest. I swallow hard. I'm worn out from our travel and from fighting off the deserters who attacked Selah. But what other choice do I have? I'll do it. Stark finds me the most comfortable chair in the tent, and Nomi posts herself by the entrance's guard. Sigrid seats herself across from me, gathering ink and parchment so that she'll be ready to make note of anything that I relay. I pull the crown out from the pack at my waist and settle it onto my head. The rush of power it gives me is heady, dangerous. It's unnatural, thinly papering over my exhaustion. I could get myself in trouble by relying on this strength too often. Closing my eyes, I sink into myself. Even in the best of moments, it's hard to trigger foresight. But I focus on the feeling I get when I glimpse what's ahead, like the hazy image on the back of your eyelids when you accidentally look at the sun. The magic pulls me under. Battlefield. Siphons everywhere, bodies, blood. Smoke rising off in the distance from farms burning, I realize. Anassa and I are still standing, maintaining a phylax shield with the last of our energy, but it's not enough. The reach of the shield is failing, and I can see many of our best warriors already dead on the ground. The faces stare up at me blank. Nomi, beautiful red hair flaming around her eyes unseeing. Venna, so like her sister in death. Face beautiful, frozen like ice. Sigrid, dismembered. Her fearsome direwolf Genikos curved around her as if protecting her even now. Stark, my eyes flutter and I pull away from that thread, heart pounding. I reach out again, follow a different path forward. Death, fire, destruction, each path ends the same, until shadows. Anassa and me in shadows everywhere, the siphons in retreat. I gasp and wrench myself away from the visions. I need to ride out and meet the siphons head on. Unleash my shade bending on them, I say, voice shaky. It's the only future where we beat them back. Sigrid's response is instant. No, I bristle, don't punch her throat, don't punch her throat. Don't, if you'll recall, she says dismissively, military matters fall under my authority as Sovereign Alpha. I cannot allow the Queen to risk herself in direct combat, especially when you lack battlefield experience beyond the controlled environment of the trials. You have no control over the shade bending, even still. You could get killed and you could kill our people too. I straighten my spine, lift my head and lock eyes with Sigrid. You and I both know that foresight is imprecise, but over and over again all I saw was death and destruction. This is the only possible solution that was offered to me. I pull the crown from my head and study the opal, gleaming in the firelight. The nightmare of my visions presses in again, and I squeeze my eyes shut as a wave of tiredness washes over my body. Silence as the group takes that in. I'll go alone, I offer up quietly. That way no one else will get hurt if my powers are out of control. Meryn, Nomi says on a soft gasp. No. Absolutely fucking not, Stark snaps. You cannot be serious. You're the Queen, alone on the battlefield, facing down our enemy? I look at him imploringly. Stark, if we lose this whole area, our nation will starve. What is one woman compared with the hunger of thousands? You'll go with her, Stark, Sigrid says tersely. We both turn to stare at her. What? You know that the Sovereign Alpha has the ability to shade bend too, Sigrid says. Because of our family's powers, Stark will be protected. He cannot be endangered by your strength. A dark look comes over Stark's face. How do you know that for cert? I just do, Sigrid says snippily. Another terrible thing about Sigrid, she deliberately withholds information from Stark. I've had enough of secrets and information withheld for 100,000 lifetimes. While Meryn wields her shade bending, Sigrid continues, you will keep an eye on the siphon movements. If you sense that the Queen is outmatched, you will protect her and bring her back to our camp immediately. Of course she's going to be outmatched, he barks at her. One woman against an entire regiment of siphons and their immensely powerful general? I hold up a hand, stilling him. While the foresight visions are hard to parse, I know what I saw, and I know I've barely dipped a toe into the deep, spiraling pool of darkness that lives inside me. It's begging to be unleashed, whispering at me to open myself up to it and let it take control. I can do it, I say quietly, his jaw ticks. Or you die. Or I die, I agree. Maybe we both do, but if I don't attempt it, our deaths are a certainty. In that case, Sigrid says, now fully won over to my side of the argument. Shall we discuss details? Stark shakes me awake before dawn, just as planned. The tent is dark and cold, the fire in the brazier burned down to just coals. He heads out to ensure that Kratos and Anassa have everything they need, and I dress hurriedly, pulling on layers to ward off the chill. I slip into the other room of the tent, stoking the fire there with extra logs, then turn to wake Selah. I can't go to battle without saying goodbye. And there's something else I need, too. Selah, I whisper, lightly touching her shoulder. Wake up, sis. Her eyes snap open and she yawns, sitting up. Meryn, I want a hug before I go, I say, keeping my tone light and refusing to let my fear or my nerves about the upcoming battle show. Not to her. I have to go fight. I'll be back soon, I promise. Venna and I had a long talk last night and she promised to look out for Selah however she can should the worst happen. Selah nods and in the dim light I can't quite make out her expression. I pause before my next question, wishing I didn't need to ask it. Selah, can I borrow Mother's necklace? Like with the crown, I've felt it amplify my powers before. I think it would be helpful for today. Selah nods and slips the teardrop gem out from under her shirt. She wraps her hand around it once as if for luck before unclasping it and handing it to me. As it settles around my neck, my hands twitch with an electric burst of energy. The shadows surge in my veins, ready to be directed. With the necklace and crown combined, I'll be a force to be reckoned with. Selah gets out of her nest of blankets on the couch and stands. Then she moves quickly to our pile of bags and scrabbles through them, casting things to either side. Selah, I ask, brow furrowing. What are you doing? She doesn't stop, just says in a monotone voice, I must go to him. A chill runs down my spine. I cross to her in 2 big steps. Go to whom, Selah? She stands, slinging a pack behind her. Killian, he calls me. I freeze in shock and then lunge forward to grab her hand. She's trying to slip out of the tent flap and into the cold. What the foo, what are you talking about? I hiss. My heart leaps into my throat. Not now, not after all this time. Not when he's finally gone silent in my own mind. Selah pulls against me, struggling mindlessly. My arms tighten around her and I want to scream. The sire bond. It must be the sire bond that Aldrich mentioned finally affecting her, because of the necklace. I put it on her almost immediately after she turned, hoping it would protect her. And it did, it seems, in a way I'd never predicted. I wrench the necklace from my neck and force it over Selah's head. The moment the opal touches her skin, she sags in my grip and then turns to me, confused. Meryn, what happened? Horror stifles my words. Killian, that fucker. My breathing returns to normal as Selah's expression remains unmistakably her. Selah, listen carefully. I need you to keep that necklace on at all times, all right? Her eyes widen in fear and she swallows. Taking a deep breath, I lean down so that our eyes are level. Then I tuck her hair behind her ear and kiss her on the cheek. Just promise me, okay? I'll explain everything later, but I was wrong about me taking the necklace. You need it. Do not take it off while I'm gone. She nods in silence. After another tight hug, I force myself to leave. As I go, I reach out mentally to Venna, letting her know about the necklace so she can keep an eye on it. Then I catch up with Stark where he's waiting with our wolves. Anassa greets me with her teeth bared. She's edgy, riled up, and desperate to get out on the field. Stark sits astride Kratos, decked out in full battle leathers. The layers of leather and padding emphasize his muscular arms and shoulders, the broadness of his chest. The two of them together are an inky black silhouette against the dawning light, a vision of strength and power. You ready? I ask both him and Anassa. Stark merely scowls at me. I know he's still furious that I won the argument, that we're charging off on this possibly foolhardy mission. But I also know that he won't let anything happen to me, not while he's still standing. Let us go rain death upon them, Anassa growls. 24 Meryn and I ride toward the Siphon encampment without fanfare. Stark, obviously, the point is for us to surprise the Siphon forces, so it doesn't make sense to make a big scene out of it. Still, it's a little anticlimactic. I keep reaching up to touch the opal in the wolf crown for reassurance. The amplified power it provides is writhing and alive in my veins. I'm glad for its strength, though I don't love that I'm relying on it so heavily. Our route takes us past some of the fields and farms we're fighting to protect. It's beautiful in the dim light, softly rolling hills, mist hanging over them in the chill morning air, rows of pine and oak separating property lines. Even the ramshackle farmhouses look romantic at this time of day, patterned with shadow. Then the wind changes, blowing the smoke from the battlefields back toward us and shattering my illusions of an idyllic Nocturnan countryside. We are going to stink like charred firewood, Anassa complains. I grin into her neck, hanging on tightly as we speed toward the front line. Sounds like an improvement from Dirty Dog, I retort. Anassa huffs, offended. As a being with a far superior sense of smell, I can assure you that you are lucky my scent masks your own. The light-hearted back and forth tapers off as we slow down and move more quietly and cautiously. The risk that will tip our plans to any Siphon scouts increases as we approach. We ride past mazes of ditches and lines of spikes, in place to help slow further Siphon advancement. My heart breaks to see just how thin our defenses are. There are nowhere near as many fighters here as there should be, bonded and foot soldier alike. A sparse group of Demo's riders and wolves is on patrol, and they each salute respectfully as they see their alpha and their queen pass. Here and there, groups of foot soldiers take shelter, weapons close at hand in case of another attack. We take our time traveling down the line, silently letting soldiers and bonded see us, recognize us. Even if it takes us a little longer, being visible is part of the point. whether or not Stark and I are successful today. Whatever happens, we need to show our forces that their queen and her leaders were willing to put their lives on the line for them. They never got that from their previous rulers. Morale is too low to miss this chance. I can only hope it makes a difference, and that we live long enough to see if it helped either way. As we finally turn to cross our defensive lines and head into Siphon territory, I call up the rifting I've been practicing, channeling it through the crown. I can hide our presence in this dim twilight. Stark and I blend in and out of the shadows, moving closer and closer to the Siphon ranks. I better be able to call my power when the time comes, I say worriedly to Anassa. If I can't get the shadebending to activate today, this is basically a suicide mission. You will, she replies calmly. We're crossing the no man's land between our lines now. The earth here is scorched dry, trees are burned or broken, and there's nowhere to hide. I put all my focus into rifting, wrestling with light and shadow to keep us as near to invisible as I can. Meanwhile, Stark creeps up on the first Siphon sentry we encounter, circling around silently. Death incarnate. In a single smooth strike, he removes the Siphon's head. The dim light brightens a bit more as we move, and I nudge Anassa faster. Her nose alerts us of another Siphon close ahead of us. I skirt around a copse of burnt-out trees, coming up on the Siphon from behind. Something alerts her to our presence, and she whirls around, drawing her sword. A sharp sweetness hits the air as she tries to call her Siphon magic, but I'm faster. A throwing knife to the throat silences her, protecting our secrecy. Then Anassa and I dart forward to remove her head. We continue onward that way, picking off anyone who could give warning. Energy zips through my veins. Anassa and I hum with grim satisfaction, riding alongside Stark and Kratos, delivering death to our foes. It feels good. Finally, the sunrise is almost upon us, the sky turning purple and yellow. It's time, I say over the bond, then I drop my hold on the magic, exposing us. Anassa and Kratos take off, moving at full tilt toward the Siphon's lines. We must look like streaks of white and black against the terrain, we're moving so fast. We're already amid their camp when a cry goes up from someone who spots us. Shouts travel through the camp and horns sound. Siphons scramble from tents, grabbing weapons and pulling on armor in a hurried rush. But they're too late. Their unnatural speed aids them, but it's not enough to stop the death we deliver. Stark and I move in tandem, slashing throats as one Siphon gets close, then another. My knives have a life of their own, directing my arms in a deadly dance. We reach a clearing in the tents that looks to be about the middle of the camp, and I touch mines with Stark. This spot is perfect. Cover me. My pleasure. He and Kratos whirl around to cut down the next attacker. Then 4 more Siphons close in, and the 2 of them become a whirlwind of blades and teeth, movements too fast and dizzying to follow. Anassa helps, smacking down with her massive paw a Siphon who gets too close to me. She decapitates him in one vicious bite. Meanwhile, I reach inward to that place in my heart where the shadows dwell, praying this will work. I sink deep into focus like Sigrid and I have been practicing. I saw myself in the foresight vision. I know I can do it, I saw it. For a moment nothing happens as I struggle to block out the sounds and sights of fighting around me. The spot where the magic lives is like a psychic bruise deep inside me, tender and potent. My body remembers the shadows activating, dancing to my will. Still, nothing happens and I let out a frustrated growl. Is this it? Have I condemned us to death, all because the useless Sturmfrost Queen can't get her powers to work when she needs them? The spike of irritation and anger sends a little tendril of shadow out from that secret, locked-up place inside me. It's just the smallest whisper, but still, use it, I hear Anassa through my focus. You are not Sigrid. You are Meryn Sturmfrost, Queen of Nocturna. You are my rider, and you and I do things our own way. Do not stifle your anger because someone told you it wasn't polite or proper. Anger can change the world when wielded correctly. I grit my teeth. Anassa is right. Fuck Sigrid and her stupid fucking calm. This is what works for me. I channel every piece of myself that burns with rage. The flame of my fury is locked deep away, eternal and aching. But it's here, always with me. It is me. Images flicker across my eyelids. Sayla behind bars, then drenched in blood, face pale as a ghost. Isabel's glassy eyes, her body betraying her, convulsing on the floor. My mother, lost to the grip of visions she never got a chance to understand. Anassa, alone for centuries, orphaned by the Siphons, waiting endlessly for a bond that might never come. Alistair Brightbane's cursed blue eyes on Killian's beautiful, lying face. Something cavernous opens inside me, a depth far beyond what I've realized before. I can sense on the edges Killian's influence. If it weren't for this bracelet on my wrist, I could cleave the world in 2. Still, it's an overwhelming, terrifying amount of power. And then it's as if the sunrise starts to reverse itself. All across the camp, shadows twist and turn and dance as they meet and combine and turn into rivers of darkness. The pitch-black power comes from all around us, rushing and roaring over the farmlands and scarred battlefields and into the Siphon camp. I reach out my arms, letting the magic fill me. The power is an icy bonfire inside my chest. Cold flames lick out into my arms, my hands down to every fingertip. It's so easy now that I'm not resisting. Too easy. I hear a half-crazed laugh and realize it's me making the sound. Now Meryn, Anasa pulls me back to my task. I flex my hands, ropes of darkness wreathing themselves around my body. Suddenly it's too much. A yawning black pit opens behind my eyes and my vision blurs. My controls start to slip as more and more shadows gather themselves to me, streaming over the ground and the tents and the siphons around us like water. And I can't seem to. I'm here with you, Meryn. It's Stark this time in my head. Stark's voice, Stark's strength holding me. Lost in the darkness, I look toward the sound of his voice, reaching toward him with every piece of myself. Just like how I reached for him at the campsite. Only this time, a shadow-spun link begins to form between us. Finally, a piece of my soul sighs. It's beautiful. A bridge of shining darkness arcs between us, made of glittering ropes of shadow. They braid and twist as they reach him. And connect us. I don't know what's happening or how. All I know is that we're suddenly bound. The shadows tie us together, wrapping around our souls and pulling tight. So tight we might never part. His anger becomes my anger. My fury becomes his. Every breath brings us closer in our minds. The river of our mental connection has contracted. There's no downstream. There just is, Stark and me intimately connected in a way that shouldn't be possible. Anasa, what is this? I shout at her. Is this your mate bond? No, she responds, her tone confused. I do not understand this connection. I breathe in and it's his breath in my mouth. My eyes flutter open and I see double, my vision and Stark's intermingled. It's strange and overwhelming, but it's also so right. Don't dive into your darkness alone, he says, or he thinks, or I say it or I think it. I can't tell anymore where one of us begins and the other ends, but I understand what he means. I can sense it too. He can carry my power. He can wield it if only I let him have it. Can I make that choice to give up a piece of myself? Can I truly trust him with it? Yes, my soul screams in return. Have it, I think. His mouth is my mouth as he breathes in the shadows. I'm intensely aware of the rub of his fingers together. It's like a feather-light touch on my own hand. The touch of his long eyelashes on his cheek are like a kiss on my skin. I gasp. My body is alight with heat and pleasure. And so is his. I'm in every inch of him. His muscles tightening, the flex of his hand on his sword. The hot desire that burns so bright it's blinding. He's in me too, sensing the way my body responds. The tempest of need that whirls through me, dangerous as an ice storm. Our link completes, our overlap total. Dark power erupts between us. The power flows through me and into him and back to me. We no longer need words to communicate. We are bound so close together that his thoughts are my thoughts, his desires my desires. I grasp on and align my mind with his. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Together we push. The world loses all sound and color. Time suspends. And then with a resounding roar, darkness streams out from us in all directions. The shadows spread and then bear down in crushing pressure. Every siphon in 100-foot radius of us is suddenly shrieking, their bodies slammed into the dirt. The magic rushes on, stretching farther and farther, reaching more and more of the enemy. The unrelenting pressure pushes in on me, and on Stark, our minds intertwined. I grit my teeth and fist my hands and push more. All around me swirl the sounds of armor cracking and skulls smashing and screams cutting short. I scream in pleasure and pain, the power and connection overwhelming. Stark's voice melds with mine, and then together as one we let go. The power dissipates. Light leaches back into the world. I flutter my eyes, sight slowly returning to normal as our minds detach and we snap back into ourselves. Everything near us has gone quiet, deathly still. I keel over on Anasa's back as the last of the power leaves me and exhaustion floods in. What was that? I mind speak to Stark, the barriers between the four of us still fuzzy. What the ever-loving fuck was that? His face is confused, wondering. I don't know, that connection was I don't know. We stare at each other. And then with your power it came through me and together we could control it, tame it. My cheeks flush at that. There's an echo of our connection, his skin burning hot, the swipe of his tongue across his lips. I shiver. Anasa chimes in, I have never heard of this before, but perhaps it is knowledge lost to the Sturmfrost queens of old and their wolves' mates? I file that away to think more about later when we aren't in the middle of a war front. Everything around us is calm in its horror, mangled bodies, pools of blood and smashed heads. Metal armor split open and flattened. Broken tent poles, ripped fabric, and scattered weapons dropped by destroyed hands. Guess our theory was right, Stark observes. Crushing their skulls completely works just as well as decapitation. I let out a choked laugh, the unreality of it all overwhelming. A few survivors from a distant part of the Siphons camp are moving now, assembling. They're far off and I squint to try to make out what's happening. They're regrouping, I tell Stark. There's a force off to the left that's forming up, more organized this time. I see them, he cuts me off. Do you think you can summon the shadows once more when they get close? Do you think we can do that again? My mind is still numb from the effort, but I set my jaw and focus inward, finding that anger at my core and pulling at the shadows again. Everything in me strains. It's as if they are reluctant, or maybe my call just isn't as strong in my exhaustion. Finally, that pool of darkness awakens. The shadows start to gather, streaming in slowly, and I grind my teeth, using everything in me to focus my control. Meryn, Anasa's voice interrupts my focus, and the shadows drop, dispersing back into the landscape around us. What is it? They're retreating. Stark and I watch in confusion as the group we spotted moves away from us. I'm keenly glad. My body is a wrung-out rag. Calling that power again made me feel as if I would burn into ash. It doesn't make sense, though. Yes, we wiped out dozens of the enemy, maybe even hundreds. But the fighting force here was at least thousands strong from what our intelligence gathered. They wouldn't just give up, would they? Something isn't right, I tell Anasa. She agrees. More siphons emerge from other distant parts of the camp, but none approaches us. Instead, they move off toward the larger group away from us. I know better than to see weakness where there is none. It's my trick. There's eerie silence. It lurks in the battle smog, heavy and intrusive. I curl my lip and stare at the retreating line, trying to make out what they're doing, what's happening. Then they part, flowing like water. And I see it flickering there, traveling down a wide row between distant camp tents. A white flag waves against the pink-gray sunrise and the crimson-drenched encampment. A flag of peace. Immediately my insides writhe and warp with anger. Kratos and Stark move closer, and I notice absently that Kratos' fur is wet with blood. Stark is just as filthy as his wolf. There's a spill of blood down his neck as if he suffered a deep cut near his ear that Kratos quickly healed. This could be a trap, you can't trust it, he says sternly. My lips twitch upward. I know that. He looks surprised, then relieved, then amused. All this in subtle twitches I'm somehow able to read. He's right anyway. It's likely a trap. Every bruised and wearied part of me screams it is, but we're ready to face it together. And if this grants me crucial time to regain my energy, prepare for another blast of magic, so much the better. The fluttering flag and its bearer move closer to us. We stand and wait, unwilling to give up our position. With everything around us flattened, we have a clear line of sight should anyone try to suddenly attack. The sun's early rays strike the figure's shining armor, glinting and startlingly clean in contrast to the muck and blood on us and all around us. A woman, I realize. Her dark hair is bound tight, bearing an ethereally beautiful face. She's almost upon us, and I stare at her prominent cheekbones, delicate jaw, slender neck. Her rich brown skin reflects the oranges of the sunrise. So much beauty wrapped around something so deadly. She's more than a mere soldier, I can tell immediately. She holds her shoulders back the same way Sigrid does, as if she owns the ground she walks upon by virtue of the touch of her foot. This must be the siphon general we heard about. She comes right up to us and doesn't flinch when Anasa snaps her teeth. She stares, then cranes her head to look up at us. She plants the white flag into the ground by her feet, and her hands fold behind her back. That subtle motion looks like an insult on her, like she's telling us that even if we decided to attack her now, she wouldn't need her hands ready to destroy us. A bead of sweat slides down my spine. Her nostrils twitch like she can smell it, but instead of baring her fangs, she dips her head. It isn't a sign of deference. It's barely an acknowledgement. I am General Ruby Navarro, representing King Lucian Brightbane of Astriona as his ambassador, she says in an alluringly silky voice. You're the queen, are you not? King Lucian has a ceasefire proposal for Queen Meryn Sturmfrost. Shock ripples through my body, nearly knocking me off Anasa. You're joking, I blurt out, my eyes sliding over to Stark. Confusion lights in his gaze as well. 500 years of war paused with its first ceasefire. When the siphons have the ability to gain more ground in Nocturna than ever before, I quickly recover and put some metal in my voice. What is the meaning of this? Ruby arches an L. Our battle is not with you, your highness, nor with your people, she tells us plainly. It's time for Astriona and Nocturna to unite against our common foe. She tilts her head so that her eyes darken with malice, and she hisses his name like it's a curse. Alistair Brightbane. 25 Meryn and Lady Grunfall have a long-abandoned country house right near Lord the border between Nocturna and Astriona. It's been ravaged by the never-ending war. But it's far enough from the current major zones of conflict that it seems like a safe zone. For peace talks. Thankfully, we were given a day to consider our next move. Not that I used the time for thinking, instead I slept like the dead thanks to the effects of the intense magic Stark and I had wielded. I haven't had time to think about that yet either. Stark and Sigrid agreed to accompany me to the meeting, and the three of us move at a steady lope toward the manor house. I focus on Anasa's labored breathing beneath me and occasionally sneak glances at Stark and Kratos when I know Sigrid won't notice. These things keep me grounded. So does the bird song. Stark and I haven't talked more about what happened out on the battlefield. That connection between us. I can't stop thinking about it. But we've all firmed up our mental walls now that the immediate threat is gone, so I can't tell if it's still on his mind. The ruined Grunfall Manor comes into view, and I notice it's on a slight rise with sight lines in all directions. It would be difficult for anyone to approach undetected, whether bonded or siphon. If this is to be an ambush, it's not catching us by surprise. I insisted on meeting outside, of course. If this whole thing turns out to be an elaborate trap, I refuse to be cornered inside the crumbling walls of this decrepit ruin. Currently, I'm giving it 70-30 odds in favor of ending in blood. If Ruby pisses me off, though, it's shooting up 100-0. We draw up under the shadow of the manor's tower. Sigrid dismounts first, Jennico's falling into step behind her. I glance at Stark again. He's waiting for me. When I dismount, he follows. Then he's at my side, hand resting on the dagger at his hip. An elaborate courtyard spreads out before us. It was clearly once beautiful, an extended colonnade, a withered gazebo. A dried-up dip in the terrain hints at what was once likely a little pond. Now it's all overgrown and disheveled. Weeds strangle the lingering plants. Crackle-dry ivy clings to the columns. There's a stone bench near the empty pond that's on its back, feet up in the air. In the center of it all is a massive stone table. It's been cleared of debris and dug out of the vines. And sitting at it is an eerily gorgeous woman I recognize. Ruby is perched in a stone chair, her legs crossed at the ankles, her chin high. Her black hair is loose around her shoulders, and the subtle waves of it complement the sharper lines of her face. She's out of armor, and her bright-colored clothes are perfectly tailored. She wears 2 gold hoops on each ear. Behind her are 2 attendants, just as stony as the table before them. They're more humbly dressed and don't look at us at all as we enter the courtyard, a feat, considering the size of our wolves trailing behind us. Ruby rises to greet us. We exchange curt nods before we take our positions. I sit across from her while Stark and Sigrid remain standing directly behind me on either side. I affect an air of calm as I turn to look Ruby directly in the eye. Your terms? Ruby doesn't blink at my brevity. Astriona's true enemy has never been Nocturna or its people, but Alistair Brightbane specifically. He has used your throne to challenge King Lucian's rule for 5 centuries. Now that a new Sturmfrost queen sits on the throne, King Lucian sees an opportunity to reforge a once flourishing alliance and focus on our common enemy. We can make the ceasefire permanent. I carefully maintain my diplomatic mask, but internally I'm letting out one long, disoriented groan. It's borderline impossible to believe her. The Siphons are literally blood-sucking monsters who feed on humans to survive. For centuries, they've been trying to take over our country so they can feast on Nocturnans. Fresh prey, that's all we are to them. And now she's trying to claim that we could somehow be allies. But then the last 6 months have taught me that history is written by the people in charge, and the rest of us need to read between the lies. So I'll keep listening. I pinch my lips together and ask, after years of terrorizing us, why would Astriona suddenly offer peace? What do you truly want in return? A small knowing smile plays across Ruby's lips. It looks like I've passed a test. In exchange for an immediate ceasefire along all borders, you must agree to travel with me to the city of Brightbane to meet with King Lucian and formalize the alliance. Stark explodes, slamming his arm down on the table in front of us, both protective and threatening. There's a low growl in his voice as he bites out a sharp, "Fuck off." I'm torn between heated satisfaction and the knowledge that he probably shouldn't threaten an ambassador. Ruby's gaze shifts to him and then returns to me lazily. I suggest you call off your muscle and consider the precarious position of your kingdom. Anassa growls menacingly, and Ruby flinches ever so slightly. The direwolf ends the growl with a mocking bark. I smirk. You should be aware that Anassa is the muscle here, and she does not like to be tested. She considers siphon tongue a delicacy that she's dying to try. Queen Sturmfrost, Ruby goes on, gathering herself, it's vital that you understand the position you find yourself in. She spreads her long, perfect fingers over the rough stone. You have lost the entire Phylax pack to Alistair, which has left your throat unprotected. As such, our fangs linger perilously close. No clever tactics, not even the power of your direwolves, will render your current military situation tenable. And forgetting the borders we share, we know a looming civil war brews within your own kingdom. I lean forward, pinning her down with my own searing stare. However, you are the one who wants something from me. Do you intend to win my cooperation with threats, General Navarro? No, she says. I hope to convince you by reminding you of reality. If you want a ceasefire and to give your citizens reprieve, you will travel to the city of Brightbane to discuss the alliance with our king. If you do not, we will assume you are not interested in our partnership. We will enter Nocturna anyway and hunt down Alistair through methods of our own designs, starting by clearing out the village of Weisenstadt to ensure that it is not harboring the traitor or any who are loyal to him. You grow grain in this area, do you not? Can your people survive without it? Huh, that sounds quite a bit like a fucking threat, I reply icily. She presses her full lips together. I assure you it is not meant as one. We do not want to enter your sovereign nation without your permission, but if we cannot come to an agreement, we will. Give me one good reason not to slice this bitch's head off right now. I hiss at Anassa through the bonds. Seriously, I need you to be the voice of reason because I am about to lose it. Stark is burning with anger behind me too, and it's reaching me and intensifying my own. Her tactics are discourteous, but I sense sincerity from her, Anassa says. The offer seems genuine. So what, we travel to the far ends of our enemy nation at the beck and call of their king, leaving our country leaderless, all in the hopes that whatever waits us there will be better than risking their wrath. I pause, mulling this over. I think I should use foresight. That may be wise, Anasa says. As long as you remember the visions aren't complete. Closing my eyes, I let myself fully enter our bond, tapping into my stratego's power. It's easier this time after using it so recently, like a pathway I've trod before, but the visions come swiftly and brutally. If I don't agree to go with Ruby, burning fields, the village in shambles, children wandering around soot-covered barefoot through the rubble, crying for their parents, crying for food, immediate destruction and misery. And if I do agree to go, the baking sun, a golden crown not my own, blood in a slow drip down someone's neck. It doesn't seem great either, but it's a whole lot less sinister. My throat tightens as my eyes fly back open. The misery of my people can be avoided. I can make a choice that staves off that future, I say to Anasa. But how do I know that it won't result in something worse happening further into the future, further than I can see? Anasa is silent for a moment. Eventually she says, you do not and you never will. These are the decisions that you must make as the leader of your country. All you are able to do is make the best decision for the moment with as much information as you have, and then live with the consequences. I want to groan. Great, as someone known for her totally unimpulsive decision-making, I'm very qualified for this job. Anasa huffs at my side. This is why you humans require direwolves. We are not as irrational. Yeah, I'm really glad I can get advice from someone who sniffs butts. She nips at my ankle and I finally look back to Ruby. Your position is clear. I'll need to confer with my advisors before making such a momentous decision. Ruby bows her head in a slight acknowledgement. If she's frustrated, she doesn't reveal it. She sounds uncaring as she says, the offer expires in 24 hours, after which hostilities will resume at full force. I rise from my seat. 24 hours, I acknowledge. Unexpectedly, Ruby's expression shifts to almost amusement. Immediate red flag. When she stands, I tense slightly. To help the queen consider our proposal, I have a gesture of goodwill to present, Ruby says. She nods to one of her attendants who disappears around the side of the manor house. My hands are in fists as he returns moments later with another figure trailing behind him. My whole world tilts sideways. For a second it looks like the crumbling manor has finally given in to its own weight and toppled over. I feel like it has, like its stones have crushed all the air out of my lungs. I can't maintain composure. A small sound rips from me. Wounded, lost, the sound of a heartbroken little girl. Standing before me is my father, who I know has been dead for 11 years. He's been turned into a siphon. 26 Mery in a body. There was never body. There was never a body. There it was all never. I can hear, all I can think. I believed he was dead and now he's standing before me as a siphon. He looks exactly the same, except not, his features are sharpened. He hasn't aged a day in the years since I last saw him. The same dark hair, the same aquiline nose, the same stubborn chin. It's Sayla's chin, but his eyes look a little larger. There's something more handsome about him after all this time. I can't take it, I can't. My magic reacts to the storm of emotions in me. It starts to rip me apart from the inside, seeping from my pores and circling slowly around my fingers. The garden darkens. It takes everything left in me, everything his death left behind, to maintain control. Anasa senses my turmoil. It rages over into her, spilling through our bond, and she immediately releases a deep warning growl meant for the man standing before us. She paces closer, baring her teeth, ears back, as she positions herself protectively beside me. His eyes just like mine, widen at the dark tendrils of magic reaching for him, at the shadows eager to strangle the life from him. The man I once knew raises his hand in a placating gesture like he's telling me he won't hurt me. But it doesn't matter, because the sight of it hurts me more than any blade ever could. The moment he lifts his hands and holds his palms flat, I see it, and a crystal-clear memory returns to me. Mother, pregnant with Sayla, sitting in our tiny kitchen. She's weeping over a tiny box. I asked to see inside and she refused. I was young and I didn't get what was so important about the box. Not yet. It would be months before I finally understood that there was no body to bury. That the only part of him left in the world, the only thing left, was contained in that tiny box. A single finger, as if that could be enough, as if anything could be enough. Looking at him now, I see that missing finger on his left hand and I want to scream. I grip Anasa's fur for control. Shadows hiss around me. Everyone leave us, I command, voice rough. I can't do this with all of them watching. With Ruby leering, enjoying the chaos she's created. With Sigrid frowning, disapproving of my show of emotion. This needs to happen without witnesses. Sigrid and Stark make no move to leave until I open our mental connections and explain that the man in front of me is supposedly my dead father. Sigrid tenses. Stark immediately takes a step closer, nostrils flaring. I can tell he doesn't want to leave me to my pain, but he also trusts me to protect myself. Even so, he doesn't leave without boring a hole through the back of my skull with his glare. I'll be just beyond the manor house wall if you need me, he promises. Sigrid inclines her head toward me. I will head back to the base, resume duties there. Queen Sturmfrost, Ruby warns, please remember that you have until tomorrow evening to decide or the battle resumes full force. Then she and her attendants withdraw. Kratos's and Jenikos's heavy footsteps echo over old stone. Anassa and I are alone with him, the man who resembles my father. The instant we're alone, I draw my dagger and step forward, shadows wreathed around me. Who are you? I snap, my voice trembles with barely contained ire. My father died 11 years ago in battle. Meryn, don't say my name, I shout. Are you like Killy? I stop short, smarting. Are you like Alistair? Are you a siphon in there who took over my father's body? Lines are blurring. Something broke when I saw Killian's eyes roll back. When I watched him turn into someone else. The crack deepened when I realized how ghostly Sayla had become. It's difficult for me now to believe that the people I love, whom I once loved, are even real. My dagger is pressed to his chest, tip aimed at his heart. And Anassa looms behind us, growling so deeply that it rumbles through me even though we aren't touching. But he speaks calmly. I'm your father. I shake my head. Prove it. How? Tell me something only my real father would know, I demand. He doesn't hesitate. Immediately, as if calling up the memory from the very surface of his soul, he says, on your 9th name day I took you hunting in the woods south of Sturmfrost. My jaw tightens until my teeth creak. He keeps going. You were such a quick learner, unafraid even though I was worried that breaking down an elk would scare you. I told you that it would feed us, your mother, the neighbors, and you understood even though you were only 9. You were so determined to help. My eyes are stinging. I don't want to cry, I don't want to feel this way. Then the very next day you caught a tiny rabbit in your snare, but you couldn't bring yourself to kill it. You begged me to release the little creature, said you couldn't see the point in hurting something so beautiful and young. The memory sears through me like a fire in my chest. Goddess, I forgot this part until now. Blocked out the full truth of this moment when I thought back on him. I wanted to remember only the good parts, the father who spent special time alone with me and made sure I was fed. You told me I needed to toughen up, I grind out. To become realistic about the world, you snapped its neck. He smiles lightly at that. We had rabbit stew and your mother turned its pelt into a warm hat for you. A shudder passes through me. My memories of him had become glossy, sanitized. With a mother as sick as mine, the good moments with father grew and blossomed until they blocked out the bad. He became a hero in my mind. I tighten my grip on my blade and refuse to drop it. But I speak coldly and calmly now, no longer desperate to tear him apart, more intent on getting answers. The story's true, but the merciful, innocent girl you remember died when her father did. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. That child was replaced by someone who had to grow hard to survive, so I guess in a way you got what you wanted. I look at my dagger pointedly as if to say I'd kill the rabbit now. I'll kill you now. You might not like whom I've become. Then I step back and let my anger run free. My shadows surge forward. They take hold of his limbs and force him back, seeming to read my intention. He doesn't fight it as the dark tendrils shove him into the stone chair behind him and restrain him with tendrils of darkness. Good, he'll be under my control if he wants to talk. Anassa rumbles approvingly, moving forward to stand at my side. If you've been alive this entire time, where have you been for the past 11 years? Why did you never return to us? My dagger is still in my hand. I can't let go of it. But I let my other hand come up to wind through strands of Anassa's fur. My battalion was ambushed and I was critically wounded. They left me to die on the battlefield. But he glances down at my magic swallows, then meets my eyes. Ruby found me. She offered me transformation instead of death, and I was in so much pain and so afraid. I know fathers aren't supposed to admit it, but I was afraid, and I accepted. A missing father, a terrified man, an unwanted siphon. Nothing feels real. I believed I was protecting you by staying away, that returning to Nocturna as a siphon would have put a target on your backs. And truth be told, I found the idea of leaving my sire to be unwelcome. I scoff. He abandoned us because he didn't want to leave behind the beautiful siphon general who turned him. I knew you and your mother were strong enough to manage without me, he says with unearned confidence. That you would be fine. Fine, I shout. The anger is back and I watch the shadows tighten on him. Relish his look of fear. I have so much hurt in me, so much hurt, and he's here and it's like I finally have somewhere for it all to go. I want him to hurt. Mother was pregnant when you died. His eyes widen. What? I get the sense that for the first time in this conversation I've surprised him. Which means he didn't even bother to find a way to check up on us, not once in the past 11 years. Your disappearance shattered her mental stability. I had to become both a sister and a parent. I had to think about things, to do things no child should have to think about or do. My sister's life was on my shoulders. Do you even care? Do you even care that your wife is dead now? His lips purse and he glances away. When he looks back at me, something like regret is in his eyes. Meryn, the way I've been dead to you all this time, it felt the same way for me. You and your mother were part of a life I couldn't return to, no matter how much I would have rather been with you. I had to make peace with that. I had to move on. The rage bubbles up in me again. Move on like to another woman? His gaze trails over toward the building to where Ruby left with the attendants. Ruby and we're... Stop, I say, holding up a hand, nausea rising. It's how we figured out who you were. Ruby received intel about the new Queen of Nocturna, that she had been living as a commoner named Meryn Cooper. There couldn't be more than one Meryn Cooper in Sturmfrost. I told her right away that you were my daughter. Isn't she a little young for you? I snap, petty. That woman can't be more than 3 years older than me. His hands tighten around the armrests of the chair. She's 400 years old, kind of the other way around, actually. Gross. I turn from him and start to pace, my mind a whirling frenzy of anger and confusion. Anassa nudges me with her snout, then turns back to glare at my father. I'm sorry to hear about Nathalia, both her death and her mental health. I'm sorry for the burden my absence placed on you. And his voice cracks and I turn back toward him. I get the sense he might be fighting back tears, but he swallows them down. I wish I felt satisfaction watching him almost cry. That my outburst did what I thought it would, that I was done hurting, but all I feel is echoing numbness laced with simmering anger. I'd like to know more about your sister, he finishes quietly. What's her name? I stop pacing, moving back to Anassa's side. We watch him in silence. I tell him nothing. You hate me still, I say nothing. Anassa and I are motionless statues staring him down. He shuts his eyes and clenches his jaw, if this hurts him too good. Then he takes a shaky breath and says, please don't let how you feel about me turn you away from Ruby's offer. I click my tongue and pace away from him again, frustrated. I start to flip my dagger in my hand to expel some of the excess energy. Astriona is nothing like what Nocturnans have been taught, he implores, begging me to believe him. Humans live there peacefully along siphons, not as prey but as citizens. If you would only come to see it for yourself, you would understand how different reality is from the propaganda you've been raised on. Reality, propaganda. Who is this man? His existence is a lie. How can he speak truth? You can trust them. Astriona and King Lucian will be good allies, he tells me. I catch my dagger's hilt and grip it hard, glaring at him. How can I trust you when I don't even know you? You've been absent for half my life. What right do you have to give me advice about alliances and rulership after abandoning your own family? My anger seems to be getting to him. His hands tight on the armrests again, and the glassy look has come back to his eyes. I know I have no right to your trust, but I beg you for a chance to earn it, to get to know you again, and to meet the daughter I never knew existed. Anassa's voice cuts through the chaos roiling inside me. Taking Selah into Astriona might actually benefit us. If any kingdom would know how to help a newly turned siphon control her hunger or possibly even reverse the transformation, it's Astriona. I pause at that. The possibility of helping Selah weighs heavily on me. My mind pivots away from my father and toward my sister. He watches me as I think, but I just let him stare. Let him linger in the pain. Let him wait and fruitlessly hope the way I once did before the tiny box arrived. It becomes clear to me quickly that I'm not going to find any meaningful answers in this state. I need to consider it all in depth. I breathe deeply, calming my heart rate. My shadows are still writhing around my father, trapping him in place. With each deep breath I take, they loosen their grip until finally they dissolve and fall away. Well done, Anassa says, noting my increased control over my powers. I'm in no place to appreciate the achievement. Get out of my sight before I end you for real this time, I say. My voice is too level because of everything I'm forcing down. His brows twist up. I can see that he believes me, that he feels like a struggling rabbit in a snare. I might have spared him today, but my mercy has limits. He rises slowly from the chair, his expression heavy with regret. I can't pity him. He left the weight of an entire family on a kid's shoulders. Did he think this was going to be some touching, grateful reunion when he came here? After everything I've been through because of him? I wish he'd actually died on that battlefield. He takes one last lingering look at me. He's memorizing my face. I let him look. Let him see how dead the love I once had for him is now. Then he turns and strides toward the manor house, where his monstrous lover Ruby and her blood-sucking attendants wait for him. Only when he's gone do I let my pain show on my face, when there's no threat that he'll confuse my agony for girlish longing. My composure cracks and my magic breaks free again. The shadows around me surge and writhe. They're searching for him, for the source of my pain. They want to snuff him out. Rage, grief, and a lifetime of loneliness threat to overwhelm me. I want to cry now, scream, but the tears won't come, my voice won't work. My nails dig into my palms and none of the emotion will move. It's all just lodged in my throat, choking me to death. It'll explode and ruin me if I don't find an outlet. I stalk back to where Stark awaits my return, Anassa padding behind. Stark pushes off the rubble when he sees me coming, his expression serious. My entire body is taut with painful, barely contained emotion. I need to hurt something, I tell him. I can help with that, Stark says immediately, already turning to lead me away from the manor and prying eyes, Kratos close behind. And I follow him, shadows and ghosts trailing in my wake. 27 Stark off on Anassa like an arrow from a crossbow. Meryn I takes leap to Kratos's back and we follow behind, speeding up as Anassa pushes herself faster and faster. Their bond is a loop, sending their tumult of anger back and forth endlessly. I don't know exactly what happened in that broken-down castle courtyard, but Meryn's emotions are far too strong to stay contained. They're leaking through the mate bond, a potent cocktail that makes my muscles tense up, eager to spring into action, eliminate the threat. We speed past forests and farmland, up and down hills. Meryn's tangled, messy feelings start to manifest physically, dark tendrils of shadow wrapping around her, twisting and curling. Anassa's rage is all-consuming, Kratos shares. She's bearing what she can from Meryn, but they're both close to the breaking point. We need to intervene. I send him silent assent, and he picks up his pace until we're running next to Anassa and Meryn, wind whipping by us. Out on the battlefield, I could sense her getting pulled under by her power. I don't understand what happened next, but the door she opened in her magic somehow opened to me as well. If I hadn't helped her shoulder it, she might not have come back from the edge. I haven't wanted to think about everything that came along with it, the overwhelming connection between us and the insistent, excruciating desire that coursed through me like a sickness. And now she's teetering on that cliff once again. Meryn turns her head toward me, her hazel eyes anguished. I'm here, I tell her. Don't carry it alone. She isn't opening up to me, though. When I test the boundaries between us, her mind is closed off, a walled garden. Kratos guides us into dense woods, leaving the dirt farm paths and rolling hills behind. Anassa is still bristling, snarling as we slow to a walk. We reach a clearing and I slide down from Kratos's back, turning to watch as Meryn dismounts. She stumbles toward me, then suddenly stops, eyes wide, and lets out a ragged scream of frustration. The sound tears through the woods, cracking the peace of this wild spot like the strike of a hammer. Birds rise from the trees around us and take flight, and Meryn's shadow magic swirls and sparks after them like an echo of their discontent. Behind us, Anassa is just as worked up, hackles raised. She snaps at Kratos, who bites right back. The two of them circle each other and then bound off, working their aggression out their own way. Let it out, I command, leveling Meryn with a look. I know there's more there, raging. I know because I can feel it inside her, just barely caged. The next sound that rips from her throat is a growl almost animalistic. And then the shadows around her surge, shooting out in every direction. Darkness rushes through the forest like a wave. All around us, tree trunks creak, a few crashing to the ground in a clamoring echo of Meryn's pained cry. The darkness flows right over and past me, but it whispers against my skin. A few tendrils linger as the rest of her magic expands and pulses. It murmurs in my ears, rifling through my hair, itching at my skin like anger embodied. And still it's building in her, not fully released. I've been trying so hard to be on good behavior. I've stayed calm, controlled for her, to help her, to be the quiet voice for her, the refuge in this storm. But maybe that's not what she needs. Maybe she doesn't need a steady, silent anchor she can moor herself around. Maybe she needs to be met where she is, violence with violence. Maybe she needs someone who has the strength to ride the wave of her ferocity with her. Hit me, I demand. She steps toward me, neck craning to look up, eyes searching in their wildness. Her breath hitches, chest heaving. What? I lower my face toward hers. Whatever she sees nearly makes her flinch. My hand wraps around her throat, gentle but a warning all the same. I try not to stroke the tattoos I've marked so carefully into her delicate skin. I don't like to repeat myself, princess. I'm not a very patient man. Stop fucking bottling up your feelings. You need help to get them out. I'm going to tell you this one last time. Hit me, hurt me, I can take it. In fact, I'm craving it. Her power on me, her fist on my face, the pain would be a great distraction from the torment of her presence. She tilts her chin, always so fucking stubborn. Or what, Alpha? I put my mouth to her ear so she can't miss a single word, and she stills at the movement. Or I'm going to take you over my knee and spank you like the obstinate brat you are. Meryn shoves me hard and draws back quickly, her lush pink lips popping open in surprise. It takes all of me not to stick a finger in her mouth and see how she'd react, if she'd close her wet heat around it or bite me viciously. Several obvious emotions cross her face in quick succession: insult, outrage, and then wrath. But her cheeks are flushed, eyes glazed with clear arousal. Interesting. Before I can provoke more from her with just words, she finally acts. Snarling, she flashes a hand in my direction, unleashing an impelling blast. I dodge it, but the blow still hits my shoulder. My savagery rises to answer, my own power coiling like a predator inside me. I take a few steps back and lift my arms, giving her a moment to brace before my magic slams into her. Her magic rises up to meet mine. Shadows from her shade-bending power form a wall in front of her, acting on their own in response to her fury, I suspect. Our power collides, two waves of force impacting each other and crushing everything between them. Her shadows explode outward, hissing up toward the treetops and streaking along the verdant forest floor. Meryn's lips curl into a menacing smile that lights me on fire. The shadows gather for another blow, and without hesitation I lash out again and again. The second blow is harder. The third harder still. Vibrations shake the trees around us, leaves and pine needles falling in a shower of green. We circle each other, feet moving, stances ever changing. We attack from different angles, catching each other's power and pushing back. The song we dance to is the pounding drum of our furious heartbeats, resounding in our ears. The pulse is escalating, getting faster and faster with each clash until it's a relentless onslaught of my magic slamming outward, hers meeting it blow for blow. There's a change in her face the moment before she pulls a dagger, darting toward me. She winks in and out as she approaches, rifting like a crypto's. I let go of my grip on my power and pull my own knife, waiting for her to step in close. Meryn ducks under my last impelling wave and darts in. Her slash comes close to me, but I'm already spinning to the side. My body lights up with wicked satisfaction. We both drop into fighting stances, just like in our hours upon hours of training in my office. Even as I relish the fight, some part of me catalogs her stance, her angles, noting for later what she still needs to work on, how to guide her and make her better. She slashes forward and I bring my knife up against hers. Metal screeches on metal, glinting in the dappled forest light. My body, my mind is tuned to her. She's so busy that she's lowering her walls, and the mate bond connection from our wolves is seeping through. I sense her need for more, and I come at her with a flurry of blows. She responds with a menacing grin. This beautiful, feral woman will either be the end of me or the start of a beginning that I don't know how to face. Our limbs meet, our daggers slash. I don't hold back. She doesn't want me to hold back. The sensation is electric. We fight until we're drenched in sweat and struggling through blows. I disarm her, dagger spinning from her hand, but in the same breath she draws another knife from her hip and strikes at me again. I hiss as the blade skitters along my side, drawing a line of blood. She hesitates, wondering if she's hurt me. Taking advantage of it, I whip back toward her. We exchange blow for blow, each of us landing one or two, dodging and blocking the rest. Eventually I have her on the back foot and get inside her guard. I disarm her again and press forward, aiming another blow. But I'm not anticipating her dirty tricks. She hits me with an impelling blast from the back. It knocks me in the shins and I stumble. Meryn presses the advantage in half a breath, knocking me over and pinning me. Her hand presses into my throat, applying just enough pressure to declare victory. I swallow her fingers on my neck. Her eyes follow the bobbing movement, then flick back up to mine. Her body is pressed close, warm, her chest heaving as she pants. A bead of sweat rolls down her chin and falls to my chest. I want to lean up and lick the other beads from her skin. Does she taste as sweet as she smells? I stop straining against her hold, dropping my dagger. Then I wrest my hands from her grip and catch her waist, pulling her closer, pulling her into me. This is a dangerous fucking game I'm playing. Meryn's eyes lock onto mine and electricity surges between us. What was that yesterday, Stark? Her voice is quiet but heated. What happened between us with my power? It takes all my strength to look away from her lips, moving so close to mine. I don't know, I admit. Kratos didn't know either. The only thing we could agree on was that it existed separately from his and Anasa's mate bond. Something that seems uniquely tailored to me and Meryn. And for the past 24 hours I've been trying so hard not to fixate on it. On the way it felt to be united in our minds and what it unleashed in both of us. Should we try it again? She asks tentatively, and I nearly throw her off me. I don't know what I'll do if that connection comes rushing back. If it once again surfaces my fascination with her, the pull I've tried so hard to bury since the moment I first saw her fight. When I saw the untamed fire in her eyes and hungered to free it. I wanted to revel in its burn, just lucky enough to be in its heat. I ache for her and I hate her for it. I hate myself for not being good enough for her, for bringing out the worst in her. I absolutely fucking loathe the Sovereign Alpha for issuing a demand that I need to stand against. For putting me in a position where doing my duty, protecting Meryn, means denying myself the thing I want the most. And despite all this, I open my mouth and what speaks is my yearning. Yes, she's calmer now, and yet she doesn't need her anger to trigger it. She must sense where the tie between the two of us lies, because I can tell the moment she lets her walls back down. That dark connection between us reforges. Her power rushes in, my mind opening to receive it, to receive her. It's intoxicating. I'm inside every inch of her while still at a remove, watching her through my own eyes. I sense the way the heat of my hands on her waist is affecting her. Feel the hitch in her breath as she studies my mouth, then raises her eyes back up to mine. Sensation everywhere, power too. Our minds are twined together tight, and I can no longer hide the desire coursing through me. I watch as she realizes the depth of it. Her heart starts to pound for a different reason, nipples hardening. I know the moment she starts getting wet for me. Gritting my teeth, I resist. The only way to protect her from Sigrid and from me is to resist this pull. Fuck, why did I let myself give in to this? Into my need to touch her, to hear her moans and know I'm the cause? She squirms against my hold, as overwhelmed as I am. Her ass drags across my crotch accidentally, and as I grow half hard I sense her registering it. The blood rushes down to my cock and she senses that too. With a dazed moan at the back of her throat, she rubs herself against me again, intentionally this time. And again, her face flushes that pretty pink again. I can feel her hot breath as she pants, the heave of her chest. Her arousal and mine intermingle until they're at a fever pitch. Slowly, Meryn lowers her face to mine, then pauses. Holding back, not crossing the line. I can almost taste her desire, hot and wild. Her mouth falls open. Fuck it, I'm done denying myself. I surge up, flipping us over so she's beneath me, and bring my mouth down to hers. 28 Meryn like the world is ending and I can be his savior. Starkett's kisses worship edged with danger. His mouth is rough on mine, needy. I can taste his desperation, or maybe it's my own. I can't even tell anymore. I thought if this finally happened, I'd be sated, quenched. But the opposite is happening. The furious pounding of my heart doesn't quiet. It gets louder, as if he's just tossed fuel on a fire. His tongue is in my mouth and I just need more of it. More. I pull him against me, mouth and chest and hips. His fingers dig into my skin and I shiver. Arching slightly, I bite his lip in a delirious plea. He lets out the same hiss of pain I heard earlier and bites me back hard enough to draw blood. The iron taste slips over our tongues, oddly euphoric. The final brittle layer of my anger and pain and shame breaks open, shattering into a million pieces, leaving behind only the burn of desire and want. I can't feel it, I pant, pulling away from Stark, knowing that I'm not making sense. My mind is so muddled between his and my own. I don't know where he stops and I begin anymore. He grinds himself against my core, so rigid that I gasp. This, you can't feel this. Does it again, and I throw my head back against the ground hard enough that it smarts, my entire body lit up with exquisite, torturous sensation. Stop, I stutter, and he comes to a halt on top of me, frozen. Through our connection, I sense dismay ricocheting through him. Rejection. I reach up quickly, putting my hand on his stubbled cheek. I can't untangle my own emotions right now, I tell him quietly. I want to feel you fully as myself. I'm going to close the connection first. Is that okay? I hear my voice through his ears, how it's tinged with a bit of fear, my own wariness of rejection. Will he still want me without my own hunger inciting him? Do it, he says, and then grinds against me again so I can feel how hard I make him, with or without the way our minds are intertwined. Quickly. With a forceful mental push, I shove him out of my mind. Then I'm back entirely in my own body again, alone with my own aching, pulsing need. And I need to ask him something. Nomi, is she? Like my sister, he says, voice gravely. Nothing more. Thank the fucking goddess. Stark leans back down, his face so close to mine. I catalog his appearance, his long, dark lashes framing eyes filled with a need mirroring my own. The rough stubble surrounding his full lips, lips that I've now tasted, lips that I crave on every part of my body. Tell me what you want, Meryn, he growls. The sound of his voice rumbles through my trembling body, breaking me and remaking me. My core clenches tightly. Have I ever been asked that? Ever once in my life, tears spring to my eyes and I look away from him, unable to deal with how much it means that someone cares. Stark grabs my cheeks in his large, tattooed hands, forcing me to meet his demanding gaze. Tell me. What do I want? Him, of course, but that's not what he means. In this one place in my life, I want to surrender. To be safe to do that without the risk of losing myself entirely. I want to give in to passion without possession, to be wholly somebody's without feeling like I'm only theirs. I want you to be in control, I tell him, working slowly through my own desires. Stark makes a low hum of approval, his eyes growing hooded with dark satisfaction. I'm more than happy to boss you around, princess. He leans closer, his breath hot on my ear. The sensation of him hovering over me is so delicious that it takes everything to not arch against him again. But surely you know you're in control here, he growls. A mewling, frenzied sound rips out of me. Say it again, I beg, heat coursing through me. You are always in control, Meryn, now spread your fucking legs. I do as he demands, going slick at the command. He recaptures my mouth with his. The way he kisses me is wild, unleashed and raw. He takes my bottom lip between his teeth and worries it there, sending sparks through my whole body. One of his hands moves to my hair, twisting silver locks and pulling gently, firmly, testing, making sure this is what I want. More, I tell him, and he pulls harder. Fuck. I press myself into his chest, moaning into his mouth. His other hand traces down my body until he finds my breasts, cupping them through my clothes. I whimper and he reaches down to rip my shirt out of where it's tucked into my pants. Then his calloused hand slides up my torso. Stark yanks down my breast binding and rolls my nipple between his finger and thumb. I gasp, moaning. More, I beg again, and he shoves my shirt all the way up, exposing my breasts to the cold air. Then he continues to play with one nipple while he sucks the other into his mouth, through his teeth. The combination of pain and pleasure pulls another moan out of me, louder this time. He pulls back, gaze unyielding and heavy with need. Strip, he commands, and yet I know this is not like with Killian. If I wanted something else, Stark would accept it. Fuck, it's so hot. I do as he tells me, tossing off my jacket and then pulling my shirt off over my head. The breast binding goes next. Then I wiggle out of my leather pants until all I'm left in are my briefs. I hesitate even with the ache at my center. Are we really doing this? Strip, he says sternly, the uncompromising tone of his voice coiling deliciously in my gut. I do as he tells me, and then I'm entirely bared to him, spread out on the forest floor like an offering. I'm not even self-conscious about it. Everything in this moment is right. He leans back to look at me, and my whole body flushes at the primal heat in his gaze. Stark spends a moment just staring, and I can tell he's cataloging it all. My heavy, heaving breasts, the patch of dark hair between my thighs which are spread for him, the glistening wetness between them. Then he moves toward me again, capturing my lips in a forceful, pleading kiss. I moan against his mouth as he draws closer, as the rigidity of his cock presses near my core. Use me. My words come out whiny. I'm so keyed up that I'm nearly incoherent. He laughs darkly, pulling away from me. Isn't that my line, princess? And I thought I was in charge here. Get on your hands and knees. A thrill sparks through me, and I do as he says, the dirt and grass biting into my knees. Anticipation builds as I wait to hear his pants come down, wait for him to slide into me. Instead, I nearly jump when his warm hand strokes down my back. He pushes firmly, forcing my torso down to the grass. I press my face into the ground, stretch my arms over my head. Whatever is happening here is literally filthy, and I've never been so turned on in my life. Stark wraps his strong arms around my thighs, and I gasp as he yanks me backward toward his waiting face. Heat sears through me as his firm, hot tongue slides along the entirety of my slit. Stark, I moan. It starts slow, like he's learning my taste. His stubble is beautifully rough against the apex of my thighs. As he strokes over me, his hands come up and grip my legs, pressing them wider, opening me up farther for him. And then Stark reaches up and flicks my clit while plunging his tongue deep inside me. Oh fuck, I almost scream. He lets out an answering groan, the rumble of it against my core nearly bringing me to the edge. He starts to rhythmically strum at my most sensitive place with his long, expert fingers while plunging his tongue in and out of me. I rock my hips back against his face. Please, please, I beg. He's already giving me everything I could ever need, pushing me to an orgasm faster than I've ever felt. I'm gonna. Stark pulls his face away from me quickly, and I nearly start to cry in frustration. Why? Grabbing my hips, he flips me onto my back, the scratch of the grass rough against my skin and only heightening my longing. His face is flushed as his dark gaze combs my body. His lips glisten with my need. And he growls, I've dreamed of this moment for too long, princess. I need to watch your face when you come. Pull your knees up. Dazed, I do as he says, holding my knees tight to my shoulders, exposing myself entirely to him once more. Stark's long, rough fingers start to tease at my entrance. I cry out his name and can't stop my hips from rocking to his touch. Please. He lifts his face to smirk at me wickedly, and then without warning, he sinks two big fingers deep inside, stroking and twisting. I almost levitate off the ground, overwhelmed with sensation and wanting more. Stark's mouth goes to my clit and he sucks hard. He lets his teeth graze over me before giving quick, gentle strokes with his tongue, teasing me, driving me wild as he fucks me with his fingers. I push into him mindlessly, and he reaches his other hand up to play with my nipples again. I'm whimpering, begging. I'm not thinking about anything other than his hands and his tongue and the intense sensation lancing through me, pulling me apart. Stark, I whimper. I reach down and fist my fingers in his hair as the cresting waves start to take me. Stark, Stark, Stark. His name over and over, a prayer on my tongue. Muscles start to tight. I can't stop. Can't stop any of it. Don't want to. My thighs burn and my heart beats so hard that it jumps from my lips in a desperate little, please, please, please. Stark, we make eye contact as I come, pleasure cresting from deep inside of me and washing over my whole body. His tongue doesn't let up, teasing and licking. The world splits into fractured light, sensation pulling me apart in 1,000 little pieces and then putting me back together again. I tighten around his thick fingers, trembling and shaking, my whole body pulsing with wave after wave of pleasure as it refuses to let go of me. I think I black out for a moment at the intensity. When my senses return, Stark has me tight in his arms, his body wrapped around me where I lie on the forest floor. Birdsong starts up again and the wind rustles through the branches above us, making spots of sunlight dance on our skin. I turn to look at Stark, still dazed. He's watching me carefully, as if determining what I need and deciding what to do next. I want to undress him, to do for him what he's done for me, but he pushes my hands away when I try. Just lie back, he says, his dominant alpha voice coming back out. I give him a half smile as I fall lazily back against the leaves. We lie there and watch the sun dapple the forest, Stark's hand stroking through my hair and down my side. Eventually I sense that Anassa is returning. Stark and I stand and I quickly pull my clothes back on. He's gone quiet, contemplative, broody. There's a bit of an awkward distance between the two of us, and I can't figure out what's causing it. We don't have time for a big conversation about feelings, though. Estriona is waiting for their answer. 29 Meryn at Weisenstadt, the War 10 is dimly lit by a brazier. The glowing back illumination casts shadows over the canvas that flicker and tremble. But I'm steady as I stand above the war table and stare down at various maps of the border region. They're all marked with the current positions of both Nocturnan and Siphon forces, and none of it is good. Sigrid doesn't mince words. The Estrionan offer seems like a trap. A ceasefire in exchange for the simple act of handing them our queen? Stark shifts beside me and leans his hand on the table, his eyes flicking over the maps. Crypto's Alpha Hannelore watches us quietly, her attention flitting from Sigrid to me and Stark and back again. I agree that it's blatantly suspicious, I admit, but let's acknowledge the reality here. I punctuate the statement with a gesture to the bleak maps before us. What alternative do we have? Sigrid's face is stony. Hannelore nods, her brow tight. I straighten and shake my head. This ceasefire is necessary right now without Phylax to help hold off Astriona. They have the upper hand entirely, and if they decide to direct more forces here and take Weisenstadt, all of Nocturna will suffer. Final assessment, Sigrid presses. We are outnumbered and outmaneuvered, I explain, especially with the Phylax defection. We could choose to go down fighting and then what? There would be more Nocturnan deaths and they will still enter our country. We want Killian's head. So do they apparently. Why let them achieve that at the cost of our people's lives when we have the possibility of doing it together? To my extreme surprise, Sigrid merely crosses her arms and says, I agree. You do, I blurt out. I do, she says. I don't see any other option, but we need to present our own terms. You are not stepping foot across the border without a high-level hostage from their end. We need someone important to them to be kept under our watch in order to guarantee your safety. It's childish. I know it's childish. She's the right choice for political reasons, but my reasons are entirely personal. Take General Navarro herself. We'll only accept if she agrees. Sigrid nods. Then tomorrow we'll let them know and you will travel to Astriona. Her eyes dart to her son. Stark will go with you. I can direct the Demo's forces in his stead with the help of his beta. Stark says nothing, his face stuck in its typical unreadable scowl. I can't imagine that he'd stand by while I traipsed off into an enemy nation by myself, but no reaction at all. Pushing it out of my mind for now, I say, my sister too. Hannelore starts. Surely the princess would be safer here. Sigrid gives me a heavy look. As one of the few people here who knows about Sayla's condition, she knows my sister cannot stay here without me. It's fine, the Sovereign Alpha says. A calculating shadow passes over her eyes and she tilts her head as if listening to someone, likely counsel from Genikos. Take Venna and Nomi with you as well. Venna is loyal and gifted, she will be useful. Nomi is, shall we say, more diplomatic than you are. She may be helpful in the Astrionan court. Another surprise from Sigrid, but I'm not about to argue. I couldn't leave Venna behind, not with Isabel's death still so fresh. And while I still don't know Nomi well, I can't deny that she's tactful and smooth, qualities that might help. Although, is that why Stark is suddenly withdrawing from me? Because of her, I reach out urgently to Anassa and ask, what's the deal with Stark and Nomi? Stark said she was like a sister to him, but now he's gone all silent on me. Kratos must have told you something, right? I sense Anassa's distaste before I hear it in her voice. He has told me yes. Anassa, I beg, we promised to be honest with each other. Anassa huffs. I am being honest with you, but there is a difference between honesty and gossip. Direwolves do not gossip. It is an idle, lazy human trait. If you're curious about their relationship, you are welcome to act like the queen you are and simply ask them. Fucking wolves. Shaking myself out of my petty jealousy, as Anassa would call it, I refocus on the conversation at hand. I suppose you'll manage in my stead? I ask Sigrid, my tone edgier than I mean it to be. She nods. With constant communication to you, my queen, I will not make any decisions without your direct instructions. That's a relief, although part of me knows she'd gladly take the power for herself. With everything decided, the alphas all bow and head out. For a brief moment, Stark and I are left alone in the tent. His dark gaze is heavy on me. I'm trapped by it, unable to speak, unable to look away. My heartbeat accelerates and I forget what I'm supposed to be doing, where I'm supposed to be going. Fuck, is this how it's going to be every time he looks at me now? And then he turns abruptly and walks away. What is his deal? Irritation sparks, coupled with an ache in my chest. Was it foolish, opening myself up to him like that? Leaning into the connection between us, embracing it? It felt like the right choice at the time, but now I've been left reeling. I'm too exhausted to chase after him, though. I return to the sleeping quarters where Sayla is already asleep. My stomach twists as I sit beside her. It's unfair that I'm about to change her life yet again. She's just as caught up in this mess as I am, only she has no one but me to help her through it. I just hope I'm not fucking up. Taking a deep breath, I gently rouse her. She looks up at me bleary-eyed and mumbles my name. I have some news, I say. The frantic movement riddled through the camp the next morning matches my insides. There's a resting sense of wrongness. It was my decision to go, but the reality of our impending journey to Astriona, a land that has for centuries been enemy territory, is difficult to confront. I don't let my second-guessing show on my face, though. Too many eyes are on me. News has clearly spread through camp. All right, SAE, I tell my sister and lace my fingers together. She knows the routine now and braces her foot in my hands. At the same time, she clings to Anassa's fur and lets me launch her up onto my direwolf's back. Then I pat Anassa's side and stare up at my sister. Her shoulders are hunched and her hands are worrying at Anassa's fur. Since I told her about our father being alive and the inevitability of meeting him, she hasn't spoken much, or at all really. I tried to assure her that she didn't owe him anything and that I would keep her safe. It's hard to tell whether she really heard me when she hasn't lifted her eyes any higher than her own boots since this morning. Distraction didn't even work. I tried to draw her into a conversation about the goddess tears. After what happened when I took her necklace off, I'm itchier than ever to find out more about them. The mother priestess said she thought the tears had been lost to the siphons. So, does that mean we might finally find our answers in Astriona? Maybe the Astrionans will know more about the metal that makes up the now broken dire blade, too, or even my bracelet. But even these normally thrilling mysteries did nothing for her. Reaching up, I gently adjust a strap on Sayla's travel pack. Are you okay? She shrugs and stares toward the horizon. Everyone else assembles and mounts their direwolves, Venna and Nomi. Sigrid, Hannelore, who is coming along to the handoff as extra muscle. And of course Stark, who still won't look in my direction. Apparently I am a very regrettable lay. The pain of rejection has subsided, and now his gorgeous, broody face provokes annoyance alone. I'd be burning with humiliation if my sister weren't trembling like a leaf in front of me. An hour later we meet the Siphon delegation outside the agreed-upon meeting point outside Grunfall's ruins. The Siphons are clustered around Ruby's tall, graceful form. With dismay, I notice they're on horses. Siphons can move at impossible speeds, though it stands to reason that they can't run long distances and need some form of transportation. But horses are so slow. I'm already bristling with agitation as the midday sun warms my leathers, and I urge Anassa toward the Siphon half of our cute little abomination of a group. Whatever you do, don't eat any of them, I tell her aloud as we approach. Anassa sends a current of annoyed amusement back my way. Venna scoffs as she draws up beside us. Are you reminding Anassa or yourself? I laugh, both of us obviously. When we're close enough, Ruby half-heartedly bows and cranes her neck to look up at me. Queen Sturmfrost, this is Elias. She gestures to a Siphon man who steps out of the gaggle of Ruby's attendants. He's tall and bronze-skinned and has that recognizable Siphon beauty. His hair is dark and shiny, cut short to his neck and exposing the dangling flash of an earring in his left ear. He will be your guide through Astriona. Nice to meet you, I say. I only barely manage to get the words out without stumbling over them because another figure emerges to stand before our wolves. It's my so-called father and I'm mad all over again. Sayla instantly recognizes him. How could she not? She must see herself in him, in his hazel eyes, his dark hair, his strong nose, and she's trembling slightly. For a tense moment, no one says anything. My father's presence settles over us, suffocating and unwanted. He takes a hesitant half-step closer as his eyes move over Sayla. I quickly rest my hand on her shoulder and she leans into the touch slightly. Her fingers are deep in Anassa's fur, scratching through it as if she'll find what she's looking for buried somewhere within. He clenches his jaw and his lips press together. He seems to be struggling with this, but thankfully he gets a hold of himself and attempts an approximation of a smile. I'm Frederick, your father. Sayla makes a small sound, halfway between a confirmation and a squeak of confusion. Anassa and I both immediately bristle with protective instinct, and I squeeze my sister's shoulder to tell her I've still got her. Hi, she says. Then she ducks her head somewhat shyly and focuses on Anassa's fur. She's overwhelmed right now. I tug her braid gently in affection, then turn my gaze against my father. He bows his head, backing away from us. Ruby approaches. Her attention shifts between Sayla and me. And then with alarming directness she says, "It's interesting that you have a siphon in your party." I do everything I can not to tense and turn back toward the bonded, to keep my blood in my face where it belongs. But I quickly do a mental run of the bonds to make sure Hannelore didn't hear that comment. Who is her sire? Who turned her? Ruby asks. Her interrogation catches me off guard. It confirms that Astrionans can somehow sense what Sayla is despite her outwardly human appearance. My back starts to sweat. I quickly weigh the risks of telling the truth that my sister was sired by our common enemy versus lying. What would be safer for Sayla? She doesn't remember being turned. Truthful, kind of. Well, that's worth taking into consideration. Sire bonds can be strong. Lucian can aid you in managing it, she replies. There are ways to block it. No need, I tell her. We have a necklace that seems to protect Sayla from it. Confusion flashes across Ruby's face, and then she says, make King Lucian aware of that as well. Then Ruby turns and strides over to my father. She lightly wraps her arms around his neck, and the two of them proceed to engage in one of the most vomit-inducing public displays of affection I've ever witnessed. Father looks like he's trying to gag her with his tongue. Ruby runs her hands down his back and squeezes his ass. In front of his daughters, Sayla makes a choked sound and turns away. I'm green by the time they finally break apart. With final arrangements in place, Ruby departs with Hannelore and Sigrid toward the Nocturnan camp. She leaves Elias and his group, mostly attendants and guards, plus my father and their sluggish horses, to lead my party across the border into Astriona. The siphons mount up, and their equine companions startle slightly and begin to bray as our wolves draw closer. I can't blame them. They're prey animals, and direwolves are the strongest predators out there. If it isn't an indication of incompatibility, I don't know what is. The gravity of what we're about to do settles back over me. The jittery wrongness from earlier spiders up my arms as I rub Sayla's back. This will be the first Nocturnan diplomatic party to enter Astriona in 5 centuries. That matters in a way that makes it hard to breathe. Venna and Nomi fan out behind me on their wolves. Stark rides next to me, his presence like a silent, spreading shadow. I tighten my arms around my little sister and nod to Elias. We're ready to begin our journey into the unknown. 30 Meryn are baffling. They're slow and can't talk and won't stop shitting horses everywhere. In the middle of walking, they're shitting. Why? Anassa growls her agreement as she steps around another stinking pile. We're both on edge, and our slow progress is making everything worse. Even when Elias urges the horses into a brisker pace, it's nothing compared with how fast we'd move at a direwolf's natural speed. I'm uncomfortable enough as it is, but I also have to keep reining in Anassa's urge to sprint ahead or to kill and eat a few of the horses just to punish them for not being wolves. It's a bit of a feedback loop in my head, my frustration triggering Anassa's and back again. It doesn't help that my senses keep screaming that we are surrounded by our enemies. My hand itches to take my sword from its sheath and decapitate Elias. We can make our way south on our own. Sayla shifts in front of me, and I remember that I'm hoping to keep relations relatively civil, at least until we can hear out their king and uncover everything we can about her condition. I take a few calming breaths. It does jack shit. I'm going to bounce out of my skin. For the first several hours of our journey, the landscape remains bleak and desolate as we travel over the wasteland separating our 2 kingdoms. My brain is constantly telling me I need to be ready for siphon ambushes even though we're literally riding with a few of them up ahead. But we meet no resistance, even as we delve deeper into Astriona. Mostly because there's nothing left to resist us, really. Centuries of warfare have scarred the land here. There are only dried up, ghostly trees twisting from the barren land and the burned-out husks of buildings every so often. It matches everything I've been taught about this nation. An empty, inhospitable realm of death and darkness where siphons lurk. No wonder they're desperate to escape this place and take what we have. It's strange, actually being here. I spent months hoping to cross the border into Astriona while I was in the trials, and now that it's happened, nothing about the journey is unfolding the way I would have expected. Disorienting unreality settles over me. The traveling atmosphere remains tense. No one speaks. Eventually, we reach a small circle of ruined buildings. They look like little cottages. Cradled in the semicircle of their remains lies a small pond. Elias reins in his horse. The creature's tail flicks toward Anassa's nose, who bares her teeth and rumbles. Elias glances at her, then at me. The horses need water. Do your wolves require the same? I'd rather eat the horse and save us the time, Anassa grumbles. I snort, which clearly perplexes Elias, but I'm not interested in catering to his confusion. Tell us when we're moving again, I say, and guide Anassa away from him. We end up squaring off across the small, muddy oasis Elias found. Venna watches the siphons like a hunter. Stark lingers close to me, still silent, still avoiding my gaze. I've tried prodding at him mentally a few times, but he's erected a wall against me, the prick. He's lucky we're surrounded by company because the moment we're alone, I'm going to throttle him. I catch my father glancing toward us as he strokes his horse's nose, but he looks away quickly. When we get back on the move, I start to worry about an entirely new threat, dying from boredom. Then Anassa's nose twitches. What is it? I ask. She pauses and bows her head, sniffing. I lean forward on her back, bending around Sayla to see what Anassa is investigating. It's a tiny green sprout. A tuft of grass is struggling up through a fissure between 2 craggy stones. That's how it starts. Soon it's all around me. The air becomes clean, fresh. Coolness gives way to a gentle press of warmth on my skin. Heat. I've never felt anything like it before. It builds as the clouds part, making way for the sun, and I start to sweat in my leathers. The ground becomes greener. It's only patches of grass at first, then bushes, saplings. Life reaches up out of the ruins and toward the increasingly hot sunlight. We pass another ruin, but this one is covered in vines, a tree growing right up through the collapsed roof. Nature is suddenly everywhere, the smell of life hanging in the moist air. My lips part in wonder as a stream glints on the horizon, and Elias acts like it's nothing as he guides his horse to slosh through the shallow, sparkling waters. We crest an incline, and a hot breeze rushes up from below. My silver hair spins into my eyes as the valley below us emerges. There are rolling green hills and lush vegetation as far as the eye can see. Continuing down the winding dirt road, it becomes clear that it isn't all wilderness. The fields are cultivated, with distinct rows of crops and plateaus leveled out in some sort of irrigation system. In the distance are small settlements. Towns, people probably living off all this greenness, tending to the land, breathing in all this nature. This is Astriona. It can't be, it's meant to be a wasteland, desolate, hideous, inhospitable to humans. Crypto's spies have infiltrated this country, pushed far past our border to collect vital intelligence. They've never reported anything like this. But I'm seeing it with my own eyes. This place yawns wide with welcoming potential. The land is vast and verdant. It's a damn pastoral dreamscape, prosperous and beautiful. I'm not the only one disoriented. Stark's jaw is clenched hard, his eyes moving over the scenery. Sayla keeps letting out little gasps as she takes in new sights. Nomi is literally slack-jawed. Venna is the only one not staring around at the landscape, marveling. I urge Anassa forward until we're riding beside her in Skea. Not impressed, she turns to look at me, cocking an eyebrow. Say again, not impressed. I switch to mental communication, kicking myself for forgetting that this is easier for her when possible. Venna looks surprised. Impressed by the barren wasteland populated by our enemies, or do you mean by the scorching sun? What, but the greenery, don't you? Something is wrong, and I can see when Venna realizes it too. A whisper of sweetness hits my nose. These fuckers are using their magic. Ahead of us, two of Elia's siphon attendants whisper back and forth. One of them cackles, the sound of his laughter grating on my nerves. I still my expression and ride forward with Sayla until we're among the siphons. Whatever you're doing, stop it immediately. I don't have time for games, and I don't think whatever is happening is funny. One whom I've heard called David looks back at Venna's confused face and his lips twitch in a sneer. We thought you might like a little demonstration. He gestures around us. That girl is one of your little spies, isn't that right? If he doesn't cut this condescending bullshit, this is going to be the shortest diplomatic mission ever attempted, I say to Anassa. I don't deign his words with an answer aloud, just raise my eyebrows. He sighs. Forgive us our little joke. It's just that Hanlon here, he indicates one of Elia's other attendants, is in the habit of showing a certain side of our land to your spies who think they're hiding from us. Fooling their wolves is a particularly interesting challenge, since our powers only extend to visuals and not smells. Hanlon nods, and then his expression goes focused. Behind me, Venna shouts and stabs at nothing with a dagger. She and Skea whirl around as if fending off invisible enemies. Now the entire party of siphons is laughing. Illusion magic, Anassa reminds me grimly. It must be how they've kept this verdant land a secret from Nocturnans all this time. I turn toward Hanlon in rage, but Kratos is one step ahead of me. He and Stark swoop in toward the siphons and their horses. The next thing I know, Hanlon is on the ground. His horse gallops away from our group in terror, mouth frothing. Hanlon's right shoulder spurts blood where his arm used to be. He bellows in pain, convulsing. Kratos tosses the mangled arm into the sky before devouring it in a single, sickening swallow. Faster than my eyes can track, the rest of the siphon party has dismounted, weapons drawn. Stark gives a shout as one charges toward him and Nomi sends a blast of Phylax shielding magic up in front of them. The siphon rebounds off the invisible barrier, then whirls around, looking for a way through. Venna and Skea have shaken off their confusion fast, coming to stand guard in front of me and Anassa. Anassa's ears are back, and she's poised to run, should we need to protect my sister. Skea snarls at the handful of siphons who stare us down. I wrap my arms firmly around Sayla, taking in the siphons' locations, wondering how best to keep her safe in this mess. The shadows stir and I reach for them, their slithering darkness coming to wrap around my arms. Peace, my father shouts. He moves forward toward me and Venna, arms outstretched. This is a truce, remember? The air is tight with tension as each of us looks to the other side to see who will move first. Then Elias remounts, pointedly sheathing his sword. His authority curbs the siphons and they fall back, weapons returning to scabbards, though none of them looks happy about it. My father kneels, tending to Hanlon, who moans in pain on the ground. Stop whining, we all know that a missing limb won't kill you, Venna snaps. The one called David seethes next to Hanlon, staring at Stark and Kratos with obvious loathing. Consider it a demonstration, I suggest, voice dripping with acid. Of how we like to deal with spies in Nocturna. And Elias? He meets my gaze. If Hanlon wants to keep his other 3 limbs, you better instruct him and the rest of the bloodsuckers to keep their magic to themselves for the rest of our journey. Elias looks at me blankly, face eerily expressionless, eyes calculating. Then he gives me a toothy grin, fangs on full display. It shall be so, your highness, he says. We rest in 2 separate groups, pointedly keeping our distance while the siphons finish tending to Hanlon's wound. Kratos licks his chops whenever he sees a siphon looking our way. I can't blame him, but it's not exactly letting tempers settle. He cannot help himself, Anassa says affectionately. Tearing apart siphons is what he was made to do. Not the most auspicious start to our journey. The sun drifts lower in the sky, turning fat and honey golden on the horizon. The late afternoon light paints the valley in muted tones and soft shadows. The beautiful scenery is a stark contrast to the simmering anger among our divided party. Finally, we all mount back up, settling into an uneasy truce. We travel in stony silence. Elias guides us down into the valley. He informs me that we'll rest for the night at a military outpost, a way station specifically designed for military travelers, with accommodations for horses. We'll avoid entering the nearby town directly because the appearance of direwolves would likely frighten the residents. Our goal on this entire journey is for them not to be spotted if possible, Elias tells me. His eyes catch mine and he adds, there are many tales in Astriona of the savagery of your beasts. I bristle at his phrasing but cut off my retort. Diplomacy. Once word gets around about what happened to Hanlon, there'll be one more story circulating. I can't bring myself to feel any regret. The outpost is small. There's a large wooden building that looks like it's meant for storage, a long, open-air stable, a cluster of drafty-looking stone structures, and a covered well in the center of it all. The place is mostly empty, likely populated only by the people required to keep it operational. Upon our arrival, a few stable hands nervously shuffle up to accept the horses, glancing fearfully at our wolves before fleeing. A few others wander around the open complex, looking like they're on their way to get jobs done. There's the distinct, stinging scent of a blacksmith as well as cooking meat. I keep my eyes on Elias as I help unload the wolves, supplies, and establish our camp. He speaks hastily with a few of his attendants, who rush off to complete mysterious tasks. After I have Anasa free from our travel bags, I glance back at Elias and see that one of the people he sent off is returning with a pair of fresh horses. My curiosity flares. I approach him with my arms crossed over my chest. Going somewhere? David and I will be going into town to procure additional food and supplies, Elias answers. What siphon tricks are they playing at now? I ask Anasa. She gives me the mental equivalent of a shrug. I'm sure you can understand why trust is thin among my party at present, I tell him, so I'd like to accompany you. My tone makes it clear it's not really a request. Not alone you won't, Stark growls. His presence is at my back and I turn to frown at him, so it turns out he can speak. Eating my pussy didn't make his tongue non-functional after all. But he just gives me a look that says, if you think I'm letting you wander through a nest of siphons without protection, you're dangerously removed from reality. Elias bows his head again and says, you are welcome to join us. His eyes wander briefly over my shoulder, catching on Anasa and the other wolves. But the wolves will have to stay. Fuck that, I say furiously to Anasa. I agree, she replies. I would prefer to come with you. But I also understand that might not be possible if you were to visit a siphon town relatively unnoticed. I nod, I'll do it, but I don't like it. David steps forward, smoothing his elegant hand along his horse's flank as he joins us. His eyes are pale, his stare intense. I will send for additional mounts. My sister elects to stay at the outpost with Venna, Nomi, and our father. I'm torn about whether it's safer for her to stay with them or come with me and Stark. I will keep watch over her, Anasa assures me. Turns out there aren't many horses available beyond the exhausted ones the siphons rode here. They managed to find only one additional mount for us. I end up having to share a saddle with Stark. He wordlessly offers me a hand after mounting, and I let go as quickly as I can after settling onto the horse's back. His hands rest briefly at my hips before releasing me to hold the reins. Even that momentary touch sends heat spiraling through my body. How fucking annoying. Despite the tension and drama of the day we've had, which should have me on high alert, I struggle to focus on our journey into town. My body keeps registering the press of Stark behind me, his arms on either side of me. I've been doing my best not to overanalyze what happened between us, particularly in the wake of his sulky, silent treatment. If he's going to ignore what happened, then fine, two can play that game. The contact between our bodies keeps resurfacing memories. My hips repeatedly press into his, ratcheting up my body temperature. His lips, his hands, his mouth, for fuck's sake. I keep my gaze frozen ahead of me, not wanting to show any weakness to Elias and David. Weakness like the sparks that shoot through me every time the horse's movement jolts us, thrusting Stark's body against my own. It doesn't help that every time I bounce backward, I can tell I'm having the same effect on him. So much for protecting me from dangers in the siphon town ahead. I'm not sure I'll survive another 5 minutes without kissing or killing the man behind me. 31 Stark surrounded by enemies I can't kill, riding a silent creature vastly I'm inferior to Kratos, and yet the woman seated in front of me is going to be the reason I go insane. Right now, I should be carefully noting the landscape we ride through. Every moment I spend in Astriona is a chance for intelligence gathering that could make or break our position in this war. Instead, I'm fighting the urge to deliberately hold Meryn tighter to me, to press her shapely ass against my stiffening cock through the thin fabric of her trousers each time the horse jostles us up and down. This is the last thing I fucking need, Meryn in close proximity, pushing me closer and closer to a perilous edge I'm trying to avoid. Yesterday was a mistake, plain and simple. That mental connection took us both to a frenzied place, feeding off each other's sensations and riling each other up. We were out of our right minds. Once it was over, all I felt was regret. Regret that I might have pushed her into something too fast, too soon, that she might not be able to trust me after. That I let my control slip and endangered her, moving her closer to the snare of whatever Sigrid is planning. That I now know the sweet, tangy taste of her slick heat, and I know I can't ever have it again. To protect Meryn, I need to stay far the fuck away. Her ass bounces back against my dick again just then, as if to mock my resolve. Desire rips through me and I knock my head back, suppressing a groan. Is this why people like horses so much? What did you say? Kratos pipes in from back at the outpost. His feral curiosity floods me. Are we eating the horses? There is no we in eating horses, and please leave them alone, I grind out. A siphon arm is enough forbidden meat for one day. Stop fantasizing about snacks and keep your eyes on Sayla. Kratos grumbles as he cuts off our connection. We make our way out of the fields. The dirt road turns to gravel and then paving stones as we enter the village. The town is nestled on the slope of a green hill, with narrow cobblestone roads winding throughout. Smoke lazily drifts out of chimneys. Houses are sturdy and well-maintained. Everything here is bizarrely fucking idyllic. There are overflowing garden plots between the houses. Even in the bonded city, you didn't see stuff like this. Our climate is too inhospitable for it. Here, it seems the citizens just grow whatever they want. The contrast between this place and the towns in Nocturna is startling. The people we see on the streets look different from commoners in Sturmfrost, and it takes me a minute to realize the difference. They look well-fed. I thought Astriona was supposed to be the shithole, not the other way around. Still, my teeth remain on edge, muscles tensed and ready for movement. Meryn looks around her, noticing much the same. David, she calls out quietly, and he reins in his horse until he's beside us. I want to punch the self-satisfied smirk off his face. It's clear he sees the effect this well-kept town is having on us. The man turns, eyebrows raised. Yes. Who lives in this town, siphons or humans? He shakes his head. Like everywhere in Astriona, the population is mixed, but this particular town is predominantly human. Meryn stiffens in my arms and shock rumbles through me. We heard from her father that humans and siphons live together in Astriona, a total mindfuck after forever believing that they'd all been wiped out here. But the population is mixed. They live among each other, they're less segregated than Nocturna. Or my mouth twists in distaste. Or the siphons just like to keep their meals close like well-kept cattle, until it's time for slaughter. The same thoughts are clearly running through Meryn's head. So the humans here are at the siphons' mercy. The people we see walking around the streets seem remarkably calm, given that their predators live among them. A man who looks human and a woman with obvious siphon beauty cross the street ahead of us. The siphon bows her head to listen to something the human is saying, almost as if they were friends. David's tone is bored, but his words remain polite. Not exactly. While all siphons drink animal blood as basic sustenance, human blood is superior and preferred. But we've found solutions that work for all parties. You'll see, just ahead. After a few moments, our horses round a bend and break into a wider thoroughfare that climbs up the slope of a hill. David lifts his hand and points toward a large building structured almost like a temple, with tall windows and a large arch dominating its facade. Hanging from the crest of the arch is a bright red lantern that paints a long stretch of the street in its color. That is an establishment where humans can voluntarily sell their blood and are compensated generously for their service. Hackles rise, so this is the thin veneer of civility they've painted on top of the brutal truth. They have these humans whoring themselves out as blood bags, and what to keep the siphons from taking what they want anytime. These complacent-looking humans would be sitting ducks. David has the nerve to look entertained by my distaste. Blood is also available for purchase in most markets, he notes, although fresh is always best. Something's been bothering me. What of unwilling Nocturnans, like children? You know their blood is powerful for you, considered valuable. Elias is slow to listen to our conversation and he scowls. Drinking from a child is a crime, both legal and moral. Meryn and I exchange looks. We know the Nabbers and Sturmfrost were working at the behest of the king, but still, Stark and I were part of an operation into Astriona a few months ago. There was an old temple at the border. It was mostly abandoned when we arrived, but it was clear children had been kept there. A line forms at Elias' brow. A temple? Oh yes, we rescue Nocturne and orphans. Meryn's face flushes and my hand tightens around the dagger at my hip. Excuse me, she says, voice low and tense. You what? David crosses his arms. Just as he said, look around you, you know what your own country is like. When we find Nocturne and orphans at the front, we rehome them with families in Astriona. It is better for them. Rage washes through me. The fucking gall. Meryn, to her credit, doesn't immediately stab them. Her mouth flattens into a thin line. Right, your king and I will be discussing that then. My citizens belong to my country. Every word of this could be a lie, I caution Meryn. Obviously, she says, her response testy. I wonder if she's filled with regret about what happened between us too. But it's still helpful to understand the lies they wish to tell. Meryn's very familiar with lying siphons, of course. I don't need to remind her to be distrustful. How do siphons control themselves, she asks. I mean specifically keep from turning all the human donors into siphons as well. He laughs. You make it sound, David's amused smile fades. Ah, apologies, you truly know very little. I know some, Meryn says. Her voice stays light but her body tenses, violence only just suppressed. But I'd wager that neither of us knows much about the other's culture. So perhaps you could keep your opinions on my knowledge to yourself. David is silent, and Elias breaks in smoothly. Please accept my apologies on behalf of David, Your Highness. We will endeavor to answer your questions without further comment. Or what, I wonder? How would David be punished for souring the negotiations between Meryn and their king before they start? I entertain myself by imagining several lethal options. David looks as if he smelled something rotten, but he answers the question regardless. Transforming humans into siphons is actually quite rare and strictly regulated. There would be no logic in converting our primary food source, and maintaining proper population balance is considered essential to Astrionan stability. Meryn scoffs. Big words from an army that transforms our Nocturnan soldiers into bloodsuckers at whim. I know she's picturing her father's face, and remembering the stories I've told her of our own soldiers turning against us at the front, ripping apart my comrades with their teeth. We sometimes transform grievously wounded Nocturnan soldiers like your father, but otherwise, becoming a siphon requires formal application and approval through established protocols. And field transformations are evaluated and documented for population records. Of course, accidents do happen, especially in the heat of battle, David says stiffly. Meryn and I are quiet as we both take that in. Everything we've ever been taught about Astriona was deliberate misinformation carefully constructed and maintained by generations of Nocturnan rulers. Rulers who were actually siphons themselves, all controlled by Alistair. And all with the aim of rallying Nocturnans against Astriona. There's so much we don't know. How can we possibly stay on even ground in any negotiations between our kingdoms? While my thoughts churn, we reach the market David was speaking of, and each of us dismounts their horse. Elias hands a coin to a young boy waiting at the entrance to the square and he leads our horses away. Feel free to wander, Your Highness, Elias says smoothly. Our streets are safe for you, though I recommend you stay close so as not to get lost. We'll meet you back here in a short while. Should we be worried that they're going off alone? I ask Meryn. No, fuck them, I want to explore. Elias and David step into the market, headed for an awning marked in red. As they begin to haggle, their words blending with the sounds of other market-goers, I turn to Meryn only to see her stalk off down a side lane. Maddening woman, what now? With several long strides, I nearly catch up to her. She turns down another alley and is briefly out of my sight. When I round the corner, I'm not ready for her attack. Meryn pushes me roughly into the building wall behind me. There's a quick flash of silver and then cold steel presses into my throat. She's drawn a dagger on me. I stare down at her, holding myself still, letting her hold the blade to me. For now, heat lashes in my veins. It turns me on way more than it should, the kiss of the steel on my neck, brandished by a woman I've tasted. What the fuck is your problem? She hisses. I raise an eyebrow. Right now my problem is that the person I'm supposed to protect is holding a knife to my throat. I say coolly. She scowls. You know that's not what I mean. Meryn forcefully shoves her other hand into my chest, holding me tight against the brick wall. It's the only point of contact between our bodies, but the heat of her is just inches from me. Blood rushes to my cock, making my pants tight. I can't shift to adjust the pressure, not without Meryn's knife cutting into my skin. Fuck, I wish I didn't respond to her this way. You're really going to do this? She asks scornfully. Just pretend that what happened between us in the woods never occurred. Her anger brings a flush to her face. I try to suppress the memories, but her words bring them right back, her legs parting for me. The taste of her on my lips, wet and wanting. The way she squirmed when I worked her with my mouth, teased her with tongue and teeth. The way she begged me to order her around, and the way I loved it. The compliant woman from the forest has been replaced by someone ferocious, and I'm just as hard for it. Still, I say tautly, it's for the best. We should both pretend it never happened, my queen. Meryn growls in anger. I've had a lot of unkind thoughts about you over the past 6 months, Stark Therion, but I never took you for a coward. The pain in her voice lances through me. She's right, of course. I'm being a coward, and that's not like me. But her presence does something to my fucking head that makes me not think straight. With a quick hand, I knock her dagger away from my throat. Then I spin her around, reversing our positions as I slam her into the brick wall. My hands go to her wrists, pinning them above her head. For a long breath, I let myself lean into her. My cock is hard as a rock, the friction and warmth delicious as I press into her lower belly. Her answering moan is small and desperate. You're right. My voice is low and gravelly. I should have told you right away that it was a mistake. I wish I could pretend it didn't happen, princess. Don't you see how you're torturing me? I thrust my hips against her and she moans again. The thought of you bare for me in the woods, doing everything I told you to like such a fucking good girl, it's driving me insane. I let go of one wrist and grab her chin, angling her eyes up toward mine. Her mouth parts, her gaze slightly glassy. You've been an unhealthy fixation from the moment I laid eyes on you, I continue, voice low. And now I've tasted you and discovered my favorite flavor. You haunt me, you consume me, and it's sheer agony because whatever that was, it cannot happen again. Her face darkens and she tries to yank her wrist out of my grip. I don't let her go. We can't leave here until she understands. When she looks back to me, she's pleading. Why not, Stark? If that's how you feel, why not? I really do not have the space for getting my head fucked around by another man, and if it was not absolutely clear, I want you. I've been fighting it, worried it was our wolves' mate bond, but I'm done lying to myself. So speak. I open my mouth to tell her about Sigrid, how the Sovereign Alpha wants us to get married so that she can proxy rule the throne. Suddenly, though, it sounds so stupid. Meryn would never let anyone tell her what to fucking do. Who gives a shit what Sigrid wants? And it surfaces the true reason I've been fighting against this pull. I'm wrong for you, I tell her bluntly. I let go of her wrists, stepping back a few inches. Meryn, you could be the greatest queen that Nocturna has ever seen. You need to be with someone who nurtures the best parts of you, not someone who pulls you down into the dark and relishes every moment. She opens her mouth to argue, so I hold up a hand. No, I'm serious. Think of the ruler you want to be. Think about who will be ruling by your side. Do you think the common people or the nobles would ever accept me? A depraved butcher whose name is whispered in fear? A person who sees you grappling with your power and urges you to seize it? Fuck the consequences. I watch the emotions play across her face like clouds across the sky and charge on. You need to be with an equal, not someone who's thought of as a monster. It's better that we stop this now while we still can. Because I can tell, Meryn, I know what it's like to be ruined, and kissing you tastes like leaping toward destruction. If we keep this going, neither of us will survive the consequences. Meryn turns her face away from me then, and I ache at the loss of her heated gaze. Her jaw twitches, and there's a sheen where tears form in her eyes. It's as if a dire wolf were tearing out my still beating heart. I hate to be the person making her cry when every part of me screams that I'm meant to guard her, mop up her tears. But this is the only way to protect her in the long run, to protect us both. Because she will live to regret me, and I don't know that I'd ever be able to let her go. She turns back toward me and catches my eye again, tears bright and shining. It destroys me that you don't know your own worth, Stark, she snarls. I wish I could go back in time and cut off the hands of every single person who ever hurt you. Everyone who made you believe that you had only one purpose, one kind of value. You are 1,000,000 times more than what you've been told. Meryn draws a shaky breath, and I realize I've been holding mine, transfixed by her words. Besides, if you're a monster, what am I? If you're depraved, I am too, you fucking asshole. You don't get to claim my worst actions as yours. I make my own choices. In this thing between us, she steps in close, reaching her hands up to cup my face. And with her touch comes connection. She opens herself mentally, and it's faster than ever this time, sliding into that place in our minds. Our two heartbeats are one, stoking urgency and passion and some other emotion that hurts to look at closely, like the blinding light of the sun. What is this, Stark? Comes her voice in my head, her eyes alight with sorrow and wonder. This isn't just the mate bond between our wolves, and you know it. You alone are capable of joining with me like this and sharing my power. What are you if not my equal? Meryn's breath is my breath, and I'm drowning in her, pulled under into a sea that I can't name. And then we're interrupted by a harsh shriek. Meryn startles. It's a woman in danger, we both know it instinctively. Our minds separate, and we snap back into ourselves as we both wordlessly take off toward the noise. We tear down the alley, and as we round the corner, both of us already have blades drawn. The source of the scream is obvious. A blonde woman lies prostrate across a set of stone steps in front of a home. Two siphons are above her, both with fangs out, one pale-skinned and reedy, the other thicker with a malevolent smile. The door to the home hangs open, and I catch a glimpse of scared eyes as a little boy peeks out and then backs away. The pale one is inches from ripping into the woman's flesh when Meryn's voice rings loud and imperious. Stop, what are you doing? He looks up at us, and Meryn blanches at the look of cold indifference on his face. We're collecting rent from our tenant. He shakes his head as if annoyed by the interruption. She's late on her payment, so we're taking our arrears. His thick friend looks on lazily as the reedy siphon leans back in for a bite. The woman is sobbing, quaking in fear. Everything about this is wrong. Like fuck you are. My daggers move before my mouth finishes the words, and I liberate the pale siphon's head from his shoulders. It hits the paving stones and bounces once before rolling into the gutter. The woman screams again as she is drenched in blood, a long, high wail. The thick siphon looks at me and Meryn in offended shock. Who the fuck do you think you are? At lightning speed, he grabs Meryn, hands wrapping around her skull in clear warning. Poised to snap her neck if I make the slightest move. I freeze, assessing what to do next that won't trigger his violence. Just then Elias and David race down the alley toward us from the other direction. Unhand her at once, David snaps. The siphons stand off, all three with fangs bared. Consider this an order from your king, Elias says coldly. He reaches into his tunic pocket and pulls out a golden brooch, a sun with wavy rays. Nobody moves for a tense moment. Then the siphon man reluctantly steps backward, relinquishing his grip on Meryn and pushing her away. Clearly the brooch must mean something, the symbol of Lucian Brightbane perhaps. Our friends are new in town, David interjects, conciliatory. He hands over 2 of the bags in his arm to the disgruntled siphon. They don't know any better. Please take this with our apologies for your inconvenience. Elias grabs Meryn's arm and drags her away from the scene as I fall. Unbelievable, he mutters under his breath. Killing a civilian the minute I let you 2 out of my sight. He finally lets her go once we're several streets away. What the fuck, Elias? Meryn grates out. Elias and David exchange a look. Here in Astriona, if humans can't make payment owed by coin, siphons are well within their rights to take blood payment instead. That landlord wasn't breaking any law. Elias' face is impassive as he explains this barbarism. I clench my fists. So much for this country being better than Nocturna. Meryn is shaking in anger. So you're saying we just left that woman with a siphon who's going to feed on her without her consent, and it's allowed? Elias crosses his arms. It's a payment. What's not allowed is enacting your own sense of justice without any regard to the laws of the country you're visiting. Moreover, someone is dead and that human woman you thought you were helping will be held responsible for it. Meryn's face reddens. What does that mean? When no response comes, she stalks away in anger. We all remount our horses in silence. Meryn sits as far forward in the saddle as she possibly can and manages to avoid touching me the entire way back. By the time we get to the stables, wrath radiates off her. It's a surprise she hasn't summoned her shadows. I slide off the horse first and offer her a hand, but she swats it, getting down on her own. She turns to walk away, but then stops and advances on me, her face an unreadable mask. You are a broken man, she says tersely, speaking nothing but the truth. The shattered pieces of me recognize the shattered pieces of you, and that's why I am telling you I will give you time. I want to tell her no again, but she's worn my control so thin, and maybe she sees that on my face because she presses onward. I will give you time, but it won't be forever, so think about what I said. Take the leap, Stark. Maybe it will end in destruction. Or maybe it will end in 2 wrecked people finding a way to build something new in the rubble. She stalks off, leaving me in the horse shit-reeking, hay-strewn stable. The mare we rode whinnies at me. On her side, it says nothing, of course, useless beast. Could Meryn be right? If every part of me screams to close the distance between us once again, would it really be so wrong to give in? Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. 32 Meryn Pass. We share meals, we stop for water and supplies. We turn in for days night after night on uncomfortable cots. The weather gets warmer the farther south we go, and eventually Elias has to venture into the city of Donspire to get lighter clothing for all of us. It's a welcome relief and yet still not enough. I've never experienced heat like this before, and the way my body is responding is just rude. Sweat, constantly, without any exertion involved. Throughout it all, I keep my wrist covered, even in the lighter clothing. I don't need the siphons to know about the engagement bracelet, at least not yet. Maybe I can get answers for its removal here, but I want that conversation to be on my terms. Every once in a while, though, I swear it tightens, and my brain turns unwillingly to Killian. In my daily check-ins with Sigrid, she tells me that we've heard nothing from him since the Phylax defection, and I'm on constant edge. The landscape throughout our journey continues to transform around us, becoming increasingly arid. The lushness gives way, replaced by long stretches of dusty path and withered bushes. The flora changes too, growing more vibrant, sharp-petaled, and burst in shades of reds, oranges, and yellows like resilient flames. The small towns we pass through are increasingly elaborate and ornamental in their architecture. The building material changes, shifting to red clays, bricks, and tiled roofs. Stark and I avoid each other entirely, except for when we sleep. It's been massively uncomfortable and everyone has noticed. Venna stays by me and Nomi goes everywhere with Stark. I wonder if she's relishing his attention entirely on her, and then I kick my own ass for caring so much. And I wonder what she thinks of the 2 of us sleeping together. Does she care? Venna catches me staring at them together and says, "Sheesh, what did Nomi do to you? You're looking at her as if she mutilated Anassa." "She would never get close enough," Anassa sniffs. "Do not drag me into your unreasonable human drama." I make an excuse, sand in my eye, nothing to do with Nomi, and try to shore up the defenses around my heart. But of course I can't help caring. Not now that I've had a glimpse of everything we could be together. Stubborn fucking man. Control freak. Thinking about Stark and control makes my insides twist all over again, the heat building inside me worse than the constant onslaught of the sun. At one stop, I stumble upon Sayla sitting with our father in a quiet corner of the courtyard of the outpost. They're curled up side by side on a low stone barrier that divides the courtyard from the building shoved up alongside it. They're deep in conversation, bent toward each other. I watch them interact, unmoving. Sayla speaks with him openly, her hands fluttering as she talks. Our father listens raptly, nodding occasionally. Sayla seems almost like her old self. Or at least as close as I've seen her since Killian. I try to understand the exact composition of the awful swell of emotion inside me. I'm still furious at our father, but there's something else beneath it watching them together. It glints like fresh snow. There's potential. There's weight. There's beauty. There's quiet. Sayla's never truly experienced a parent's undivided attention and interest. Our mother's mental illness prevented Sayla from forming the kind of maternal bond I shared with mother when I was young, before it all changed. She could never trust our mother and gradually learned to stop going to her for much of anything. And I tried, but it's just good seeing this. She's happy and it's my job to protect that, even if it also makes my heart heavy. There's a shuffling sound, and I glance over to find Nomi passing by. She notes what I'm observing and says dryly, "Fathers, am I right?" I let out a tight laugh. She bites her lip in hesitation and then says, "Look, we don't know each other well, but from one damaged daughter to another I can tell that your father is trying. Don't forgive him if you can't, but just keep that in mind." Her counsel loosens something inside me. As Nomi walks away, Sayla notices me watching them, and her expression instantly closes off. Her shoulders lift, she ducks her head, and she scoots away from Frederick as if she were caught doing something forbidden. It hurts. I don't want her to feel guilty for finding happiness, regardless of my own complicated relationship with him. It isn't about me. "I'm going to see if the wolves want to be brushed," Sayla says to the ground. They really, really do not. But remarkably, both Anassa and Kratos have given in to Sayla's adoring ministrations. Sayla has taken to brushing them daily with horse grooming tools she snagged from one of the outposts, and so far neither of them has bitten off her hand. "Primping time," I warn Anassa, and she growls in my head. I shall let Kratos know to go for a run. His patience for this has disappeared. She tried to tie a ribbon on him yesterday. As Sayla heads off to find Anassa, I move swiftly toward my father. "I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer honestly." "Of course I will," Frederick says with a softness that pisses me off more. I run my fingers through my hair and stare down at my boots. Is there any possibility, any procedure or magic that could reverse what's happened to her? Could Sayla ever be human again? Even as I ask the question, I know its answer. But a part of me just needs to hear it, for the vibrations of the spoken words to shatter the resistance in my soul. I thought that. "Maybe in Astriona, where siphons originated, there could be some unknown cure," I say. He's silent. I know what I'll see, but I lift my eyes anyway. And at the sight of him, my last fragile thread of hope snaps. It's genuine, unfettered sorrow in his eyes. "No," he says. He shakes his head. "No, there's no way to reverse the transformation. Once you're turned, it's permanent and complete." I searched. I shut my eyes and let it kill me a little inside, just for a few breaths. And then, because I want to dig a knife into him, I say, "Perhaps you didn't search hard enough." When I walk away, the pounding of my heart in my ears almost drowns out the ache in my chest. The next day we finally arrive at the city of Brightbane. We crest the last hill, and immediately our party stops moving, halting in stunned appreciation. Brightbane rises from the valley floor like something from a dream, constructed primarily of a distinctive pink-white stone that seems to glow in the sunlight. Unlike the practical, dark buildings of Sturmfrost meant to keep out the cold and cling to what little sunlight we get, this city features sweeping arches, delicate spires, and ornate facades. It's all wide open spaces meant to catch and channel breezes. There is so little rain here that there are buildings with open roofs. Vast green spaces are sheltered within the city, bordered by protective walls, trees to grant shade and relief from the stony heat. Through the center winds a canal where people glide in small pleasure boats, the water glistening in the sunlight. The spires scattered around the city would snap under the weight of snow back home or crack off in our blizzards. Here, they reach up bold and delicate and sow wisps of clouds in the blue sky. Dominating the cityscape is the royal castle, built in the same white-pink stone as the rest of the sprawling glory before us. It's perched atop the highest point, a winding road circling the hill it uses as a throne. The magnificent structure is surrounded by terraced gardens. Its walls feature countless arched windows and open-air balconies. A moat wraps around the castle's base, fed by the canal. 3 narrow bridges connect the castle complex to the rest of the city. As we approach the city's outskirts, Venna blurts out, "This is insane." "Is that a good thing?" David asks, a single brow raised high. "I have no idea," I reply, raising my eyebrows at my friend. She shrugs. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I ask Venna mentally. "That Isabel would have loved this." There's a wistful note in her voice and her lips purse, eyes glistening. "Cities have no right being this beautiful. I think if she'd seen Brightbane, she would have insisted on moving here permanently, bloodsuckers be damned." "It's nice to think about it through her eyes," I reply. "It makes me feel less like a hostage walking toward near certain death and more like someone on a romantic adventure." Venna nods, "And I wish we could stay on this hill forever." This is the first moment we've been able to reminisce in a bittersweet way since Isabel's death. The first time we've shared a thought about her together and not just smarted at our loss. "If I may suggest," Elias interjects, shattering our peace. It may be a wise idea to leave your direwolves in the wilderness beyond the city walls and proceed on foot. While the citizens of Brightbane are accustomed to many unusual sights, direwolves might cause unnecessary panic among the populace. I bristle immediately. There's a difference between parting with Anassa and a small village. This is the seat of King Lucian's power. I need my damn wolf. Answering violence rises in Anassa. But Stark speaks before I can, forcefully. We will absolutely not be parting with our wolves. Elias shrugs. Very well then. We make our way through the towering city gates and into the winding streets. Immediately upon entering, the air cools. The structure of the city works to ease the heat, the stone all around us, the breeze channels, the fruit trees planted for shade, and the sparkling water. Beside us, Kratos emits a long, weighty sigh of relief. His black fur is probably worse than Anassa's. Details reveal themselves that I couldn't make out from above. Carved fountains on every other street corner burbling with cool water. Bell towers that don't seem to mark the hour but rather chime with constant, tinkling sound. Tiles dot many of the buildings and roads, their bright colors arranged in geometric patterns. I'm distracted by the sights at first, but I soon realize that we're getting a lot of attention. Citizens gasp in fear when they see us coming. Mothers pull their children behind them and hurry away. Shopkeepers hurriedly close their doors. I feel as if I'm a walking nightmare, back to being a scary story in someone else's mind. I ignore it as best I can. It helps that Anassa doesn't even slightly care that these people are afraid of her. She bares her fangs at them as we go, reminding me that it doesn't matter what they think. They're the enemy. After a punishingly slow procession, we finally reach the castle's main entrance. Elias halts his horse before the beginning of the bridge. The water of the moat trickles gently, fish flashing close to the surface. I will lead you through the gates and then we will part for now, Elias says. It was not as awful as expected traveling with you. Stark's mouth twists and Nomi just stares at him. I sigh, wishing we could have ended the journey on a high note. Ready, Sae? I ask, rubbing her arm to distract myself from the awkwardness. Yeah, she says, leaning forward so she can peer down into the sparkling waters as Anassa pads after our guides. The tall gates loom over us. They're covered in swirling gold patterns and glinting precious stones. There's a symbol above them, that sun with wavy rays again. Waiting for us in the center of the open gates is a gathering of people. Siphons, most likely, judging by how pretty they are. Is one of them this King Lucian? I scan the crowd, but nobody looks more regally decked out than the rest. A man steps forward with his hands clasped neatly before him. He's tall, immaculately dressed in a long, flowing robe patterned with cherry-colored blossoms. There's even a ribbon tied around his throat. Actually, a lot of them have ribbons. Istrionan high fashion, maybe. The man's pitch-black hair gleams in the light. He arranges his face in a polite smile, then bows only his head. Shallow. I am Philip, the Royal Chamberlain of Brightbane Castle. Royal Chamberlain. King Lucian sent the Chamberlain to greet me rather than greeting me himself. A gaggle of politicians and servants stares up at us like they have no idea how insulting this is. I scowl. And where's your king? Philip presses his lips together like he's restraining a smile, and his voice twists with something close to amusement. The king wouldn't personally greet visitors at the door. You will see him when he summons you to his presence. His choice of words, particularly summons, immediately sets me on edge. Anassa silently growls over our bond. I can't figure out if they're intentionally offending me. Elias lets out a piercing whistle. It startles Philip, who scowls at Elias. Our guide spins his finger in a circle. Our job is done. Then Elias turns to look at me, and for the first time since I've known him, he bows entirely at the waist. Low and deep. When he rises, his eyes linger on me. Then he and the others march their horses through the gates and into the castle courtyard beyond. Philip looks disoriented. Whatever just happened, whatever Elias just did, it meant more than I entirely understand. He showed respect where it was deserved. When you required it, Anassa tells me. I slowly smile. Philip's confusion makes more sense. Elias elevated me when Philip was closing me into a box. My smile drops when I realize that my father is still here, lingering at the back of our group. Maybe they're not sure what to do with him either. Stark strides forward on Kratos. A few of the people skitter back out of teeth range. We need accommodations for our direwolves. Are there suites with connected terraces or a similar space where our wolves can stay close with easy outdoor access? One of the women in Philip's entourage titters. We don't keep pets indoors here. Kratos lurches forward, snapping his teeth. His fang catches the very edge of the woman's neck ribbon, unfortunately dyed a deep crimson color. As the ribbon flutters down, it looks almost like blood. The woman isn't the only one who shrieks, and I note that Stark takes his time calming Kratos and urging him back a step. His expression darkens as he coldly says, "Direwolves are not pets." The failure to consider appropriate accommodations for the wolves shows disrespect not only to them but especially to Queen Meryn and Anassa, who have traveled all this way at Istriona's request. Stark's voice carries with it a threat. respect, or decapitation, your choice. At the severity of Stark's tone and the wolves' reactions, Philip quickly bows in apology, much deeper than before. It makes me think he never actually intended to insult me. He might just be ignorant, which is easier for me to forgive. There is a back garden adjacent to the castle that leads to the mountains beyond. We will immediately prepare it as suitable accommodations for the direwolves, with direct access to the Nocturnan quarters, Philip says hastily. Nomi steps in then, dismounting Ephi's. She flashes her pearly, beautiful smile and says in the tone I now recognize as coaxing, "Thank you for your solution, Chamberlain. If you would be so kind, my friends and I would appreciate being shown to our rooms. We've been traveling for many days and would like to refresh ourselves." Philip straightens and nods. Yes, of course. He lifts his hand and snaps loudly. One of the men behind Philip steps forward hesitantly. I can lead you there, to the gardens, he says. The wolves, I mean. He's clearly terrified. Venna leaps from her wolf's back before reaching to help Sayla down. Stark swings from Kratos as gracefully as ever, but even that does little to distract me. I slip from Anassa's back and share my unease. She turns her head and nudges her nose against my chest. I will be moments away should you need me, always. My jaw is tight as I watch her go. Kratos catches up to her and presses against her side, and their tails brush together with their steps. At least they'll have each other, and as for me. Stark is already at my shoulder, arms crossed over his chest, staring at the group of Astrionans like he's daring one of them to try to throw a punch at me. He still wants to protect me, even if he doesn't want me. I sigh. Philip leads us through the elaborate courtyards and corridors, and I can't shake the sense that despite coming here voluntarily, we're essentially hostages. It doesn't matter how lovely it all is. It doesn't matter that there's a waterfall inside or that the architecture casts delicate shadows and reflects off the water. Prisons can be pretty. The Astrionans' attitudes suggest they view us as barbaric curiosities. I can't imagine what they'd have thought if we'd shown up in our furs. Moments after I have that thought, Philip confirms my worries in a notably condescending tone, as if he were speaking to children. We've done our best to set up the rooms to your liking, but I'm sure things are a little different here than what you're used to back in Nocturna. Here we sleep in beds, not in the woods with our animals. I let out a scoff. When I look at Stark, he seems just as disbelieving. What fucking stories have they heard about us? I consider correcting him but decide it's not worth the effort at the moment. I'm used to shrugging off condescension, so I do what I always do. I absorb the blow and store it for later, in case I need this little twinge of pain to add some extra force to my own strike. We arrive at a spacious suite of rooms designated for our party. There's a large, lushly furnished common area surrounded by adjoining individual bedrooms. A huge rectangular skylight streams light down over woven rugs. A shallow pool of still water is carved out of the stone floor. The archway that leads to a balcony reflects perfectly on the surface of the pool. There's even delicate tilework in the basin. The sleeping arrangements will be as such, Philip tells us, unfurling a scroll. The first room will house Venna, the second Nomi. He pronounces her name entirely wrong, Nummy. Third Stark, and the last two will belong to Queen Meryn Sturmfrost and Princess Sayla respectively. Philip turns to my father, who has remained silent since we arrived at the castle, and he dismissively says, "You may now return to your home in the city." My father bows deeply and Sayla lets out a shocked, "Oh." She looks at me, eyes wide and pleading. Her hands come up to her chest, clutching just over her heart. I've never been good at denying my sister something she wants. And to my great annoyance, I find that I can't even deny her this. "Wait," I say begrudgingly. My father startles as he looks at me. Can you stay? Are you free to stay?" His mouth opens and closes like a fish searching for air. Eventually he says, "I have no other obligations at the moment." That settles it, I guess. I look to Philip and say, "My father will remain at the castle as an official emissary between our kingdoms. I can't watch him walk away. I can't have that happen to Sayla, knowing intimately how it feels." "I will arrange accommodations for him as well then," Philip says. "You will be summoned for dinner later." He moves to the door and pauses there before turning back. I almost forgot to ask. "Do you eat your meat raw like your animals do?" Confirmed that he's just an ignorant piece of shit then. Stark's hands curl into fists, but before he can snap like Kratos, Nomi steps forward to defuse the situation. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes as she explains, "We eat our food just like any other humans." She emphasizes the word humans, intentionally highlighting the distinction between us and the siphons. The implication is clear: they should serve us like they do any of their non-blood-sucking guests. That is, assuming they ever have humans here as their guests instead of just as subservient staff members or willing blood bags. Philip informs us that servants will arrive within the hour to help us prepare for dinner, then he finally takes his leave. The instant the door closes behind him, Venna's polite mask drops. She turns to me with a glint in her eye. "Can I please go spy on these assholes?" 33 Meryn not being covered in sweat and grime for the first time in ages. It's bliss the bathing chambers are as luxurious as the rest of the castle, as are the clothes we're provided. The garments are still strikingly different from our usual attire, Estrionan clothing of such fine quality that I can't move for fear of ripping the delicate fabric or tugging on one of the sewn pearls. The women in our party have all been given lightweight gowns with intricate lacing up the backs, long sleeves, and high necklines. It must be court fashion, though it seems impractical in this weather. I guess if you have the luxury of living in an enormous castle designed to funnel breezes and can afford servants to fan you, you don't have to worry about beating the heat. Studying my reflection in my room's gilded mirror, I finish doing the best I can with my hair. The bright red of the dress is a more vibrant color than I'm used to wearing. The fabric makes me look as if I've been flayed, daintily flayed. Leaving my room, I take in the rest of our party. Stark in Estrionan clothing stops me short. He's in loose-fitting pants and a tunic made of a similar lightweight fabric, all in shades of blue. The pants are a darker navy, but the shirt is a bright light blue, like a clear sky on a sunny day. The contrast between the bright color and the deep darkness of his eyes makes me swallow hard. His tunic has long sleeves and a high collar, and they cover up the majority of his tattoos so that just the ones on his hands and the top of his neck are showing. My mind fills in the blanks without my permission. I want to map the course of those tattoos as they dip down to his chest, spread across his abs, and lower. I turn abruptly and head into Venna's room to see if she needs any help. Venna is hurriedly dressing to make up for lost time. She was busy scouting the castle while the rest of us prepared. Siphons at the warfront may know how to identify our spies and see through their skills, but it's evident that things are much more lax this far from Nocturna. Her crypto's abilities made her quick and undetectable as she mapped potential escape routes. According to her report, no one saw her. And it just seems like a castle, Venna says. Yeah. I've thought that before, I scoff, remembering what we found lurking beneath our own castle's bones. If there were secrets hidden by siphon magic, would Venna be able to tell? Would any of us? Alarmingly, it seems like we've all gotten used to the hint of sweetness in the air from their magic. I don't even notice it anymore. But there are guards posted at all the exits, ostensibly for security, though it feels more like containment. Here, Meryn. Venna taps my thigh, and I lift my leg and pull my skirts up to my hip. She bends and straps a sheath to my leg, then slots a dagger into it. I do the same for Venna, slipping the leather into place against her skin. It's easy to hide blades beneath flowing skirts, which is good because we're absolutely not going into this completely unarmed. Trust in our hosts is justifiably non-existent. I could always use shade bending if things go topsy-turvy. But I trust myself with knives almost more than with my magic. We emerge back into the main room as a knock sounds at the doors, loud and insistent. I sigh. Somehow even their knocking sounds rude. Ready? I check in with the rest of the group. As we'll ever be, Nomi replies. I know I'm as likely as any of you to be the one who slips up here, but we should try our best not to throw a wrench in negotiations before we know what's on the table, I say grudgingly. No matter how much we want to throw caution to the wind and let our wolves run wild. I brush my mind against Anas's at that, and she sends me a rush of support. Good luck, but should you need me to run wild, my fangs are eager to destroy our enemies. My mouth twists, I look around, it's clear everyone else is talking with their direwolves as well. I wish they could all accompany us tonight. Selah gives me a tight hug. She's going to take dinner in our suite. Political negotiations are no place for a child, especially ones that could devolve into violence. Frederick, I still can't quite think of him as father, has offered to stay with her. I tried not to let it hurt that Selah seemed excited about this. Moving from my sister, I open the door and reveal a perfectly composed Philip. If he's annoyed that we kept him waiting, he doesn't show it. He's standing so straight I wonder briefly if there's a metal rod surgically implanted along his spine. Good evening. You have been summoned for your dinner audience with King Lucian. Summoned. A ripple of irritation runs through our group. Philip, meanwhile, looks us over, clocking our transformation from travel-weary to dinner-ready. It's clear from his sneering expression that he finds us lacking. We follow his brisk gait through the castle's glorious halls. Venna glares at Philip's back like she's imagining ripping the rod out and shoving it into his eye socket. He leads us through a series of increasingly ornate corridors, painted silk hangings fluttering in the warm breeze, tilework glistening in dozens of clear pools, statues of long feathered birds in flight in the stone alcoves, until we reach the royal dining hall. Philip bows only his head as two servants push the tall wooden doors open in perfect synchronization. The space they reveal is stunning. The ceilings are high and arched, covered in intricate mosaics. It looks as if we're walking under a star-soaked night sky, the constellations a swirl of shining gold leaf and glinting precious stones. Along the far wall, enormous windows offer panoramic views of the city below and the desolate yet beautiful desert beyond. Several members of the siphon court are already seated at the long, dark, polished wooden table laden with glittering dinnerware and wineglasses, including Elia's, who gives me an insincere smile as we enter the room. They're all glittering with jewelry and embroidered finery. Beautiful like all siphons. And at the head of the table, King Lucian Brightbane. I know it's him instantly, even if he's nothing like I expected. His skin is smooth and pale. Flawless. I'm aware he's ancient, but I was unprepared for how young he appears physically. He doesn't look any older than Stark. Late 20s maybe. His hair is white blonde and shoulder length, tucked behind ears laden with golden earrings. The light locks frame a face of such perfect symmetry it seems almost unreal. Impossible, as if a master sculptor shaped him from ivory, smoothing his features with both hands in careful caresses, sharp and high cheekbones, full lips, a strong chin. He's beautiful to an almost painful extreme. Lucian lounges with casual elegance in an elaborately carved chair, the back curving around his shoulders. A gold crown is perched atop his head. It's formed of twisting metal spikes that look both beautiful and lethal. They frame his face like rays of sunlight. I stifle a breath. It's the crown I saw in my foresight vision when I was trying to decide if we should accept Ruby's offer. Though seated, Lucian's height is evident. One long arm is draped over the table before him, his heavily ringed fingers playing at the stem of his crystal glass. His broad shoulders are clothed in midnight black fabric adorned with subtle gold embroidery. Black, bold choice for a land of seemingly eternal sun. He's clearly paid careful attention to his appearance. The black fabric complements his pale complexion. His golden jewelry draws out the strands of blonde in his nearly white hair. The rings on his fingers are heavy but vary in design so as not to overwhelm the shape of his long fingers. But none of the trappings holds a candle to his eyes. Their familiar glint sends a cold current through me. They're a piercing deep blue, and despite the difference in shade, looking at them shoves me straight back into Killian's arms. At least Lucian's eyes don't play at innocence, I note. From first glance, it's easy to see that he's cynical and cunning. I hope he doesn't stretch things out longer than necessary. I'm not in the mood to play games. King Lucian's gaze is on me as he tilts his head back and speaks from his seat. Welcome, it's been quite a few years since I've met a Sturmfrost queen. The casual reference to Queen Chiara, paired with that note of amusement in his voice, sends another shiver down my spine. He knew her. Personally, most likely. What's ancient history to me is mere memory to him. I reassure myself by focusing on the subtle press of the dagger against my thigh. Before I can respond, Stark steps in front of me, angling his body as though he's preparing to block a weapon's blow. Stand up and greet her properly then. His tone is cutting. Lucian's attention shifts lazily to Stark, a sharp grin spreading across his face. Ah yes, and as usual the queen has brought a protector. There's a brief pause during which he spins the tip of his finger around the rim of his glass. Then he stands. The way he unfolds his tall frame and moves through his bow is deliberate. It's practiced, careful, but it's also slow and shallow. Once again, I can't tell if I'm being disrespected. As he rises to his full height, something glints on his crown. I narrow my eyes. Cradled in the center is an opal similar to the one in my mother's necklace and my own crown and in the mother priestess's ring. Another goddess tear? My heart starts to pound in my ears. What does it mean that another tear is here in Astriona? Lucian's smile doesn't reach his eyes, or even the entirety of his lips. His features aren't very yielding. Why don't you come sit at my side so that we can speak properly? Take the opposite end of the table, Stark advises over our bond. Mark yourself clearly as his equal. I could, but then I'm here to find out what Lucian wants. Hear what he has to say. It's going to be difficult enough sharing private words with him with the way the sound bounces back down from the vaulted ceilings. I don't want to have to yell at him about how our kingdoms have been trying to murder each other for centuries and pretty please won't you stop that? I touch my hand to Stark's arm, then take the seat next to Lucian. Lucian looks pleased. His many earrings flash as he sits, and his robes fan out around his lithe body. Stark immediately thuds a little ungracefully into the chair on my other side, placing himself between me and the rest of the siphon court. Once Venna and Nomi are distributed along the table, Lucian subtly signals his servants, and they open a door down at the end of the hall, allowing two armor-clad figures to enter. Stark leaps out of his chair, ready to protect me. Just some light pre-dinner entertainment, Lucian says to us, his tone somehow both mocking and soothing. A tradition here at my court, don't be alarmed. Their armor does look more ceremonial than practical. Golden breastplates, tinkling silver mail sleeves that end at the elbow, shining helms. The warriors, both women, draw their swords to salute their king, who claps politely. The rest of the court follows suit, so I put my hands together once before letting them fall in my lap. Neither of the women is wearing a helmet. My eyes narrow as I study the shorter one. I gasp. It's the human from the siphon town, the one we tried to save. She catches me gawking and blushes, ducking her head. What are you playing at? I snap at Lucian, gesturing to her. He blinks slowly at me. A siphon died, it was her fault, she neglected to make a payment and then she resisted when her landlord came to collect. His blood is on her hands. Stark slams his fist on the dinner table and a delicate glass tips over, clanking against a plate. His blood is on my hands. I'm the one who killed him. Lucien lightly shrugs a shoulder. Alas, you are a diplomatic representative of a foreign nation. She is one of my citizens who was raised with our laws. If she had not broken them repeatedly, it stands to reason that the siphon would still be alive. My mouth tastes like ash. If we hadn't intervened, she wouldn't be here. But how could we see what was happening to her and not try to stop it? So you're going to have them, what, fight to the death to whet our appetites? Lucien rolls his eyes. Don't be so dramatic, Queen Meryn. As I said, it's just entertainment. No one needs to die here tonight. I can't help but read the subtext there. She had a choice between this or imprisonment and she chose to fight. Now if you don't mind, I'd like the show to begin. The two women square off as servants enter carrying platters of food. The dishes are elaborate and colorfully presented, different from any food I've ever seen, even as a rawbond in the castle. The aroma is enticing and unfamiliar. The heady sting of spice fills the air on grains, meats, and fish, coupled with the gentle sweetness of foreign fruits which have been sliced and arranged to look like flowers. There are deep purples and mouth-watering reds, pale yellows and rich greens, but my eyes keep drifting back to the human we doomed to this humiliation. Servants set the food down in front of us as the mock battle begins. They are clearly used to such dinner entertainment. Their hands are steady while serving cold soups and pouring a thick golden liquid that smells bracingly alcoholic. They entirely ignore the grunts of the fighters and the loud clangs as swords clash. The human woman comes out surprisingly strong, slashing rapidly and putting her opponent on the defensive. It's hard to watch. I've seen fighters like her before, people down on their luck and in over their heads. Her speed smacks of desperation. She lunges, taking advantage of an opening, and nearly nicks the siphon woman, but the siphon dances back just in time. Her sword catches a corner of the siphon's sleeve and cuts effortlessly through the fabric. The breezy slice of material drifts slowly to the floor. I watch as the siphon presses forward, at first meeting blow for blow, and then suddenly speeding up faster and faster. Siphon contestants are required to give humans a 2-minute head start before using any powers to even the odds, Lucien says conversationally. Cinter is one of my favorite fighters. Cinter no longer holds back. I watch her advance with impossible speed, her movements a blur in my vision. She's forcing the human back toward our table. A few of the siphons at the end of the table scoot chairs back as the pair draw close to the chalked boundaries, just feet away from the diners. My stomach yawns with dread as I see how mismatched the fighters truly are. Is this meant to be entertaining? There's no contest here. This poor woman. Her son's face floats forward in my mind, scared and worried in the doorway of their home. Who's looking after him while his mother is here serving as the king's amusement? Violence for sport. It's all too familiar. The human slips to a knee after a maneuver from the siphon too swift to follow. I wince as Cinter draws blood, 2 slashes in rapid succession. A cut across the human's right cheek and then the left. How far are they planning to take this? I reach for my dagger, ready to draw. But just as I move to rise, the fight comes to a halt as Cinter draws third blood, a thin slash across the back of one of the human's hands that makes her drop her sword. The human holds her palms up in a clear sign of submission. The siphon courtiers applaud again, a few of them calling out compliments to the victor. Lucien looks pleased. My stomach twists in nausea. A good fight, he says. That human lasted longer than most against my champion. As he speaks, another procession comes from the servants' doors, but this time their hands are empty. Half a dozen beautiful men and women, all dressed in scantily flowing garments that leave little to the imagination, enter in twin lines on either side of the table. One of the women, a curvy brunette with heavy-lidded eyes, approaches Lucien and settles gracefully onto his lap. His ringed hand moves over her thigh and up to her hip. I watch the display with bewilderment, wondering if this is some weird Estrionan sex thing. Maybe it's normal here for people to have an orgy or two before dinner starts, just to work up an appetite. I turn to see that the victorious fighter Cinter has been offered a chair at our table. Strangely, her defeated opponent is settled on Cinter's lap, their heavy breastplates removed and cast to one side. Cinter is laughing and chatting with the siphon to her right, idly twisting her fingers in the blonde hair of the human woman in her lap. The woman's eyes are vacant. It takes every part of me not to race to her side, pull her out of Cinter's lap, and ferry her out of this castle. Lucien smiles at his champion across the long table. She looks up at him and he gives her a nod and raises his glass to her. Take your right as victor, he proclaims. Well done, Cinter. The human woman closes her eyes, holding herself still. Blood drips from her chin, still leaking from the twin cuts on her face. And there's another glimpse from my foresight vision, blood dripping down a neck. I watch in horrified paralysis as Cinter lifts the woman's wounded hand and laps up the trail of blood in one long lick. Enjoy your meal, Lucian says to me then, his deep blue eyes locking on mine in a challenge. He bends his head toward the gorgeous woman in his own lap, and then sinks his fangs into her neck. 34 Meryn look away. Alongside my instinctive horror is a brutal, morbid I can't curiosity. The woman's head tilts back. She sighs with apparent pleasure, her expression transforming into ecstasy as Lucian drinks deeply, his amused gaze still on mine. Around the table, the other siphons similarly begin to feed from the humans who have joined them, treating the activity as casually as we might regard cutting into a steak. Cinta brings her head up after feasting at her human's neck. She runs her fingers across the woman's bloody cheek, then lazily licks each finger. The human is now languid, sprawling across Cinta's lap. The fate we thought we were saving her from, playing out in a far more demeaning and public way. It's not surprising, theoretically, of course we know they drink blood. And Elias did claim on the road that many humans are willing participants. Even the woman from the town technically consented to this over other punishment. Still my cheeks grow hot with anger and dismay. Something about this is so rude. My friends agree. Stark's chair screeches only slightly, like he was about to get up and act but just barely managed to stop himself, remembering our mission here. Venna's hand moves to where her weapon is concealed, though her face remains carefully neutral. Nomi's face has drained entirely of color. She stares at Lucian in hatred and revulsion. It's obvious enough that the siphon next to her is glaring at her. I can't blame her. The woman in Lucian's lap sinks further and further into her euphoric surrender, so much so that she lets out a soft moan. It's a lustful scene, and disturbingly similar to watching King Cyril play with his companion on his lap. The air grows warmer, the sounds of the feeding are distractingly wet, and as the humans give in to whatever's happening, they all start sighing or letting out small moans. It's hard to imagine that my sister may one day feed in the same way. In fact, she and our father might be feeding the same way at this very moment. I suppress a shudder. The woman on Lucian's lap gasps lightly as he removes his fangs. He reaches up and presses the pad of his thumb to his lips, then drags it over his bloodied mouth, licking it lightly as if to avoid wasting a drop. Then those blue eyes dart down to my untouched plate of food. Not fond of your host's offerings. He's implying I'm being rude, but he just sucked a woman's throat in front of me for 30 seconds straight, so who's he to talk? No, I tell him coolly. I don't trust the food. Lucian chuckles. Do you truly think I would have Elias bring you all this way just to poison you? He doesn't wait for my response before reaching around the blissed-out woman in his lap and plucking a piece of meat from my plate. He reclines back in his chair and nudges the meat against the woman's lips, who parts them and bites down. I grimace as she chews. Lucian looks back, sees my disgusted expression, and bares his fangs in a grin like it's funny. See, the food is fine. I lean forward and narrow my eyes. Are you finished making a spectacle of yourself? I'm ready to talk about why you brought me here. Lucian sighs and mutters something under his breath. Then he runs a gentle hand down the woman's arm and says, You may go, sweetness. She smiles at him, bows her head, and stands to leave, swaying slightly. And when she does, so do the other humans, all standing and shuffling out at once, some in less than straight lines toward the exits. The human woman stands up at the end of the table. She picks up her breastplate and sword, movement slow and uncertain. My gut twists. What will happen to her? I ask quietly. Lucian waves a hand. Oh, she's fine, she'll sleep it off and then be returned to where she lives. My eyes burn and I start to truly hate him. Lucian leans toward me. He's not smiling any longer. His eyes are serious and clear. Alistair Brightbane is my older brother, but I inherited the throne instead of him. This entire war has been his vengeance. He wants to conquer Astriona and take back what he believes is his birthright. I stare at him, agape, sickness building in my stomach. 5 centuries of war, he's trying to tell me, countless lives lost, endless hours of grief-stricken tears, a conflict that has shaped the entire history and culture of Nocturna, all stem from a family dispute over succession, a squabble between brothers. All the sacrifice and suffering my people have endured, the system of exploitation and oppression our false kings built around the war effort. Could this possibly be true? That none of it was truly about protecting Nocturna from bloodthirsty monsters. If Lucian's being honest, we were all nothing but expendable toy soldiers. Pawns in a power struggle between immortal brothers who cared nothing for how many lived and died at their whims. Shock passes through the communication bond. Everyone heard Lucian's words echoing from the vaulted ceilings. Everyone's grappling with the same loss and anger. Tell me I misheard that, Venna begs. Surely, this entire war hasn't been so meaningless. Her voice silences the quiet conversations being shared by the other siphons. Lucian glances down the table at her, something in his gaze heating as he assesses her. Is he going to scold her for speaking out of turn? My hand creeps toward my dagger again, but eventually he says, What is war if not a meaningless battle of egos? How dare you, I snap. This may have felt meaningless to you, but we've lost so many lives. People with loved ones who believed they were sacrificing themselves for a greater good. I can't think about my father, I can't. And how do you expect me to believe this, I ask. You're telling us that our entire history, everything our country knows, is a lie. Not just some of it, all of it. But you're the ones with mind control powers, not us. Lucien puts his elbow on the table and his face in his palm, looking at me with a bit of boredom like I'm being dense. Yes, that's true, I suppose. But the siphon on your throne had mind control powers too, did he not? Why would we also use them against you? I press my lips together. Yes, Alistair used blood magic and mind control to erase the history of my family line. To what end are you accusing us of using our powers against you? He continues. You think we're the ones who have lied to you throughout history? Or do you think I'm trying to trick you right now at this moment? Before I can get a word in edgewise, he continues onward, his voice drawling. As with your accusations that I've poisoned your food, I think you'll find that tampering with your mind would go against my purposes. Why would I have brought you all this way to persuade you to work together if I could have just had my standard bearers alter your minds back at the border? Besides, you seem to have a complete misunderstanding of how the power works. I forget how little you Nocturnans know. Would it be considered rude if I stabbed one of these fine forks through his hand? Enlighten us, I say through clenched teeth. Lucien pauses. I wait. If he's going to earn our trust, he needs to be willing to share information with us. Real information. Giving a dramatic sigh, he finally responds. The type of power you're thinking of, like Alistair performed, requires incredible magical strength and constant replenishment. Most siphons are only capable of creating illusions as vanishing as smoke. Yes, some of us have a level of mind control ability, but only over those who are under a thrall or those we've recently drunk from. Thrall. The word wriggles into me like a parasite, sinks under my skin. His eyes glint with self-assured amusement. The spies that have crossed our border over the years, for instance. We capture them, drink from them, alter their memories, and send them happily back to your country. What you said, under a thrall? A unique connection between siphon and human that requires an exchange of blood from both parties, but enough magical theory. I understand why you don't want to believe me, so why don't you let me show you? Lucien says. Let me convince you that we're on the same side, Meryn Sturmfrost. Stark leans toward me protectively as Lucien reaches up and lifts the sunbolt crown from his hair. It glints as he brings it forward. Put it on, Lucien says. I eye the tear in the crown. It looks identical to the two I have, the one in my crown, the one around Sayla's neck. What is this? Surely you know these jewels have power? Lucien says with a little smile. That's one of the few things we've successfully deduced so far. The crown seems to give me more magical strength when I wear it, as did Sayla's necklace. The tears clearly have some magical properties to them, but Sayla has come up empty on any other information about them. Yes, I'm aware. I want to ask more, find out if he has information about the tears that we don't. This is not the time for me to show Lucien any weakness, though. I'm asking you what you're doing. And I already told you, he replies, keeping his offer aloft. I'm showing you what you want to know. I still don't trust him. The magic in the stones is ancient, and so is he. Lucien might know how to use his tear against me somehow, but his eyes are keen. He's seen how badly I want answers, and he knows I'm going to accept, so I stop fighting it. Reaching up, I untangle my own crown from my hair and pass it to Stark for safekeeping. Then I take hold of Lucien's. The moment the metal settles over my head, I plummet. It's just like it was when I first put on my crown, if slightly less violent, slightly blurrier. I can't make out nearly as many details as I did when I witnessed Queen Chiara, but judging by the pale stone and regal furniture, I'm in a room in the Estrionan castle. Staggering slightly, I float out of my skin, then settle back into my bones. Just as I get my bearings, there's a soft moan from behind me. I spin around, thinking someone is wounded or dying, readying myself for the pain of tragedies long past, but it's not pain I heard. My mouth drops open and my hand flies up to block out the scene before me. I'm in a lavishly decorated bedroom, the candlelight low and flickering. And Lucien is in flagrante with 3 other people on a massive bed. There's a woman to his left, a man to his right, and another woman between his legs. They're all naked, and it's just skin and bodies and sweat. Seriously, I want to scream. The fucking bastard took me to a vision of an orgy. What is wrong with this guy? I knew I was right about him. He's messing with me. Of course he is. He's hundreds of years old and probably bored. I spin back around, covering my heated cheeks with my hands and trying to unsee and unhear all of it. The moment I turn, the door in front of me slams open against the wall so hard it bounces back and rattles. A dark-haired, older-looking woman is at the door. "Your fa," she gasps and stumbles back as if she's been slapped. Then she lifts her hand to protect herself from the visual assault the same way I did. "Lucien, for crying out loud." Lucien chuckles from his bed as the man kisses down his neck, clearly unbothered by this woman's sudden presence. She keeps her eyes skyward and sighs deeply. I have the sudden suspicion this is a common occurrence. The king has called an emergency council meeting. You need to come right away. Everyone hear her. Lucien replies with a smile, letting his head drop back briefly before lifting it again. It's time to come. Right away, one of the women giggles out. The other woman lowers her mouth between Lucian's legs again, enthusiastically following orders. The older woman gives up and pins Lucian with her glare. Her hands curl into fists and her delicately arranged hair quivers against her cheeks. Lucian, I don't have time for your frivolities. Your father needs you now. It's about Alistair. Lucian immediately sits up. His smile is gone. His bedmates complain, moving away from him. His chest rises and falls a few times as he stares at the woman in the doorway, then he's shifting to stand. I curse under my breath and turn my eyes away as he quickly dresses his admittedly chiseled body. His partners have started back up, apparently unbothered by his absence. I'm grateful to leave them behind as Lucian follows the woman's hurried gait down the halls. They don't exchange a single word all the way to what looks like a formal audience room with a throne on one end of the space. I can't make out much detail beyond the blur of long banners waving in the breeze from a wide open balcony that stretches the length of the room. A man sits on the throne, flanked by guards and attendants. He's much clearer than his surroundings, with white blonde hair like Lucian's and the same sunbolt crown that brought me to this vision. He appears older than Lucian, maybe in his 50s if he weren't a siphon, and shares none of Lucian's playful, feline charm. This regent is serious. Angry maybe, though it's hard to tell whether the deep lines between his brows are just always there regardless of his mood. The king, Lucian's father, doesn't greet his son as he arrives. He watches Lucian as he strides up toward the throne to take a lower seat beside him. I follow Lucian, studying the tense expression on his face. It's the same look he got in his eyes when he told me about Alistair's vendetta. Serious, clear, penetrating. He looks more like his stern father when he stares forward like this. The doors burst open once more. Guards appear dressed in sparse but elegant half-plate armor, dragging with them a disoriented-looking man. Their prisoner looks so much like Killian I almost recoil. He has the exact same sweetly deceitful eyes, the same shade of dark blonde hair, the same pointed features. My stomach knots. The guards throw him down onto the pale pink stone floor. He cries out on impact and remains kneeling as he lifts his head. Stay on all fours, dog, I growl internally. There's been a very serious accusation against you, Alistair, the king says, staring down at his son icily. I'd freeze over entirely if that look were directed at me. It is said that you have been creating thrall bracelets. That word again. Thrall. Alistair looks up at his father with blatant shock on his face. My father, I would never do such an abominable thing. His voice cracks, his eyes well. He looks so vulnerable and afraid. Earnest, he looks like he isn't lying. The king nods to the guards. Through my vision they move in a blur, reappearing moments later with additional people. Several men and women stand around Alistair, their expressions all grave. The guards step forward and pull up the sleeves of the men and women, exposing bracelets on all of them, gold, with blood-red jewels at their centers. My stomach bottoms out. My horror spills through the vision in a wave, staining everything in its color-drained dread. Thrall bracelets. Identical to the engagement bracelet shackled to my wrist. The scene goes on despite my terror. Lucian leans back as if to create space between himself and what's happening. His upper lip curls and I swear he's sharing in my revulsion. I don't know what it all means yet, but the look Lucian wears is a warning. Alistair's face drops. His trembling, terrified act vanishes just as quickly as Killian's kindness did. He straightens and shakes his head. Fine, you've caught me, but it's for the good of our kingdom, father. The king raises his hand abruptly. I have no desire to hear your lies. You've broken one of the foundational laws of Astriona, and in doing so proved once and for all how unworthy you are of your royal name. You are to be exiled and your brother, Lucian, instated as heir to my throne. Lucian whirls on his father, eyes widen with clear panic. What? You cannot do that to me, Alistair bellows. I am your heir, your firstborn. This is quiet, the king shouts. His voice moves like violence. Fast, and then a heavy impact that settles over the room and starts to bruise. This is how it will be. Alistair, I don't ever want to see you near Brightbane again. Alistair's hands curl into weapons. I'm sorry it had to come to this, father, he intones, blue eyes glinting for an instant before he shuts them. I blink and then the people wearing the thrall bracelets are glazing over, shivering, convulsing. Within the space of a moment they explode in a frantic motion, attacking everyone close to them. Fangs flash, there are screams. Guards turn weapons on their captives. Lucian bolts to his feet, watching the scene with wild eyes, and then runs to protect his father, the king. But he's too late. His father's attendants have already turned on him, thrall bracelets flashing on their wrists. One of them fends off the loyal guards. Another draws a long dagger and swiftly beheads the king, face eerily dispassionate. Lucian reaches his father just as it happens, catching the body as it slumps down over the throne, pouring blood. He howls in anger. Then he draws his weapons and strikes down the attendant who, I gather, acted not of his own accord. In one smooth motion, Lucian snatches the Astrionan crown from where it fell to the ground, placing it on his head. Suddenly there are a dozen Lucians, each racing forward, sword upraised, in pursuit of Alistair. I've never seen siphon magic like it, illusions so real and vivid and visible to everyone at once. It must be the crown amplifying Lucian's power, I realize and shiver. I'm not the only one taken aback. The guards and attendants under Alistair's control scatter and shout, confused by the convincing image of their prince attacking from all sides. Alistair barks orders at them, veins bulging in his face as he fights to maintain control of his unwilling army. Here and there I spot the real Lucian as he slaughters more of Alistair's thralls. Lucian's speed seems to have been buoyed by the crown's powers as well. He moves so fast I can barely see him. He tears through their defenses with ease, cutting short scream after scream. Blood runs thick across the marble floors. Alistair frantically summons more of his thralls to stand between himself and the line of advancing Lucians. You don't want this, brother, Alistair says almost gently, backing toward the door. You and I both know it's too much responsibility for you. He's back to acting humble and misunderstood. How quickly he spins from personality to personality. You're meant for a life of pleasure and luxury, Alistair continues. Give the crown to me, let it be my burden. Lucian stares directly at his brother, eyes like ice as he cuts down another 2 thrall warriors. Not a chance, you sadistic asshole. Alistair's face contorts in a snarl. You will live to regret this, Lucian. I promise I will take my throne back, no matter the cost. And before Lucian can reach him, Alistair whirls away, vanishing out the door. 35 Stark happens in a heartbeat. One moment Meryn is settling Lucian's golden crown on top of her silver white hair. The next she's crumpled over, her stunning face slack. My stomach plummets. I leap out of my chair just as she falls and catch her drooping body. Her head hits my lap, but it came so close to smashing onto the stone floor. Fuck. Hot panic seizes in my chest. There's a screech of chairs as both Venna and Nomi leap up, blades drawn. All the Istrionans look at us in offense. My hands tighten roughly around Meryn's limp arms. She's dead, my brain shouts at me. She's dead and it's your fault. You couldn't protect her just like you couldn't protect Nomi. You let her die thinking you were a coward, but her body is still warm and her chest moves up and down in slow, steady breaths. Kratos, I reach out. Is Anassa okay? He confirms that they're both fine and my tense muscles relax ever so slightly. This is exactly what happened when she first put on the Sturmfrost crown. I start to breathe again. Thank fuck, I still have time. Her words from when we crossed the border have been on incessant repeat in my head. I know what I am, I know what I'm capable of. I've never shied away from my reputation because I'm proud of it. It was earned through the labored destruction of all the softest parts of myself. In those words, what are you if not my equal, have unraveled everything. The idea of tainting her rule, of corrupting her ability to lead righteously has haunted me. But what if her darkness doesn't need to be shunned but tamed? And what if I can help her tame it? Lucian Brightbane smirks down at us. The terror this caused me has amused him. My fists clench as I contemplate punching that expression clear out of his kingdom. She better not have so much as a fucking bruise on her body, I hiss. Or there will be consequences. He doesn't even flinch. Consequences, Yes, I'm sure you're used to doling those out. You're famous here too, you know, Alpha Stark. Should there be consequences for all the tattoos you wear, all the people of mine whose lives you've taken? The one you just took after crossing my border, or how about the mass casualties you and the Queen wrought before our ceasefire? I scowl and he dares to laugh. I suppose we can call that all in the fairness of war, he drawls. But I'm not afraid of you if that's what you're hoping. Oh, I say, I expect you're not, but you should be afraid of her. I incline my head toward Meryn. The red of her dress looks so much like the gruesome spill of blood. You have no idea what she's capable of, and I hope for your sake that you never find out. That's a lie. I'd love to watch her explode his head. Lucian's lips press into a thin, calculating line as he looks more closely at Meryn, who chooses this moment to stir. Stark. She swallows and tries to sit up, but I hold her firmly. You collapsed the moment you put on Lucian's crown. The words come out rote, a soldier reporting to his commander, but inside I am burning. Your body went rigid before crumpling to the floor. I caught you before your skull hit stone, but you have been unresponsive for several minutes. I'm fine, she tells me in a rush. She grabs my arm and squeezes tight, hard so that it hurts. Stark, I'm all right. My hand sifts through her hair, curling into a fist briefly, pulling a little. I knew she was okay almost immediately, and still, relief rushes through me in a wave. Get me up, Meryn grumbles. I look like an idiot down here. Guiding her upright, I wrap my calloused hand around hers and bring her with me as I stand. Her legs are slightly shaky. Her hand stays in mine as I lead her back to her seat. Nomi and Venna watch us closely, watching the Istrionans. Tension still hangs thick in the air. Meryn's fingers tremble slightly as she reaches up and pulls Lucian's crown from her head. She turns to Lucian and then thuds his crown down on the table. He just smirks in response. One more fucking smug upturn of his mouth and I'm going to cut off his lips. He might not be afraid of me, but I bet this vain prick fears being hideous. Lucian settles the crown back over his perfect white blonde head of hair. He sighs as he does it, as if it's heavy. What was that bracelet in the vision? Meryn asks. The one Alistair was using on those people. I stiffen. Bracelet. Just like mine, she responds grimly. Lucian reaches up and rubs his crown with 2 fingers just above his ear. Then he lets his arm fall limp into his lap. My brother has always been the most powerful siphon I've ever encountered. But he says with a weary sigh, to explain, you first need to understand that all siphons possess blood magic that allows us to create thralls, as I mentioned earlier. It's not just a blood exchange, it binds the humans to us. My gut twists, I knew they could turn humans, but this, binding people to them, sick fucks. An exchange, Meryn repeats placidly. So 2 ways. Yes, reciprocal drinking is involved, the siphon of the human's blood and the human of the siphons, just a bit, not enough to turn them. I'm clenching my jaw so tight that my teeth start to ache. Lucian continues. The bond gives the siphon a degree of control over the human. This is different from creating a mental illusion. It allows one to compel the human to do things, but it naturally has limits. The thrall connection requires regular renewal through fresh blood exchanges and weakens significantly with distance. He leans closer to Meryn. His body language is relaxed, but his eyes are intense. Any closer and I'm going to impel this whole fucking dinner table over. Most important, he says, the creation of a thrall traditionally requires consent from both parties. Meryn's eyes narrow. Sounds like a great deal for siphons. What do humans get out of this supposedly consensual exchange? I'm wondering the same thing. Heightened senses, he replied. Not quite at the level of siphon powers, but they're able to move faster, see farther, taste, smell, and hear better. Touch is particularly heightened, which has particular uses for humans. His smile takes on a pointed edge and his meaning is very clear. My eyes dart across the table to Nomi. She's gone pale, revulsion written across her face. She's clutching her dinner knife so tightly that her knuckles are going white. She's as repulsed as I am, and I wish for once that we were in the same pack so I could check in on her. Understood, Meryn says stiffly. Lucian leans back again, his eyes growing slightly distant. Alistair discovered through experimentation that he could create a piece of jewelry that worked like a thrall bond, but with none of the natural limits. These thrall bracelets maintain their power indefinitely and allowed for complete control over a human's mind regardless of distance. And the humans received no benefits from it. Meryn's face instantly pales and my blood runs cold. We both know what this means. The jewel at the center of each bracelet is created by mixing a human's blood with a siphon's, but since the human doesn't have to actively drink the siphon's blood to establish the connection, it enables non-consensual bonds. As long as the siphon can acquire the human's blood by any means, they can create a bracelet. Meryn looks dizzy. Did he have your blood? I demand, violence starting to hum to life in my veins. Tons of it, she replies weakly. He was always caring for me. Wiping my blood up after fights or training, tending to my wounds. It takes all my control not to race back to Kratos and return to Nocturna to hunt him down. We're going to invent new ways for Killian Vaultier to die. Shadows start to stir around the edges of the room. Lucian's eyes slide over to them and narrow, assessing. Now is not the time, princess, I tell Meryn, trying to snap her out of it. Her power is thrilling, but the person she wants to harm isn't here. She takes a breath and the shadows abate, but she looks wrecked. It was from the very start, she whispers into the bond. From the very beginning of our relationship. Lucian reaches for his glass. After a long sip, he continues, swirling the golden liquid. Of course, such magic was immediately outlawed throughout Estriona as an abomination, a fundamental violation of autonomy. But it didn't matter to Alistair. He continued to create thrall bracelets in secret, eventually leading to his exile from the kingdom. Meryn seems entirely unable to speak. Do you know how to get them off? I ask him tightly. Is it possible? Lucian shakes his head. Only the creator can remove them. If the wearer can get it off themselves by any means, they die. It's one of the many reasons they are outlawed. The corruption in our magic, the way he's using Meryn's shadows. It's all going to stay until he's dead. Fuck. At least he doesn't seem to have any compulsion powers over her. If he had, surely he would have forced Meryn to come to him by now. Meryn's eyes go to her wrist and linger there. I'm not the only one who sees it. Lucian grabs her hand, face full of suspicion. In one swift move, he yanks up her sleeve, exposing the bracelet to the entire table. An immediate shock wave rips through the room. The Estrionans recoil, averting their eyes and darting away as if Meryn's a plague victim and they don't want to breathe her air. The only exception among the court is Elias, who glares at the bracelet on her wrist. Nomi and Venna and I all shift closer to her. A tense moment of silence follows, followed by a white blur. And then there's a blade at Meryn's throat. One pounding beat of my heart, he was sitting in his chair. The next, Lucian stands over Meryn with a dagger pointed at her jugular, his fangs bared, his eyes burning with malice. I'm on my feet almost as quickly as Lucian, drawing a concealed blade. Hurry, I send out a pulse to Kratos. Lucian looks predatory. He does a nice job of pretending to be insouciant, but I was waiting for the feral creature inside him to come out. Finally, I see it. The true danger lurking beneath his bored, playful veneer. Unhand her immediately, I snap. My direwolf is on his way, and King's taste just as good to him as anyone else. Nomi and Venna also have their weapons fully drawn, but Lucian doesn't seem bothered by the various blades pointed at him or the threat of a fully grown, battle-tested direwolf closing in. His grip on Meryn tightens, pinning her to her chair. If the queen is here under Alistair's control, she is a danger to all of us, including you. The thrall bracelets give my brother complete dominion over the wearer's mind. That doesn't make any sense. Meryn's bracelet doesn't seem to work that way. While Lucian is talking, Meryn curves her wrist, angling her own blade slowly. Lucian tenses as it presses firmly against his side, right between his ribs where a simple shove would plunge it into vital organs. Eyes widen, he wasn't expecting her to bite back. This is a really fucking poor example of diplomacy, she says, lip curling. I'm not a thrall, I would be aware if I didn't have any control over my own mind. Whatever Alistair did with those bracelets, mine works differently. Lucian scoffs. Would you be aware? She's telling the truth, I say. Killian has influence over my powers, not my mind, Meryn replies coldly. He can sap some of them away from me and access the pack bonds. Lucian pauses, brow relaxing slightly, and then he fluidly steps back. The dagger leaves Meryn's throat and I drop mine at the same moment. Distantly I sense Kratos' pace slow. Lucian sits and the Astrionans follow, not without staring at the rest of us like we're the aggressors though. Meryn lifts her hand and lowers it, and Venna and Nomi return to their seats just as the siphons did. I don't move. I stay standing right next to her, rage still coursing through me. When Lucian sits, he stares at her for a few seconds. Then he calmly says, as if he didn't just threaten Meryn's life, I've never seen a bracelet work this way before. He's studying her anew, reconsidering. I'll need to consult with our librarians about this. I have another question, Meryn says, finally taking her seat, as do I. Your father in that memory looked to be in his mid-50s. King Cyril, all the kings before him in fact, who harbored Alistair, also looked middle-aged. But you're hundreds of years old and you look young. How does it work? I'm 1,000 years old actually, he says snidely. He points to the rings in his ears. We wear one for every 100 years. I see now 5 rings in each ear, 10 total. Elias wears one, so he must be 100 years old. Ruby wore 400 years. Thanks for the fashion lesson, but the aging? Meryn says. Lucian leans back in his chair. The siphon aging process is different from the human one, yes. We age at the same pace as humans until we're in our early 20s, and then it slows greatly. However, our appearance depends on the quality of the blood we drink. With human blood, you can stay young and handsome forever. He waves a hand at his own extremely punchable face. Debatable, Venna mutters into her food and he sends her a scathing look. Good to know, insulting his vanity gets under his skin. And if you don't drink human blood, Meryn prods. Lucian eventually takes his eyes off Venna. If you drink animal blood exclusively, yes, you will age. Your lifespan is still longer than an average human, but you will be weak. My father was an ascetic whose only mode of pleasure was self-denial. We never saw eye to eye there. I suspect the Nocturnan kings did the same in order to fool the public. Meryn takes a breath. There's a lot for us to learn about siphon powers. Another amused, seductive look comes over Lucian. If you have questions, my personal chambers are always open to you, Queen Meryn. Something territorial and furious bursts to life in my gut. Lucian's teasing glance darts to me, his grin spreading. I hope his personal chambers are open to me too, because I'm going to cut his eyes out while he sleeps. He'll still be alive, but he won't be able to look at her like that ever fucking again. Meryn ignores his innuendo. Okay, so you've shown me the truth. What are you proposing? Lucian leans forward, serious again. Nocturna and Astriona do not need to be enemies. Our true enemy is Alistair Brightbane and his vessel Killian. I propose a permanent ceasefire and for our nations to become formal allies in the fight against him. Meryn blinks, unimpressed. I slam a fist down on the table again, rattling all the stupidly gilded silverware, and Lucian lifts his brows. Did you have something you wanted to interject, Alpha? He says lazily. That's it. A ceasefire and we become allies? That's basically the exact same thing your general said to us at the border. Why the fuck did you drag us all the way out here? Stark, Meryn warns. We need to hear him out. Lucian takes a sip of his golden liquor. You had to experience Astriona if you were ever to believe that you'd been fed lies for hundreds of years. Plus, I had to see your queen for myself and judge her, of course. He lingers on the word see for too long. The nerve of this asshole. We glower at each other. Alpha Stark makes a good point, Meryn says coolly. I am enticed by the idea of a ceasefire and becoming allies, but I was expecting more from you. Do you have a plan for how to deal with your brother and his current host? Lucian leans his head on his palm, a cat-like expression on his face. Queen Meryn, if you want more from me, I promise I am very giving. Before I can stand up and take a swing at him, Meryn reaches a hand down and grabs my knee, squeezing hard. Her touch on me after so long ignites a swirling, impossible need. Ignore him, he's just toying with you. He's toying with you and that I cannot stand. Meryn relaxes her hold on my knee and I want to grab it, hold her more tightly to me. King Lucian is testing boundaries like a rude child. If you let him rile you up, he's just going to get worse. Cool your fucking head, Demos, before you start a diplomatic incident. It's cute how you do that, Lucian says, a smug smile creeping back onto his face. You're talking, aren't you? I can tell by the way you keep glancing at each other, not as subtle as you think. Meryn's eyes slice back to him, sharpening. You're right, I'm not subtle. What I am is increasingly irritated. The shadows in the room start to sway again. So much for not letting him rile us up. So do you have a plan, or did you seriously just bring us here to judge me? She continues. Because my country is on the brink of tearing itself apart, and I'd really rather be there, muddling through this whole leadership thing than here, watching you put on sword-fighting shows for your own amusement and experiencing repulsive visions of your orgies. Her voice breaks on the last word shrill. The whole room goes silent. Lucian sits back in his chair, letting the points of his fangs show as he smiles widely. Sorry to hear you didn't enjoy it. You are my plan, Queen Meryn. I've been a beloved ruler for hundreds of years because I know how to delegate. My brows furrow. What is he trying to say? Be direct, Meryn demands. Lucian straightens and says, if you agree to work together, I will give you complete control of the Estrionan forces. They are yours to command. 36 Meryn control of the Estrionan forces. Complete. He's joking, right? He has to be joking, or he's not joking. He means what he said, and it's just part of a plot that I can't quite see or understand. After Lucian's absolutely ludicrous declaration, I tell him that I need some time to think about it, that I'd like to take a walk to clear my head. I'm not the only one who needs some air, though. Stark's dark emotions have been roiling at the surface of my brain from the moment I woke up from that vision. I need to move, and I need him to move, too. His edginess is seeping into me over our bond, winding me up. We set out from the southern gate of the castle, passing through gardens and then across one of the bridges that leads us away from the castle complex. We don't talk as we move. Frustration runs hot between us, through me and over to him and back to me. It fuels our movement, and we pace faster and faster through the city outskirts until our walk is almost a run. Once we leave the cobblestone streets of Brightbane behind, I take a deep breath and speak. Stark. He looks my way, but neither of us slows down. Set your anger aside if you can. What do you think I should do here? Stark's voice is full of thinly veiled tension when he responds. I don't trust their king at all. This could still be an elaborate trap. I don't see how we could possibly take him at his word. We pass out of the city as we walk into the wilderness, a rough and stony wasteland that separates Brightbane from the scorching desert beyond. The sun is starting to set, and the rays paint the landscape in reds and oranges and yellows. It looks like another world. We skirt around a large rock outcropping and I wind down to the left until it's at our backs, shielding the city from view. I sink down to my haunches. Right here all we can see is rock and scrub in the sun's dying rays, no city spires in sight. The city of Brightbane could almost be just a tale from a storybook. Almost. I chew on my lip, thinking over Stark's words. I agree, but I'm trying to think it through. A trap for what? It's clear Lucian hates Alistair, wants him dead once and for all. We're united in that goal at least. Stark steps over to stand beside me and leans against the rocky surface at his back. And after Alistair is dead, once the entirety of the Estrionan forces are inside our land, what if his end goal is to take over Nocturna for himself? How will you possibly turn back his armies at that point? Fair enough. I gaze at the horizon, eyes unseeing. Does he strike you as that ambitious, though? That surprises a laugh out of Stark. The sound warms me, even as anxiety still swirls in my gut. No, I suppose he doesn't, Stark concedes. It seems like he barely even wants to be king of his own country. He sighs. Still, we don't know him at all. We're basing this on impressions from a single meeting. We don't know the truth of his personality or his actual desires. I nod and look up at Stark where he looms above me. You're right, I think we should hold him off then. At least for a couple of days. Then I can spend some time getting to know him, find out his real intentions before we commit to any course of action. Stark's face darkens. What? Why does he look like he's about to kill something? And why does that idea make heat instantly bloom between my legs? Stark grunts. The idea of you getting to know him, for fuck's sake. Get real, Stark, I snap, rising back up to face him directly. I've made it perfectly clear how I feel about you. You're the one holding back. You have absolutely no right to be jealous of anyone, especially over something this absurd. Stark just looks at me, face impassive. Frustrating, stoic man. Suddenly he's the last person I want to be talking to. Fuck this, I mutter. I brush off my clothes and turn to go. Thanks for the counsel, I'll see you later. I start to leave, but my progress is cut short by his hand encircling my wrist. Stark's fingers close tight around my arm and I'm pulled back into him. I let out a small, surprised sound. His warmth on my skin is doing funny things to my heartbeat. I briefly collide with his chest as he yanks me back, and the places where we touch are searing, branded. When I look up at his face, his eyes are dark, intense, aggrieved. My mouth goes dry. Meryn, he starts, voice gravelly. For a brief second tonight I thought we'd lost you. I was worried that you were gone and that I didn't have a chance to tell you are everything. My heart pounds, blood rushing through my veins. Heat gathers, low and dangerous in my belly. You're tenacious and headstrong and so fucking powerful that even thinking about it gets me half hard. His voice is husky and his eyes pin me in place. I can't look away. And that you share that power, that you open yourself up to me and encourage me to use it with you. He swallows and I'm drawn to the movement of his neck, so close to my lips. I want to lick the stubble showing there, trace his tattoos with my tongue. I clench my jaw and meet his eyes once more. I've never known someone like you, Meryn Sturmfrost. I spent so long hating you and resenting your existence. All the time I fucking wasted being mean to you with the excuse of trying to make you stronger, and it never broke you down. At that I can't stay silent. I'd never let you break me, Stark Therion. His low laugh goes straight to my center. No, you wouldn't, would you? You sank your sharp edges into me instead. You broke me, princess, but in the best way. You've taken the vision I have of myself and destroyed it before my very eyes. If I'm a bad man, you make me want to do bad things for the right reasons. You are my right reason. His words stoke the heat inside me until I'm burning with it. I'd do anything, damn the world and everyone in it, just to get his mouth on mine. There's still a distance between us, though. I can almost taste it, the way he's holding himself back at a remove. And yet, I ask, barely choking out the words around my desire. Self-consciousness flickers across his face briefly and my pulse picks up. He's exposing a side of himself to me that no one else gets to see. Are you sure? The words come out quiet, slow, and they make me ache. My heart twists for this gorgeous, brutal, vicious, thoughtful man, who has rarely had someone choose him for him. Pressing closer to him, I relish the heat off his body, the tight hold of his fingers on my arm. His breath roughens as I move in, and my skin is alight with the sensation of his nearness. I can't go another minute without his skin under my lips. Let me show you how sure I am, Alpha Stark. My voice is barely a whisper, but I can see the instant effect it has on him, see his eyes darken with lust. Maybe you'll believe me then. And without waiting for an answer, I reach my free hand up and rip open his shirt, the flimsy Astrionan material tearing under my hands. Then finally my mouth and teeth are on him. I'm fucking ravenous. His neck, his stubble, the swirls and jagged lines of each tattoo. I use my free hand to trace each one, licking and nipping each shape as I move downward. Stark groans and the desperate sound makes me instantly wet. The muscles of his chest harden at my attention, his nipples becoming two sharp peaks. I trace the line of his pecs with my lips, lost to the sensation of his hard skin under my mouth, and his scars. Those scars that cover almost every part of him. I give each one special attention, reveling as his muscles tense and release under my ministrations. His abs are a wonderland of tattoo and scarred skin and rock-solid muscle. I drag my teeth down over the hard ridges, and I'm rewarded with a gasp above me. Smiling against his skin, I yank my other hand from his grip finally. I dip the fingers of one hand under his waistband, using the other to undo the clasps holding it closed. Each clasp reveals more perfect muscle. Dropping to my knees, kissing the V of his muscles that leads straight down to his cock, I nearly lose my mind in anticipation. And yet nothing could have prepared me for the sight of him when I finally free him from his pants. Hard and huge and velvety, standing straight up between us. He's gorgeous. I wrap my hand around the base, my fingers barely touching, and give an experimental pull. Stark curses and thrusts into me just slightly. I bite my lower lip and look up at him. He's staring down at me, his eyes on mine, mouth slightly parted in wonder. I'm on my knees for him, but I've never felt more powerful in my life. My insides clench tightly as I imagine being filled by this glorious, primal man. Slowly enjoying every moment, I lower my lips to the head of his cock. Once, twice, I swirl my tongue around him, then lap up the bead of moisture at its tip. My thighs tight at his taste, salty and warm and masculine. Stark lets out another groan. I tease him with the flat of my tongue, licking down his shaft and back up again. And then I can't make myself wait any longer. Hungrily I take him into my mouth, his girth almost overwhelming me. His hand comes down to grab my hair, fingers lacing themselves through silver strands. He tightens his fist to pull up my head and then relaxes again, and my mouth sinks down another inch. Fuck. I moan around his cock, my eyes shutting with pleasure and satiation. He fills my mouth and I open wider, letting the head nudge the back of my throat. I lift up and then sink down again, fast, almost gagging as I take him deeper. His hips buck just a little, nudging the back of my throat again, filling me more completely. I see stars, I moan again, deep and senseless. Then pull up, sucking hard, only to sink my head back down again and again. Get up. His order is rough but controlled. What, doesn't he like this? I pull my mouth off him, standing slowly, uncertain. His face is flushed, eyes dark with promise. Turn around, he says then, and my body remembers taking his instruction in the woods. My skin goes molten, I comply, shaking with need. There's the telltale whisper of a dagger leaving its sheath, and I don't even have a moment to process my confusion. A millisecond later, the laces along my spine are all loosening at once. His dagger clatters against the sandy stone at our feet. He just cut me out of the dress, slicing through the ties in one smooth swipe. I swallow another moan at the image, aching to turn back around but waiting for his next command. I need to be inside you, Stark says then, his breath ghosting against my neck. His calloused fingers slide inside my panties and yank them down to my feet. I fight to stay standing as my knees weaken at his words. You've been taking the draft, right? Yes, I say hurriedly. Our party made sure to bring enough of the contraceptive draft we all take when we departed for this journey, just in case. So you believe me then? That I'm sure. He licks the back of my neck and a moan tears out of me. I'll believe you when you show me how wet you are. Bend over, princess. His brusque order lights me on fire. I slowly comply, holding my own ankles and flushing as I imagine his view. My bare backside presented for his pleasure, my center aching for him. Show me that you're ready for me. His hands skim up the insides of my thighs and then stop just short of my aching need, torturous. Through my legs, I watch as he kneels behind me. Pleasure lashes through me as he presses his mouth to my slit and licks me front to back, lapping up my wetness. I arch and cry out, already half senseless. You're dripping, he murmurs, and the movement of his lips and the low buzz of his voice send tremors through me. He presses his mouth to my clit, and I moan then again when his tongue circles me, teasing me with intensity. Wait, I stutter out, and he stops beneath me, his breath still hot on my tender lips. I need to hear you say that you believe you won't ruin me, that you're not going to walk away from this again. He presses a kiss deep against my slit, and I fight back a moan. I'm not going anywhere. Then he stands, and I nearly weep at the loss of his heat at the center of my thighs. He grabs my upper arm, his hold deliciously tight on me, and yanks me up to standing too. Stark puts his mouth next to my ear, the warmth of his breath sending tingles from my head to my toes. His huge body is wrapped around my back, and his throbbing, insistent cock presses into my lower back. But I am absolutely going to fucking ruin you, princess, starting right now. I go breathless, boneless. Turn around. I comply faster than thought, spinning around to face him, bare skin against bare skin. He pivots me until my back is to the rock outcropping, and we step back together until my flushed skin hits cool stone. I'm not going to be able to hold myself back with you, Meryn, Stark warns me. His eyes search mine in the gathering darkness. I reach a hand up and bring his mouth to mine in answer, crushing my lips to his. He pulls away, and I gasp. His rough hand comes up to palm my breast, fingers tweaking around a nipple, making me writhe against him. Fuck, you unleash me, Meryn, you make me lose control. Good, I reply, my voice breathy with want. I want to break your control, show me what it looks like when you're unleashed. The sound he makes then is primal, pure desire voiced. I arch into him just hearing it. I want him. Goddess, I want him. My hands come up to his bare shoulders, and I cling to him as he brings his mouth back down to mine. We devour each other, and I mule into his mouth as his hands move to cup my ass, pulling me up and into him. His cock brushes against my slick folds, and I cry out, the sound disappearing into his mouth. He rubs himself through my folds again and again until I'm whimpering. Then he maneuvers me until the thick head of his cock is teasing at my entrance. I shiver and clench, aching for him. Goddess, Stark, please, I cry into his lips, nonsensical. Please, I need you inside me. Something in him breaks as I beg. His large hands pull me down onto him, his cock sliding into me fast, filling me, making me whole. His size makes my eyes water. I gasp and pull back to look at him, wrapping my legs around his back. Stark's gaze is glazed over, heated. He glances down between us, watching where we meet, and slides slowly in and out of me. You're so tight, but you take me so well, he murmurs, mesmerized, continuing to slowly push in and pull out, fucking me lightly. My chest heaves against his, my hard nipples scraping against his skin. I was made for you. The words come out whining needy. His eyes snap to mine. No, princess, we were made for each other, now hold on tight. I do as he says, and he gathers me up in his hands. Then he yanks me up and then back down again, sheathing himself deeper inside me with each thrust until he's buried to the hilt. I'm making noises now, sobs and groans and incoherent pleading. Stark's cock is filling me in ways I didn't know I needed, so deep that it's everywhere. He sets a punishing rhythm, erasing all thought from my mind until all I am is this, hear us. I throw my head back and realize with a jolt that he's put a hand behind my head to shield my skull from the rock behind us. The thoughtful care for me, even as he's fucking me roughly and desperately, careens me closer to the edge. Stark nuzzles my neck and then nips his way down to my collarbone, fucking me senseless all the while. The night sky wheels above me, stars making trails of light against the dark. I shut my eyes and give myself over to sensation. Stark's rhythm speeds up, and I press my face against his neck, gathering and tightening as the world narrows down to just us. The pull of him inside me, the push as he fills me deeper and deeper, one more thrust and I'm lost, my orgasm exploding through me like a snowstorm. He holds me as I shudder, keeping himself deep inside me as I clench around his cock again and again. It's only when I start to come down that Stark picks up that rhythm again, thrusting into me as he pulls me down to him. Impossibly, he grows even harder inside me. I'm moaning into his ear, repeating his name insensible as he speeds up toward his own climax. Then he's shouting as he spills inside me, filling me with pulsing wet heat. We pant and cling to each other, sticky with sweat, the cool breezes of the desert around us only just finally starting to register. "Stark," I murmur, and he pulls back to look at my face. The depth of emotion I see there scares me and settles me all at once. I close my eyes and let my cheek rest on his shoulder, humming with contentment. Stark holds me close to him as his breathing slows, then slowly pulls away, finding what remains of our clothing. I push his hands away as he offers me the fabric, and he understands what I need without me asking. Stark lays the layers of clothing down on the smoothest part of the ground and then gathers me to him. Soon enough, I'm cradled by him again, bare skin to bare skin. Warm, safe, sated. I breathe in and it smells like him, deep and musky and amber. I breathe out and he shivers from the caress of it. The steady stroke of his calluses over my hip sends me to a quiet sleep. It doesn't last long. I can't have been asleep for 10 minutes when sensations tear through my mental bonds, panic, fear, and excruciating pain. None of it's my own. I lurch awake, crying out. Stark's hands are on me, pulling me close like he's going to shelter me from it. "Meryn, focus," Stark reminds me. I blink rapidly and squeeze my eyes shut. My consciousness races along the bonds, seeking out the source of the suffering. "It's Nomi," I choke out. "She's hurt." Her pain and terror are shrieking over our connection so loudly it's like I can hear her screams from here, bouncing off the craggy stones all around us. I'm on my feet and reaching for my clothes as I call Anassa. She tries to soothe me, but I won't have any peace until I know Nomi's safe. The direwolves make short work of the distance Stark and I traveled by foot. We're already dressed, my dress held together haphazardly by what's left of its ties, Stark snatching his dagger from the sand as our wolves sprint into the clearing. "Back to the castle," I tell Anassa shakily. She snarls, channeling my fear and anger. "Get on." 37 Meryn ride hard. My concern for Nomi is a great distraction from Weech between my legs. For the half-hour's journey Stark, and I took from the city lasts maybe 5 minutes on the way back, and costs the city of Brightbane several low-hanging structures, and a pen of pigs that was set loose as we barreled straight through everything in our path. By the time we're past the gates and waved inside by the guards, Anassa is panting and her muscles are shaking from the prolonged full-on sprint. I jump from her back, checking in with her as I race up the pale stone steps of the palace. "Just get to the girl," she says. Stark runs past me and slams the doors open. I march through, out of breath and hand on my dagger's hilt, eyes scanning the hall before me. My father whirls around, startled by our sudden entrance. Frederich's eyes widen when he sees me and he rushes toward us. "Where's Selah is safe in her rooms." My surprise that he knew the question before I asked it stuns me into silence, and I let him take my arm and guide me down the hall at a clipped pace. "I'll return to her once I've taken you to them." Nomi's agony still tears through the bond, but it's now been joined by Venna's alarm and anger. Shouts echo through the high halls as we draw closer. Dread sinks into my bones. "Where are we going?" "The king's personal chambers," my father replies. I curse inwardly and reach for Stark for some semblance of calm. His mind meets mine, and he soothes me as best as he's able while feeling halfway murderous himself. Even then, Nomi's emotions are devastatingly violent, gouging deep into the bone inside my skull. There's a shriek ahead and I lurch into a sprint again. Then comes what sounds like furniture crashing and armor scraping against stone. I turn the corner and stop dead in my tracks. To think I left with Stark precisely to avoid causing a diplomatic crisis. It's chaos. Royal guards are restraining Nomi, who fights against them. She has a deep scrape over her brow that's pouring blood down the side of her pale face. Venna is rifting, disappearing and reappearing in different places around the room. Each time she steps out of the darkness, the guards startle and whirl, their faces taut with concentration as they try to track her movements. At the center of it all is Lucian. He stands in a casual, lazy lean against the ornately carved entrance to his chambers. He looks as if he's posing for a portrait, not like he's watching diplomatic relations break down before his eyes. And he's bleeding, everywhere. The entire front of his silk robe, egregiously drawn open at his chest, is dyed scarlet with it. There's a deep wound at his shoulder, already healing but clearly serious. His expression as he watches Nomi struggle is strange. The top half of his face looks amused, like a cat toying with a mouse. The bottom half is twisted with what looks like cold anger. I immediately push a deafening order through the bond. "Stand down." Nomi and Venna freeze in place, bodies locking up but faces still communicating obvious anger. There will be time to talk through all this afterward. I step forward. Lucian's guards part before me. The king watches as Stark and I approach. He clearly takes in the ruined state of my dress and the way Stark's shirt hangs open from where I tore it off him. "Sorry if we interrupted something," he drawls. "Tell me what happened," I demand, ignoring him. Multiple voices begin speaking at once. Lucian raises his hand and they're strangled silent. It would seem that this one, he gestures to Nomi, somehow tracked my movements and gained access to my private chambers, then proceeded to lie in wait with a dagger coated in poison. He pauses to just barely curl his upper lip at her before his gaze cuts back to me. When I entered my bedroom, she ambushed me and managed to wound me deeply before my guards responded to the commotion. I assume then you informed that one, he gestures at Venna, that one of your own was in grave peril because she came running to point more weapons at me, and thus the very standoff you see before you. My gaze flicks to Venna, who nods. Nomi, still restrained but no longer struggling, spits out words as if they're poisonous. You deserve to die. I am shocked by how wild she appears. Since the moment we were first introduced, Nomi has only ever given off a sense of calm, purposeful elegance. Whoever that woman was, she's gone, replaced by whatever has been living quietly underneath the surface this whole time. I refuse to stand by and watch him parade women around like cattle, she shouts, wrenching in the guard's grip. Feeding off them as if they're nothing but meat. Her gaze darts to me and then to Stark. He moves purposefully toward her, hands up as if he were facing a feral direwolf. Nomi sucks in a quick breath, and she doesn't use it to yell again. But the rushed exhale of her words carries so much emotion that she may as well be screaming. How can you seriously consider an alliance with evil, perverted beasts who treat humans like this? A cool chuckle slips between Lucian's lips. He drags a fingertip through his own blood where it's drying on his skin, a soft smile emerging. You thought you could kill me? A 1,000-year-old Siphon King who has survived 5 centuries of assassination attempts by much more formidable opponents, including my own brother? He scoffs and examines the blood on his fingers, rubbing it with his thumb. It's insanity. You are truly lucky I found your attack more entertaining than threatening, or you would already be dead. A pulse of rage explodes from Nomi, and Stark's fury is white-hot in my mind. I lock it out of my consciousness, sending up my mental barriers for the first time tonight. I need all my focus on Lucian. Right now, there's genuine anger behind his amusement. He either can't hide it entirely or doesn't feel the need to. What is she playing at? I ask Stark along the bond. You know her best. Explain to me seriously, why is she jeopardizing the entire reason we're here? You need to ask her yourself, he responds, eyes meeting mine from where he stands, still close to Nomi but not instigating anything with the guards who restrain her. His mind, brushing mine, is full of regret and guilt. Just trust that she has her reasons for acting this way, he continues. It doesn't excuse it. I blame myself for this. I should have considered the position we were putting her in by bringing her here. What does that mean? When Lucian's eyes are on me again, he straightens and stands at his full height for the first time since I arrived. His tone sharpens, losing its rolling, silent quality entirely. This is no way for guests to treat their host, especially when that host is considering a historic alliance that could end centuries of war. Considering, it's a veiled threat. A warning that he's still powerful enough to snatch peace away and unleash his army on us without a phylax in sight to protect our front lines. Well, there's one phylax in sight, I guess, assuming she survives the next 10 minutes. Then Stark and I exchange glances, each looking to the other to see if anyone has some semblance of a plan. Before I have time to open communication for the 3 of us mentally, Lucian flicks his hand and his guards start to move. 2 start to march Nomi away and the rest disband to take up stations along the hall. Lucian, I snap. He raises an annoyed brow at me. Let me speak to her in private, I say. After a long moment I tack on, please. I'm not in the habit of begging for basic courtesies, but I would like to avoid Nomi losing her life on this trip. Fine, he says with a sigh. He points to a small room off the entrance area to his chambers. You can take my office. The guards will wait outside. Nomi rips free from the hold on her arms, her green eyes still blazing as she stomps into the office, like she isn't the one in the wrong. I follow her, glancing back at Stark. His concern is written all over his face. He doesn't want her hurt either, but he knows she really fucked up. Nomi immediately goes to a slouchy leather armchair and throws herself into it, then buries her face in her hands. Her shimmering red hair falls around her in protective waves. She starts to weep. I close the door quietly behind us and move closer to her, but not too close, in case she decides she hasn't stabbed enough monarchs tonight. What's going on? I ask gently. She looks up, her face blotchy and streaked with tears. I'm sorry, Meryn, I'm so sorry. I saw him with that woman tonight and maybe she agreed to be there, I don't know, but something about it felt so non-consensual. I snapped. I nod to encourage her to keep going, but I also know what she means. The humans in this country don't appear to have much of a choice. Those in charge make the laws, and those laws are amenable to siphons, with little regard to how a human might feel. If a siphon can drink your blood as payment of debts owed or as a prize after winning an unfair fighting match, how free are these people really? Sure, it looks like the humans enjoy the sensation of being fed upon, as much as the thought makes me sick. But I know all too well that pleasure and coercion can go hand in hand. Bright blue eyes flash in my mind at the thought, and I shiver. Nomi's cheeks flush with a bit of color, which of course only makes her prettier, and she clasps her hands tightly in her lap. You need to know something. During my time in the bonding trials, I was King Cyril's chosen companion. The word comes out bitter, filled with disgust. No, my stomach drops to my feet. As I'm sure you're aware, being his companion could be sort of a competition between some of the women. There was a level of status involved in being chosen. However, I was not given a choice. She looks away from me now, her eyes getting glassy again. Nomi worries her bottom lip between her teeth for a long moment before continuing. My father, Lord Eisenfall, arranged my selection with the king years before my trials. In fact, Cyril saw me once in person when I was 12 and told my father it would be beneficial to his fiefdom if I was encouraged to vie for his attention during the trials when I was of age. She glances back at me, and the steel has returned. There were zero conversations about feelings or consent. I entered the trials, newly 18 and accepting of my fate. If I did not perform to Cyril's expectations, my father would be displeased. My stomach is a twisting, writhing mess, and I want to cry now, too, for the girl she was who had to endure that, for the woman she is now who lives with it still. My father controls an entire fiefdom, Meryn, a large one. You know as well as I do that all the power we have from being bonded means nothing when a noble lord snaps his fingers. And she cuts herself off, looks to her feet and swallows. Then she looks back up, her face anguished. He's awful, I know, but he's my father. Some fucked up part of me just wants to make him happy. I reach out to her, grab her hand in mine. We just sit there in silence for a moment. Nomi's expression hardens as if she's turning herself into a shield. She slowly disentangles her hand from mine and turns it into a fist. I don't want any other women to go through what I went through. I know, I tell her. I feel the same way. My mind drifts once again to Killian of what happened between us. It doesn't compare with the grooming and rape Nomi experienced. After all, I thought I was consenting at the time. But it was coercion. Our entire relationship, a relationship built on lies and manipulation, violated my autonomy. For the first time, I'm finally admitting that to myself. My eyes burn and I swallow the heat down. Our abuser is the same person now. Alistair was in Cyril and now he's in Killian. We're going to get him, Nomi, I tell her, my voice as sharp as a dagger. She nods and I can tell she knows we're not talking about Lucian. We're going to make him pay. We're going to make the right person pay for what he's done. But we're not going to be able to do that without Lucian's support. Her lips press into a thin line and then she says, I know, what do? I fucked up so badly. You need to apologize, sincerely, I tell her, and she lets out a sound of distress. I know he's fucking insufferable. He's going to draw this out as much as possible. It's the only way, though. She nods. Okay, thank you. I turn to leave to take her back out to him and she says, Meryn. There's a small smile on her lips when I turn back around. You and Stark, I'm glad. I startle. What you are, how did you? Please, she sniffs. I've known him since he was a boy. He can't hide things from me. I pause, hesitant. I know Stark isn't romantically interested in Nomi, but I'm still not sure where she stands. And you're sure it's fine? I mean, you never. She interprets my awkward stammering and waves a hand, laughing. Yuck, no, it's not like that between us. We kissed one time as teenagers and were both thoroughly repulsed off it for good. It was like licking a shoe. I like women, actually. Wow, obsessing over their relationship has taken up so much mental space and I could have just asked her. Guess you were right, I admit begrudgingly to Anassa. You have learned wisdom about some things and not others, Anassa helpfully responds. And I suppose you absolutely could not have told me at any point that they weren't interested in each other. Too much idle human gossip for you. Anassa lets me feel her amusement. Oh no, I just enjoyed watching you ruminate in circles. It was endearingly unreasonable. Mangy bitch. I offer Nomi my hand and we both drop our smiles, remembering that there's a siphon king outside that door who likely wants Nomi's head for what she's done. As if in answer to our thoughts, there's a banging at the door. Time's up, comes Lucian's voice, sing-song yet somehow also deadly. Hopefully he'll be open to a solution. Because I'm not going to let Nomi be killed for what she did, no matter how grievous an error it was. If Lucian wants Nomi dead, he's going to have to go through me first. 38 Meryn begging, and a little bit of humiliation for all of us to get Lucian it to takes accept Nomi's apology. Eventually, he relents and sends us all off to bed. I can tell he's going to hold this one over me, though. He seems like the kind of person who enjoys having an upper hand. Stark and I collapse into the bed in my room and I expect sleep to take me quickly after all the events of the day. It doesn't though, there's too much on my mind. The thrall bracelet and everything I've learned about the siphons. The possible alliance with Astriona and what Lucian might gain from it. The tears. My thoughts keep returning to the goddess tears. How did Lucian and I end up with matching jewels in our crowns? Something about it feels very much by design. And then back to Killian. I'm going to need all the power I can get if I'm going up against him if Alistair is as strong as Lucian claims. Which then brings me full circle back to the tears and the one hanging around my sister's neck. At some point the sun rises and I've still barely slept. A finger traces my jaw. Something is bothering you, Stark says. How long has he been watching over me as I tossed and turned? I curl closer to him. I think I need the tear that Selah is wearing, I whisper. I wish I could bottle the peace of this moment, vulnerable but safe in his arms. The tear in my crown made me so much more powerful on the battlefield, and when I put the necklace on for that brief moment at the war camp, I felt it amplifying my power too. But it's protecting Selah, Stark supplies. I fiddle with the button on his shirt. I can't let Killian's influence reach her, but I need that power if we're going to defeat him. Before we left the front, Ruby said there were ways to block the sire bond. Stark's brow just barely tightens. There is one person here who might have some answers for you. I roll over onto my back with a groan. I know I was thinking the same, but I'm not sure how eager he'll be to help us this morning after we just tried to assassinate him last night. We both contemplate the absurdity of that statement for a moment. He let Nomi live, Stark points out. He made you grovel for it, the bastard, but still, that's not the action of a monarch who's willing to walk away from this peace negotiation. I turn that over in my mind. You're right, I admit. He's been insufferable and insulting, but he's actually been fairly cooperative so far. I was really hoping to go a few more hours without seeing his dumb face. Stark gets out of bed and I follow him reluctantly, throwing on a set of clean clothes. I need to talk to Selah. She should be the first to know what I'm thinking since the necklace is in her possession, and keeping her safe. My eyes are bleary from lack of sleep as I push open the door to our shared living room and then stop dead in my tracks. Selah and Venna sit on the couch, speaking slowly but conversantly in sign language. Selah looks so comfortable, or at least she did until I arrived. I didn't realize she learned so much sign language and so quickly. Then again, she's always picked things up fast. Good morning, you two. I try to remember the signs I saw before they cut off their conversation, but there were too many words I didn't recognize. Selah looks up at me blushing. She's clearly hiding something, but for the life of me I don't know what it is. What were she and Venna talking about? Venna rises. I'll let you two get ready for the day, she says, moving to leave. Wait, Venna, can we talk first? I say. Walk with me. She nods and follows me away from my sister's prying ears into the palace corridor. I aimlessly turn us left. What was that? Is Selah okay? I blurt out. It felt like she was hiding something from me just now. I glance sidelong at Venna's face as we walk. Venna presses her lips together, inhaling deeply. That's between the two of you, Meryn, she says. I don't want to get in the middle of this. I stop short, so I am missing something here after all. If she has something she needs to talk about, she should talk to me. I'm her sister. She shouldn't sneak around, keeping secrets by using a language I can barely understand. Venna sighs in obvious irritation and turns to me, eyebrows raised. Well, Meryn, whose fault is it that you haven't moved past basic signs yet? I bite my lip and pivot to look out the window behind me, studying the courtyard just beyond. My body burns with shame. I know she's right. It's not something I've prioritized enough, not like I should have. Look, Venna says from behind me, voice kinder than I deserve. Selah is going through some things that she feels like only I will understand. My eyes flood with tears unexpectedly and I blink rapidly to clear them. What things? She should know that she can always talk to me about anything. Can she? Be honest with yourself, Meryn. Venna puts a hand on my shoulder and I turn to meet her gaze. The look she gives me is piercing but not unkind. Do you know what it feels like to be marked by difference? To be made to feel like some essential part of you is unwanted? Can you put yourself in that perspective? I swallow down the lump in my throat. Venna lets her hand drop from my shoulder, taking a step back. When she speaks again, her voice is weary. Selah is excited to be in a place where she fits in, where she's not seen as a problem but as something common. And she doesn't know how you take that. It stings. I'm such a fucking asshole. I've been holding so tight to the idea of the future that I'd imagined for us, one where we grow old together, one where we pass through all of life's important moments at each other's sides. It's everything I strived for with the trials, finding my sister and returning our lives to normalcy. But Selah's normal has changed, and instead of accepting that, I rejected her new existence, over and over and over again. Venna turns back toward our rooms, then looks over her shoulder to see if I'm coming. I'm always happy to talk, Meryn, but if you want to hear more from your sister, you need to have that conversation with her yourself and be open to her. See her for who she is, not who you want her to be. Goddess, I hope I can heal our relationship, that she'll forgive me and learn to trust me again. Understood, I say. Venna stops dead in her tracks and spins back toward me. Wait, before we're in front of innocent ears, you and Stark, I know you didn't cut yourself out of your dress last night. My face heats. I didn't tell Venna about what happened between Stark and me outside of Grunfall or everything afterward. It felt like it would betray him to gossip about it, at least until he decided one way or another. Well, his decision is made. Yep, I say. That's happening. Venna smirks. Nice one. I pat her on the back. Thanks, that means a lot coming from the Crypto's killer. Venna and Selah both want to come with me to ask Lucian about how to block Selah's sire bond. It doesn't surprise me. They're alike in many ways. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content, including their desire to learn everything they can. I could probably benefit from being more like them. Stark is torn between joining us and staying with Nomi, who is still recovering from her adventures of the previous night. I assure him that we'll be safe without him, and that I'll call him mentally if we sense the slightest bit of trouble. I'm glad when he acquiesces. Something tells me we'll get more out of King Lucian without him there. Sayla's interest turns to full-on excitement when we hear where the king is spending his morning, the Istrionan Royal Library. I smile watching her light up at the news, but I can't shake my undercurrent of guilt and sadness too. When it comes to Sayla, all I've done lately is make mistake after mistake. What would it look like to get it right? Philip shows us the way to the library and throws open the massive wooden doors with exaggerated pompousness. My amusement is cut short, though, when I see the room beyond the doors. Calling this a library seems like an understatement. It's a damn temple to books. Sayla gasps next to me as she leans back to take it in. There are multiple stories of books and scrolls, connected to one another by tall, narrow spiral staircases, all packed into shelves carved right out of the castle's pale stone. The massive space is ingeniously lit with high windows above the books. Then lower, where exposure to sun would tarnish the pages, a system of mirrors has been set up to reflect off one another, bouncing light around the space in a way that protects the books but still floods the rooms with sunlight. Lucian's earrings glint in that light as he leans over the large, polished wooden table at the center of the room. Old books and scrolls are laid out before him. I didn't take you for the studious type, I comment as we step close enough for his proximity to start to drain my joy. His smirk holds strong. Normally I'm not. After all, what else is there to learn after a millennium? He sighs and slides a book toward me. Sayla leans in with me to study the sweeping handwriting while Venna just studies him, frowning. These are documents about the creation of thrall bracelets. I've been attempting to determine why yours works so differently. And, I ask. He caresses a page lightly. The answer still evades me. I suspect it may have something to do with your direwolf bond. These have only ever been tested on humans, or perhaps he designed it in some way I don't understand with the intention of targeting your powers. So there is something you don't know, Venna says lightly. Ha, he says, shooting her a look before turning his intense gaze back to me and my sister. I wrap an arm around Sayla's shoulders, pulling her in close. Speaking of uncomfortable connections with Killian and Alistair, there's something you need to know. My sister has a sire bond with Killian. He's the one who turned her. Lucian's upper lip curls and his fingers tighten around the manuscript. And you chose to keep this information from me? There's thinly veiled wrath in his voice. Venna moves closer to me and Sayla, hovering protectively. Lucian's sharp blue gaze darts toward my sister. Can you hear him? Sayla shakes her head as I pull the tear from the shelter of her top. This necklace seems to have some sort of protective power, she explains. It blocks the connection. Lucian and Venna both study the necklace. A spark of recognition lights Lucian's eyes. Interesting, he murmurs. I wouldn't have thought, but then how can you know for sure? We do, I interrupt. Sayla doesn't look nervous when I glance at her. She was without its protection briefly. It's been tested. I can tell he's trying to determine whether he should believe me, but I don't have the patience. What do you know about the tears, Lucian? Lucian shuts his eyes and runs a fingertip along his brow as if smoothing away a thread of pain. Then he reaches down beneath his own clothes and lifts the chain around his neck with that same finger. At the end of it dangles another tear pendant, glittering with power. It's a reflection of Sayla's, just as our crowns mirror each other. A disbelieving noise escapes me. I guess I wasn't the only one withholding information. You didn't feel like revealing this at dinner last night when you were crowing about how the jewels have power? His smile turns sharp, and I know I'm going to hate what comes out of his mouth next. I only like to show you mine when you show me yours. Venna rolls her eyes. Childish prick. How did he make it 1,000 years without someone getting irritated enough to cut off his head? Ignoring his teasing, I ask, are you more powerful when you wear it? Does it enhance your siphon magic? He rubs his thumb over it and bows his head in a nod. Then he speaks under his breath. I wonder. Unexpectedly, he grips the stone, lifts it over his head, and holds it out to me. Hesitantly, I take it. The moment the jewel settles against my palm, my power rises in a writhing answer to the stone's silent call, just as it did when I tried on the other necklace at the war camp. Your intoxicated expression tells me it works for you, Lucian says. His head is tilted to one side like he's trying to find the right angle to see into me. Sayla, wide-eyed, is too busy digesting this new information to notice the interested gleam in Lucian's eye. Venna clocks it, though. I make a mental note to discuss that with her later. So your crowns help you control your respective powers, the necklaces give you protection, and both of the tears make your magic stronger, Sayla recites. I wonder how strong a person would be if they had all the tears on them at once. There's another goddess tear, though, the one the mother priestess wears, probably worth keeping that a secret from Lucian for now, at least. I hold Lucian's necklace back out to him reluctantly. I'm going to need Sayla's tear if we're going to face off against Killian and Alistair. We haven't discussed his proposed ceasefire yet. He doesn't know I'm going to accept it, although surely he must assume I will, given how favorable the terms are for me. Either way, when we meet Killian on a battlefield, I know we're going to need all the strength we can get. Lucian smiles as he slips his tear back on. If only you had a millennium of experience at your disposal to solve this little problem for you. Venna rolls her eyes again, and Lucian sees it this time, looking at her in curiosity. I get the distinct feeling he's not used to people being unimpressed by him. Siphons tend to be particular about consent, Lucian continues eventually. Over the years, we developed items capable of blocking a sire's power, most commonly fashioned as jewelry actually. Sayla can simply trade what's around her neck. Another necklace? Venna looks doubtful. What proof do we have that this will do what you say? Not to mention, I don't know if I'm comfortable handing my sister enchanted siphon jewelry she might never be able to take off, I add, lifting my bound wrist for demonstration. Lucian shrugs. Consult your father if you require reassurance, they're quite commonplace. He leans his hip against the table and the smirk comes back out. It seems to me this is the only way for you to get your tear back. Is that what your 10 centuries are telling you? Venna says dryly. Loudly and clearly, he confirms and turns away from us, reaching for another manuscript. But nothing about Lucian's motivations is clear at all. In the same breath I have that thought, pain gathers at my temples. It's a normal headache at first. Then Lucian says something and I can't hear him even though he's just across the table from me. Sayla says my name, I think, and Venna dashes toward me, but they both seem far away. It's coming from the mental bonds, a scream that's growing progressively louder by the second until my vision whites out and the noise and pain disconnect me from my body entirely. Suddenly I'm looking at the world through Sigrid's eyes. I'm in her head somehow. There's a swirl of fury and confusion, despair, hate, such burning hate. She's atop her massive wolf, and she's in severe pain. A lance pierces her side, the shaft of it deep in her body. She's struggling to stay astride Genikos. He's attempting to heal her, but the wound can't heal while the weapon is still lodged in her body. Sigrid gives another scream of anguish and rage. All around us, Nocturnan forces are engaged in a desperate fight. Nobody can stop to help her. She hates the pain clouding her mind. She hates her own weakness, letting herself fall into so much danger. But more than anything, she hates herself for failing to anticipate this. This is not a siphon attack. In the sea of churning, struggling, and dying bodies, I see that our forces are fighting against Phylax. They have plenty of commoner soldiers on their side as well. Sigrid grits her teeth through the agony and orders her troops to regroup. If the defensive line falls, well, they'll lose the whole front. They'll lose the kingdom to him. Wind picks up, blowing smoke into Sigrid's face. She stares through it, watching a figure emerge as the smoke clears with the wind. Tormund, the alpha of Phylax. He's massive on his wolf, rippling, hefting an enormous mace that shouldn't be possible to wield on wolfback. His arm strains under the weapon's weight as he lifts it, his oddly dulled gaze set on Sigrid. His wolf crushes a Stratego's wolf under its weight. That mace comes down on his opponent's skull, killing them instantly, the wolf's rider screaming under their own mount's corpse. Tormund is going to break through, and Sigrid will not allow that to happen. With a shriek, she rips the lance from her side, the pain rushing in like wildfire. Genikos howls at the shared pain even as he strains to heal his rider. He's trained for this. He's healed her 1,000 times and he will again, she knows it. Tormund is almost upon them and there's a pest at his side. Fucking Jonah. Everything sinks into the blur of mounted battle. Sigrid's wolf collides with Tormund's, snapping and lashing out. Her blade deflects his first strike, and the shock wave vibrates up her arm, jarring the wound in her side and making her cry out. She may not be physically stronger than Tormund, but she's far more skilled. And now, Genikos' magic is working on her, her flesh knits together, her strength returning. Sigrid strikes out savagely, scoring a long wound across Tormund's massive thigh. He falls back with a shout. His wolf is panting and bleeding. Pressing her advantage, she gathers her Demo's magic and pushes it out toward Tormund with a shout. But the corruption in the pack magic hits her then. I can feel her pain and confusion as the impelling blast doubles back on her, rebounding and sending even powerful Genikos reeling. Sigrid struggles to right herself on Genikos' back, keeping her eyes locked on Tormund, who is closing in once more. But then, Jonah. She wasn't paying attention to him. She dismissed him as inconsequential. He follows the powerful motion of his wolf's body and brings his sword with him. It slots beneath Sigrid's armor, and white-hot agony explodes as the steel pierces through vital organs. I feel it all. Sigrid's blood floods her mouth. She wonders, in a moment of bizarre silence when all the shrieks and howls around her fall away, whether her son taught the boy how to angle his blade just like this. Genikos attempts to heal her, but his strength is depleted from healing her previous injury, and the blade is still deep inside her. The wound is mortal. She's going to die. She knows it too. In her final moments, she wonders if she taught Stark enough about everything that comes next for him. If he's prepared to become the Sovereign Alpha, and for what, who comes along with that role. Sigrid looks down at the blade. She grips the hilt weakly like she means to draw it and use it. But she can't find any more strength. She spent it all. She regrets it, their relationship. She thought if she kept him at a distance, she could shield him from it somehow. She hoped she made him strong enough. Sigrid slides from her wolf's back and lands in the bloody muck on her side, the sword still stuck in her. Her wolf howls in anguish. The sound echoes over the battlefield, and devastation echoes back over the bonds. Her fading consciousness registers one final, ruinous sight. The central command post is up in flames, cinders disappearing into the sky. Everything goes black. I've never been so close to death before. Never, I gasp. Air pummels my lungs painfully. My hand whips up, searching for the blade I so clearly felt enter my body, but there's nothing there. There's nothing. My eyes dart around. I'm looking for Sigrid's wolf Jiniko's, where he fell next to her, his life snuffing out. All I see are the scattered documents spread across the library table. A sob tears out of me and then I'm on the floor. My entire body shakes with the aftershocks of Sigrid's death, like I'm experiencing her death rattle for her. Selah drops onto her knees next to me, grabbing my hand, her face pale with fear. Meryn, talk to us, comes Venna's voice as if from far away. What happened? Lucian says, tone urgent. What happened? Through my tears, I struggle to form words. My voice breaks pathetically as I finally manage to force it out. Nocturna has fallen. 39 Stark is staring vacantly at a pile of breakfast cakes and pastries when I know me find her in the common area. She looks fucking terrible. I assume she barely slept last night given the circumstances. I don't think she'll snap again. But I told Meryn I'd keep an eye out just to be safe. Not hungry. I come up behind Nomi and set a hand on her shoulder lightly, trying not to startle her. Nomi turns and gives me a weak smile. Just hunting for something I recognize. I turn to the platter. Glazed pastry twists are twined with sticky pastes and syrups of various colors. Some of the treats are studded with unfamiliar fruits or seeds. I select one at random and hand it to her. Here, can't be any worse than Gertie's kitchen experiments. Come walk with me. The rear of Brightbane Castle is a gigantic maze of courtyards and gardens. We make our way out, and the sun blasts down on us like a furnace as we pass through the stone archways, even though the hour is still early. The intense southern light makes the colors look kind of unreal. So many shades of green and pink and orange from the unfamiliar plants and flowers surrounding us. A complicated fountain gurgles at the courtyard center, tiled in a bright mosaic design that depicts many colored fish. Even the stonework is delicate. Archways and walls are carved with intricate patterns and shapes that must have taken stoneworkers a lifetime to create. I guess if you're a siphon, you don't mind waiting a century or two for your construction project to be complete. It's all a little over the top, but then so is their asshole king. Nomi keeps pace with me, but she's uncharacteristically quiet, slowly pulling pieces off her pastry and popping them into her mouth. We pass under another arch and into a smaller courtyard with no flowers, just deep green grasses and trees, thick and lush. The stonework here is all painted in blues and greens, giving us the impression of being underwater. The trees cast a little more shade, keeping the air cooler, adding to the effect. I glance left at Nomi again. Her drained, tired expression makes me want to punch something. My biggest regret is how I couldn't protect her from what happened during her trials. I was already serving at the front, already alpha for that matter. The Demos instructor that year was one of my gammas. I told him to keep an eye on her, to watch out for her even though she wasn't in our pack. I made it clear to him, or at least I thought I did, that she was my family. Maybe it was too culturally ingrained in him, the way the king chose a companion. Maybe he looked at that frightened 18-year-old girl and somehow saw a woman eager to please her regent. I can't ask him for his reasoning. After I found out what happened, I enthusiastically divorced his barely functioning brain from the rest of his body. Couldn't undo the harm Nomi suffered, though. Mimi, I ask now, hoping that my concern won't shut her down further. Are you okay? Nomi tilts her face up toward me. Her eyes are red and puffy, the circles underneath dark and ominous. She stopped walking, and I stopped too, staying silent to give her space to answer. I thought I was okay, she says finally. I've done a good job just not thinking about any of it. You know how it is at the front. There's always some new crisis, some battle or defensive strategy that needs your full attention. I could block it out and not deal. She ducks her head and gazes down at the patterned pathway beneath our feet. Even when we were home with my family, she continues, suffering their disrespect, listening to that awful misogynistic song about women's tears, getting hassled by my cousin, it felt outside of me somehow. Like something that happened in another life to someone else. Some version of me that I used to be. Nomi looks around and then finds a seat on a shaded bench a few feet away. The tree above it has slender branches covered in silver-green leaves that cascade like a waterfall. She toys with her pastry, eating some but letting most of the flakes drift to the ground. I know that Lucian isn't him, she continues. Maybe he's just as bad, or maybe he's an excellent ruler, who knows, But seeing him with that woman, suddenly I was back in Cyril's lap in front of everyone, having to smile through what was happening to me because if I didn't I would die. My jaw clenches tightly, hands curling into fists. She's barely wanted to talk about this since it happened, and who could blame her? All of it came rushing back, just as strong as it was then. Turns out I hadn't moved on. I hadn't left those feelings behind. They've been living inside me this whole time, festering and rotting. Her voice breaks on rotting, and I put my arm around her shoulders, wishing I could somehow make her pain and trauma physical so I could battle it, defeat it for her. She lays her head against my shoulder and sighs. I wish I was strong like Meryn, that my hatred and anger could fuel me and drive me to vengeance. But mostly I'm exhausted. I'm tired, Val Stark, I'm so tired. I take her hand, squeezing it between mine. Surviving is its own strength, Mimi. You made it out, you're here, that's enough. Her body relaxes just a little bit next to mine. We sit on the bench together, gazing at a tiny blue and white bird that whizzes through the ferns in front of us, wings moving so fast we can barely see them. You know what Great Aunt Gertie would say, right? I ask, hoping to make her smile. What, don't grow a gray beard, she guesses, and I laugh. Nomi's face lightens a little. I never understood that one, did you? I ask. Some of Gertie's sayings were full of wisdom once you figured them out. Others would just remain an enigma. She muses, gray beard, I don't know, seems a little more helpful for men than women. She had the weirdest sayings. No, I was thinking of don't let someone take the butter off your slice of bread. We both chorus, and Nomi even manages a soft chuckle. She holds the remains of her pastry up in front of her face, examining it. Pretty sure this thing is chock full of butter, so maybe I'm doing okay. Nomi faces me, and the lines of pain in her face have eased up at least a little. Something tight loosens in my chest at the sight. You know the pastries here aren't half bad, she concedes. I stand, offering her a hand. Just as she's closing her fingers around mine, a searing, shooting pain shatters my vision. I double over, hitting the ground heavily. Distantly I can feel Nomi's palm on my back, can vaguely hear her calling my name. It's as if I'm hearing her through layers of snow or from a long distance, echoed and distorted. My vision blacks out completely. When it comes back, it takes me a moment to realize it's returned. I'm fully surrounded by shadow. Some kind of enemy magic. Killian using Meryn's magic somehow. Ignoring the pounding in my head, I raise both hands to gather up an impelling burst, ready to slam the shadows away and identify the threat. But something is wrong. I'm tapping into my